Bienvenidos and welcome to day number 5 of competition here for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. It is another fantastic day here in paradise. We've woken up to clean conditions, greeting the competitors as we see the scenes here of the beautiful El Sunzal, El Tunco down here in Surf City El Salvador. It is such a cool place to be. I know the athletes are really stoked to be here this time. My name is Bo Nixon, joined in the booth by Auntie Megs, Megan Godinez. Nice to have you back to call the action, Megs.
I'm excited. It's another good day of some good swell, day number 5. And I think we're going to see some awesome surfing today.
We certainly are. We're going to be finishing off the repercharge men's round number 2. Then we're going to move into some main event surfing. The women are going to be up first, followed by the men, and then moving back into the repercharge rounds later on. And we just see some beautiful scenes on screen here of the free surf session this morning. This is Tom Breen from Ireland carving his way through. He's going to be coming up later on in competition. We saw him get an amazing score yesterday on his final ride. 10 scenes on the beach. Obviously, Megs, lots of buzzer beaters going to go down.
Yeah, a lot of buzzer beaters. We still got a good swell coming in. Tully White on her free surf here. I love her style. She's got a really cool, calm, collected approach to surfing, and she's just got a lot of steam. She kind of gives me that vibe of like Leah Dawson, and with add a little pizzazz to it. So I think she's gonna do really good. She's a great contender, I feel like, for a medal.
Yeah, definitely Team Australia there, bringing this one through to the inside. Similar size waves out there today, Megs, as we saw from yesterday. The swell's going to be slowly dropping throughout the day, but our competitors, of course, loving the glassy conditions out there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And even if it does drop a little bit, it is still a really, really, really good wave. As we see our El Salvadorian local here, Amado, with a beautiful hang 5 all the way out the back. Just getting his a taste for his home break, you know?
And a goofy foot up, bringing this one through. And he just surfs such style on his backhand here. Loving this wave. And of course, beautiful scenes with that sunlight just beaming through this inside section. It's just another beautiful morning here for El Sunzal, one of the better known longboard waves here in El Salvador. As we take a look at our forecast for today, that swell staying in that 4 to 6 feet range. And then, of course, that low tide coming up at around 9 a.m. this morning, Megs.
Yeah, and that wind is going to play a really key factor in this as well. I think with the north-northeast winds going at 6 miles per hour, it is going to keep the conditions a little cleaner, a little less bumpy, but they're going to really have to pay attention to this high tide, because that's when we started to see the chops come in and a lot of surfers kind of getting unstuck from their board, just getting into those chops.
As we see the vision here of the first heat of the day, day number 5 of competition ready to get underway. We're going to have Arthur Randell from England in the red jersey, Federico Nesti from Italy in the blue, Clinton Guest of Australia in the green, and Marvin Amend of Germany in the white jersey. Clinton Guest is going to be feeling confident after his performance yesterday, putting on the highest heat total, 19.1 points out of a total 20. That is excellent surfing.
Yeah, I mean, he scored nearly perfect ride. 3 judges yesterday on his high 9 gave him 10s. So he already set the standard for himself along with all the other competitors. But, you know, yesterday having the contest on hold, I can imagine them itching to get out there. You know, we did go on hold for a 2.5 hour wait, and I think it was a really good call on the officials. The shore break was getting really, really dangerous, but they're going to be stoked to surf this morning with very clean conditions. As we see blue paddling here, Federico Nesti for Italy. He's really scratching into this one. Take it away, Bo.
Yeah, up and riding, quick to the nose, holding that 5 through this section. Doing really well to negotiate. You can see him looking around. What's his wave going to do? I love the tip time he's got on this wave. Brings that back foot up for a tight 5. Has to step back to get some speed around this section. Does well to do a little carve in the pocket there. Throws this board around. The competitors looked like they were sitting quite deep on the reef there, so having to deal with a bit of white water to negotiate as he makes his way through the midsection of this wave, looking for another nose ride. almost gets up there. You can see his feet go right together there, showing the judges that he has control through this section. He brings it all the way through. I love the start of this wave, Megs. Just getting that nose right in early, staying on the nose through those critical sections, similar to what we saw Clinton drop high scores for yesterday. As Fede brings this one through. Another nose right on the end section to finish. So really well put together wave to kick things off.
Yeah, again, these repercharge rounds are only 15 minutes long for him. So for him to get it started this early, it's only been 2 minutes into his heat. He's going to feel really good going into the rest of the heat.
He certainly is, the goofy footer from Italy there. No stranger to competition, a European champion himself. As we see Sky Sakalax representing Ireland coming up in the next heat. He's going to be taking notes on where the competitors are positioning themselves, which waves are looking the best. Megs, you and I were watching it earlier. Looks like the smaller ones have a bit more wall on the inside, offering maybe a little bit more scoring potential. We're going to see how that goes throughout the day. Of course, the judges want to see the commitment on those bigger sections.
Yeah, absolutely. The insides, actually, the medium ones seem to open up and give the surfers more of an opportunity. We saw in Fede's last wave, that big set, he was sitting a little deeper, so it did catch up to him, and he had to kind of hold down, but it's gonna be interesting with the middle sections.
Live action in the water, just getting visions of yesterday. Clinton Guest up on the nose, holding that 5 for an extended tip time. Looks like he's going to try and get up there again. He does. Up for the 5. Really smooth, controlled style from Clinton. You can see him just making his way back to that power source of the wave, carving his board. This wave standing up a little bit, just throwing a little bit of style there as he carves this board back toward the white water. You can see him just setting up for this inside section. So already a really long nose ride on the outside. We'll bring this one through. You can see the wave starting to stand up. Clinton stepping on the back foot there to throw this board back toward the white water. Sticking with it through the inside section, looking for a bit more scoring potential here as he starts his way up the nose again, up for a 5-10, holding that nose ride through this end section. Another lovely nose ride, kicks out safely.
Wow, that was a display of amazing surfing from our surfer from Australia.
Team England up and riding. Arthur Randall up on the nose as well for a quick 5. Just has to redirect his board down the wave, sets up again for a 5. Brings this one through. Nice, powerful turn there back toward the pocket. And again, lots of footwork. I like the way he's keeping this board moving throughout this wave, showing the judges that he has variety in his surfing. As he's up for another nose ride, drop knee turn back toward the white water. Bringing this one through. Up again on the nose for a quick 10. Steps back for the 5. Drop knee turn. Again, just to set things up here through the midsection. Weaving, carving, keeping that board on rail. I love the flow that Arthur keeps throughout that section. We've seen a lot of surfers just standing there waiting for things to happen, but Arthur knows that the judges like the surfers to keep the board moving. He's up on the nose again. Through that little slower section there. Not going to get the end section, Megs, but what a ride to kick things off.
What a well-surfed wave as we see White scratching into this one. He's our only surfer who hasn't put a score up, but here he is walking to the nose. Our surfer for Germany, nice stretch 5. Walks slowly back, kind of looking for that wall to stand up again. He's in the power source now. Nice carving turn. Again, waiting for that double up, that inside, just for that wave to hit the shallower section of the ocean. As he gets it here, he's looking for it. Just nice stretch 5. A little bit out on the shoulder, but it did have the toes over, so judges are going to see that.
Doesn't opt to ride all the way through that wave, kind of finishing on that midsection of the ride there. The judges have their work cut out for them. Waves coming through for all competitors. We'll update you on the situation as those scores come through. But Megs, we're only in round 2 of men's repercharge. This feels like a semi-final to me.
Oh my gosh, and we're in the repercharge. We're not even in the main round. And this is the first heat of the day. And I mean, they got the judges working this morning. I hope they had their coffee, a couple, shots of espresso, and get the replays going for them, because that was really beautiful rides from all of our surfers.
Lots on the line here for competitors. This is an elimination round. Top 2 surfers moving through to round 3 of the repercharge. 3rd and 4th place will be eliminated from the competition. On screen there, see Juali Ramirez of Puerto Rico, one of the more colourful teams down there on the beach. Lots of noise, lots of cheering. They had a surf with Rio Donaldson yesterday after his unfortunate heat loss, and he rips. I mean, there's so many great surfers coming out of Puerto Rico. It's fantastic to see.
So many great surfers, and they got a full team this year. I mean, they came with a whole band, I feel like. I mean, they're not only just surfers, they were down there playing every single instrument they brought over, and they were having a full fiesta down at the competitors area during the holding period, and it was so awesome to see. It was really cool to see them start it, and then all of a sudden the Colombian team came, and then the Salvadorian team came, and it became like this fun little dance party. And that's the beauty of not just El Salvador, but the ISA, and having the world come together through surfing.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, Jasmine Dean as well, alongside Amelia Haminsky representing Puerto Rico. So their team looking strong, moving through to the next rounds. As we are still waiting for judges to drop those scores. They have a lot of work cut out from them. I have a feeling that 3, maybe all 4 surfers were up at the same time. So the judges are going to be watching the replays. They have access to replay system. They'll be able to watch the rides back and see where the more critical surfing was done on each wave by each competitor. And I don't know, I'd like to throw it out there, but I do feel like Fede Nesti is going to get a really nice score for his backhand surfing.
Yeah, for sure. Clinton Geis with that beautiful long hang 5 in the beginning. He really took note of what he did yesterday to score those 9s. But there is that pressure of being that first heat. You're kind of setting the standard for the whole day. You know, at 6:30 in the morning, the waves are glassy and absolutely beautiful. Look at these sets rolling through. There's a bunch of lines coming in through the horizon. I mean, setting that, you know, is there that pressure, you think?
Oh, 100%. Always pressure.
First heat of the day. It's like, it's funny. Some people will be like, oh, I love to be first heat of the day. Like, I love getting it started early. And I'm like, oh, absolutely not. I do not want that pressure. I have pressure to even advance, and then I got to set the scale. No, thank you. Yeah.
Fede Nesti sitting out there with priority. First priority has pick of the next wave. Clinton in second priority. You see Marvin with third. His wave finishing a little earlier, so he got the jump on Arthur for priority. Still waiting for scores to come through as we see a paddle here. Fede taking off on one of these smaller ones, Megs, that we were talking about. As he's just carving this board back toward the pocket. You can see it standing up down the line as he's up on the nose, holding the 5. Tight 5 there. Brings that back foot up. Again, this wave a little foamy from the previous waves that have broken. But he's going to do well to navigate through this section here. Carving that board back around. It's going to be a great backup score for him. As he gets his way up onto the nose again, stretches out for the 5. Just that current, that water moving on the inside section makes things a little tricky. Decides to kick out there. Great backup score that's going to really help his campaign. He's the only surfer at the moment with 2 rides. 5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock.
Oh, man, here we go. First heat of the day. I feel like there's going to be a lot of color. The rainbow on the left side of your screen start to change colors because, you know, Federico, really smart by him. He sat actually really deep and a little bit more on the inside, but he did have priority, and he knew, okay, there's only 5 minutes left. Let's get busy. And the tactic of that is going to be really important, especially for the repercharge. As we see the replay here for Green, our surfer from Australia, Clinton, nice, beautiful hang 5 out the back, just arms up, steezy, having that weight on that back foot. Nice walk back, looking for that wall to stand up again, and it does so. He's starting to get a little bit out on the shoulder, so he redirects back into the power source. Nice swooping turn. I love that he has so much control not on all parts of the board. The way that he turns, you don't see the nose chattering. He's really good at using his legs and his knees to actually control where his weight is going. And I love his arms. Almost give me like a Bonga Perkins statuesque kind of a feel. The way his arms and his shoulders. I was like, wow, he's got kind of a Bonga Perkins kind of turn to him. And I really love watching him surf. One of my favorite surfers. Nice, beautiful hang 5. Tap for the 10. Nice hang 5 through the inside as he goes towards that sunrise. And a beautiful kick out. I think this is going to be a really good score by him. And this is Federico's, I believe, first wave. Nice hang 5 out the back. And having that advantage, oh my gosh, that nice tight 10. I feel like his nose ride was a lot more critical than Clinton's. So I want to see what the judges are going to give him for that, because there was more air underneath his nose as he was nose riding, and he got the 10.
100%, Megs. Way more critical.
Way more critical, and he actually was way deeper than where Clinton was, and that's why he had to make his way around that whitewash, and he does so well. And that was a really good plan for him, to really stick with that wave, because he knew that wave was going to open up for him as he's carving towards the inside here. And he doesn't look lolly. He's constantly redirecting his board, moving it back and forth. It's not messy, and judges don't want to see them, cranking, pumping. He was really fluid. As we see Arthur Rando's replay here with that nice, beautiful hang 5. And I love the way that board really works for him and gets him up to that high line and almost stalls. This turn I really love, as he goes into that turn, straight into that hang 5, into that critical section. Just dragging his arm, knowing that he just wants to scrub some speed off. There's a little bit more face for him to hang 5. Nice carving turn. Working his way. And this is where he gets that really tap hang 10. Most of that board was behind the wave, so that's really difficult to do. So that was really nice of him to get that hang 10. And I love the way he works this inside. He just is so, and the timing, it's like a nice beat. It's just going right and left, right. He's really dancing this morning, especially with that sunrise. Are you kidding me? Going towards El Tunco, that stretch hang 5, but he did all the work on the outside. Beautiful rides from all of our surfers.
Live action, just less than 2 minutes remaining. Fede Nesti up on his backhand here. This will be his third ride. You see him up to the nose, holding that 5 there again in the pocket. Beautiful, stylish cross-step carve toward the whitewater. See, he held that for extended amount of time, put him in a good position here to bring this wave through to the inside. As we see Fede, current heat leader in the water, dropped a 7.83 and a 4.5 for his last wave. We'll see if this one improves upon his 4.5. See this wave, just seeing if it's going to offer him up anything more on the inside. It's gone quite small. See, sometimes this end section can be overhead high, but he does so well to find another nose ride section and finishes it off cleanly with a little tap off the foam. So Fede's going to be coming in with just 1 minute left. As we said before, current heat leader. We do have Arthur in second place. A 7.60 comes in for his first ride. Clinton Guest a 6.17. And Marvin Amand of Germany a 3.50. Fede finding a number of waves in this heat, leaving competitors out there with 40 seconds left, trying to find a backup score. As it stands, Arthur sitting in that advancing position at the moment, but it is Clinton Guest with priority at the back. A wave coming. Clinton not opting to go there, letting Arthur go on this wave. Arthur up for a 5, realizing he needs, and as we see there, Marvin Amand second priority, so he's going to take that wave from Arthur. But Arthur's got that second wave. We've got Marvin trying to get around this whitewater section here. We see at the back Clinton Guest. His patience has paid off. He's found himself on another ride. Up for the hang 5. You see him styling through this section. He's going to make his way out to the shoulder, carving this board back around, waiting for it to stand up again. He gets to the 5. It's going to be a good backup score for him already. You see him carving this one back around toward the whitewater. So Clinton, wow, nerves of steel at the back to take a wave with 10 seconds remaining. You see Clinton still weaving, carving, maneuvering this board through the inside. Up on the nose again. Beautiful tight angle here from the cameras. We see him up on the nose, toes over to finish off that wave. A great backup score that's going to really help his situation. And I mean, talk about the nerves of steel, Megs.
I mean, to have 20 seconds, 15 seconds ticking, and for him to know that, letting Arthur Rando go on that wave, it was a bigger wave too, but he had that nerves of steel, like you said, waiting for that wave. And that's the thing, that's what's going to differentiate our competitors today on who's going to be able to handle that pressure. A lot can happen in 20 seconds. As we just saw, we saw that Marvin used his priority against Arthur. Arthur was already out the back, but he had that priority to keep him off that wave. And Clinton out just knew. He knew. And that's the surfers watching today and studying the waves. They're really going to have to choose. Okay, the first one, maybe a little bit too washed through. The second one, a little bit too much foam. The third one, though, might look like the money one, and that's the one he took. Maybe a little smaller, but if you just need that backup score, that's all you need.
That's exactly right. Arthur Rendell drops a 2.5 for his last ride. Still waiting on scores for Clinton Guest to come through as we watch the replay here, Megs. Up on the nose to kick things off.
Nice hang five. It is a smaller wave, but it's nice and smooth. A lot of foam to deal with, but he navigates this, working his way onto the inside. And I love the way he's just so calm. I mean, he knows he needs a score, and I don't know. My nerves would be rattling. He looks so cool, calm, collected. He's surfing like there's like 10 minutes left in his heat. Nice carving turn. He's really, really making this wave count. And he doesn't need much of a backup score. He only needs a 3.94. And I'm going to stick my neck out on the first heat. I think he did get this score.
Yeah, I'll do it as well. And there we go. We just see the situation change on the live scores on ISAsurf.org. Clinton Guest dropped the score he needed to move up into second place. So it will be Federico Nesti of Italy in that first position. Clinton Guest taking second. Team Australia moving through. Unfortunately, we're going to be losing Arthur Rendell and Marvin Amend in that heat. Wow, very close scores as well. Clinton just getting what he needed to get ahead of Arthur. Smart. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with more action. Men's round Repercharge 2. Straight into live action here. This is the second heat of the day. We're into men's round 2 of the Repercharge. This is heat number 7 of that round. We see Alexander Hickey on the nose of Germany. The German competitor here represented. We see him carving back to the whitewater. Just waiting, again, waiting patiently for this wave to set up. Going to keep the board moving through this quite slopey section. You can see things starting to stand up for him on the inside again. Brings that board back, fades to the left as we see him continuing on down the line. Got some work on the nose done to start this wave off. As he brings it through up this drone angle, you can just see the beautiful colors here. Nelson Zal cross-stepping his way up to the nose, holding that 5, stretches out. Great control there on the nose. He's going to ride cleanly out of that one. Good start from our competitor from Germany. He's joined in the heat by Armando Colucci of Venezuela, Sky Sakalax of Ireland, and Wally Ramirez of Puerto Rico. So Sky taking off on a very quick start there, 0.93. And we're going to throw it down to Belém with the winner of the last heat, Fede Nesti.
Thank you for that, Bo. Good morning. How are you feeling? Opening heat for the day, pumping surf, beautiful conditions. How did that feel being the first one in the water setting the bar?
I feel so grateful, so happy to be here. The waves are pumping. I just try to have fun and do my best. I'm really happy to advance this heat at the first place and looking forward for the next heat.
going into the next heats, it's only going to get harder and harder. You're going to start competing against, big names such, as Kai Salinas and stuff like that. How do you prepare yourself going into those kind of heats?
I'm just trying to have fun and be myself and get out and smile and, just have fun. Because the best surfer is the one that's having more fun.
That's the best quote. Best of luck in the next heat, and we'll throw you back up to you in the booth.
Thank you so much. I want to thanks a lot to the Italian Federation and to all the people that believe in me and give me the chance to come back to put the jersey back and do what I love. Thank you so much. Thanks to my family and to all my friends that follow me.
Passion. That's beautiful. Send it back up to you, Megs and Bo in the booth.
The best surfer out there is the one having the most fun, and unfortunately, not much fun for our surfer in red there, coming in
With a broken board.
with a broken board.
Second heat of the day and we're already breaking boards. Oh, this is going to be tricky. But luckily we do come as a team, and there's always kind of, they had a caddies meeting actually, and a managers meeting, saying like, what are the things they need to do? They can't, when they come on shore, they can't, touch it. They can't put the leash on for them. They can't push them out. They're just there to hand them the board. They can say some encouraging words, and they have to paddle out. This is, again, an independent sport. We come as a team, especially for the ISA. You come with your country, but there are some rules that you can't do certain things as a caddy, but they are there.
Well, we'll watch the changeover here closely from our surfer from Venezuela, Armando Colucci. He is going to change his board as he's going to make his way back out the back, as we see live action out the back. Sky Sakalax dropping, bottom turn as he makes his way up to the nose. Beautiful 4 steps to the nose as he carves his board back around to the bottom of the wave here. Another beautiful drop knee style to get himself back up to the top of the wave. Cutting back here. Fortunately, just hitting a little bit of a bump there. That white water really just kind of got underneath his board there and flips up on rail. Wally Ramirez up for Puerto Rico. See him carving that board back around. Steps right back on the tail there to whip his board back toward the pocket. Setting up here as well. You can see him bring that front foot back when he does these turns. Very stylish. As we see him trying to set things up for the inside. Thought he was going to get to the nose there, Megs. Unfortunately, just a little bit of missed times, and he doesn't quite get to the nose ride, but some great maneuvers done on the outside section there. Decides to kick out, to paddle back out the back there. We see Alexander drop a 5.33 for his first ride. Armando Colucci pretty much starting the heat now with just over 8 minutes left.
Yeah, and to have that mental, capacity to have a board broken, and it was probably a board he's been riding and practicing on, and then to have to reset your mind paddling back out. Okay, I can't overcook this board. Even if I know this board, it's not my board, like the one that I've been riding. So his mindset is almost have to be like, I'm not going to be surfing this board at 80%. I need to surf it at 60 and just complete my waves. I think that's what would be going on in his mind.
Alexander Hiki up and riding. Beautiful, holding that 5 at the back there. Just shuffles off the nose after that first nose ride, but he's looking to back up a 5.33, wiggling that board through these sections. Look at these walls of glass greeting Alex as he's making his way back up to the nose for a quick touch of the 5. Wrapping that board back toward the white water, keeping it moving through this section. You see him eyeing this off the wave down the line. Things are going to stand up again for him down on this end section. Carving. Continuing with this one, Megs, deciding that there's going to be more scoring opportunity. Beautiful little cross step stall there to set things up for the inside. Up on the nose again. Quick touch of the 5 and finishes off.
Yeah, good backup score for Alec. He, less than 7 minutes left. He's got a 5.33. It's the highest score of the heat so far, but knowing what his competitors can do, I would be really focused on completing my waves, trying to better every score on every single wave, right? As we see the replay here, nice cross step. He's got a high line throughout this whole wave. Nice carve down. That board really saving him because he did have a lot of weight. As we saw some stingrays through the wave there. We saw that yesterday too. There's so much beautiful marine life here and a lot of just animal life here that's really, really cool. Nice carving cut back towards the whitewash, just working his way in. He did a lot of work on the outside. He got that hang 5 out the back with the stingrays. So now he's just looking for that double up. This one kind of starts to fade away. We're going to see that with that dying swell. There's not going to be a lot of water movement to create those double ups on the insides. So it's going to be crucial for those surfers to either kick out early or try and redirect and get back into that double ups.
Sky Sakalax of Ireland up and riding. Dropped a 3.67 for his highest wave score. Looking to back that up. Beautiful swooping turns. Drop knee, bottom turn to get up onto the nose. Stretches out for the 5. Cross stepping back. Another beautiful turn. I love that drop knee style he has. Rotating his upper body to direct that board down the line of the wave. You see him again. Just backing it up with another beautiful stylish turn. Really working this board. Utilizing the full length of the board. Also top to bottom of the wave. Judge is going to love this score from Sky, as he just has a bit of downtime here to set things up on the inside section. He's able to get himself another turn here. You can see things getting a little bumpy just from the water moving on the inside there, but he's up on the nose again. Steps back and rides cleanly out of the end section shore break there. So really tidy, really clean surfing on the outside. As he made his way through, got a little bumpy, got a little bit wobbly to the inside, but I think that score is going to be a really nice one to drop for Sky.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see the comparison between that 5.33 that Alex got earlier and this last wave from Sky, because he really did not have any downtime on the outside, and he used the very, very top of the wave to the very flat of the wave. He was below the whitewash, and the way that he has that control with that drop knee and how he transitions his shoulder to look over his eyes, looking over his shoulder, is really impressive, especially for a goofy footer. It's, you know, they're surfing not in their natural like way of going down the line. So that was really impressive. I love the way that he really redirected the nose to face El Tunco and then back to the judge's tower, back to El Tunco, back to the judge's tower. So that was really beautifully surfed. As you know, the judges awarded him, it was a 6-point ride. So it was utilizing that entire wave, and that all the board is going to get you that score. As you can tell, the difference between that 6-point ride from Sky and the 5.33 from Alex.
Yeah, the judge is really rewarding that surfing from Sky. Puts him up into the lead in this heat. In second place now, Alexander Heek from Germany. In third place, Wally Ramirez. You see him up and riding now. Looking to back up his 3.17. He's just back from the nose on this first section here. Has to step back to deal with this section breaking in front of him, but does well to get around. Can he get through this section here? That wave steepening up on the inside. Beautiful bottom turn. Sets himself at the top of the wave, but unfortunately going to fall off the back of that one. I don't think that's going to be enough. The 5.86 he needs to move up into second. Still 3 minutes remaining though, and waiting on Armando Colucci to kick off his campaign as well after an unfortunate start in this heat, breaking his board.
Yeah, that is that reset of your mind, and then having to come in and paddle back out with everyone already out there. Your repositioning is so different, because in the beginning of the heat, before the horn blew, you guys are all sitting together and then paddling out into the lineup together. So when you have that disadvantage of paddling out on a new board that you haven't been surfing, it's really, really tricky. So he's got 2.5 minutes, so he really needs to catch one that's going to count. It is a very high score of a 9.03 that he needs. But at this stage in this contest, anyone is beatable. We saw a lot of heavy names go down. Wally's teammate, Rio Donaldson, going down yesterday was so unfortunate. So I feel like, you know, Wally needing that 5.86, it's a lot of pressure for him, right? For that team. You know, we got the 2 women from that team still in the contest, but Wally being the only men competitor for Puerto Rico in this, she's gonna feel that pressure, you know, being in third right now.
He certainly is. He dropped a 2.5 for that last wave score, not improving upon his 3.17. Still looking for a 5.86 to move up, and he's positioned himself on the inside, Megs. Really smart surfing here from Juan Ramirez as he's up and riding now, trying to get around this section here. He does so with control. See if he can improve that scoreline, get the score he needs as he's up on the nose. Beautiful nose ride there, brings the back foot up for a quick 10. You see him just staying really controlled through that white water, trying to hold on and making his way through this inside section. So just really that one nose ride of importance on this wave so far. Can he get another nose ride or some more maneuvers done as this wave comes through to the inside? You see him cross-stepping up toward the nose. He does a nice 10 to end the wave there. Unfortunately goes down, so that maneuver is not going to count toward his score. As we see Armando Colucci up and riding on his first ride here. Can't quite get to the nose. Still maybe just trying to work out this backup board. You can see maybe a bit of nerves coming into it. Definitely doesn't look 100% comfortable. So I'm guessing this might not be his board, his backup. It might be one of his teammates' boards, I think.
Yeah.
Just looks a little bit heavy for him, just the way he's used to surfing. I've seen him out there the last few days.
Yeah.
He's a powerful surfer, so I think he just wanted to really throw that board around, but it didn't work for him.
Yeah, and to try and figure out a board in a contest, that's so stressful. I mean, yeah, you could tell by the way he was turning. It's a completely different place of where he's turning on his regular board. As we see Blue might have stood up before the Hooter.
I believe it was after
Was it?
the Hooter. On our screens it was. We'll get that confirmation, but it did look like it was up after the Hooter. But that's not going to matter because Sky Sakalax is going to be moving through to round number 3 of the repercharge. Put together the highest single wave score in this heat, a 6-point ride on his last wave. Just a bit of a victory lap there from Sky. He also had a 3.67 to back that up. He's going to move through alongside Alexander Hickey of Germany. Also put a good wave score there, a 5.33. Scenes on the beach, Team Puerto Rico going in to meet Juan Ramirez. Unfortunately, being eliminated from competition, but he should be happy representing his country here on a world stage. And some great surfing in that heat, Megs, from Sky
really,
Sakalax.
Yeah, great surfing. I mean, they rewarded him that 6.0 as he does his victory lap in. He's probably heard the scores, knowing his placing. He's got a big smile on his face. He did really great for his country, Ireland.
That last score, Juan Ramirez, not enough, a 3.03. We didn't think it would be in that kind of high 5-point range. So he is going to stay in 3rd position, waiting for that last score of Armando. We see great scenes there. Tom Breen just welcoming his teammate in from that heat. We look forward to seeing Sky coming up later on today for competition. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back. Heat number 8 of men's repercharge, round 2, hitting the water shortly. Buenos dias. Welcome back to day number 5 of competition here. The Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. We do have heat number 8 of men's repercharge, round number 2 in the water. Archie Bemrose of Australia in the red, Jose Angel Antipaz of Venezuela in the blue. Tongmin Chen, Mei of Chinese Taipei, and also the Tahitian, first time represented here at the World Longboard Championships, Moana Dominic. He is going to be in the white jersey. Another stacked heat. Both Australians, Clinton Guest and Archie Bemrose, finding themselves in the repercharge rounds. Seen some beautiful surfing from Archie in previous heats throughout this competition. Also, lots of great surfing from Mei as well, from Chinese Taipei. As we see a start here, Jose Antipaz up and riding Team Venezuela. Beautiful style on the nose. I love the way he flicks up that backhand there. Just great steez, great style up on the nose. Realizing that this wave is standing up in front of him. He's got a long nose right there, but kicks out, decides to kick out. Maybe seeing that it's going to close out in front of him. Mei up and riding here. Had a great heat yesterday to progress through to this round, carving it back toward the pocket, up on the nose again. I love just that flow he has between maneuvers, linking together as you see him just getting low here to get around this section, breaking in front of him. Mei already done a lot of maneuvers on the outside that's going to garnish a good score. We see him bring it through to the inside section. Beautiful drop knee carve there as we see him finishing off on the end section. Great score going to be locked in from Mei there to kick things off. Of course, Jose had that super long nose ride as well, Megs.
Yeah, it was very that was interesting to see him kick out. There, he could have worked around the whitewash, but I think he's just trying to work out, you know, the positioning, especially in this stacked heat.
Well, one person that put on a fantastic performance in that last heat, Sky Sakalax, is down on the glass with Bellin.
Thank you, Bo. So, Sky, you're super excited, super nervous, overwhelmed. I can tell. Give us some, how are you feeling right now? Your first major event representing Ireland. Tell us about your energy right now.
Yeah, I'm super excited. It's a really big opportunity for me to even get through a few heats. So I'm really excited, and I'm super happy to be here for my first time as well. So super stoked.
Coming to this event, again, being your first major contest with such high caliber of surfers, how did you prepare for it?
I was paddle training with my mom every day, swimming in the pool every Thursday. So huge thanks to my mom and my family for supporting me, and my sister for coming to train with me as well. It's been amazing to have their support and their help with me. So it's super exciting.
So I was just going to say, do you want to do a shout out to your family and those who have supported you?
Yeah, huge thanks to my mom, my dad, my brothers, my girlfriend. Just everybody who's been there. It takes a community to get me out here, so I really appreciate everybody's help.
Well, best of luck. Gemma was saying that you're normally Gemma on the team with you said you're normally so calm and collected and you never show a nerve. And to see you this excited and so proud, you know, you're making Ireland so excited for you right now. So best of luck in the next heat. Hope you have fun and look forward to seeing you surf again.
Thank you so much.
All right, back up to Bo and Megan in the booth.
Thank you very much. A young 18-year-old of Ireland there, moving through to the next round as we see live action in the water. Lots to talk about of what's happening in this current Heat 8 in the water there. We saw Jose Antipaz representing Venezuela up and riding there. Jose living in Panama. He does a lot of surfing. He competes in Panama as well. But he's representing Venezuela here for the ISA World Longboard Championship. But during that interview, we were watching Archie Bemrose just go to town on the nose. Beautiful, stylish cutbacks as well. We're going to wait for a score to drop for him.
Yeah, he looked like he was on a warm day at Bell's, which is very unheard of because it's very cold there. But he looked really calm and steezy as we see Juan, our Tahitian surfer, up and riding.
Yeah, on the nose to kick things off here for Moana. Remember, Tahiti, this is their first representation here at an ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship. Fantastic grab rail drop knee carve on that turn before as he finds himself on another cut back toward the pocket there, waiting for things to stand up, wanting to try and get on the nose again, bouncing that board, working it through to the inside section. Not going to get the connection, but a great nose ride and turn to start his heat here. Just under 9 minutes remaining. Lots of scores to drop for all surfers here. And as you said, Megs, I love that description you use, just the rainbow is going to change a lot.
Yeah, it definitely is. That was a good ride from our surfer in white Moana. You know, first time representing in the ISA for Tahiti. He's the only one on his team, but I can imagine after this contest, I can imagine an entire stacked team next year, because there are a lot of great Tahitian surfers.
Oh, there certainly are lots of great surfers coming out of Tahiti. Take a look at Simon Salazar representing Team Colombia on the beach there. Simon has done some great surfing so far in this event. He's found his way into the repercharge round. And we've heard that Simon is a really top shortboard surfer. Had a heat here against Felipe Toledo a couple of years back. And he's representing Team Colombia there. Just pumping him up. I love the team spirit here for the ISA and Team Colombia. It's great to see them on the beach there. Looks like they've just got pretty relaxed vibes down on the beach. You see some teams hiding themselves away and really watching the conditions and seeing what's happening out there. Simon, I like his relaxed approach.
Yeah, really relaxed approach. He's no stranger to competition and any discipline in the surfing world. You know, he's done shortboarding, longboarding here, so he's going to look very comfortable. He's going to be excited to surf really, really clean El Sunzal. I would be too.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, look at it out there. If you're not stoked to come to Surf City, El Salvador with conditions like this, as we see, Archie Bemrose up and riding on his second wave, still waiting for that first wave score to drop. Beautiful 5 to kick things off. Nice little stall there in the pocket. Beautiful down carve down to the bottom of this wave. Bends his knee, stays compressed to get through this section. I love the matching shorts he's got for the red jersey as well. As he's bringing this one through toward the inside here. Archie, relatively new to riding longboards. Only the last kind of 3 to 4 years he's been riding a longboard. But a great style. He says he really draws inspiration from Harrison Roach in his surfing, and I can definitely see that, especially with this angle here. As he weaves that board around, cross steps his way up to the nose again for another touch of the 5. Again, cutting that board back. Beautiful setup here for the inside. Decides to kick out before the Papusa section. 2 great wave scores, and that's all been done in 9 minutes.
Wow, that was very impressive from Archie, knowing that he's only been longboarding for 3 to 4 years. My goodness.
Tumei Chan up and riding. Drops a 4.27 for his first ride. As we see him making his way back up to the nose. Can he get up there? He's going to step back and decide to get some speed down the line here. Looks like he's got himself set up for a cut back toward the pocket there. This wave really foamy, really bouncy from the set that just rolled through. See Tumei setting things up on the inside as he's continuing this wave through. Also his daughter, Miami, competing in this event. We see Tumei unfortunately going down there on the bumps, but you will see some scores rolling through for competitors at the moment. Archie's first wave is 7.17. As we take a look at the scenes here, El Sunzal in Surf City, El Salvador. The waves, there's waves all year round. It pumps all year round. But if you find yourself here, maybe surfed out, head inland, lots of hiking to do, beautiful waterfalls you can go and visit. I mean, the yoga scenes down here as well, health and fitness becoming a really big part of the lifestyle here in Surf City, El Salvador. Looking toward El Tunco, down toward La Bocana, Las Flores in the distance as well there. You can see that peak breaking out there. That's La Bocana, left and right hand of the ISA, hold the World Surfing Games down on that break there. So lots of opportunity for waves along this stretch of coast in Surf City. As we take a look and fly by the rock of El Tunco there. Tunco being the kind of local word for pig. It's like an upside down pig, that rock.
Yeah, when you walk actually past it, I remember no one had told me what the name was, and I was like, hey, that looks like an upside down pig. And Ixa, actually the beach announcer, was like, that's what it is. It actually is called El Tunco. That's what they call an upside down pig. And I was like, interesting. I love that. It really did. Because in Hawaii, we also have rocks that look like that. And we have that significance in the rocks like that. As we see White up and riding, our Tahitian surfer.
Moana up on the nose, holding that 5 through this section. He dropped a 4.4 for his first ride. Beautiful grab rail carve back to the pocket there. As we see him dropping that knee. Fortunately, just going down on that section, that wave, really running out of steam there. So we see Jose Antipaz representing Venezuela up and riding on a set at the back. The goofy footer finding a few bumps there on that wave. Does well to negotiate. He's going to have to grab his rail and get low to get around this whitewater section. Nothing really of consequence maneuvers-wise done out the back just yet. We see him bring this one through. Just over 3 minutes left on the clock. Still waiting on a score to come through. Looks like Jose's going to bring this one right the way through. Interesting choice to bring this one through without too many maneuvers done on the outside, Megs.
Yeah, I think for this first one, him kicking out early, he realized, oh shoot, there was more things to do on the inside. His second wave, he went too wide and got kicked off. But this wave here, he really wanted to stick with it, knowing that he needs a backup score, working his way onto the inside. He's got a quick hang 5 here, working it in, but just goes a little too wide. So again, Jose seems like he's trying to catch the biggest wave, but it seems the biggest wave right now is not giving him any scoring potential. So he's kind of getting a little bit deeper on that second one that we saw, trying to go out into the more into the channel, but it kind of died out. Then this third wave, he really wanted, and that's what's cool, is like seeing a surfer in a competition, how much they're learning as they're going. And you can tell he really wanted to stick with that wave, knowing that there's less than 3 minutes left. He needs a backup score, so he's gonna, make that wave count.
He certainly is. We've still got scores to come through, so the situation is going to change on your screen there. But Moana of Tahiti waiting for another wave score to drop, and he's locked in a 5.67 for his second wave score. Obviously waiting for waves of Tumei Chen. And Archie Bemrose's second wave is yet to drop as well. That's going to be another high score to match his 7.17. 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. Currently Tumei sitting at the back with first priority. Moana of Tahiti in that second priority situation. So that's going to be really important here, as we're probably going to see Archie jump up into first place. Still waiting for scores of Jose as well to see if he can get the jump on Moana. And of course Tumei still got a good wave score to drop for him. Clean, glassy conditions here, greeting competitors for the morning. You can see Archie, a replay here, Megs, of his last ride.
Beautiful tight 5 into that very critical section. As you saw that whitewash just breaking over his toes a little bit. Judges are really gonna pay mind to that and really reward surfers for that. This is his 7.17, his first wave. Oh, tight hang 10 on the very top of that wave there. Nice swooping carve. As we see Moana in the back. And the surfers are making those judges work. And then and that's the beauty. El Sanzal will do that. Right? It's a right point break. Everyone can be catching a wave all at the same time. As we see Archie work his way, just gets unstuck, but he did a lot of work on the outside and he got really rewarded for it with a 7.17.
Live action in the water. Tumei Chen up and riding. Critical 5 to kick things off on this wave as he carves that board back down to the bottom of the wave. Still waiting on another wave score from Tumei, which is going to change the situation as he has to really do well to negotiate that oncoming section. Tumei staying low, riding through this wave. Heat's just finished there, so we'll see if anyone other surfers has more rides to drop for them. But Tumei riding this one through, sticking with it in the white water. He's going to get more scoring potential on the inside. He seems quite deep on this one. Realizing that there's not going to be too much else happening. It looks like we do have Moana up and riding within the time, so this wave will count from Moana. He's dropped down to second after Archie's last wave came in. He's looking to improve upon some scores there as he navigates his way through the Papusa section on the inside. Coming in safely there. We have scores from just about all competitors. Archie currently in the lead in this heat, a 7.17 and a 6.5. So you take a look at a replay of Moana's last wave, Megs.
Yeah, he was up before the Hooter. Nice hang 5. In that critical section, as you saw, that wave is breaking towards him. So judges are going to see that. Hanging on here. He knows he wants to get a good score. Every wave so that's going to be ridden in this competition has to be making it count. Now the wave opens up for him. That beautiful, beautiful drawn out drop knee turn. Just riding, and he's riding a kind of a thinner board, a little bit more high performance looking than the other boards that we've saw, but he's riding what he's comfortable with, and with the Polynesian waves, it's really, you know, you got to surf to what wave is available, but he's doing so well to add that traditional flair, also that progressive flair to his surfing. This was a very beautiful ridden wave, just making his way into the shore.
One thing I noticed from Moana on his first ride, that the 4.4 that he dropped on his very first wave, is that he actually decided to kick out halfway along that wave, but we actually got some nice work done on the outside. I don't know if he would have added to his score, but I think it put him in a good position to get that 5.67 and then backing it up with another score after that last ride there. As we see on screen, Team Australia welcoming Archie Bemrose back to the beach. I think Archie is safely going to keep that first position locked down. 7.17, 6.5. It is going to be a fight for second place, though, that advancing position. Moana, Jose Antipaz, also Tumei Chen. Waiting for scores to drop for Tumei. So we do have the last of Jose's wave to come in at 2.33. Not enough to push him up into second. It's all going to come down to Tumei's last score and Moana's as well, if that's going to improve upon his situation. Moana has 2 wave scores to drop. His previous wave score, a 4.57, so that's going to increase the requirement needed for Tumei Chen. Now looking for a 5.97, of course. Still one more wave to lock in for Moana. Tense scenes on the beach here, Megs.
Super tense scenes. And as I said, his board is very different from the other ones. This is a very high performance board. It's a 2+1 setup, meaning that the 2 side fins and then there's a bigger middle fin, and it's looking like it's a 7-inch fin, and it does have a little bit of a high performance nose to it. It's a little pulled in, but the width of the board is is a little wider, so it's allowing him those really drawn out turns. So it's a very good board for him in these conditions right now. As we see our surfer in green, Tumei Chen from Chinese Taipei, waiting for that last score, hoping that it's a 5.97. What do you think, Bo?
Oh, it's a tough call. He got a really critical nose ride done on that outside section. It was a smaller wave, though. Judge is going to take that into consideration. He was caught in the white water for a lot of that end section as well on the wave. I don't see it going up. Moana's last wave score drops a 5.07. As we take a look at the replay here of Tumei's last one, you saw that critical nose ride, carving back to the pocket here, getting up to the nose again. He's done a little bit more work than I actually could remember on this wave, but I think from this point here, he gets caught behind that white water for the rest of the ride.
And he does now need a 6.47. So he did a lot of beautiful work on the outside, but it was just so unfortunate he got stuck here in this section, and that's the risk versus reward, right? Trying to get busy in the beginning, but with the low tide, it is going to create kind of a wave coming at you more than opening for you. But as the tide comes up, I think we're going to see a little bit more open faces.
We have seen competitors getting scores for those critical nose rides mixed in with a maneuver on the outside, such as a turn. So Tumei not out of the situation yet, but like you said, Megs, that requirement boosting up to a 6.47 needed. Comes in a 4.57, not enough. He's into third position. It's going to be Archie Bemrose and Moana Dominic moving through. And Tumei is going to be cheering on his daughter coming up later on in this event. Manami Chen representing Chinese Taipei. Moana pretty stoked there with his performance moving on through. We're going to take a short break in the action here. As you see the results of that last heat up on screen. Don't go anywhere. Last heat of men's repercharge round 2 coming up. Lots more action to come.
Una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen. hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema, esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to live action here, day number 5 of competition. ISA World Longboard Championships in the water. In the water for heat number 9. Jonathan Amir of Israel in the red jersey. Joshua Van Niekerk of South Africa in the blue. Simon Salazar of Colombia. And Carlos Escobar representing Guatemala. He'll be in the white jersey in this heat. So we actually have 12 heats of men's repercharge round to close out the morning here. Beautiful, clean, glassy conditions. Really competitors. I love that that wind is staying off during the morning session here. The ISA deciding to kickstart things really early in the morning here, a 6:30 a.m. start to take advantage of the beautiful conditions. And it looks like we had a couple of waves ridden during that intermission break there, as we see surfer in red, Jonathan Amir stroking into this one, up and riding here from Israel, up on the nose. See him holding that 5, quick 10 as well, still holding that nose ride through this section. Great start for him. We've seen some big scores being dropped. Perched up on the nose for that 10. I love that drone angle you see of Jonathan there. His riding as we see him bringing this wave through to this midsection, weaving that board, carving back to the pocket. So some great work done on the nose to start this wave off again. Stretching out for a 5. Jonathan grabbing that rail. An accomplished shortboarder in his own right, but he's just as good on the nose. Stretches out for another stretch 5 there. You can see that foot up on his heel there as he kicks out. Going to be a great start from our surfer from Israel. And we're going to throw it down to Belen. She's on the glass with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you, Bo. Archie, what a stylish and beautiful performance. How does it feel to get a win under your belt?
Feels good. Pretty frothing with the conditions we got this morning. Nice 4-foot, 3-foot glass. Just boards go good and that stuff, and stoked. Frothing.
Speaking of boards, give us a little insight as to your McTavish, because it's a new board you're riding, yeah?
Yeah, I got like new, pretty traditional 9-3 battler. It's just rolled, just super trad, goes sick in the offshore. It's good board, love it.
And how are you feeling? You surf snapper, you're used to a point break. How's this wave feeling compared to home, and how are you managing the paddle out and everything?
Yeah, it's super like home. It's super similar, maybe a bit fatter. Home's pretty stretchy and hollow, but yeah, super homey. It's sick.
It's been good preparation for you being able to surf a point like that.
Yeah, it's been good prep with snapper, and then you got Byron and just all the long paddles. It's good prep.
Anything you want to say back home to friends and family?
Yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in, sending some alarms and supporting me. It's sick. Want to say hi to Poppy. She'll be watching. Love ya. And all the crew. Stoked.
Well, best of luck in your next heat, and we'll shoot it back up to you, Megan and Bo, in the booth.
Thanks very much, Belen. Archie Bemrose moving through to the next round. Just a true Aussie, Archie is. I love it. Super trad, his board is. Very traditional. Riding the McTavish. As we see these waves coming through. It looks like on the inside there, Simon having a look, but deciding not to go. He's going to paddle back out. Beautiful sets approaching the lineup, Megs.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful waves coming in. As we see that swell starting to die down just a little bit, but I mean, these waves are still world class. And that's the thing, even with El Sonzo, even when it's small, it literally is the perfect right point beach break. It's insane. A point break, sorry, not beach break.
Oh, it's amazing. It's perfect to display the world-class longboarders that we have here representing their countries. The ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. We see Carlos Escobar drop a 5.33 for his first ride. He's currently sitting out the back with priority, taking a look at this ride. And this wall standing up in front of him, up and riding on the nose, stretching out for that quick 5 there. Carlos, you see him again, up and riding on the nose, holding this nose ride for an extended amount of time. He's going to carve his board down the face of this one as he drops down, setting things up to bring that board back toward the pocket. See him just get a little bit unstuck there on the bounce coming down that wave. You can see that wave a bigger set, pushing a bit wider into that deeper water. You're going to find the bumps there. As you can see, surfer in red, Jonathan Amir dropping a 7.67 for that combination of hanging 5, hanging 10 on the outside section.
Yeah, and we had that beautiful drone shot of him. You could see the board being dragged behind the wave, and that allowed him to really levitate and get all 10 toes over the nose. And that was a beautiful wave ridden by him. Highest score of the day so far.
Yeah, that's right. It is the highest wave score of the day. Surfers getting ready to paddle out the next heat, wishing each other luck. You can see our competitors there. Nicolas Garcia coming up, Noah Stender, Anthony Flores, and Esteban Nunez of Mexico in the white jersey, walking through there.
There's 2 surfers with the Michael Takayama board. See how they match up together. I think that one looks a little narrower than the other, so I think one might create a little bit more speed and one might create a little bit more drag. But with the low tide offering a little bit more pitchy surf, might see the bigger tail.
Ooh, good call, Max.
Yeah.
Good call. Simon Salazar of Colombia up and riding on the nose, stretching out for a 5. He's found himself a smaller inside wave, but we've seen these waves standing up, offering competitors some good maneuvers, drop kneeing, carve back to the pocket there. This wave not going to offer up what he was looking for, just a 2.5 for his first ride, so he's going to back up on that score. We see Carlos Escobar drop a 3.67 as we watch a replay of Jonathan Amir's 7.67.
Oh, and he got busy so early as he's holding on to this hang 5, tap 10, still holding on and just really letting that board work for him. He gets that high line again. You can see most of his board disappears behind that wave, and that allowed him to get that hang 10, levitate for that hang 10. Nice turning. I love his steez. He's got a really good way of just moving his back foot to turn. His front foot doesn't really move. And that's really, really crucial, especially as a goofy footer, to have that stability of your front foot. I like to say like the front foot is almost like the steering wheel, and the back foot is the gas and brake. So he does well to navigate this inside section. Stretch 5, gets those 5 toes over the nose and kicks out. This was a beautifully ridden wave. This angle is the angle that I really want to see.
Yeah, from this angle you can see just how critical he is.
Just how critical he is. I think this hang 10 right here, this tap. Let's see it. Oh, there. That, and when you can stand up like that and levitate, you're really trusting your board, and that was so beautiful from him. Especially with the sunrise. You know, the sun's looking really, really good on all the surfers, and I think with that sun, it kind of is hoping it doesn't bring the wind, because yesterday we saw the wind switched a little bit. Oh, nice stretch 5 for this. He does really good to surf through these chops. We saw a couple surfers get bumped off in these chops, but he's staying nice and low and sturdy. Oh, that was such a good wave.
Very good start for Jonathan Amir. Currently in that second position. Simon Salazar locks in a 3.1. Doesn't go into second place for him, but he's currently sitting in third, looking for a 4.58 to move up, as we see Jonathan up and riding on his second wave. Straight up to the nose, 10 again. He's just leaning off that experience from his first ride, as we see him walking up to the nose again. 5-10, holds it, throws the arms up. Bit of style. I love it from the Israeli surfer as he makes his way through. Bit of a smaller wave, but it's not going to really hinder that scoreline because he's done some such great maneuvers on the outside section there. Bringing this board through, you can see the little cross step stall there as he kicks out on that one. Another great backup ride for him. So still waiting for Joshua Van Niekerk of South Africa to get things started for him. He's currently sitting out there with first priority. We see Carlos Escobar, 2 good wave scores, 5.33, 3.67. But Megs, Jonathan's going to jump up into first place after that.
Yeah, he's got a 7.67, the highest wave score of the day so far. And in this heat, he only needs a 1.33 to jump up into first. That last wave will be well over that. I think, you know, Joshua's really got to get started. I think right now he's being a little bit too picky, and it's really hard not to be picky because the waves are so beautiful. But again, with this swell dying down, there's going to be longer lulls. So it's going to be important, the importance of getting their contest started very early on in the heat. It's very, very critical and very crucial for them to stay into the next round.
It really is important for them to get the heat started early. 15-minute heats. The time goes by so quickly. As we see Simon Salazar just having a look at that one. He's deciding to kick out, maybe reposition himself. Just under 3 minutes remaining now in heat number 9. Still waiting on that last score of Jonathan to come in, but that's going to make things really difficult for Simon and Joshua to move up into advancing position. As we see Joshua taking a look at this one. As he's up and riding. Beautiful start to this wave as he drops his front foot behind his back foot for a stall for a quick 5. See him cross-stepping his way up to the nose. Beautiful nose riding section in front of him. He decides to step back. As you see him up on the nose now. Critical ride, unfortunately. Just spent a millisecond too long on the nose. Nose catches as he steps back on that ride. So goes down to 2.73 for that last ride. Oh, tense times. But he's not too far from the outside.
I feel like this was his tactic. He wanted to catch a wave. I mean, obviously, he probably wanted to do this a little earlier in the heat, I would hope. But getting that 2.73, he's in 4th place still, but he only needs... Nope, take that back. It has changed. So with the scores dropping for our other surfers, he now needs a 6.27. It's not out of the reach. That wave might have been well into that range had he not fallen. So as we see Green up in surfing, he's currently in 3rd place. He needs a 5.90 with a minute and 20 seconds left. Nice tap 10 out in the... It's kind of in the critical section. Half of his board disappeared, so I'd like to say that was in the critical section. Nice turning carve. Back up to the nose. He's going to have to navigate this bumpy section, really focusing on not getting too toe heavy, and he does so fixing that posture, really stacking his weight above his hips. He's just working his way into the inside, really going to make this wave count because there is not enough time to paddle back out. Quick 5 and straightens out and rides it out into the beach.
You know what I really liked about the start of this wave from Simon is the way he turned the board from the nose, and he was driving that board up the wave in that hang 5 position.
Yeah,
replay on that. That'd be really cool to see.
Yeah, that was really, really, really cool for him. Still needing a 5.90. You think that's going to be up there?
I don't know. I don't think it was. It was kind of that cheetah 5 to start. He did get that critical nose ride, smaller wave. It's going to be interesting to see what the judges drop for that. 15 seconds left remaining in this heat. We see Jonathan currently out there with 2nd priority. Also, Joshua throwing that one away, realizing that score is not going to be enough. Carlos using his priority up and riding to try and secure 2nd place in this heat. Bringing that board back around, cross-stepping, setting up here to walk the board. Almost getting to the nose, but realizing he has to step back to be able to greet the power section of the wave where that white water meets the open face there. You see him stepping up toward the nose, trying to hold that 5. Unfortunately, just goes down. Still waiting on the last scores, though, from a couple of our surfers. Looks like Simon dropped a 3.7 for his last ride. Not enough to put him up into advancing position. Jonathan Amir on screen, your heat winner for heat number 9, men's repercharge, round number 2. And we are going to take a short break to bring you some messages. We're going to be bringing Sam and Berlin in for the call, and we'll leave you with these beautiful scenes of Jonathan's 7.67.
Welcome back to the action. Sam Bleakley making the call here along with Belén Alvarez Kimball as we see Anthony Flores from Costa Rica surfing against Nicolas Garcia from Spain, Noah Stender from Denmark and Mauricio Núñez from La Saladita, Mexico. Live action as our goofy footer kicks things off for Team Costa Rica. We continue with the 15-minute heats here. This is repercharge, heat number 10, men's round 2. Wide stance there for Anthony, just powering into his drop knee, just moving away. Real nice spray on the top of the board there, Belén. One of the coolest sprays we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely throwing that board around, understanding
the need to just keep in control as well with that wide stance, driving up and down as we can see Mauricio Núñez up to the tip. Super stylish, talented goofy footer from La Saladita, which is one of the best left-handers in the world. He's now on his backside, surfing right on his Michael Takayama single fin. Hits that 5, smooth steps out of that 5, but watch out because Noah Stender for a fantastically talented team Denmark is back up for a second nose ride, locks onto that nice tight 5 and then smoothly walks out of that nose ride. And unfortunate because he had a really nice open section there to the beginning of that ride, but he's bounced off and now it's a chance for Nicolas Garcia Andrade, known as Nicky Dora, fades in on his John Garmandia board, really clean and cool with the footwork and holds onto a long 5. Now he is a bit behind the section, just about avoids Noah's board getting close to him, grabs that rail, stands tall again, now back out to the open face, gets a touch of the 5, moves quickly back to the tail and just whips that round for another high line. A third nose ride. Really like the work here from the Spaniard based in Salinas, Asturias, a great center of surf culture in North Spain, as he's back up for another nose ride, streaking into the morning light down through to the inside. It's going to be a strong exchange between our Costa Rican and our Spaniard, but I really like what I saw from the Spaniard, Nicky Garcia.
Great surfing from everyone. I think I got so excited. I got choked up on those waves. Everyone putting some nice scores on the board already. How nice are the conditions?
They're
right
amazing.
now?
The buzz from the competitors. And you know what we saw in the previous heat? He didn't get through, but Joshua Van Niekerk did a reverse cross-step turn. We were looking to see one of those turns pioneered. Well, not pioneered, but perfected by your former husband, Kevin Connolly. And it was great to see. We got excited about that because it's one of our turns that you don't see often, but when you do see done well, it's beautiful.
It is beautiful. Yeah, we both were walking back to the booth like, whoa,
there it is.
It's amazing.
We were actually on day one, we were talking about how often it would be until we saw one. We did see it, and somebody who was on fire. Representing Israel, Jonathan is down there on the glass with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, Sam. I'm down here with Jonathan, scoring the best wave so far, 7.67. You were here last year. You told me that you were on a more performance board. That board you're on right now, looking absolutely solid. Walk me through that 7.67.
I took the wave and I thought about that. I have only 15 minutes, so I didn't really wait it to the big wave. Just wanted a classic wave, a good one, will hold the shoulder all the way. And yeah, I took it, had some good time on it. It was fun. Few 10, few 5, and yeah, keep going.
Awesome surfing from you. And going into the next heat, what's your strategy? You're saying that you only had 15 minutes, so what's the strategy going into the next heat?
So just to take some waves, just go for it. If it's a small wave, to perform big. If it's a big wave, to perform good and safe. And just go, and I can do it, I'm sure. With a bigger wave, it's a bigger score, most of the time, and I'm ready.
Well, a beautiful surfing from you. Did you want to say anything back home?
Yeah, אני רוצה לומר תודה רבה עוד פעם לכל מי שצפה. עוד פעם, אני באמת מעריך את זה. אני שמח להיות פה לייצג אותנו. וזהו, מאחל לכולם יום טוב. תודה למי שצפה עוד פעם. That's all.
Well, great surfing from you. We can't wait to see you in the next round. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Congratulations, Jonathan. One of those surfers, Belén, who opted to come out here 3 weeks before the event began to get his training in uncrowded conditions, and it's paying off as we can see Noah straight up to a 5, walks quickly out of that opening 5, representing the talented team Denmark. The goofy footer, age 20, from Kip Muller, the cold water Hawaii on the North Sea coast there of Denmark. Way more swell exposure than you would imagine, and a really vibrant surf culture. And you can see the fruits of that surf culture shining with the talent of the likes of Tilda Rasmussen and Noah Stender. And this is a nice backup score for Noah. We've already got a 6.5 for Nicholas Garcia Andrade, and now this is going to add to Noah's opening 267, taking it all the way through to the small section on the inside with a drop knee setup, riding his 9.6 Ben Skindog Skinner double scoop model, which without doubt has been the most commonly ridden model in the event. I did a little bit of mental arithmetic last night, and there are at least 12 competitors who I've seen riding the double scoop, as we can now see Mauricio Nunez, a maestro of talent, an incredible nose rider, back up and in and out of 2 really nice nose rides. But this thing now just running away from Mauricio. But based in La Saladita, this guy's all about those long left-hand points. Not so easy to surf on your backhand if you live by one of the best left points in the world, but he'll be no stranger to El Sunzal because he represented Mexico here last year.
It's unique having the opportunity to surf your front hand all the time on, it's normally kind of the opposite.
Sure.
You know, that's kind of, you hear that from a lot of goofy footers that are like, oh God, you know, all I do is surf on my backhand. I never get to surf on my front hand, especially if you are living, you know, on any east coast ranges of the world that have really good right hand point breaks. So he's surfing so well, representing his country.
Yep.
And his coach is Kat Solansky.
There we go. As we can see, Augustin coming up next for Team Panama. He's going to be surfing against the El Salvadorian Amado Alvarado. He's going to be also against Rusty Goya for Canada and Byron Cifuentes for Guatemala. 6 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Mauricio Nunez has got a 4.33 and a 3.17. Nicholas Garcia Andrade, Nicky Dora, has got a 6.5, and he needs to replace that backup 0.7 to put himself in a strong situation. Noah Stender drops his highest score of the heat, a 3.83 for his last ride, so adds to that 2.67. But Anthony Flores from Jaco in Costa Rica, regular at Hermosa Beach, rides his Ricky Carroll boards. He is looking in a strong position because he's got a 5.17, and he's out there with first priority in Berlin as the Pelicans just gracefully glide across this wave. Is the Costa Rican going to be in position?
He's going to look at this wave coming right. It's custom. Oh, look at this wave. Depends if he decides to. Yes, he does. Great. Oh, beautiful opening ride up to a 5. Nice peaking part of the wave, and that's what the judges are wanting to see. And then driving off the bottom. No stranger to powerful surf as you do get in Jaco.
I love that driving drop knee. There's a little bit of a Kevin Misk in this. Do you remember the great Kevin Misk from Northern California? Had a very distinctive driving low drop knee turn on his Pearson Arrow boards. Yes. I suddenly had a memory of one of the great longboarders out of Northern California. Some of the old salts in the audience right now might remember Kevin, but this is great for the Costa Rican representing Jaco and on his fantastic board there. The brand is called Magic Mushroom Surfboards. A fun guy to be with, if you get my joke there. Did you get that one, Billy?
I got you.
I'm glad you got me straight away. But that was a good ride.
You know, he really blended the traditional nose riding and that deep, powerful surfing. Decent wave.
And a decent landscape to feast on. There it is, over 100 volcanoes along this south-facing coastline of El Salvador, sandwiched elegantly between Guatemala and Honduras. And there is that primary wave, El Sunzal, one of the best longboard waves in Central America and Berlin. Look at the way up the coast going to El Zonte and K69s, and you've got a fantastic K59s, K61s, Mizata further up, and then just down the coast you go to La Bocana, and you keep going all the way to the southeast corner, 3 or 4 hours driving to Las Flores and Punta Mango, as we really see how easy it is to paddle out of this wave. There's a channel, it's a long paddle, but you can stay nice and wide, and that's really allows you to not get the cleanup sets on your head.
Yeah, I was reading a little bit about this. Because of its broad cobblestone reef here, it sits so much further on the ocean than any of like the other waves around here.
Nice.
So that's why it really sucks in a lot of this swell.
Great intel, as we can see our Spaniard setting himself a high line, really smooth. Critical on the touch of the 5. Walks out of that nose ride on his John Garmandier boards. His shaper and his teammate also competing here for Spain and traveling with Nicky. Nicky new to these boards, so it's great to see him making that shift as he just weaves back to the foam and just eyes up over his shoulder with a nice subtle drop knee setup, and then into a 10. Gets some lift out of that 10, walks back and widens his stance, and I can hear Team Spain cheering from the inside because that was a really distinctive nose ride to cap off a strong opening 5, a little bit of speed check turns in and out of the foam, and now making this right through to the inside. We're still in the morning light here. We still got that dropping tide. It's not even low tide yet. Low tide is 9:44 local time. So as that tide starts to push this afternoon, we're really going to get the best wave shape. But what we have now is the cleanest conditions.
Yeah, it's supposed to be really light winds today.
Nice.
And we saw the conditions all day yesterday just stay perfect. It was only till the late afternoon you got a little bit of puff to it, but today a little bit smaller, and it should just be a machine for everyone.
Well, Nicolas Garcia Andrade has dropped a score really quick, a 5-2 to add to his 6-5, so he's now moving up into second place because Anthony Flores from Costa Rica has got a 6-9 and a 5-1-7. And let's really appreciate the nuances of his footwork here and how he stayed in the pocket, Belin.
Very stylish, very smooth, doesn't shuffle, and again, just his transitions are gentle. They're technical, but he's not, making big arms, and he's really letting those rails slide and glide. As we see, just the dropping of the knee. Beautiful hands positioning, setting up for the nose ride up to a 10. Again, lovely quality surfing.
Well, this is the highest score of the heat, a 6-9. So a 5.2, sorry, not the highest score of the heat, but the first hang 10 we've seen of the heat. So he is looking pretty strong. What will be going through his mind now as he paddles waits on the inside to see what's happening, because there's only 50 seconds remaining?
He might not paddle back out. I think with 50 seconds, I think he'd be pretty confident. A 6.5 as we see our surfer in white. Beautiful nose ride, feet wrapped right over the toes. Again, back into it, up to a 10, holding that.
Nice for Mauricio.
That was gorgeous wave.
You really get to see the quality of his longboarding here. It's a smaller wave, but it's building a little bit more in size as he moves out onto the shoulder. This guy is a world-class logger. He is absolutely filled with talent, but he's chasing a 7.37. So based on the size of that wave, could be difficult as we see Noah Stender up and riding for Team Denmark. He's got a 3.83 and a 2.67. Nice surfing for Noah. He's made an incredible improvement in the last couple of years, and this is going to be a fantastic opportunity to gain rich experience and be inspired by some of the great longboarders and take their skills back home to his local breaks and come back stronger for more international competitions. And he's just still weaving this 9.6 original Ben's Skin Dog Skinner board, the dynamic double scoop, the original double scoop model, all the way through to the inside with another stool, just staying nice and tall. And the clock ticks down. There's no time left, so Noah will be chasing a big score, a 7.87. Mauricio Nunez from Mexico will be chasing a 7.37, and as it stands, it's our Costa Rican and our Spaniard in first and second respectively. And on your screen is Anthony Flores from Jaco, 6 times Costa Rican champion, started surfing age 8. He wants to have a big shout out to Chappie Bunch, who became a big mentor for him, getting him into surfing at a young age. Chappie, the co-owner of Magic Mushroom surfboards that he rides, and I know that Anthony is always very humble and respectful of the people who have got him into the ocean and have really been mentors in his life. And
it's so great to see people acknowledge those. Esteban yesterday, the surfer in white yesterday was telling me that he, living in Saledita and growing up there, Kirsty Murphy, former world longboard champion.
So this is that last ride just before the buzzer. May go into his top 2, and he got that Kevin Miss driving drop knee setup as well.
Oh, that turn banking off into the whitewater, and that little switch stance cut back, or step back, I should say. Again, really driving back into the pocket and getting that speed.
Sure.
And, just really lovely footwork. And just, I think this is his coming in wave. Seeing if this inside's going to open up for him.
Well, this is the surfing that took him to first place. He takes the win. In second, it's Nicolas Garcia Andrade from Spain. Eliminated Noah Stender from Denmark. Congratulations, Team Denmark. And Mauricio Nunez, a talented goofy footer from La Saladita, Mexico. Coming up next, we have got Team El Salvador out there in the water. Amado Alvarado will be putting on a show as we just see if Anthony Flores gets a better score than his backup. It's a 4.93. It's not enough, but he stays in first. Congratulations, Costa Rica. Stay with us. We'll be right back to enjoy our local legend, Amado Alvarado from El Salvador. Welcome back to a beautiful view of El Tunco Rock as we now set the scene for heat number 11 with Amado Alvarado for El Salvador against our Panamanian Augustin Cedeno, the regular footer, and Rusty Goya from Tofino, a regular at Long Beach. And also out in this heat is our Guatemalan 18-year-old Byron Batres. 15 minutes. Top 2 waves, a little lull in the action, but it seems as though our surfer in blue is already got a wave, so he's paddling back out. So we may well expect to see a couple of scores coming through, and it looks like Amado Alvarado is already got a wave as well, as we can just see those pelicans moving across the lineup. Incredible moment there to really appreciate the beauty of this spot. And across the last 3 years as we've hosted the ISA World Longboard Championship, I've met a number now of international travelers who have been inspired to visit and surf Sunzal off the back of seeing the incredible quality of the waves here at the competitions. This is the 9th ISA event to be hosted in Surf City. Of course, we have the combination of breaks between La Bocana, which is a left and a right peak, and Sunzal, a long right point, as Augustine gets the replay. First wave for the Panamanian. Belin, what do you think?
Nice 5, holding that. Again, still just holding that 5, locked in, feeling very comfortable with the way that wave was lining up for him. Again, nice fade turn, back up to a 5, adjusts it, and really kind of drives off the speed of this turn. As beautiful transitions again. Just really composed surfing.
He's got a real Piccolo Clemente essence to the way he surfs, doesn't he? Very compact and very in control. Not too much a flustered upper body movement.
Very composed.
Yep.
I love the way he surfed that wave. That was nice.
So we'll wait for some scores to come through. A small score of 0.20 for Byron from Guatemala. We're waiting for what could be a significant score for Panama. Augustine, that looked good. Up and riding right now on the wide bowl. It's El Salvadorian Amado Alvarado, as we can see, Rusty deeper, and Amado locked on the nose on his Barona surfboards there. Holds a really long 5 into a 10, one of the better nose rides we have seen this morning, and then walking cleanly out of that nose ride in a very distinctive cross-step turn, and then crisp critical footwork back up to the tip, and then even on that nose ride, the way you can just see him lifting up his heel, demonstrating complete control and style as he just drives back out to the shoulder. He'll widen that stance for a low cutback, opting to rebound off the foam to generate a little bit of acceleration. Cross steps forward, standing tall, and then again into that dynamic cross step turn, opting to use the cross step turn into the foam and then out of the foam. He does fall at the end, but fantastic nose riding up to that point. Critical footwork, as we can see our surfer from Guatemala, the 18-year-old, surfing just since the age of 16, so 2 years under the belt. Belin, I mean, talk about the accomplishment, the achievements, the fact he has only been surfing for 2 years. He's here representing Guatemala, and he's got a perfect Sunzao wall ahead of him.
The fact that he's out, surfing in waves like this after only 2 years and actually negotiating cross-stepping and trim, that's pretty advanced. It normally takes someone quite a long time to even be able to navigate and, a face of a wave and do a cutback, let alone to be starting to walk and utilize that trim side of the surfing.
A stall from Augustine from Panama, a 5, a smooth section ahead, clean footwork, a really nice down carve, and then just weaves, snaps out of that and comes back high. But a little bit too high out of that radical turn. So far, the most exciting surfing we've seen was that last clip of Amado. That first wave of Augustine still waiting to be scored. There will now be a second wave, and you can just see Byron there. He's kicking both legs, trying to keep up with Amado, but Amado, a strong paddler. He's got the edge on that race. He's way ahead as Augustine now drops his 2 scores. A 5.5, strong start for the Panamanian, backed up by a 3.33. Of course, these unusual decimal point scores are caused by the fact that a panel of 5 judges all drop a score out of 10. The highest and the lowest is eliminated, and an average is tabulated out of the remaining 3. So it's a good little math challenge for kids watching around the world. Is click on the minus button on the scores on the ISAsurf.org website, and you get to see the full spread of the 5 different numbers the judges have dropped, and it's a nice way to do a bit of quick arithmetic and see if you can work out your own average.
I love that you just gave that little insight to everyone, and as well giving kids a little bit of homework. They'll find something fun in dropping of the numbers and how to do that. I love that. Wow, look at this wave being dropped from Amado right now.
Nice 7s all across the board. Amado Alvarado. I absolutely loved the footwork there and the use of the cross-step turn and the clarity of the steps. Sometimes what you see from Amado is he tries to fit too much in, and if the waves are big and bouncy and bumpy, it starts to lose like rhythm and syntax, and it's a bit woohee. But when he's on a clean face and he's keeping pace nicely, it is world class. And somebody who put some world class performances in with those big driving drop knee setups, it's Anthony Flores from Jaco, Costa Rica, down on the glass with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, Sam. Anthony, displaying a beautiful array of surfing. Coming from Costa Rica, the land of the lefts, how did you prepare for coming to the lands of the rights?
Well, good morning, first of all. Happy to be here. Happy to advance my heat. Well, we got waves rights too. We serve Matapalo, so it's really similar to this wave.
So that's where you got the practice in, is at that spot?
I move around. I got a lot of good waves around my house, so yeah.
And Aiden had a good point that you guys all shared the glass today and getting those interviews. What's the momentum going into for the next rounds?
Same. Keep positive, keep supporting our team, and keep drinking coffee. So far, I only drink 1 cup, so I got my left right is strong, and my other leg is weak. I need more coffee.
Okay, well, we're going to let you go and get you more coffee. Did you want to say anything else in back to the family in Costa Rica?
Of course. I want to thank everyone who support me. Thank you for all the help to be here, all to my sponsors, Ricky Carroll, Blue Waves, natural gummies, Turucobe, my wife, my family, my team, my all Costa Rica people over there. Let's go. Vamos por más. Pura vida.
Well, pura vida, and we'll see you in the next round. Congratulations. Go get some coffee, my friend. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Well, if that performance came from just one coffee, watch out, competitors, because when he has another coffee and a good El Salvadorian coffee, he is going to be absolutely on fire. As we see Rusty Goya for Canada up and riding on his second wave. Really nice, smooth, sweeping turns right through to the inside. Nice, tall setup, grabbing that rail, using that drop knee as he now presses the dismount button right on the inside, and live action back to our Panamanian. They're setting a high line. He's got a 5.5. He's looking to replace a 3.33. Nice cool nose ride, dropping down into the middle of the wave on that nose ride, and that's why he walks back to the tail, readjusts, looks to be on a 2+1 board, back up for another nose ride there, lifts that back arm, and then just as things get splashy, he quickly readjusts his feet to the tail and gains his composure again, using that cross-stepping and having a very similar posture to Benoit Piccolo Clemente as he sets himself up high here for another 5, and the waves are absolutely perfect out there. I mean, if this isn't making you want to get out to Sunzal and perform, then I don't know what is. And a lot of these competitors will be knowing that if they keep winning or getting second in their heats, they get to surf on crowded Sunzal another time, and that is a great motivation to stay in the event, Berlin.
It's funny, I've spoken to a couple shortboarders before about the repercharge, and we'll watch this wave first. We'll have a little chat about that.
Nice high line for Amado. Cross steps forward and then sets himself up with a really nice tight 5 into a 10, and then just runs back and just throws that board away to the middle of his stance as he sets himself up again after grabbing that rail and then cross stepping back. Now you might see some of those cross-step turns he likes to do. He sets himself up here. I just hope that we can keep that smooth surfing all the way through to the inside. And there it is, a nice tight second nose ride, all locked and holding. And he's got a great posture here. And is it going to be the roundhouse or the cross-step turn? There it is, trademark cross-step turn. Back up for another 6 steps to the tip. And he's got a little bit of a shore break here. He doesn't need to add too much to the scoreboard, but he decides to tag that right through to the inside stones, cobbles and sand. And he's going to stand up in the shore break there, feeling really good about a third ride because he's got a 6 and a 7. And Amado Alvarado is really starting to fly the flag here. He's putting on a beautiful performance and demonstrating his local knowledge is really starting to shine. Yeah,
he's definitely has a pretty solid, kind of a commanding lead at this point with 3.5 minutes remaining. And speaking to a couple of people about having the opportunity to surf this as many times as they have, they're loving it. They're like, I do this just to be able to surf this wave. As we see, again, Amado, again, nice 5 to 10.
I mean, his footwork is really precise.
Pretty on point.
He fits a lot of steps in, doesn't he? Talk about how difficult it is to do what he's doing.
It's difficult, on a big wave, especially something, that really kind of tries to push you out or doesn't really give you a chance to hold your line quite quick to get there. You got to be so fast on your feet. And he's a big guy. He's solid. So to be able, and the board he's riding, does seem quite light as well. So to be able to do that on a board that really does want to kind of either run out in front of you or kind of bounce around a little bit, to navigate those nose ride sections and hold a 10 for a little bit is really difficult.
He couldn't,
look at that.
Couldn't resist the tag. Yeah. He had 3 options there: the kick out, the straighten out, or the re-entry, and he couldn't resist tagging it.
That was great surfing again. This is a replay. Again, nice and smooth. This nose ride right here. Very fast footwork. He navigated that really well. If you were not fast on your feet, you would have definitely fallen off your board there.
Yeah, and that was a great example of fitting in that tight extra step right into the 10.
And then again, connecting this inside. Using that front part of the board, and look at the drive. You could just see he's so excited. And you made a pretty good call about he's really kind of toned down, putting so much compared to his free surfing. Really smart, competitive surfing. He's doing what he needs to do.
I think less is more for Amado. I think when he tries to fit too much in, it sometimes goes against him because he gets a little bit tangled. But when he just strips it back it starts to shine, like we saw on
Look
that
at
really
this.
nice pocket nose ride. Comes in at a 6.33, so it goes into his top 2, and you're really now starting to see the distinctive Amado Alvarado that we see in a lot of the free surfs here. We know the moves he can do.
That was a really beautifully executed maneuvers, you know, from that nose ride to the walk back to that switch, you know, that little step back cross step, and that, you know, really held in pocket nose ride, and then going in for this, you know, off the top.
And how beautiful is that morning light? It's like an apricot kind of color down through the inside there, as we can see our surfer from Guatemala, 18-year-old Byron, up and riding, only been surfing since age 16, based in Buena Vista. He is getting that low stance, just controlling that board all in trim. He'll stand up tall again as he gets out to the open face. And viewers tuning in, yes, you're not seeing any cross-stepping, but what we're seeing is somebody who has only been surfing for 2 years. Of course, are huge opportunities for a new generation now of Guatemalan surfers to be inspired by the likes of Alejandra Zaid, who is representing her country on the women's side. And Ale was sensational yesterday. She's going to be coming up surfing later this morning. There's a couple of moments from yesterday's highlights package where she gets the opening hang 10, and she really looked absolutely world class, as we can now see. Rusty Goya for Canada with a big nice sweeping turn, the 27-year-old from Tofino riding his 9.8 Joel Tudor Springfield board, sponsored by Long Beach Surf Shop, born in Montreal, but raised actually in Venezuela by his German dad and his French-Canadian mum, but now based there in Tofino. He's looking really smooth and stylish. He's chasing an 8.0 because Amado and Augustine have really run away with this heat. But what a great performance from the Canadian. Very, very stylish. I really appreciate watching him. A little bit of a flash of Rio Donaldson from Puerto Rico, who has a similar style.
That board looks so fun.
Yeah, it's your style.
That
sure.
board, you know, for like a little bit faster, kind of, you know, needing to get down the line but still can nose right. That board looks beautiful. I really need to go have a little look at that
Well,
thing.
what do you expect for a 9.8 Joel Tudor?
Yeah, he kind of knows what he's doing.
This guy on your screen, he took the win.
Oh, happy.
Team El Salvador looking good. Of course, they did lose Claudia on the women's side, but they've still got Henry Salinas, Amado Alvarado, and Cindy Portia. We'll see Cindy surfing pretty soon in the women's repercharge, but big respect for our surfer from El Salvador there, and also from Canada, both looking good, as we get to really appreciate a masterclass from the local goofy footer, putting those toes on the nose with tight footwork all the way up to the tip. Stay with us, because we'll be right back for heat number 12, the final heat of men's repercharge round 2.
Una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back, as we can see Junho Kim up and riding for Korea, the 38-year-old regular footer in a big sweeping down carve on a nice overhead wall, getting super low, riding his HP surfboards, reigning Korean champion, lives and surfs in Yangyang, a coastal city in Gangwon province on the east coast of Korea, as he sets himself up through the mid part of this wave on a high line there. He'll get out onto the shoulder. Started surfing age 14, so one of the longer surfing Koreans. As we can see, Leonardo Villau from Ecuador up and riding. The Ecuadorian locked into a nice front side 5, based in Montanita. The 43-year-old looking strong with incredible stretch of that 5, and moves back to the tail, has to deal with a little bit of bounce here. He'll be no stranger to good tropical right-handers. Montanita has a really nice fast right section. Not as long a wave as El Sunzal, but a really cool surf town, and he'll enjoy appreciating the food and the vibes in El Tunco as he walks in and out of a touch of the 5 on the shoulder, as we can now see our American Samoan Micah Eohe. He's knee paddling back out, and we're also waiting to see what score comes through for Micah, as well as Francisco Freitas, our reigning European junior champion. And with that, let's go down to the glass, because El Salvadorian style master Amado Alvarado is there with Megan Godinez.
Superman of El Salvador, how are you feeling?
Happy.
And you're no stranger to El Sunzal, so practicing every day, how's the practices been?
Yes, I practice in my house, beach break. Come on here every day for training for the contest.
Well, it's beautiful surfing from you. How do you feel carrying the weight of El Salvador on your shoulders?
Yes, every people here.
Yeah, and everybody cheering you on the beach, you feel good. That spirit must help you in the heat.
Yes, it's my friend Mario. It's my friend, different. He's happy gonna meet hit the wave. Me looking for the beach. Mario here to look at me. Yes.
Well, I'd love to see the support of El Salvador. Did you want to say to the camera anything to the El Salvadorian fans you got out there?
Un saludo para toda la gente que está apoyándome de casa. Estoy súper contento y esperando la segunda ronda para ahí seguir avanzando y poner la bandera en alto en El Salvador. Saludo al profe Fernando.
Well, congratulations, my friend. I can't wait to see you in the next round. And back up to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff. Thanks, Megs. A really cool interview. Nice to hear how good his English is getting as well. And you know what is super groovy about Amado? Have you seen how groomed his beard trim is? There's all kinds of patterns and shapes, curves and curls in that. He's got a really nicely groomed beard. I'd say the best groomed beard of all the men's competitors. What do you think?
There's some great groomed, as well, the sideburns.
Oh yeah, the cut sideburns. Rafael
cut,
Cortez and Nicholas Garcia, as we can just head straight down to El Tunco Rock there, the upside down pig. It is really taking a beating in the last couple of days with this bigger swell. And then you can see La Bocana restaurant, and then just to your right you'll see the reef break of La Bocana, and there's the river mouth. And in that town of El Tunco is a really high concentration of small and big businesses, really empowering the local community to offer all kinds of surf. And that boardwalk there is really took a little bit of a beating from the bigger swell in the last couple of days, but as we can just shift out into La Bocana with just one or two people out in the lineup. The left there is a really nice peaky A-frame, the long right, and there in the background, this is the landscape that lights up the view when you have the joy of surfing out here in El Salvador. You look out to sea and you see blue Pacific, you turn back and you see a land of volcanoes and coffee plantations, mango trees, cashew trees, and all of the palms and the coconuts just swaying in that light breeze, as we can get a really favorable wind report for today. Yes, it's likely to get a little bit ruffled on the faces, but if the surf line report is anything to go by, we should maintain fairly glassy conditions for most of the day.
Yeah, that's what was predicted. You know what, as well, is it's surrounded by rivers. I believe there's 3 rivers. So looking from that topographical view, you can see how green it is just in this little area.
Wow.
Look at this.
That's nice. You really feel part of the landscape and the coastscape here across this drone clip. This is really magnificent stuff, and you can just once again see Club Salvadoreno, and those colors they are signifying the priorities for the different jerseys and all of the flags of the 44 nations represented here, and the 143 athletes, many of which have been eliminated. And we're just sending this broadcast to you from the right side of the judges just there, who will look out, following those pelicans, seeing if there's going to be another rider up and riding, with Leandro now in first with a 5, Francisco in second for Portugal with a 4.33, Micah for American Samoa in third with a 3.83, and Juna in fourth with a 3.0. So as it stands, everything to play for, all 4 surfers in the mix, in with a shot. 7 minutes remaining, plenty of time for one more wave, and you would imagine that all of the waves the surfers have right now could well be one of their scorers.
I'm looking forward to seeing some of these replays and calling those out, because each person now coming into these heats, it is game on.
Yep,
you
absolutely.
know, it's just going to get harder and harder, and the skill set is just going to get more polished and more polished.
Have you been to Ecuador?
I have not been to Ecuador.
Yep. Well, Ecuador's got a really cool swathe of waves, as we can just see the tide pool there along the coast here, back towards the contest zone, as that tide now sits on the low tide. And this is the bathymetry. It's like Trestles-esque, you know, the smooth river sculpted cobbles that is like a finger of point that goes way out to sculpt the cobblestone right of El Sunzal, as we can now see Micah with first priority, looking like he's going to get the pickings of this clean wall ahead. Really nice high line. 4 steps to a quick touch of the 5. Nice crisp opening 5. Goes back to the tail. The 18-year-old who lives on the north shore of Oahu kicks out of that wave. He gets a 5. Back to the tail. Recognizes that he's not able to make that section, as Francisco Freitas has a paddle but unable to catch it. So priority will shift, and further on the inside, Micah gets a shoulder hop section here, but it could be significant. He's got 6 steps into a touch of the 5. Really smooth, tall stance, and this thing now starting to clean up. Walks back in a really elegant speed check as he cross steps forward again. And now right in the pocket, bowl section, too steep to nose ride there, but then back to the tail as he cuts back, comes off the bottom, now onto the shoulder. Can he keep that footwork going to stay with the wave? It just starts to fade out on the corner there, but could be an important score for Micah. Didn't make the first section. Shoulder hop that one and got a really nice couple of nose rides and turns, as Francisco is up on his Luffy boards. 4 clean steps to a 5. Holds that 5. Really statuesque on that nose ride. He's got a good line again here. Sweeps it down. 2-stage turn and then just carves away from the foam in time. He's just staying low, standing tall now, and just setting himself up. Here's a steeper section. It's going to be tricky to ride though, but he uses the footwork really neatly. Berlin, I like the pace of what he's done here. This wave is starting to get a few corners and bounces, but he read it very well, and he's still going through to the inside.
Yeah, honing those skills of understanding, you know, what the wave is doing and reading it. Wave reading skills is so important for a wave like this, you know, because it is changing quite quickly. You know, you got nice sections that are nose ride, but then, you know, you got to get right back to the pocket.
Well, actually, I'm seeing flashes here of another Freitas. There was a, do you remember the great Marcelo Freitas, the Brazilian multi-gold medalist? Is he someone that you got to surf with, Berlin, in the early days?
Oh, I remember the name. It's going to have to rattle my brain for a little bit, but I do remember the Amaro Matos,
sure,
and the Augusto Saldanas,
well, he was
those groups.
He was that generation, an incredible multi-gold medalist, Marcelo Freitas for Brazil. He won 3 back-to-back gold medals for the ISA World Longboard Championships in 2000, 2002 and 2004. And one of those events was in Durban, another in Salinas, Ecuador, as we get to see a great shot of all the cabinas where the competitors get to shade. You can see Gemma Gillespie's board there for Team Ireland, all of the flags, and that's where they get to hydrate and eat and relax and watch the action, collect their contest jerseys, and then they'll go down those steps as they paddle out for their heats, as Micah is going to get the 3rd score on the board. Nice 5, high line, squats low, stays with that wave. That excited you, Berlin. What was unique about that? You know, that you really got excited about that moment.
I got excited for the fact that he stayed on the nose and just drove off of it and didn't walk back because it got steep. It looked really beautiful. He's got such nice style. It got me really excited just to see that like that, you know.
Super smooth, has that lovely upright and then down into the flex. Regular at Chun's, rides his Carson Myers boards. Of course, Carson Myers from Kauai kind of moved to Hawaii, Oahu, and was worked a lot with Carl Olson of Two Crows, and now has his own label, making world-class boards. Honolulu Bloomfield regularly rides those Myers boards, but up and riding right now, it's our Korean Junho Kim. He needs a significant score. He's got a 3 to his name from Yangyang, east coast of Korea, back up to the tip, and then that wave shoulders out. So wasn't the right move to find a nose ride there. Needed to be rail work to stay in the pocket. It was a smaller wave. He's only got 2 minutes remaining, and Micah is now looking pretty strong, waiting for a score. May well replace his backup 217, but I feel as if Francisco Freitas's backup wave to add to his 433 is going to put him in a really solid first place position.
Yes, and as well, Leonardo, he's got a 5 already. So, you know, all of these from 4th to 2nd are only going to need, you know, quite small waves to be able to, you know, hop into 1st and 2nd position, you know. So, but I would have really loved to have seen that wave open up for Micah.
Yeah.
I really would have, because he's just got such a graceful approach to the traditional side of his surfing. It's really lovely to watch.
Yeah, great insight, and it was just so natural the way he found that 5, and rather than force anything, he just put his body weight low just to allow an extra bit of traction to just keep that trim, and then drop down into the wave, as we can see Micah up and riding once again, this time down to the bottom of the wave. This wave is quite shouldery. He'll kick out. He was just keeping an eye on scoring potential. He's got a 383 and a 313, and now another score. So if that last good nose ride did open out for him, he may well have got a really significant score. But as it stands, it's a 313. You can see him knee paddling back out, but it's all about these scores for blue, Portugal, and green, Ecuador, that are super important right now, because I think blue's going to be in first when the score drops, and Ecuador could well be getting close to 2nd, but Micah turning, slicing, setting himself up. I can hear Team American Samoa cheering. This is really nice. Is this going to open out for him on the inside, Berlin?
I'm hoping it lines up. You know, I'd love to see him really be able to execute the nose rides that he's so capable of, you know, showcasing. But as well, I'm very aware that blue and green, you know, are coming up with some backups. So it would be really lovely to see him really just get a good wall ahead of him. But, you know, the same thing with all the other surfers. I just want everyone to get good waves and be able to showcase how talented every single person is in this contest.
Well, this is certainly going to keep him in the mix. So we're counting down now into the last couple of seconds. Francisco Freitas is up in time. This will count. He locks a 5, holds that 5, stays trimming, locked on his Luffy board out of that nose ride. Now to the middle of the board. So he's really got to keep his stance strong here. If he can avoid grabbing the rail, it will help. He tried not to grab the rail, but unfortunately he's bounced out of that wave, so he's unable to get back out on the open face. But now he's awaiting 2 scores, and I think his 2nd score is going to be really important. It could allow him to move up into 1st. There it is. It's a 5.6, so he now moves up into 1st, and now green is chasing a score, a low score just of a 196, but we still have a score for Micah to come through. So I think Micah could hold his position and get back up into 2nd.
He was needing a 351 now that, you know, dropped into 3rd. But yeah, they're going to be scrapping to get into 2nd position. So, you know, the heat's down. We'll just see what they do drop for the next 2 waves of green and blue.
Yeah. It's all to play for. This is a great nose ride. Holds this nose ride incredibly well. Locked in that 5 billion all the way through.
Beautiful technique. Again, just holding it, just lovely line. No hands hopping around or anything. Just really controlled, and then just unfortunately, you know, just coming unstuck on the inside.
So that may well not replace his 433. But what about this from Junho Kim?
Yeah, Jun was looking for a 434. Great. Again, 5. Nice holding. just staying on that. And it's great when you get your board into a nice locked-in section for a nose ride. Again, just nice, a couple little weaving turns. You know,
wow.
that was
It's
really
all
lovely.
to play for. This really could open up an opportunity for the Korean. He rode that wave very well, and he's only chasing a 4.34. However, we do have scores that will put more pressure on him to come through for blue and red and green. He takes us right through to the inside, Berlin.
Oh, this is a really well-surfed wave. He pretty much did everything that you need to do, you know, as far as the nose rides and the turning and so forth. And then Micah's wave right here. Micah was needing a 3.51 on, and it just didn't line up for him, unfortunately. So we'll see what this wave is going to drop as everyone's coming in.
Wow, so significant waves potentially to come through for all surfers. I think Francisco Freitas is looking strong. I don't think his first place is going to be threatened, but this is an important one for Red. Is this going to make a difference? He's chasing now a 4.25 because John Ho Kim is moved up into second. So Leonardo Villau for Ecuador is now chasing a 3.08. He did fall on that wave, though. He did get a bit behind the section.
Yeah, so we'll see those little red circles.
I don't think it's going to be enough for Leonardo. I think it's Francisco and Junho are looking good, but Micah chasing that 4.25 may well be close. As a 1.23 comes through for Leonardo, so that's not enough to change the situation. Francisco Freitas for Portugal can only better his situation. So now it's down to whether Micah can get. It's not enough. It's a low score. So there it is. It's locked. It's Francisco Freitas for Portugal takes the win. And wow, Korea, absolutely incredible. They get second, Junho Kim. But commiserations for Ecuador and American Samoa, both eliminated. Yeah. Wow, that was a good one, Berlin.
It was really well surfed. You know, Leonardo and Micah should be so proud of themselves and representing their countries. And congratulations to, you know, white and blue. Beautiful surfing.
Wow, Korea absolutely ecstatic. Great moments for Team Korea. They've already seen Mark and Sujin progress through rounds. We're going to take a short break. We've got women's main round 3 coming up next, and Bo and Megan into the booth to call the action. Stay with us.
Buenos dias, bienvenidos. Welcome back to day number 5 of action here. We have women's round 3 of the main event. Heat number 1 in the water. Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru, Ginger Kaimi of Italy, and Caitlin Mickelson of the USA. This is going to be an amazing heat to kick off women's main round as we see Maria up and riding. This was during that ad break there. Up to the nose for a hang 10. Beautiful, stylish carving cut back toward the white water. Again, up on the nose for a quick touch of the 10 as she brings this one through. It's been a nose ride, cut back, nose ride, back to the nose again. 3 hang 10s on this wave from Maria. She is 2023 silver medalist here at the ISA World Longboard Championship, so she's looking to go one better this year. And she's doing very well on this wave to solidify a great score. Still carving, weaving moving through this wave. Back up on the nose for a touch of the 5 as she carves her board back to the white water. I can see my fellow commentator Megan here, just arms up in the air. Amazing style, grace, flow from Maria here.
Baffled. I mean, we're in round 3. She's surfing like this is a complete final right now. I mean, from here on out, these surfers are gonna have to surf like they're in a final. I mean, these next couple heats are absolutely stacked.
That's the thing. The waves are absolutely firing. 12-year-old Ginger up and riding here on her backhand, representing Italy. Up on the nose, holding the 5. Casual, cool, calm, collected style from her as she walks back for this carving maneuver back to the pocket again. Finds another opportunity to get to the nose for a quick 5. As she drops down the wave face on this one, surfing with such maturity as she gets up on the nose again. So a great start to the heat here to kick things off. I'm on the edge of my seat. I hope you are at home as well. This is a fantastic start to women's round 3. The best longboard surfers in the world out in the water at the moment. Ginger walking again up the board to keep that board speed moving through this inside section. You can see she has to deal with the bumps, but does so very well. She's going to wrap that board back to the pocket again, cross-stepping her way up, and decides to kick out of that one. So a great start from Ginger there. As we see Caitlin Mickelson up and riding, Team USA on the nose. Hanging 5, we saw her this morning out free surfing, had some good practice waves, gets a little caught behind this whitewater section here. Unfortunately for her, not going to have more opportunity for scoring potential on the outside section, where the judges love seeing that. I like that she's stuck with that wave though, realizing that she's going to get a score with that wave as she rides through, and she brings it through to this midsection of the wave. It starts to open up again for her to get some more maneuvers done. She cross steps through as she brings it right back, and you can see that she's again trying to get up to the nose on this wave. The judge is already locking in a score of 2.67 for her, and we're going to throw it down to Sam on the glass with the winner of that final heat of the men's repercharge.
Thanks so much, team. Francisco, congratulations. I'm going to get Inish to translate the question. Inish, I'd just like to ask Francisco about the technique, the tactics he had going into that heat.
Ele quer te perguntar qual é que foi a tática que utilizaste para este heat.
Era fazer uma rápido como backup e a outra era sentar e esperar o set, mas preferi garantir e vamos aperfeiçoar isso.
So the tactics was to get one first quick wave to have a backup score, and then to wait for a bigger one to get the primary score.
And I noticed team manager Joao was giving you some very strong coaching tips after the heat, even though you took the win. What was your team manager Joao telling you?
Apesar de teres ganho, o João estava-te ali a dar umas dicas. O que é que ele te estava a dizer para melhorares?
Temos de aperfeiçoar, agora deu para passar, para a próxima temos de melhorar. Nós queremos sempre melhor para tentar o melhor score. Vamos com tudo.
So João was telling him that he needs to pick better waves because he has the surf to do it, but he needs to improve on the wave choice so he can have some scores to get through the next few hits.
And lastly, what's your aims for the competition? How far would you like to go?
Qual é que é o teu objetivo para a competição? Quão longe é que queres ir?
O mais longe possível, preferível ganhar, claro, mas em cima de tudo ajudar Portugal.
So he's always here to win, of course, like everybody else, but he wants to get a good result for the country, for Portugal.
Well, congratulations, Francisco. Looking forward to seeing you surf later. We'll let you go and get ready, and we'll get back to the action.
Thank you, Sam. Francisco, they're putting a great heat together for Team Portugal in that last heat for the men's. As we turn our attention back to the water here for women's main round. Number 3, heat number 1 in the water. And Maria Fernanda Reyes drops a 7.67. I had a feeling it might have gone excellent, but why do you think the judges kept that score down?
I think from our view on the screen here, we see just her and the wave. We don't actually see the extension of the wave. So I think they were really doing the replays at that the hang 5 and hang 10s must have been a little bit farther out into the shoulder and not in the pocket. So all she really needs to do is really get, I mean, those nose rides were very beautiful. I think she needs to maybe scrub a little speed off. So as she's nose riding, she can slow down and it can almost have that back tail drag her back into the pocket. So, but great score, great opening ride for her, setting the bar for the main round of the women's heat is 20 minutes. So there is that extra 5 minutes and it is going to be crucial. I mean, 5 minutes, a lot of things can happen.
Oh, certainly can. And I think the judges leaving a little bit of room in the scale as well because the waves are firing. We know we're into that main event of the women's round, so lots of great surfing coming up. We do have gold medalist Alice Lemoire in the next heat coming up as well. So as we see a replay here, Megs, of Maria's first wave score.
Nice drawing cut back down into the pocket. And this is Telltale Maria right here, wanting to get started busy. She caught this wave literally as the ending sound of the buzzer. So getting it ready, and that hang 10 a little out into that shoulder. As you can see, that whitewash was very well far behind her. Again, this wave didn't really allow her to have that pocket hang 10. It started to run away from her a little bit. The peak of that wave was starting to die out, but she does well into navigating this section here. Nice hang 5. And she stays nice and tall. She has a little bit of that turning with the hips, like Belin said, with the surfing a little bit like Rachel, a little bit, that little hip drive, making her way into this pupusa section. Nice cross drawback. Beautiful hang 5 out the back, looking really, really relaxed. And she's going to be really stoked on that score.
Ginger also dropping a score, a 6.5, as we see Caitlin up and riding. Team USA straight to the nose. Quick touch of the 5 as she just decides to redirect her board. A little setup stall there as she's back up on the nose, holding that 5. Nice long nose ride for Caitlin. Beautiful. Just that extension to get that speed down the line as she opens her arms up for a really nice cut back toward the pocket. Cross-stepping her way up the board, keeping the board speed, keeping herself moving on the board, utilizing the length of that board too. As we see her again, just setting up for this inside section, stepping on the tail, looking to get up to the nose, but she decides to step back. This wave standing up, powerful turn in the pocket, but just a bit too much weight on that back foot. And she goes down. That's going to add to her scoreline. See if that pushes her up into second place, looking for a 3.84. We see at the back live action, Maria Fernanda Reyes, 4 steps up to the nose, drops the arms, cuts back toward the white water. She does another 4 steps up to touch the nose, stepping back, really controlled cross steps from Maria here. Again, up on the nose, has to just move that back foot forward and back to keep that speed as she's right in the critical section there, driving that board through as we see her stepping on the tail again, making her way through, cutting back on this one, waiting for things to set up on the inside, recognizing that she can get up onto the nose again for another nose ride, holds that nose ride through this midsection here, and she brings it through again, cross-stepping her way. Just has to deal with those bumps there. You can tell with the sets rolling through, there were lots of water moving on the inside, so just starting to do those bumps. A little fist bump as well from Maria, so really stoked on her second ride.
Yeah, she's going to feel good. You know, she scored the highest wave of the heat so far, 7.67. This is going to be a great backup score for her. She's got 8 minutes, just about 9 minutes on the clock, and this beautiful hang 5 out the back. As you can see, she's getting closer and closer to the pocket as she's getting those nose rides. She heard that score. She's thinking, all right, I got to get more into the pocket, and this is where it is. She's going to just redirect ever so slightly her board and try and look for that face again. Really trying to stall that board, get that high line, and here we go. This is a nice hang 5. As you can tell, nice hang 10. Again, you can see on the left side of the screen that wave was starting to curl. That's what the judges want to see, is on the face, it building as you're nose riding. So that's going to that's going to be a great, great score for her. Those hang 10s were a little bit more critical, so it should go into a pretty good range score for her.
Maria dropped an excellent 8-point ride for the opening heat of women's round 1 a couple of days ago. So she's looking to try and drop another excellent score. We've already seen a 7.67 drop for her first ride. Beautiful scenes here as she brings this wave through the inside, up again on the nose, Megs. Holds this nose ride for a while.
Yeah, I mean, they don't call her the Queen of Peru longboarding for nothing, you know? She makes her way into this inside, and I love how much when she cross-steps, she's actually pushing the board into the wave to direct it more of a high line so that she can get the pressure on the back foot to turn back down. So I love when she's cross-stepping, it's actually killing two birds with one stone. You're cross-stepping back, but you're also shifting the weight so that your board can turn with you as you're dropping back down.
Live action in the water. Ginger making her way out to greet this set wave coming through. She's stroking into this one. Strong paddles to get in quickly. Up and riding. She's up on the nose on a beautiful looking wall here at El Sunzal. And she gets down low, back again on the nose. So times it well for a couple of nose rides on the outside section. Brings the board back toward the white water, up again. Quick touch of the 5. Cross-stepping her way down. I can really see her using that footwork. Judges loving those cross steps. She makes her way up and down the board. Brings it right back to the left here. You can see Ginger already dropped a 6.5 for her first score. Wanting to put another high score on the board to put pressure on our surfer in green, Caitlin Mickelson. Ginger there, finishing it off on the end here in the white water. A few more cross steps. Little bounce off the foam there. She's going to kick out and paddle herself back at the back. 6 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. And you would have seen the situation change as Ginger was on that wave. Maria Fernanda Reyes drops a 7.9. Almost excellent scoring ride. That excellent score starts at 8 points and goes all the way up to the perfect 10. That's a great score from her. What a way to kick off this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she wanted to get that campaign started early. She's got a 7.67 and a 7.9. And that score went a little higher because the judges did see that hang 10 and that critical section where she was nose riding.
Caitlin Mickelson up and riding. She's currently got a 5.33 as her highest ride, carving that board back to the pocket, looking to back up that score. Again, carving that board back around. You can just see the different styles, the different approach of Caitlin Mickelson bringing power into her turns here. Staying nice and low, compressed, compared to the graceful longboard style of Maria. As we see Caitlin stalling the board, setting up here, up on the nose, hanging 5. Does well to get back toward the tail. To set up this one again, to get up on the nose. So lots of work done on this inside section. She brings the board back around. Keeping that board moving, keeping her body moving. Her footwork really smooth on that board. Another hang 5. She's going to get another touch of the nose before she falls off the back of that wave. So Caitlin there, again looking to back up that 5.33. I feel like that's going to be one of her better rides.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's actually might be up there above that 5.33. She didn't have a lot of downtime. She kept that board moving and she rode it all the way into the inside.
Current heat leader up on the nose. Quick touch of the 10 again, just standing there. That hood ornament on the front of the board, but unfortunately you can see that. I think it was her front foot just slips off the nose of the board. So she goes down, already got 2 great scores. She was really looking to apply more pressure to her competitors there, just trying to hold that 10 for a little bit too long.
Yeah, even with the fall like that, sometimes it can play into your mind and having to reset. She's the only one out there. Her competitors are more on the inside, so she's going to regain priority. And it's gonna with less than 5 minutes left. I'm sure she's no stranger to contest. She's got, you know, the Queen of Peru of longboarding, and she is gonna sit out the back, I feel like, and wait and kind of play the defense game. I mean, she's really, really good at that. She really loves to sit on her competitors and kind of push them deeper and deeper. All of them, actually, Caitlin and Maria, both on the WSL tour, really, really competitive surfers. So I can imagine them starting to play the defense game. You know, Ginger Kaimi being the youngest in this entire contest. Now 12 years old. Last year she was 11. It was the first time she's represented in Italy for the ISA. She's got Ginger. I wouldn't, if I were Caitlin, I would really be pushing on Ginger. Maria's got a 7.9 and a 7.67. Caitlin's really got to sit on Ginger. She scored a 5.5. Like we said, it was going to be a little higher than her second score of a 5.33. And Caitlin needs a 7.67. I wouldn't count that out. When Caitlin's under pressure, she can perform. So it's going to be a very, very interesting last 3 minutes as we see waves coming in, Bo.
Yeah, very exciting finish to this first heat of women's round 3 of the main event. Ginger dropped that 6.67, bettering her first ride. So she's currently in second as we see Maria Fernandez up and riding, taking off with that first priority. She gets that quick touch of the 5, carving that board back around toward the white water. She gets up on the nose again. I love this angle here. You can just see how tight she is to the pocket as she steps up for that 10, carving that board back toward the white water again, walking up toward the nose. Maybe a little out in the shoulder there, Megs.
Yeah, a little bit, but that's due to that really big concave in the nose. It's allowing her to do that, but it's going to play that disadvantage because if she had maybe just a little flatter nose, she could sit more into the pocket. I mean, she can definitely do that in the pocket with that little rocker, but it's kind of hindering her and it's picking up a lot more speed. So she just needs to stall a little bit more, but beautifully ridden wave.
1 minute 45 seconds left on the clock. Let's talk about strategy here. Ginger sitting at the back with priority, currently in second place. Caitlin Mickelson looking for a 7.67. What are you going to do in Ginger's position?
If I were her, I would be looking for that green jersey in my heat, looking for Caitlin and almost paddling towards her because anything can happen. This is the beauty of this El Sansal break, is that there's wide ones that come in that are just as good as the ones in the pocket. So she needs to be her eyes need to start scanning and looking for Caitlin and literally sitting next to her. Obviously don't get an interference, but yeah, Caitlin knows there's a time crunch. She's only got a minute left. She really needs to get out there because that 7.67 is going to be really important to do all the work on the outside. So she wants to get out there, but Ginger with priority will probably put so much pressure on Caitlin. But again, I said, Caitlin performs under pressure. So it's going to be really interesting with 40 seconds left. Again, if I were Ginger, I'd be paddling towards Caitlin. I'd be almost battling into each other.
Yeah, 100%, definitely. And that's just where Ginger is just gaining that contest experience right now. She's going to obviously get help from the coaches and from her teammates, just getting that contest experience. But, she's still sitting there with priority, realizing that Caitlin needs a big score, a 7.67. That's almost excellent surfing. And really the only way that you can do that is by paddling out the back to get the scores on the outside section of the wave. Ginger now, recognizing that Caitlin's behind her, she paddles in to sit right on her.
Yep, and just like that, and the hooter just in time for the wave to not.
So Caitlin, she finished that last wave with around 6 minutes left on the clock, and she made it all the way back out the back to try for another wave. Unfortunately, the ocean just going a little bit flat. The top 2 surfers will be moving through to round number 4 of the main event. Maria Fernandez puts on a fantastic performance alongside the young Italian surfer, Ginger Kami, but it will be Caitlin Mickelson relegated to the repercharge round, so she still gets a second chance. A lot more surfing to come from all these 3 competitors as we see the final results up on the screen right now. We're going to go to take a short break with these beautiful scenes from the Queen of Peru, longboard surfing, Maria Fernandez. Live action in the water to kick off heat number 2, women's main round number 3. Daisy Valdez of the Philippines up and riding here. Just cruising her way up toward the nose for a quick touch of the 5 there. She already got a little bit of work done on the outside section. Carving, maneuvering that board through this flatter section of the wave. You can see her cross-stepping, fading back to the left. Puts pressure on the tail to step up toward the nose for a quick touch of the 5. Does really well to hold on to that. You can just see how much that wave stood up on the inside section there. Got really critical, really steep, very fast. She makes her way through to the inside. I'm sure her family watching on at home, supporting her from the Philippines. And we see her bringing this wave right the way through to the inside. She's coming up against 2-time gold medalist, Elise Lemoine of France. She's in the red jersey, up and riding. Here we go, live action. Walking up to the nose, holding that 5. Great start to this wave. Little smaller wave than Daisy's. You can see this one maybe a little bit deeper on the point break out there, but it's going to offer her up a wall here to carve that board back around to the pocket. See her just starting to fade back to the left, riding this wave straight toward the beach. Now starting to angle her board down the line, waiting for this wave to stand up. You can really tell the difference in the size of the waves. This one compared to Daisy's. This wave just kind of pushing into that bit of deeper water there. Elise sticking with it though, realizing she's going to try and manufacture a score on the inside. Gets up on the nose for a quick touch of the 5. Has to cut back, and you can see this wave running through the inside, up in the critical section on the nose, and does well to ride out of that. So a quick start there from Daisy and Elise. We also have Sophia Colhane representing Hawaii, up and riding right now. Fades back to the left. Beautiful bottom turn there to set this wave up. She takes 2 steps, another 2 steps to the nose, holds that 5. Super critical nose ride for Sophia. She carves that board back to the pocket. Again, up on the nose, holding that 5. Great style there. I love the way she's holding her hand open to rotate the upper body as she carves her way back. Great maneuvering of the longboard in that section. See her fading back, waiting for this wave to stand up as she makes her way through to the inside. We saw some work getting done from Elise on the inside section. Can Sophia find some more scoring potential? Looks like she's going to try and get up on the nose again for a 5. So really great style, good smooth riding from her. Quick touch of the 5 again. She brings this wave right the way through to the inside section. Just comes unstuck down there, but 3 long waves to kickstart this heat from our competitors. Megan Godinez, a coach for Sophia on the WSL Longboard Tour. I'm joined in the booth with her right now, and you're like signaling at the screen. What are you trying to tell Sophia?
Well, I was proud of her that she was bending her knees. 'Cause
Nice.
that was the main thing that I kept telling her was like, bend your knees. And I kept telling that to all the surfers, actually. They were like, it was really cute when I was doing the posting interviews. They're like, what do you think I should do? You know, I'm like, listen, with the wave like El Senzal, you just need to perform, paint a picture. But the only way you're going to complete it is bend your knees. You saw so many surfers get bucked off like they were at a rodeo. It's because and spread the stance, you know, the chops. There's so much foam in that section too that it's basically air. So when you're not compressing and putting pressure and using your knees, bending your knees, you're going to get bucked off. So it's really important to engage the board into the water. And she did. I was kind of holding my breath a little bit. Those were great waves from all of our surfers.
Yeah,
Judges still deliberating for scores.
Still deliberating for scores. Of course, going to be watching the replays of all surfers. I do believe that the surfers were up at the same time riding those waves. It's great that we can bring you the action to separate those waves from each individual surfer. So we have France represented, Philippines, and also Sophia Colhane representing Hawaii. Beautiful scenes here from Surf City, El Salvador. Taking a look at Elise Lemoine. It looks like Team Korea was really celebrating their surfer in the previous heat there. She gets a little scared there.
She got really woken up. That was an amazing, the Korean alarm clock right there. Wake up for your heat, you know, get you pumped up. That probably got her blood flowing.
Certainly did. She put together a good ride to kick things off here in this heat. We see surfers making their way back out. But look at the beautiful scenes we have here. It is 9 a.m. local time. That wind holding off for the competitors out there this morning. Beautiful glassy conditions. That wind switching offshore. We see the beautiful volcanic background of El Sunzal, El Tunco there on the right, the township. And we can see the athletes area down on the beach with the behind the flags there, keeping cool in the shade. 13 minutes left in this heat number 2 of women's main round 3. Top 2 surfers advancing through to round number 4, and that third place surfer in these heats relegated to the repercharge round, still with a chance at making it through to the main event final at the end of the week coming up on Thursday. Long week of action here. World's best longboarders in Surf City, El Salvador for the 2025 ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship. Lots of surfing to go. Still some great swell forecasted for the rest of the week. And El Sunzal, what a better wave to just showcase world-class surfing.
I mean, I said this yesterday. I was like, why did I retire? This made me want to put on a jersey again. And even in the free, I haven't free surfed yet because of, even as commentators, it's a marathon. So we're playing it smart, making sure we're not getting hurt. I don't want, and also I didn't bring a board, so I don't want to break anyone's backup board. So yeah, this is such a dreamy wave.
Elise Lemoire up on her second ride, perched up on the nose. It's a tight 5 as well, so showing the judges that she has her weight on the nose. Unfortunately, goes down trying to navigate through that section that broke in front of her. Daisy Valdez currently sitting with first priority, dropped a 6.5 for her first ride. That's a really good score to kick things off. That's going to apply pressure to the other surfers as well. But we are waiting for scores of Elise and Sophia as well to drop, so that could change the situation. Coming down to almost 11 minutes remaining. And you can see they're going to be patient. 20 minutes in these main event heats. So surfers getting a little bit more time than the repercharge. Scores dropping. Sophia Colhane, a 7.17 for her first ride, the highest wave score so far in this heat. Elise Lemoire drops a 5.67 for that smaller wave that she took off on. Managed to do quite a lot of work on that inside section, so judges recognizing that Sophia's critical nose ride on the outside section was worth the 7.17.
Yeah, I think it was also that really big drawn-out fade that set her up for that hang 5. Of course, we're seeing the surfers stand up quickly. The tide is still drawing out, so it is getting a little pitchy, but that drawn-out maneuver to fade into a hang 5, hang 10 is really important. But Elise's wave right here is beautiful, statuesque, tight hang 5. I love how much there's so much air underneath her board. She creates that, but just gets a little bit toe heavy, and she got excited. I mean, a lot of surfers are walking back into the middle of their board and just kind of moving their way into the face. But again, it's that tide that's still sucking out currently, and it's going to create almost like these barrel-y sections. I'm also interested to see if anyone's going to pull in.
Oh yeah,
saw some couple
Tube time.
head dips, little shampoo head and shoulders, like Sam said. So interested to see if there's going to be some this today.
Very interesting to see. You saw Elise there kind of staying mid-face, but like you said, Megs, that lower tide, the wave's going to start to pitch a bit more. She really needed to drop down to the bottom of that wave to get around that section. 3 competitors in these heats for women's round 3. As we see beautiful scenes here from the drone competitors repositioning themselves. Looks like maybe a wave coming through here. Daisy Valdez currently sitting with first priority, looking to back up a 6.5. Is Daisy going to take it? She doesn't. Sophia, second priority, decides to use that second priority to catch this wave. Up and riding now, fading back toward the white water, setting up this nose ride section. She's up on the nose. Beautiful 5 from her, but decides to kick out that wave breaking in front of her, as we'd call it, closing out or sectioning out in front. So Sophia maybe drops that second priority, maybe sitting a little too deep out there in the lineup today. We have seen some good rides come from that right-hand side of screen, pushing across the point here at El Sunzal. but also those bigger waves that break, they do break a bit wider on the point.
Yeah, and this is what we're going to see a lot in the main rounds, is we're going to start seeing a lot of jockeying, and they're sitting really deep, so they're pushing and pushing each other deeper into the lineup. What that means is that they're going from, you know, from the channel, which is on the left side of your screen, into the right side of your screen. Sometimes we even have to pan out like this picture that you're getting right now, that it's such a big playing field, but they're pushing each other, and it can be really dangerous because the tide's sucking out. So like we saw with Sophia's wave, that wave actually had a double peak because of how shallow it is. As a tide comes in, it's gonna reform a lot better. Like how Sam said, it's gonna create these longer waves and opening faces. So they're sitting a little deep. I would imagine some of their teammates kind of whistling and hooting to move them over just a tad bit.
It's like a set approaching the lineup. You could see the women there making their way to the left. Daisy Valdez opting to use her priority on this one. Good choice as she's up and riding on a bigger set of the day, carving her way on the top of this wave as she gets up to the nose, holds that 5. Fantastic style from her. Fantastic poise on one of these bigger waves. Still hasn't really dropped down to the bottom of the wave yet. Just keeping that mid face high on the wave as she carves her way through. Starting to drop down now as she makes her way up to the nose. Critical section on the nose ride. She steps back. She's not going to ride out of that nose ride, so only that work done on the outside section counting toward that score, but a pretty good backup for a 6.5.
Yeah, and this is what the surfers are going to have to take into their strategy, is not always the biggest one is the best one.
As we're going to throw it down to Sam on the glass for the winner of the last heat, Maria Fernandez.
Thanks so much, team. Maria, you're going to answer in Spanish, but the first thing I want to talk about is 2 perfect waves to start things off. But then on the third wave, to improve your score, you really committed to the long hang 10. Yes, you took a fall, but what I want to ask is, how do you decide when to take the risk to go from the hang 5 into the critical hang 10?
Bueno, las condiciones estaban súper increíbles, el mar limpio, que me permitió agarrar 2 olas súper buenas, en poder hacer hand 5, hand 10. Quería hacer unos hand 10 más largos, pero me estaba resbalando, a pesar que le puse cera, no sé, pero nada, pude controlar y hacer una buena estrategia para poder pasar.
It looked really good, and I know the feeling of the hang 10 is so much more special. Now, you've made it through to women's main round 4. No more surfing for you this afternoon. How will you relax and prepare for tomorrow?
Bueno, nada, a ver a los chicos en el hit, entra Piccolo, Lucas, Carla, así que voy a apoyarlos, a disfrutar y estar con todo el equipo unido. Tengo una rutina, la verdad, súper tranquila y me emociona estar aquí representando una vez más a mi país.
And lastly, some messages for your home nation of Peru.
Bueno, muchas gracias a toda la gente de Perú que me está viendo, a mi esposo, a mi mamá, a todas las personas, a mis auspiciadores, a cada uno por hacer posible, y a la FENTA y al IPD por todo el apoyo. Arriba Perú.
Congratulations, Maria.
Thanks very much, Sam. As we heard Maria there say how nice the conditions were out there, and the way she's going to prepare for her heats coming up is by supporting her teammates.
Yep, supporting her teammates, staying calm, staying cool, collected, and Team Peru is looking really strong this year.
They certainly are. We still have surfers from Peru coming up later today. So Maria sticking around to support them as they try to make their way through these rounds of competition. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Daisy Valdez drops a 3.83 for that last set wave. Improves her situation. Up into first now, Sophia into second as we see up and riding Elise Lemoire, 2-time gold medalist here at the ISA World Longboard Championship. Carving maneuvers back toward the pocket. Again, up on the nose, holding that 5. Beautiful style. You see her cross-stepping her way back, putting pressure on the tail to stall it here as she looks to get up on the nose for another nose ride. Holds that 5. She's going to whip her board back toward the whitewater. She brings this one through to the inside section now, looking like the wave is going to offer up some wall in front of her to be able to get back up toward the nose. Carving that board back around, having to deal with the bumps created from all the water moving. As we see her weaving her board fantastic use of the wave as well, as she's up on the nose again and beautifully finishes off that wave for a score to drop for Elise Lemoine of France. Of course, Sophia currently sitting in that second place. Is she going to be able to get onto this wave? She's stroking into it, up and riding, a Hawaiian surfer. Colhane cutting back, carving back, fading, setting herself up for this section here, up on the nose now. Beautiful setup section, critical nose ride. Does really well to step back, weave her board, cuts back again toward the whitewater section. She's going to be able to redirect her board back toward the left, staying close to that whitewater. That's key to being able to link up this wave through the inside. As we see the wave starting to get a little steeper here, she's just going to position herself in the middle of the board, cruise through. She wraps her board back toward the whitewater, looking to come through here. She's already got a 7.17 back up on the nose, holding that 5 through this section. You see her back foot stepping back, maneuvering the rail of the board, and finishes off cleanly on the inside. It's going to really bode well for her. She has the highest wave score of the heat so far, a 7.17. That's going to be a great backup score. I could probably see her moving up into first, but still waiting on that last score of Elise Lemoine to drop.
Yeah, right now Sophia's in second. She just needs a 3.16. I think that is going to better her score, but Elise's score is still waiting to come in. She's in third. She needs a 3.14. So I think the colors are going to start to dance a little bit. We see this replay of Sophia just looking for that wall. Nice, beautiful digging cutback. I love that. And here's this hang 5 right in that pocket. She was a little bit on that midline, but that wave was starting to curl over her. Nice drawing cutback. She's really starting to bend her knees, which I really wanted her to do. Good redirection back left. Looking for this face here. She goes, and it gets steep. Good read on this. She knew that it was kind of bumpy and choppy, so she didn't want to risk it. She did all the work on the inside. Now it's really down to completing the wave. She's just working this way into this pupusa section. Nice leaning, cruisy hang 5 there. Nice big carving turn again. Swinging that Michael Takayama pintail around and kicks out. Beautiful, beautiful surfing from her. I know the first day of competition, she used her wide tail, and she realized how smooth and how much faster the waves are. So the pintail actually doing really good to keep her in place and get those speedy turns in.
Daisy Valdez up and riding. This wave is going to be crucial. So as we count down this heat, 45 seconds left, because we are waiting on scores for Elise and Sophia to lock in. Daisy up on the nose, holding that 5. A little bit away from the pocket of that wave. You can see it closing out in front of us, so she decides to kick out of that one. I feel like she needed to get a lot more done on that wave to improve her scoring situation. Although she's sitting in first place right now, I do feel like Sophia's last wave is going to bump Daisy down into second. And then Elise's last ride could even push Daisy into third as well. Still waiting on scores to drop.
Yeah, tense times, stacked heats. This is going to be interesting as Daisy takes this insider here. Smart move from her. She knows she only has a backup score of a 3.83, so she's going to try and really work this wave all the way to the inside. Look, waiting for that wall to stand back up again. Just gets a little heavy on the heels and goes down.
So scores yet to drop in for 3 surfers there. Daisy's wave, I don't think it's going to go into her top 2. So she's going to have a 6.5 and a 3.83 in her scoreline. It is down to the judges for Sophia Colhane and Elise Lemoine, who will be moving through as we take a look at the replay. Last of Elise's, Megs.
Beautiful hang 5, tap 10. Nice drawing cutback. I love how much she sets that rail. Nice steezy hang 5 in the pocket there. Nice turning carve, redirecting that board, making sure to lean back as she carves down so that way the nose doesn't dig in. Stretch 5 there, working this all the way to the inside. Looking for this face. Nice turn, carving into that whitewash. Working it into this pupusa section. This was really smart surfing from Red. This is no, she's got 2 gold medals for surfing like this. So she knows what she needs to do. She's done a lot of work, a lot of surfing over the years on multiple tours. Nice finishing. She loves that one.
I feel like that's going to be better than her 5.67. So she's definitely going to be improving her scoreline. Judges still deliberating. They want to make sure they get this right. Top 2 surfers advancing through to main event round number 4. Team Hawaii. Great scenes on the beach there. Sophia Colhane coming in from her heat. You see Johnny Van Hoenstein holding the flag there for Team Hawaii.
As we see her mom, Sarah, embracing her with the hug, and she's giving Daisy a sweet little hug. Great surfing from all surfers.
Last score from Elise Lemoine on screen is 7.60. Boosts her up into first place, but still waiting on last of Sophia's ride in the white jersey. So Elise getting an almost excellent score there. I love Sophia's critical nose ride on the outside section. I feel like it's going to really improve her situation. She could retake first place. As the judges still deliberate, you can see her heading down to congratulate her fellow competitor. They do a lot of surfing together on the WSL Longboard Tour. We're going to come back with the final results of that last heat to lock in. Don't go anywhere. We have Rachel Tilley coming up, your silver medalist from previous ISA events and also last year's WSL Longboard World Tour champion. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up soon.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema, esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to day number 5 of competition here for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship. We are into women's round 3 of the main event, heat number 3 in the water. Inés Bieso of Uruguay in the red jersey. Rachel Tilley, last year's silver medalist here and also in 2013, representing the USA in the blue jersey. And Ophélie Acuen of France in the green jersey. Another stacked heat out in the water. We can update you on the previous heat results. Sophia Colhane locked in the score she needed to boost herself up into first position. So Team Hawaii advancing through alongside Elise Lemoine of France. Daisy Valdez moving down into that repercharge round. We have just over 18 minutes left with the heat in the water. Now Rachel Tilley here needs to do some smart surfing to move through for Team USA. We saw Caitlin Mickelson of Team USA moving into that repercharge round. So this is where things start to get interesting with the team points. We see Team Hawaii are going to be going for back-to-back gold. They took gold here last year, but Team France also looking strong. Multiple gold medalists in the team. Rachel Tilley up and riding. She makes her way to the inside. Gets the first wave here. Up and riding on the nose. Stretches out. I love how she just is able to control that nose ride so well. She gets the cheetah 5, the hang 5, the hang 10, the carve back toward the whitewater. And looks like she's riding a board with a little bit more rocker out there today. Understanding that that's going to really help her get to the nose and do the surfing she needs to do to progress through competition. You see her carving that board back to the whitewater. Again, a nice carve off the top, cross-stepping up toward the nose of the board. Decides just to keep it moving in the pocket there, but again, up on the nose. Nice critical nose right there on the inside section. You can see her having to try and deal with these bumps. Rachel up on the nose again for that 5. holding it for an extended time. And she's going to decide just to ride out of this one with control. Great start from Rachel Tilley there. As we take a look behind her, our surfer from Uruguay, Ines Bieso, up and riding, perching on the nose for that 5. Again, stepping up there for a more critical nose ride section. You can see she has to step back there to deal with some bump, but up again, tight 5 for Ines as she brings this one through, carving down the wave, keeping that board moving, stepping that back foot from rail to rail in order to bring this board through. She decides to put herself behind the foam here to stay in that critical section. I like that move because she's able to now come out onto the open face and find a little bit more work to be done on the inside section here. Riding through these waves, braking for over 500 meters along Elsonzal Point Break. As she's up again on the nose for a quick tap of the 5, decides to pull out. Got a long paddle ahead of her.
Yeah, great waves, opening waves as we see Green paddling up to start her campaign bow.
Ophélie from France, straight to the nose. Beautiful carving turn back to the pocket on this one, setting up, looking for another maneuver on this outside section here. Wraps the board back to the pocket. She's left with quite a shouldery wall, so has to get some turns done on this one. Steps on the tail there to just do a little bit of a stall, keep her close to the pocket of the wave. Like we've said earlier, Meg, surfers having to really stay close to that whitewater section to connect the waves through from the outside. Unfortunately, just falling there, but got a bit of the work done on the outside. Waiting for scores for all 3 surfers.
Yeah, Ophélie is looking a lot more comfortable today. She's looking a lot more lively. I think on the first day it's that those jitters. She also did just come back from a knee surgery, so really just trying to protect that knee. But today she's looking really lively, and I like the way that she's surfing. Just needs to get a little bit more nose rides in, but again, there's 20 minutes now in these main round heats. There's little less than 15 minutes, so she's got some time.
Yeah, Ophélie from Reunion Island, representing Team France this year. We see Ophélie drop a 4.17 for that first ride. So kind of that lower score on the board for her. We saw some really long rides from Ines and also from Rachel Tilley of Team USA. So those scores waiting to be dropped. You can see a long paddle out here at Elsonzal. Can be 5 to 7 minutes long, depending on how far you ride it in and how far the sets are breaking at the back of the point break.
Yeah, Ophélie getting a 4.17 for that for all turns. So judges are looking at the turns, and her turns were very much on the rail. The judges don't want to see very flat turning. They want to see rail connection. Still waiting on this score here for Rachel Tilley. Beautiful stretch 5 just to transition her weight as she gets that nice, beautiful tight 10. Swooping carve cut back, as you said, that rocker really playing a key for her surfboard here. That rocker is actually from the middle of her board rather than just the tip, and that's due to the design that her and Josh Martin actually created. Also down to the fabric inlay. Beautiful sweeping cutback. I love how much she sets that rail into that turn, really letting that fin catch that water so that that rail can really engage. Nice hang 5 through this pupusa section here. Just wanting to complete this wave, getting a little extra pizzazz. Nice hang 5 into the shoulder. Beautiful long hang 5. Thought about hitting it, but playing it smart. Tide's still going down and cleans and finish clean out. Kick out. As we see.
Replay here from Ines Bieso. Talk us through this one, Meg. She gets up to the nose at the start of this wave.
I love how calm, cool, collected she is. She's not racing anything. She's not trying to force any of the nose rides. She just does beautiful redirections up and down the face of the wave. Nice high line, mid line. This turn here, not wanting to go super deep into the turn because she knew that there was a little bit of bump, a little bit of chatter on the face. So smart surfing, waiting for this inside to rebuild. Just making her way around the whitewash. Really looking towards down the wave. And that's what we want the surfers to do, is start to look down, because now the tide is bottoming out and the tide pushing in. That face is going to start forming for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. Another nose ride on the inside section here for Ines as she kicks out. Another person who put together a fantastic heat total in that last heat, Sophia Culhane, is down on the glass with Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. Sophia, congratulations. Now, you've had the experience of winning a WSL longboard event here at El Sunsal, but this is your first time representing Hawaii in the ISA. How is it comparing? What are the positive differences?
Definitely. I have like a little special relationship with this wave coming here previous years. But I was definitely a little nervous coming to surf my first ISA with all the different countries, but it's been an amazing experience so far, and I'm just so glad to be here.
So do you find having that flag behind you, does that motivate you further?
For sure. Representing home is like so special, and having all the friends and family in Hawaii, and just hoping to make them proud, and yeah.
And that was a really big heat to beat Elise Lemoine, 2 times gold medalist. Elise, someone you compete against often, but does a surfer like that motivate you to dig deeper and go harder?
For sure. Elise is very competitive, and she always keeps me on my toes. She's all-around great surfer, but coming into this event, she looked really good, and I'm just happy to come up on top, and yeah.
It's really beautiful to witness the relationship you have with your mum, Sarah, always traveling with you. How does she support you around the heats before and after?
I definitely take my time and have a little time for myself, but she always supports me, is always in my corner and my biggest cheerleader, and I'm so grateful for her to come along with all these amazing experiences, so yeah.
I know a lot of people have helped you get here. Any messages for your fans around the world?
I definitely want to say thank you for all the support and all my sponsors, Uncle Michael, O'Neill, YouSurf, Shitaku, all you guys, anyone I'm forgetting, thank you so much for supporting me, and love you, Nen, in Australia.
We look forward to seeing you in round 4. Congratulations, Sophia.
Thanks very much, Sam. Well done to Sophia. Live action in the water. Ophélie Akun from France. Carving that board back. She got a nose ride on the outside section there. Starting to stand up this wave on the throughout the midsection. Decides to step back and just carve this board back around. That smooth flowing style from her. Keeping that board moving. Little cross steps. Shifting the weight forward to keep that board moving. She cuts back again to the inside. This wave looking like it's going to stand up for her to offer up some more scoring potential. Can she get up to the nose again on the inside section? Or is she going to stick with some turns here? As this wave starts to form up again. Starting to cross step a little bit toward the nose. You can see Ophélie there just wanting to stay on her board. Trying to get something else done on the inside. Quick touch of the 5. Back up again for another quick tap. She kicks out. So 2 wave scores from Ophélie there. Not going to be a huge score. As we see Inés Bieso of Uruguay, her first wave is 6.67. Decides to kick out of this one. You can see surfers maybe sitting a little bit too deep. We spoke about it in the last heat as well. With this tide bottoming out, the wave kind of sections up and offers these 2 different peaks. One on the right-hand side of screen. Inés taking off on the peak on the left-hand side of screen. And she's up and riding again, dropping down the face of this one. Stalling. Pressure on the back foot, waiting for this wave to stand up. Didn't quite get to the nose that time, so decides to kick out, leaving Rachel Tilley on the outside with first priority. She dropped a 7.83 for Rachel's first ride. A great score to kick off her heat. 8 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. I just want to talk about Rachel Tilley for a second here, Megs, because she took a silver medal back in 2013. That's 12 years ago. She's 27 years old, so that was when she was 15 years old.
Yeah, I was at that contest.
You were? You were in the final, Meg.
I surfed against her.
You took copper medal.
I did. And that wave at Juan Chaco, it was really hard. And we're the same age. So I think we were 15 or 16. And to travel, like, and I was with my dad, and he was our team manager. And Team USA were staying in the hotel next to us. But the way that she had composure and maturity at that young age, my dad would be like, hey, you should take a note from, take a page out of Rachel's book, as we see her absolutely ripping this wave with her Josh Martin custom board. Nice, beautiful carving turn. I really appreciate that from her. Really leaning with her hips there. Nice hang 5. She's going to sweep back down, almost gets unstuck, but composes herself, waiting for this wall to stand up. On the inside, she's just working her way, finding that face of that wave again. And the way that rocker really works for her, and that beautiful hang 10 in that critical section on the inside, judges are really going to appreciate that one. working her way still into this pupusa section. Nice hang 5, walking back. Gets a little water stuck on the top of the on top of the board, but she covers. Working her way, and she just beautifully kicks out. I think that wave is actually going to be really close to her first score.
That wave really spoke to me. I think that was excellent surfing from Rachel.
Really
agree. Excellent surfing. I think the judges are going to really reward those nose rides on the outside section. She was, before she was even up to her feet, she was into a cross step, up onto the nose, stepping back, again up for the 10. Super lovely cut back toward the pocket of the wave. To me, that was great surfing.
Yeah, Rachel is like the epitome of fluidity surfing. If you could spell fluid in all capital letters across her board, that's exactly what she is. The way she can link and connect turns, even in a dead spot on a wave, she really feels the board under her feet to work for her.
As we see Ines Bieso representing Uruguay up and riding, looking for a backup score. She hasn't had anything significant recently. And she carves her board back toward the pocket this wave, shouldering off as she moves through to the midsection here. 5 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock. Can she improve her situation there? As we see her just waiting, patiently biding her time. She carves off the top of this one. Does well to hold on through this section with a bit of bump on the inside. Grabbing rail to move through, just deciding to kick out of that one. Ophélie Acouin representing France, locked in a 5.5 for her previous ride. So as it stands at the moment, waiting for scores to lock in. Ophélie currently in first, but that situation is going to change as we see Rachel Tilley's last wave score about to drop.
Yeah, and I think also, I think this is, the third. Look at this beautiful wave. Steezy hang 5. Nice, beautiful cross step. And I love when she cross steps, how you pointed out, the way she compresses into that last cross step to get ready for that big swooping cutback, and then sets her hips straight into the face of that wave so that board can swing straight back up into that high line for that next hang 5. Like, she doesn't have any waiting time while she's surfing on a wave. Beautiful, beautiful critical hang 5. And as she's cross-step, you can see she's even turning with her toes. And then as she's walking back, she's already turning back, like how you pointed out, Bo. And sets that rail back into that face of that wave. This was really only her downtime. And her legs must be burning. At this point, I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to give my legs a little bit of rest. Because she didn't even get her hair wet this session. Wow, that is impressive. Her top knot bun is up there. I mean, she's going to come out of the water looking ready for the runway.
We saw that touch of the 10 there, holding a hang 10 through that critical section. And the score drops in. It is excellent surfing, an 8.5 for Rachel Tilley. Backs it up that 7.83. She is now well out into the lead in this heat. You can see that replay here. There was, like you were saying, Megs, no downtime. Just a bit of downtime out on the shoulder of that wave, but on the outside section throughout the inside of this wave, you can see her up on the nose again. There was just no downtime.
Yeah, and there's a difference between the downtime of like resting your legs and downtime of not knowing what to do. She knew exactly what she wanted to do. Her legs were probably really on fire.
Ophélie looking for a score now, a 5.58. Unfortunately, slips off the nose on that wave. It was looking like it was going to be a great score for her, but she goes down. 3 minutes left on the clock, so Ines Bieso locks in a 4.4 on her last ride. That improves her situation. She's currently in second. Ophélie representing France, hailing from Reunion Island, looking for a 5.58. I do believe that she is at the back there with priority, so she will have a chance at the next wave that comes through. As we see on screen, last of blue, Rachel Tilley, excellent surfing. Some judges going even up into the 9s.
Yeah, well deserved. I mean, like we touched back on her, she has that fluidity. If you could spell fluidity out and you look at it in the dictionary in capital letters, Rachel's picture is right next to it. The way that she can link things and maneuvers on her board. And it's really interesting. I had a talk with her about the way that her board shaper, Josh Martin, actually creates its own rocker. So that board that she's riding isn't out of an actual template. He made the template, and he uses actually spruce wood as the stringer. And spruce is actually way more springier than the polymer wood that's in the middle, and that's what has allowed her to get that spring into those turns. And the rocker on the board actually starts from the middle of the board. So there's not really any flat spot. If you were to put the board on with no fin, laying down on its belly, you would actually not see any flat spot. So when she's paddling, she's actually paddling like she's almost like on a flexed boogie board. That's how she gets that flexy turns in. So, I mean, shout out to Josh Martin. The things that you guys are creating, amazing. All the way down to actually the fabric inlay is custom.
Wow, that is fantastic. And it's so good to see Rachel working so closely with her shaper to be able to produce boards that suit her in different style, different types of waves as well. As we see Ines currently sitting in second place, looking to better a 4.40. She strokes into this one, just patiently waiting for this wave to stand up. 4 steps to the nose, holds that 5. Nice critical nose ride from Ines. Back again, up for the 5. Holds it in that section there. You can see the wave steepening up right next to her. She brings her board back toward the white water, dropping down the face of this wave, sticking with it through the inside. She's going to have to stay close to that white water to get through this section. You see her walking up the board again for another touch of the nose. She brings this one through. Unfortunately, just getting a little too much weight forward and has to jump off through that section. I'm not sure if it's going to be better than the 4.40 as we see Ofeli, the last chance with 20 seconds left, up on the nose, looking for a 5.58 to progress through to the next round. Of course, that last wave of Ines still waiting to come through. We see Ofeli here carving, weaving that board through this midsection here. I like that she's keeping busy. Starting to step back now onto the tail of the board, cross-stepping to keep with this one. Has to ride it all the way through to improve that scoreline. She takes a look over her shoulder. The body language telling me that she doesn't feel like there's much left on the inside. Unfortunately, going down in the bumps. We'll have to wait for the judges to bring in that last score to see if it was enough for Ofeli to move up into that advancing position. But remember, non-elimination round at the moment, so surfers in that third position will move down into the repercharge rounds, and they'll be coming up again later. Beautiful replay of Rachel Tilley's ride, Megs.
Oh my gosh, this beautiful steezy hang 5 through that critical section. That rocker really working for her. She kind of gets stuck and her hair finally gets wet, and it's not even from falling, it's from her almost pulling into a barrel. She's working her way, just this wave to come in, but you know, even on the waves you come in, you might as well get a score or two, right? Boost that confidence up. She does that beautiful hang 5 as we see her fix her hair, now wet, as I might point out. Redirecting this, tap hang 5, because why not? Going for that big bash, but just digs the rail, but beautiful surfing from her.
Yeah, well done, Rachel Tilley, putting together a really high heat total, 16.33. Now, we did have Ines Bieso's last wave drop, 5.2. That improves her situation. So, Ofeli was now looking for a 6.38 as we take a look at the beautiful nose ride from Rachel Tilley on the outside section here. Carving her board back to the pocket. I love the carves that she's doing.
The way that she sets that rail is absolutely incredible. I love the way she really gets, it's not even that it's on her heels. She's really just using her core to swing the board around, which is absolutely amazing.
The setup here for this nose ride was fantastic. Put her in a perfect position to be super critical on that hang 5.
Yeah, the way that she can set up each maneuver to link up to the next one, I mean, she's doing it critical from, and I said fluidity, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, not a step missed out of beat. So she, I mean, textbook surfing from Rachel.
Absolutely. As you see the official results from that heat, Rachel Tilley taking the win from Team USA, and Bieso of Uruguay moving through. We'll be back with more action. Going to bring in Sam and Bellin for the call of next heat of the women's.
Welcome back to the battleground as the best longboarders in the world go for gold, silvers, coppers and bronzes at the 2025 ISA World Longboard Championship hosted by Surf City, as we can see Anna Albers for Team Netherlands at Sunzal on a nice overhead wall. 20-minute heats for women's round 3 of the main event. So winners and second place surfers progress to main round 4. Surfers in third move into the repercharge, and Anna Albers has got a score on the board, surfing against Natsumi Teoka from Japan and Kate Brandy for Brazil. Up and riding Kate with 4 nice tight steps into a really crisp critical nose ride. It was great to hear Luana Suarez talking about how Kate Brandy, her teammate, is her favorite longboarder to look up to in a post-heat interview yesterday as Kate kicks things off in and out of a nose ride. But it's Natsumi Teoka straight to a 5 and she takes a fall. I'm Sam Bleakley back in the booth with Berlin Alvarez Kimball. Berlin, the vibes on the sand. Have you been hanging out with some of the competitors and soaking up some of the rays?
Yeah, I've been down there talking to some of the ladies, getting ready for their heats and just seeing how they're feeling and how getting the feedback of everyone is so excited. The girls are so excited to be able to shine today.
I saw you chillaxing with Leah Diaz. She's going to be coming up next, and you look like you were just having a nice conversation with her. She looked very, very chilled.
Yeah, we were having a nice conversation. I know her mother.
You know Leah's mother,
I remember her mother from when we were younger. She's right for Roxy, an amazing shortboarder. So shout out to su mama.
Diaz family, of course, pioneers of Costa Rican surfing. Leah coming up next, but right now it's 16 minutes remaining as we get to see Sunzal on fire with that favourable wind, and Anna Albers gets a 3.33, Kate Brandy a 3.17. Natsumi Teoka, uncharacteristic to see her fall. How do you think that will affect her, having to wash off that fall on her first ride?
Natsumi's not one to fall very often. She has gecko feet.
Yeah.
And she's a really precise surfer, style queen.
Yeah.
And to even really see her in a repercharge is quite rare.
Yeah. Well, this is the main round.
I mean, to see her fall off her board and start off her is not like her.
And when you do fall on your first ride, do you think some people are impacted by that because they feel it's not their moment, or do you think most of these surfers can just dig themselves out of that situation?
Natsumi does she's used to high competitive surfing. This is normal for her, so she would be able to wipe it off quite well.
Yep.
For those that's their first time competing in an event like this, it could rattle them.
Yep.
People are looking at them online, so it gets into their head, or they're nervous about how people are perceiving them from the beach, and those are the things that I don't think a lot of people realize coming to a contest really does affect some people.
Yeah, because every moment is documented when you're competing. Whatever you do, the cameras are on you during, before, through, and after that heat, and that can really play on some people's minds.
Yeah, being able to understand how to reset yourself is so important.
Yeah.
And I really encourage people. I said it earlier.
We'll finish this conversation in a minute because we've I was just going to kind of ask you, what is the difference between surfing for yourself and surfing for the judges? Is that the mentality for the winners? Are they putting on a performance for the judges, for the criteria, or is there something within them that's driving them and they're surfing really for themselves and their team?
I think it probably entails all those.
Sure.
Everyone wants to show their individual style. Not everyone wants to, have their style a certain way. But when you are competing, there is, there's rules, and you need to stay within, the what they wanting to see. For instance, they don't want. So it's you do have to kind of bring in how you perceive your style of surfing if you are competing.
Sure.
And some people, have a little bit of a hard time, and they go out and they're like, well, I'm going to do what I do and just touch it a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. And what's so interesting as well is some of those surfers who are still at the elite level competing but also have side careers. For example, Rachel Tilley, I was working with her. She was co-hosting with me at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships last year in Huntington. And she's now emerging with this dual career as an elite competitive longboarder, but also somebody working within the insides of the surf media. And I'm always blown away that she is maintaining, yes, she's still very young, this tenacity, this hunger to still win world titles.
She has a definite drive. She loves competitive surfing. She finds the fun in it. Some people do it as a job, and that's it.
I think that's such a key point, Berlin, finding the fun in it. And that that shines through their surfing.
It really does, and you can see today the girls that are really enjoying themselves, and men.
Yep.
And every person that I've spoken to on the beach is like, this is so fun, keyword fun. And you know, the vibes, like you said, everyone is just on a high right now, and the opportunity to get a wave of quality like this is so awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we had great waves yesterday, but there's no doubting that the first 3 days of the competition were really challenging, a lot of bump, but it's now starting to pay off. And to know that we've got a really favorable forecast to finish the longboard event in style, to crown our 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Gold medalists in good longboard waves, that is really exciting. And somebody who could be a front runner for that, she's just got an 8.5 for her highest scoring wave in that heat. It's Rachel Tilley. She's our silver medalist. Will it be gold this year? Let's hear from her right now.
Yeah, Rachel Tilley, we're just having a conversation about where we've been in the world in previous, but you look so comfortable out there today. Talk us through your excellent surfing, that 8.5.
Thank you. Yeah, I am just so stoked to have been able to surf in conditions like this. It's so beautiful. I was just trying to stay really calm and like really enjoy myself out there, and it was my goal to get at least an 8, or just like I wanted to get in the excellent range for this one. Have one of my waves be that. So yeah, I'm really happy with that.
You changed up your equipment from the previous days of competition as well, riding that Josh Martin's board. A little bit more rocker in this one today. It really showed out there. Do you want to talk us through that equipment?
Yeah, there is more rocker in this one. I rode my backup board 2 days ago because it was just so big and unruly, and I did not want to risk breaking this one because I know this board is going to thrive exactly in conditions like this, and I think it's pretty much this for the week on. So I was really excited to surf this board back again this morning. It has way more spring and it's way more lively, and I think that really reflects in my surfing and gives an edge there. So I'm really grateful for Josh making me some beautiful boards.
You'll have a rest for the rest of today. What are you going to do to prepare for the next round?
Well, we have some of our guys surfing this afternoon, so we'll definitely be cheering and watching them. I don't know, we'll see how the schedule maybe pans out for tomorrow. Yesterday we tried to go golfing in the afternoon, but the golf course was closed, so that would be really fun to try and do this afternoon. I don't know, we'll see, but it's like a balance of spending time in the water, but then also enjoying all that El Salvador has to offer and enjoying our time together as a team. So.
Oh, it's so great to have you here, Rachel. Thank you very much, and good luck for the remainder of the competition.
Thank you.
Back to you in the booth.
That's so interesting, that the opportunity to drive forward, being in a good space beyond the time surfing your heats. Right now, though, it's Natsumi Teoka really starting to come alive, locked in a beautiful nose ride, walks out with clean cross steps, nice roundhouse cut back as she just navigates a foamy section here, climbing and dropping and just keeping those arms out throughout all of her speed and momentum and movement, and stretching back up for another nose ride with great footwork out of that second long nose ride. Now she may well get this wave right through to the very inside as she comes off the bottom with a high line, 2-4 steps into another 5, walks out cleanly, great footwork all the way, and she's just gonna step off in the shallows there. That will be pretty safe on the inside, and that was a really incredible performance considering that she took off with that opening wave, it took a fall and then just all sealed it back together, then glued everything nicely with the footwork, a lot of flow and a lot of variety.
Yeah, then that's what I was talking about. Natsumi is a custodian to style and flow. And, you know, like I said, she will come right back, and you can see, look at that score that's just dropped for her.
Yeah, there we go. Comes in at a 717. So she's got time to paddle out to replace her backup score. Live action. Kate Brandy has a look at that wave. She doesn't catch it, but we can really see the quality of that wave peeling through. So that first section is that section when the surfers are really trying to get that opening nose ride. But now you can see as it comes out of your screen, it slows, and that's where they go to the tail to get those turns, and you can just see that perfect ruler edge line of white water, and then it just bends a little bit there as we can see our surfer in green with a 3.3 and a 5-wave set just rolling through, and none of them getting taken by the surfers. But Anna Albers is having a look at this one. Here it is. She's going to get a nice line. There's a good little lip to this. It's peaky, but she'll be able to drop right down into this wave. She comes off the middle of the wave, cuts back, uses those 2 cross steps just to keep that trim speed, as we can see her now locking into a hold of a 5, and then walks back, and she's just kind of trying to accelerate now from the middle of her board, but she's staying with this. There's the cross step coming back to stay in the foam, as we can see our surfer in red, Kate Brandy, on the wave out back, with Kate doing a nice cut back. This wave a little bit foamy, different from Anne's wave, because the foam from Anne's wave has moved across the face of Kate's wave, but Kate's wave breaking a little bit wider now, potentially a little bit bigger, but I did like that opening touch of the nose ride from Anna Albers.
It's interesting. I really would love to ask these ladies if when they paddle out, their strategic for it. Because Rachel, she said 2 points before she even paddled out. She's like, she had an intention. Okay, this is the score that I want to get.
Yep.
Which is really interesting. And this is why Rachel does so well in contests.
Yeah.
She sets her intent. This is what I'm looking for.
Yeah. And
as well, like how to reset and keep yourself moving, like in your brain, to calm down.
Sure.
And just find the fun in it. So 2 serious points for someone who is constantly making it to the finals and the semifinals, winning events.
Yep.
So for those of you that are just jumping into the competitive scene, that was a really good kind of insight from Rachel Tilley as to how you win medals.
Yeah, you know, trying to demonstrate to yourself that you can go excellent range, because you know that that's what's going to be required to go all the way, and also reminding yourself that throughout that pressure you need to have fun. And then I guess a third thing that was pretty interesting, if we go to her post-heat interview with Bo Nixon, she talked about wanting to also have a good time with the team away from the waves, and that maybe helps create that positive mental space that helps her shine even brighter in the surf, potentially in the final, if she does get a chance to go for gold.
Yeah, well, surrounding yourself with people, you know, that are supportive and uplifting is so important. And that's the great thing about this event, is it's bringing together teams, you know, and the support, the camaraderie, and really feeding off of each other's positive and, you know, energy.
Yeah.
And that team, I mean, it's Team USA, come on. Like, they're like...
However, Caitlin Mickelson has moved into the repercharge round from heat number 1 with Maria Fernanda Reyes. She took the win. Ginger Kaimi for Italy, the 12-year-old. Goofy Footer got second. Caitlin, she won't be eliminated. She'll now reset into the repercharge, but once you're in that repercharge, those 15-minute heats is a huge amount of pressure.
It is a huge amount of pressure, but Caitlin is an amazing competitor. She knows what she needs to do. She's another one. She'll go in there. She'll have a plan, and you know, she gets the right waves to her.
Yep.
She's a weapon.
Absolutely. 5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. We have Natsumi Teoka out there in the lead with a 717. Needs to get a backup wave. I was just thinking of music when I was watching Rachel Tilley. Soundtrack to Rachel Tilley's longboarding. Have you got a particular artist or a band that you think goes nice with Rachel surfing? I'm going to go Queen Latifah.
Oh, wow.
I'm liking that. And you know who I'm going for Natsumi? The Ting Tings. You know that band, indie band?
No, I was thinking more Jimi Hendrix or Rachel, but okay.
Wow, I like that.
I was thinking
Hendrix.
like Purple Haze or something. Like literally, just like it was just.
I just like her owning the space. A real sense of I'm here, and I'm gonna put that board exactly where I want it to be.
I like another one actually. I think could go. It's Eve. Who's that girl?
Nice. Yep.
La, 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 la. That's another one.
Other options for Natsumi?
Ooh, Natsumi. I need to think about.
Okay, you can come back.
Let me think about that one.
4 minutes 20 seconds remaining. Natsumi in the lead, but look at Kate Brandy. She's sitting now very secure in second with a 317 and a 413. So she got the best of that last exchange with Anna Albers. Anna had a 277. I really liked Anna's nose ride on that wall, but Kate's wave was a little bit bigger, and she just got the better of that second exchange. So Kate and Anna very evenly poised, with heat total of 730 for Kate and a heat total of 610 for Anna. So both of those women will jockey for that second position, but you sense that if Natsumi gets a chance to replace that 077, if we see the Natsumi we're used to seeing, you generally get her in the 5 to excellent range on most of her rides in competition.
I'd be interesting to see some statistics on her, how she places and what's her kind of average score.
Yeah, well, she's done well in ISA events over the years. A former medalist. She's got a great history as well of competition success in Asia and with the WSL, but she's won coppers and bronzes in 2018 and 2024 for Team Japan. As we can see, Anna Albers 4 steps to a nice 5. This is really important for Anna as she gets into another nose ride and solid on that second nose ride. It just goes low to control the speed and elegantly cuts back, a low again, climbing and dropping, and now a nice secure cut back and just bringing that front foot slightly pointing forward to initiate that turn. And now a couple more cross steps. A lot of certainty in Anna's surfing. There's precision, there's a lot of focus, but there's very much about being in the present moment as she locks in another nice fast streaking touch of the 5 through the very last part here. And now this wave still standing up as she just squats lower in the pocket, and she could get one more cut back. May well be a kick out, may well be a nose ride, but it looks like it's just going to get shallow on the inside, and she's right out cleanly on the shoulder, and that will feel absolutely brilliant for Anna Albers, because I think that's got the best of that battle between Kate and Anna. That was a really important ride, and I think it's going to put her in a solid second, maybe up into first.
That was a beautifully surfed wave. And did you see how much she was smiling?
Yeah,
when she was surfing? She was again having fun,
sure,
you know, and relaxed and just flowing. That's going to be a really good score for her.
Natsumi Teoka up and riding, high line 1, 2, 3, 4 to the tip, gets a nice lock of the 5, arm out on the inside, and then leaning forward, hips pointing forward through that long nose ride, and then down to the tail, and a really good low bottom turn setup. And you could just see how she just used that bottom turn to take it to the top part of the wave, touch the nose, walks back to the tail to initiate the cut back, stays nice in the pocket. This is going to be a strong one from Natsumi Belin.
Oh, a great surf to wave opening ride. Like for the opening maneuvers on that, just beautiful nose ride. She has so much style, and you can tell how much she puts the effort into honing that style as well. And look at this.
Nice sweeping turn to finish things off with a 717 for her top scoring ride, and she locks in through another nose ride right to the inside. The tide is really perfect right now, kind of pushing tide, really long walls, and that inside section still allowing scoring potential as she just floats and lands that float, stands up tall, and she's going to get a score. Could be in the excellent range as Kate Brandy answers back. Nice 5 for Kate. Walks out of that nose ride, really good turn there, powerful but great presence. Couple of quick steps forward again and locks another 5 as she now goes into a really radical down carve. A lot of spray but great control, standing tall here, and now widens that stance again for a very dynamic turn. I mean, this is absolutely incredible the way she just really buries that rail, but also turns with a lot of elegance and control, and definitely this is going to be a big score for Kate. So this could be now an interesting exchange between Anna and Kate. Anna had some nose rides. Kate's had a couple of nose rides, but some really, really good power turns as well.
Those turns were legit amazing, you know, her opening turns. If we get the replay on it, you can see how she just power the rail to rail surfing, but she doesn't lose her speed coming out of those turns. And then she does this really beautiful kind of ankle pivot off the white, like towards the white water, and comes back around and drives her speed off of it again. And I think the difference between Natsumi and Kate will be those cutbacks.
Sure. Well, also the difference between Anna.
Between Anna and Natsumi is Kate and Natsumi, those cutbacks.
Because Anna and Kate both had significant waves. I think, well, Anna's comes in at a 5.50, so now we know the situation for Kate. Kate's chasing a score of a 3.82 to move up into second. Natsumi will almost certainly move up into first. I think Natsumi's won this heat.
Those nose rides are unreal for Natsumi.
It could be excellent range, that last score of Natsumi's, but I think Kate's wave is going to be right up there. I think there was a huge point of difference in the way we saw her surf there. It was a little bit reminiscent of a regular footer, Cindy Portier. Good flow, good footwork, but great power turn.
Nice footwork, really good footwork. And then watch her turns. She just has so much power in them. And again, her nose ride is on point, but the way she throws, you know, all the turning into that, and that rail is just amazing. You know, she does get some nice nose rides as well, but she reads these waves so well. She was chasing a 3.82, and I'm looking forward to seeing what she was driving. I really, really enjoyed watching her surfing, and like I said, just those turns, I really, really admire them.
Yeah, and then even she gets a little work through the inside here, still going strong. She gets another touch at the tip, I remembered, when we were watching it live. Holds onto that, walks out cleanly, and then just drives that right down and kicks out on the inside. So she needs a score. I think she's going to get the score. I think it's pretty clear. I think Natsumi's going to move up into first. Kate's going to move up into second. And Anna will probably move into the repercharge, but Anna can be really proud with the way she surfed. I mean, that 5.50 was a really great performance. And I think Anna is a great role model for other longboarders around the world, because she has worked very hard to get to this level. And it goes to show that if you put in the hours, both mentally and physically, you can go far in a big event like this.
Oh, of course you can. And it's so important for women to have great role models, you know, young women to have great role models such as her.
And she gets the score to go to second. Kate Brandy gets a 6.87 for her last ride. Natsumi Teoka gets a 7.5 for hers. And she moves to first, and Brazil goes to second, and Anna Albers will move down into the repercharge as we get to appreciate Natsumi's 7.5. Enjoy this, longboard fans, and stay with us, because coming up next, we've got Costa Rica, Uruguay, and Australia.
Oh, look at that.
Welcome back to this bowl of brilliance at Sunzal. It's the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship Women's Round 3, Heat number 5, as Tully White, the regular footer from the Northern Beaches, a Manly local, is up and riding on her fantastic boards built at Rhino and Brookvale. This is the signature model, the Bauer model, designed by Sean Nettleton, and she is looking incredible with a really graceful drop knee set up there, and again putting that board on rail with the drop knee and cross-stepping back to the tail, standing tall with clean, crisp, precise footwork all the way to a 5, and then again back up to stand nice and elegant as she just looks to see if this wave may well have one last touch of the nose ride right through to the inside, or potentially a smooth kick out. And there it is, Tully White from Australia. That is why she is one of the best in the world, with Leah Diaz stroking into this. Leah from Costa Rica, her mother, big shout out to Andre, absolute legend of Costa Rican surfing, and Leah works as a surf coach at Living Pura Vida. She's been a bronze medalist at the 2023 Pan American Games, and she takes a fall there. Back up for more though, so that will affect the score. What do you think happened with that bounce off, Belin?
I'll have to see. I wonder if she maybe slipped. But again, I'll look at that replay. But she's studying to get her real estate license right now as well.
There we go.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah, smart. Here we go.
Live action. Marcelo Machado smooth, precise bottom turn, cross steps forward, doesn't ride the nose on that cross step, but goes back to the tail, and then just with a surety just kind of redirects down to the bottom of the wave, and now does find a nose ride. And impressive, because that was really low down the wave, and you could just see at the point where she knew she needed to come off that nose ride to get back to the tail. This wave a lot more foamy than the wave we saw Tully and Leah take off on, but she's riding it with a lot of control, and now just widens those arms and lifts them up, very flexed in the knees, and then she cross steps forward and stretches out for a second hang 5. So 2 touches of the nose throughout this ride, a lot of work within the pocket, very assured, drawn out surfing, back up to another touch into the shoulder of the wave, and she'll swim back to her board and paddle out for more. So long paddle, she's got 5 minutes of paddling to get back out to the peak, but that's going to be a significant score, considering that Leah fell on what looked like a wave with a lot of scoring potential.
And it came in as a 3, so it was a great wave, well ridden from Marcela. Really nice nose riding. Again, just getting the first wave underneath her belt, warming it up. You know, a lot of nerves coming in to heats when you start pulling names like Tully.
Yeah.
So,
but Tully's such a gracious competitor, isn't she?
She is so
I've never ever seen her being too hassly. She always seems to win just with her surfing doing the performance.
No, exactly. Let's her surfing speak.
Yeah, absolutely. Great performance for Tully, and with that, Natsumi Teoka took the win, and she's down there on the glass with Bo Nixon.
Congratulations, Natsumi. Really nice surfing in that last heat. Can you tell me what were the type of waves you were looking for out there today? Conditions look really nice.
Yeah, the wave looks so slow, so I wish I could have one wave before 5 minutes, but I couldn't. So I'm a little bit stressed in the water, but my first wave was 0 point something, but the second wave was 7, so I feel comfortable the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, you dropped a couple of 7-point rides. That was very nice surfing out there. You've represented Japan before here at ISA's, a lot of different ISA events as well. What would it mean for you to get to the final again and go for the gold medal?
Yeah, the last ISA we got the silver medal. It's so close, so this time we came here, Team Japan, everyone support each other, so I think, yeah, we're gonna do it.
Yeah, that's right. Very strong team looking Japan this year as well. What are you going to do to prepare for the future rounds?
I just need rest because it's long paddling, so my body is a bit tired, so I'm gonna be rest and then ready for next round.
Congratulations. Any words for friends and family back home?
日本は夜中なんですけど、応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。チームジャパンみんな勝ち上がっていて、今日ひろかちゃんが次の日と大輝くん、タカと続くので、引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Natsumi Teoka moving through to the next round of competition. Back to you in the booth.
Yeah, Japan, of course, team silver medalists last year, Hawaii team gold medalist. They actually had Kai Hamasi surfing on the men's side alongside Taka Inui, but they had the same 2 women, Hiroka and Natsumi. Natsumi got to that grand final, and she won a bronze, and she's also got a copper medal from 2018. So talking about how she did have some nerves that first fall, but she corrected that, but also recognizing that it is exhausting out there, and she really knows that she needs to rest and recharge the batteries for round 4.
Yeah, that is important. As you know, we were saying, with the 15-minute heats that we had previous, there's still a lot of water moving, and it is exhausting, and it's hot today. I think today's the hottest day we've had.
I even noticed in the free surf yesterday evening when I went in the water that the water was feeling warmer than it had felt all week.
Yeah, so it's I'd be interested to find out why it's that 100% humidity, and it feels a solid 5-6 degrees hotter. This morning at 4:30 when we were all getting ready, it was hectic. So
early starts for the team here, and Tully White has got a good early lead with a 5.67, Marcelo Machado with a 4, Leah Diaz with a 3. So a little bit of an expected spread between Leah and Tully, but Marcella only getting a 4. There was a lot done on that wave, but why do you think the judges kept that in the 4 range? Do you think it lacked a little bit of criticalness in the pocket, or was it the pace of the maneuver she was doing?
think maybe a bit of both.
Sure.
You know, I think that, I think that was a really good way to explain why. Where, and I think Tully's wave, you know, it just holding her nose rides, way more pocket surfing, and the judges have set a pretty, you know, a criteria of what they're looking after, and they're really trying to kind of stick to that.
Yep. 11 minutes 35 seconds remaining. So that second wave could come through for all of the surfers, as we can just see them sitting there. This one, no takers. It's an insider, but it does have some good scoring potential. You can just see how this one's got a little wobble in it, but a nice little bit of a lifting nose ride pocket, as Tully is in first priority, and Leah is in second, and Marcela is in third. And we are here at Surf City, El Salvador, for the 9th time that this incredible location has hosted a ISA event, as we move past El Tunco Rock, and you can really appreciate how spectacular this coastscape is, with the blue water and the exposure to the south swell season that is just starting to kick off now. This is the period of time where you really get bigger, more consistent waves, and you can come up here to El Sunzal and enjoy all the great accommodation and the guest houses and food in El Tunco. And this really is one of the more exciting surf tourism development projects on the planet, and it's the unique vision of Nayib Bukele and his government team to really develop Surf City sustainably. And it is now like a beautiful tourist zone between Walser, Thilo, Denaga Park and El Zonte Beach, and there are now hundreds of businesses of all scales that are thriving. And next to come is going to be the Camino to Surf City, the Way to Surf City, which is going to be a new road network, and they're really upgrading the water treatment plants. They're going to add bike paths and boardwalks. There's going to be more lifeguard towers, and then there's a new level of attention as well down to the southeast coast. You know, one of the next areas that the government are excited about sustainably engaging with is Las Flores, Punta Mango. El Zonte, just up the coast, is also a great place to visit. A lot of good food, as we can see the surfers sitting pretty close together. Do you think there'll be a bit of chit-chat, or all be silence out there?
You can see maybe some chit chat out there, but I think it just depends. You know, like some people don't like to talk. You know, some people are just like little parrots out there. I guess it depends. You know, like I was hearing Megan talk about, you know, your friends on beach, you know, but in the water it's different.
Yep.
Some people are very much like that. Some people just go out and chat.
Yep.
You know, especially if you're really, 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 really good friends, and you do just continue that. But I've never been one to not, you know, engage in conversations out there, because I was like, whoa, how's that? That was an awesome wave. And I'm constantly talking about how great their surfing is, not paying attention to my own.
Here we go, a little bit of movement. First priority is Tully White. She decides not to take it, so Leah Diaz is going to have a look. She fell on her first wave, so this is important for her to just gain her confidence as she cross steps forward and locks a 5 and gets a 10. Walks out of that really nice nose ride and into a nice down carve turn, and then sets herself up from the middle of the wave with a couple of cross steps, and then as that wave requires the cutback, she does exactly what is needed and goes to the tail, and now stands tall, and she's just going to look for this steep section here. This is the moment where you really need to stay close to the pocket, and if you spot the chance of a nose ride wall, you get a high line and wrap your toes over the tip, as she is doing right now. And you can just see how that wave started to accelerate, and she needed to stay in the pocket, so she runs off the stall maneuver of the nose ride back to the tail to just redirect and allow herself to steer and stay close to the steep section, because you can't do any nose riding out on the flats. You have to be in the pocket to allow you to physically stand in the 5 or the 10 on the nose of the board. As she touches another nose ride right through to the inside, and now we've seen the Leah Diaz that we know exists. She is a world-class longboarder, and that is going to be a huge confidence booster. With 7 minutes 30 seconds remaining, she should have time for another set wave.
That was a really well surfed wave. Great nose riding.
Yeah.
And like you just said, you know, a chance to reset. Look at this, you know, lovely take, like high line takeoff, straight to the nose, holds that up to a really tight 5-10, and a nice walk back. You know, just really turning quite lovely, fading back, readjusting, back up Nice footwork to get her down the line.
All in the pocket as well.
All in the pocket, as you see. Coming back, she's an amazing shortboarder as well, so she understands, the performance side of it. Staying right in the white water. Again, really lovely transitioning with her surfing. As she sees another section coming towards her.
So considering we got a 5.67 range for Tully's highest scoring ride, that's a benchmark set by the judges. Do you think this could go higher than that or pretty similar?
I think it could be quite similar.
Sure.
Like I said, she's had a couple nose rides, a couple nice turns as well, and this inside nose ride connecting. Just really pulling it all out at such a lot, She really needed this wave.
Yeah, to fall on that first wave, but she still got a 3.0 for that opening wave despite the fall, and she needed to come back strong, and she has. This is a brilliant ride. May well prove to be the highest score of the heat so far. We'll wait and see. Tully White with a 5.67, waiting for that second score, and now we can see those circles next to the surfers in blue and green. So all of the surfers have now had 2 rides, and we will get to find out now who is going to be the front runner as we move into the last 5 minutes 30 seconds, Billin.
Yeah. With the time that she has left, she's halfway back out, which you guys can't see from the screen right now. But I would assume she'd be able to turn around and catch another, as we see Tully, on her second wave.
Up and riding. Really nice footwork. Big overhead wall for Tully White. Trademark footwork, the way she came cleanly out of that nose ride and then just goes super low on the bottom turn with that switch in planing edges. Real reference to that beautiful involvement style of longboarding that inspired so many people in the mid to late 60s and has really been important for the youth movement in longboarding, to ride traditional boards but still put those boards on rail and surf more radical waves as Tully goes back into that drop knee and gets another high line and crisp and clean and ashore up to the tip again for a 5. Everything's so elegant. Tully is a world-class surfer, and this for me is one of the more beautifully put together waves I have seen all event. And what I really appreciate is the way she really emphasizes that compact bottom turn and then stands tall and elegant as she comes out of those turns. This is Marcela Machado on her second wave. Cross steps forward, stretches out to the nose in the middle of the wave, but that nose ride's so different to Tully's because it's more on the shoulder, and you can now see she cuts back, so the judges will recognize that first nose ride, yes, was a 5, but it wasn't in the steeper part of the wave, so it may well affect the scoring potential. But now she's back onto the tail, doing a few cutbacks, and she's going to add a good score as well because she's got a 4, and we're waiting now for scores to come through for Leah, a 6.17, so it does go higher than the 5.67 for Tully's opening ride. But what do you think of this from Marcelo moving through to the inside, Belen?
I think that's going to improve on her 4. It's definitely going to, give Tully a little bit, but this next wave I think going to kind of come in from Tully is going to make what Marcela needs going to be quite high.
Sure.
I think this is the wave coming in for green is going to be very solid.
Yeah, I think it'll be the wave of the heat.
Yeah. So it's without, where she's at now, it's going to be a quite significant score.
So
which I think she's going to go down into 3rd.
Yeah, we're anticipating that Tully's going to move up into 1st when her score drops, and Leah will move down to 2nd, and then Marcela will probably be chasing something in the 6s to move back up into 2nd. Not much time left, 3 minutes, but enough time for a set. Amazing how the difference between these main round 20-minute heats and these 15-minute heats for the repercharge. We would already be over if we were still in the 15-minute heats. It just gives a little bit of extra breathing space for the competitors to be a little bit more selective, especially if they have a slow start.
And with the conditions being this good, you do want to be selective because you have an opportunity to kind of actually analyze what's coming, take your time, not rush it as much, but it gives you a chance actually to get maybe a couple more waves under your belt.
And Leah will not want to be carrying that 3. So we've got that score for Marcela, comes in at a 4.67. She's now up into 2nd, but we're expecting her to move to 3rd when Tully's score comes in. And Tully's score comes in at a 6.33, so it is the highest score of the heat so far. I really liked it. I actually thought it would have gone higher than that. I didn't see anything other than pure involvement style longboarding with great footwork, pocket work, Great expressive use of the rail, covering a lot of ground and using all of the board. For me, this was one of the coolest rides we've seen in the event so far, Belin.
Up to a nice 5. Again, just racing this section. And I really love the way she leans into that bottom turn, really squats down and gets some nice drive. She makes it look so effortless. You know, her, and if you look at her hands, they just kind of hang to the side. They don't move around a lot. She really uses her body to throw, you know, the tail around. And again, just really moves her board with the right speed, and then dropping this drop knee. Again, just really utilizing the trim and the flow of the cross step to get her to and fro where she's wanting to get to.
That was absolutely
beautiful
exquisite.
surfing.
That
really
was
beautiful surfing.
a ride to study, you know, for cool, smooth longboarding. And the way she's riding the wave how she wants to ride it, but she's staying in the pocket, and she's got this lovely blend of the traditional upright and the compressed involvement style. And a 6.33 she moves up into first. So now the pressure's on Marcela Machado for Uruguay, chasing a 4.51 Belin. She's got 40 seconds remaining, but it's Leah on the inside. She could replace her 3. Nice setup. She goes to the bottom of the wave and bottom turns, cross steps forward, risks a nose ride. That was a difficult place to do the nose ride, but she hung on to that. Very impressed with the degree of difficulty. She walks back to the tail, little sweeping S-turn, cut back, 20 seconds remaining as she's now growing in stature with this wave as it starts to stand up on the inside. It's a bit peaky now, but she's already got a really nice opening nose ride that was quite risky, and I was impressed that she committed to it and she rode out of that. And then this is going to allow a little bit of a stall maybe for one more nose ride. She gets 2 steps forward, stretches out, holds the 5, speeds up, walks out just in pace with the lip all the way through to the inside. A great way to end her heat, and I think this is going to put her in a solid second position, potentially even push her up into first.
That was a really smart surf to heat for her. You know, she got 2 great waves. And then, you know, like her backup would be a 3. So this next wave, I'm really looking forward to see what's going to come through.
And look at the smile
She's
on
happy.
her face. And that has been a big feature of the surfers this week, about expressing their desire to enjoy themselves. You know, we live in such a challenging world. There's so many challenges, both locally and globally, and it's so special the way surfing can unite people and transcend politics and give health and happiness and vibrancy. And I think that a lot of these surfers are very appreciative of the opportunity to represent their country here and reminding themselves, we need to enjoy this.
I 100% agree to that. And for me, massive saludades a Marcela Machado. You know, you surfed so beautifully, representing Uruguay, and you made me as a Latina so proud for you and your country, and as well for Leah Diaz. All you ladies just surfing so well. Congratulations on those that have made it through into the next round and those into the repercharge.
Yeah, Australia takes the win. Costa Rica second. Stay with us. We've got Philippines, Brazil, and Japan coming right up.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome to Day 2 of competition for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. Our highest highest single wave score in the men's division goes to Eduardo Pero for Team France, 8.87.
Need to bring some variety into the styles of cutbacks and lifting those arms, opening nose ride, moves back and then just really unleashes a beautiful sweeping roundhouse cutback and then cross steps back up. Hallmarks of Eduard's surfing is his read of waves.
Feeling good. The waves are a little bit tricky with the wind, like it's a lot of bumpy, but my boards ride perfectly in those conditions, so I'm stoked on that first hit. It's always tricky to enter in a contest and stoked to make that performance.
Team Japan's Taka Inoue with an 8.33.
As we can see, Taka Inoue locked on a beautiful soul arch, lifting 5, driving, streaking into a quick 10.
Team Peru's Maria Fernanda Reyes with an 8.0.
Very comfortable again, holding that 5 through this section. And she moves up onto the nose again, so 3.
Great start for Natsumi, in and out of 2 critical nose. An important thing to remember is just really holding on to that bouncy first section, getting out on the open face for the middle of the ride.
I feel so good. The wave was a bit bumpy, but I found good waves and then got 8.1 for the first wave. It's so good.
That wraps up an excellent day 2 of competition. Be back for more action tomorrow.
Para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to the action. Thanks so much for tuning in. A pleasure to have your company for round 3 of the women's heat number 6, as we see Mara Lopez, Luana Suarez and Hiroko Yoshikawa surfing for Japan, Brazil and the Philippines respectively. It's 20-minute heats. We've already had 4.5 minutes and we've got some scores to come through. Hiroko Yoshikawa is paddling back out. She's ridden that wave all the way through to the inside. Mara Lopez will have a score to drop and a low score for Luana, just a 0.53. I'm Sam Bleakley, still here with Berlin Alvarez. Kimball, Berlin, you've been showing me some real deep insight into some of these rides, but what about the talent of this young 14-year-old from La Union in the Philippines?
A really strong surfer. She's really technical surfing from her. Her nose rides are with confidence. She puts her feet right on that nose and you could just see how she just, there you go. Very, very comfortable on the nose. She's very nervous to be here, but so excited to be able to, represent the Philippines. She's got great surfing on this board. This board, she's loving it, really enjoying the way it's been feeling for her. And her style is just something really fresh for being so young.
Yeah, just 14, and she drops an 8.5 for that first wave. She got near excellent scores yesterday, and it was really incredible to see her, but up and riding on the replay. This is the first ride for Hiroko. What do you think of this?
This wave looked like it was going to be a really long ride from her from the start. Broke way out the back and really gave her opportunity to do everything she really needed to do. Nice nose rides, nice carving turns. As we see, again, back focusing on this inside, reconnecting, and really putting some lovely surfing together. Lovely footwork, nice small steps. She doesn't rush her footwork either. As you can see, this little, oh, that was smart.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. It's the run to the not nose ride.
Nope, that's not right.
But she came out of it so cool.
She did.
Really hard to do, actually.
That is, and being able to realize, no, if I put my foot down, I'm going to pick my nose.
Wow.
As we see this.
That looks like it just absolutely perfect, doesn't it? You can just see the texture of that. That just makes you hungry to be out there, toes on the nose, soul arching. Let's mind surf this.
Oh, goodness.
On the tip there, big, nice cutback.
I'd be cutting all the way back to that white water.
Soul arch bottom turn.
Taking steps off that white water.
Maybe a little switch stance. Maybe a handstand, a headstand.
I don't know. It'd be my first wave because I haven't surfed yet, so I'm going to take it easy. I'm just going to float, try to come off the bottom, go up to the nose, just hold that. Hopefully, as it peaks up a little bit, go to a 10 right now if I could.
Heels?
I'm not a heels person.
Okay.
I suck at heels. I fall off.
But you can walk in a pair
I
of
would.
heels. I've seen you walk.
I can walk in some heels.
You
We
walk
tear
well in your
stuff
heels.
in some heels.
And I think you can hang heels.
We actually, the first time I ever did hang heels, it was with Ray Gleave. It was Cassie and myself at Noosa. And so Ray was like, okay, I'm going to try this. You all have to do what I do.
Right.
So first was like a drop knee, and then it was like a reverse drop knee, and then it was a 5, then to a 10, then to a heels. And so whatever he did, we tried to do. So it was really, that was my first time hanging heels.
12 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Mara Lopez, an 8.5. I mean, we've already seen Ginger Kaimi, the 12-year-old, shining in this round. She took second in heat number 1 behind Maria Fernanda Reyes. But another youngster shining is Mara Lopez. But up and riding right now is Luana. Locks in a 5, holds that 5. Incredible length of time on the nose. She's staying locked in this 5 and gets those toes tighter over the tip. It's like a side to the tight 5. Maybe not a full 10, but certainly nice and tight with the 5, and some great footwork back and forth, keeping that high line in trim and then touching the 5 once again, and super snappy with the footwork back and forth. And now just kind of like arcing, snaking, weaving, setting herself up with another stall. She wants to get high in the wave for the nose ride. That was a risky nose ride. She dropped down into a speedy section but came out of the 5 very quick. You can really see how she's ready to react with the footwork. This is a great example of functional nose riding, getting a 10 in that section and then just going into the foam and then recognizing it wasn't an easy landing on that turn, but that was a busy, lively, active wave for Luana, and it's going to be a strong score, and she's going to need a strong score because Hiroka has dropped to 5.17 and her competitor from the Philippines, Mara, is kicked off with an 8.50.
I think that score might hover, if not maybe slightly higher than Hiroka's wave. I definitely don't think it's going to come into the Mara style, but it was really amazingly surfed. Great opening, she had a 0.53, but this is definitely going to come in.
Somebody on fire, very well educated as well. She's gotten a degree in environmental science. She's representing Team Australia. It's Tully White on the glass with Bo Nixon.
Tully, fantastic surfing out there, making it through to the next round of the women's main round event. Tell us, how was it out there? How did you feel out there? The sun's out now. It's getting hot. Still early in the morning, but tricky conditions.
Yeah, well, it was really pumping out there. I watched the boys kill it in their heats this morning, and just really couldn't wait to get out there. I was praying the wind stayed clean, and it did. And I was chatting with some of the other girls as we came up. Some of the best waves surfed in their heat, so can't help but just enjoy it.
Oh, that's awesome. You're keeping Australia's hopes alive for a team medal this year. Still in the main event, but everyone else still in the competition as well. What's the vibe like with Team Australia?
The vibe is very high. We're all just having a ball. We've really been enjoying writing each other's names in the sand when the sand's there and just really backing each other. The others are looking so strong in the repo round, so I really believe they can go all the way as well. And just loving it. We've been having a great time trying different places for dinner and just trying to see a little bit more of El Salvador. Just having a ball.
Oh, that's so great. What are you going to do to prepare for the next round coming up later on this week?
Be cheering on the rest of the team, just screaming our lungs out, and just enjoying as much of El Salvador as I can.
Any words for friends and family back home?
Big thanks to everybody that's been watching and cheering along back home. Really appreciate all of the support, and hopefully we can bring home a medal for you guys, because Aussie longboarding is best in the world, so thank you.
Thanks very much. Tully, back to you in the booth.
Go Tully. confidence, coolness, and really expressing how she wants to continue to enjoy her time here in El Salvador. She'll be cheering on her teammates. She's looking strong, and another woman looking strong, Mara Lopez, an 8.5, another really good nose ride. So already what we're seeing from Mara is pure talent. The confidence to just perch on the tip. Yes, she's shy on the beach. We heard her in a couple of post-heat interviews already. Very quiet, softly spoken, but she really uses the ocean to express herself. This is a happy place, and she's back on the nose with an iconic soul arch, locking in a really incredible 10.
Oh my
staying
goodness.
with panache on the 5 and just locked with so much skill and natural ability, walking with good cross steps out of that 5-10 combination, and then just lifting those arms as she cross steps forward once more. And the amazing thing is of the top 4 national surfers from the Philippines, they're all from La Union, and one of them is her older sister Ashley, and the other is Daisy Valdez, and the other is Daisy's daughter. So between these two families, the Lopez's on Mara's side and Daisy Valdez's side, the Valdez's, they've really got women's longboarding sealed at the moment. As we can see, Luana answering back. She's got a good score of a 6.83 as her top scoring ride, as she just cross steps in and out of that section and just sees that it's shouldering away. So maybe some good damage done on the outside, but Mara, we've got 2 scores to come in. And the first wave, we saw a little flash of brilliance, and then suddenly she shoulder hopped something else. And wow, look at this 5-10 combination.
Oh, she is just on fire. Look at that confidence. You do not lean back unless you know you're on and then put to nice tight. She is just having so much fun. But look, it's still on the nose. She's going to have breakfast up there.
Wow, that's made my day.
Oh, that just watching her as well. You're just so young. That turn, just so technically beautiful. Absolutely just ripping.
Well, the
just showcasing strong surfing, as we see. You know, our second youngest girl in this heat from Brazil, just really showcasing lovely style, controlled, not racing anything. Wave kind of just fizzled out for her right there, but you know, 6.83 was her opening ride.
I mean, Brazil, what a cool country. You know, Brazil's the largest country in South America, and it has nearly 7,500 kilometers of coastline. All Atlantic coast, and you know those heavy beach breaks that they have in Brazil. That makes pretty aggressive, strong longboarders, because if you can handle those heavy beach breaks, you're going to have super quick footwork, a good rail game, and you're going to be very reactive. And that's what we see in Luana's style, somebody who, whatever comes at her, you can always sense that she can deal with the bumps, the bounces, the ledgy sections.
And she has some really great influences of world champions and solid surfing coming from there. And women, she's got Chloe, she's got the models, the Augusto Saldanas.
And she said that Kate Brandy, her teammate, is her
influence.
heroine surfer. And Kate was ripping earlier today. So if you didn't get the chance to see Kate Brandy on fire, watch heat number 4 as she gets second behind Natsumi Teoka and beats Anna Albers. And those cutbacks that Kate Brandy was doing were just sizzling. I mean, you were super buzzing on those, as we can see Hiroka up and riding, walks to the tip, locks a 5, little wave to the skies on that nose ride there. She walks out into a nice sweeping S-turn, just widening that stance. And you can just see how she moves that back foot closer to the tail, closer to the fin, and now gets a bit of variety with a drop knee turn. There's a lot in Hiroka's repertoire. She can do drop knees, rail turns, may occasionally throw in the rail grab turn, but here, this wave now quite slopey, so it's about using the stool, and she stretches out for a little super quick touch of the 5 again, locks on the 5 for a little bit longer this time, so not as walled up as the wave we just saw Mara Lopez catch, but she's giving it everything, and it's her second ride, so super important for Hiroka to maximize every ounce of juice all the way through to the inside. How many good nose ride poses are there in this? There's probably been about 20 backhand up soul arch photos taken from this one heat alone that would make the cover of any magazine.
So have a look at her surfing from the outside, and then have a look at her surfing from the inside, and the difference with the size of the wave compared to what turns on when she gets into just that little bit smaller waves. She's really used to surfing smaller waves.
Interesting.
And we had this conversation because, you know, she went to Indonesia to try to, you know, practice getting barreled to prepare for coming and surfing a little bit heavier waves here in Australia. But where she lives, it doesn't get very big. And she loves surfing smaller waves, but you can really see how much she can handle those little waves and really kind of bring the light her talent.
Yeah, she's from Njuka, just in Chiba there. She rides her dad's surfboards, Ruji Shapes. He's a legend out there. And she's 6 times Japanese champion. And like you say, she really did start to do so much through the inside. And it's also applying that level of prowess out back on the open face. But she does perform very well at Sun Zhao. This is going to be really evenly poised now between Luana and Hiroka for second, I think, because Mara Lopez has dropped a 6-4 for her third ride and a throwaway wave of a 5 for her second ride. And bearing in mind that 6-4 was earned wide, she was really, really fortunate to find a nice wide one, but it came off the back of that 5-10 nose ride connection.
This wave that Hiroka caught, like I said, the inside, you know, it wasn't a big wave.
Yeah.
But just to see how well she navigated and the trim and the timing I really enjoyed watching the smaller wave for her because it just showcased the art of finding the right spots to nose ride.
It will be interesting if Mara stays in the lead. I think you're on the next rotation for post seats. I know she's quite shy and nervous, but if she can articulate what it feels like to hang 10, it looks like she is someone who is obsessed with the nose ride and that all she wants to do every day is get on the nose and hang 10.
I'll ask her that question. Can you describe to me what it feels like for you to nose ride, hang 10?
She just goes over the corner of that set, 1 minute 50 seconds remaining. Hiroka is moved up into second with a 4.73, so working that wave through the inside paid off. So now it's an opportunity for Luana to chase a 3.07. So a very attainable score for Luana, and she's up and riding a high line, 2 steps and 4, locks a 5, just moves that foot backwards to control the 5 and lifts the arm and points that knee forward in line with the tip, and then has a really good cross step to the tail and a S turn and cross steps forwards and back again, and now just deciding if she's going to go high line or low line. Here it is, another nose ride wall ahead, stalls it, and now locks a second nose ride. Things are going to get bowly here, but she's got a nice sweeping down carve. This wave is just absolutely beautiful, the way it's just stood up with texture and playfulness. And Tully said that her and the other women competitors were saying this is some of the best conditions they've ever competed in. As we can see, Luana working all the way through to the inside. Certainly she's going to get the 3.07 she needs to move up into second. May well even be a score that could threaten first, but she's going to be pleased with this as long as that board doesn't break in the shore break.
That was such a well-surfed wave, and, you know, only needing a 3.07, you know, fairly confident to say it. Do I think it's going to surpass her 6.83? I think to par, if not higher.
Do you think it was a mistake for Hiroka to put so much into a small wave? Should we have seen her doing that surfing on a bigger set wave with a little bit more patience?
Yes.
There we go. So it gets a 4.73 for Hiroka, but it may well not be enough to stay in second because Luana is only chasing a 3.07. There's now 5 seconds left. Hiroka can't catch that wave in time, so we're anticipating that Hiroka Yoshikawa from the team silver medalist from last year will be shifting into the repercharge with Luana waiting for a score to come through, and we're expecting it to put her at least up to second, Ellen.
Yeah, definitely. I really want to champion Hiroka surfing, though, because for me, that inside longboarding, the nose rides, was just so beautiful to watch. So good job, Hiroka. Beautiful surfing, and I love watching you surf. And we're still waiting for one wave of red to drop, but can pretty confidently say taking that is Mara from the Philippines.
There it is. This is 6.8 for Luana. So a last wave also to be scored for Mara, but it won't change the situation because Luana stays in second. Mara Lopez takes the win, the 14-year-old. For me, the best nose rider in the competition right now is 14-year-old Mara Lopez from La Union, Luzon, Northern Philippines. Watch out, Surf World. She could be a future world champion. She may win it this week. Let's see. Stay with us. We'll be right back as Megs and Bo come into the booth.
Hello and welcome back. Day number 5 of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. We are into the men's main event, round number 3, heat number 1. Up and riding, Lucas Garrido Leca of Peru. Trying to muscle his way around this one. He got some work done on the outside section, as you saw on screen. And Lucas is on his backhand on this wave as he makes his way through. Manages to find some more open face on the inside of this wave. Gets himself up onto the nose, perching. Beautiful 10 as he looks to finish this wave off with control. He does so as well. So a good start there from our Peruvian surfer. He's going to be joined in this heat by Roland Lefebvre of France, alongside Dorian Torres from Costa Rica and John Garmendia from Spain. A stacked heat to kick things off for round number 3, heat number 1 out in the water. You can see some small waves approaching the lineup. Under 18 minutes here, 20-minute heats for men's main event, round 3. The score starting to drop for Lucas there. He drops a 5.17 to kick things off, setting the scale in this heat. As we see Roland Lefebvre from France paddling into this one. He's up and riding, fades from the left back to the right, up on the nose, holding that 5 through this section. Going to stay on the nose as he moves his way out away from the pocket. Drop knee carve back to the whitewater section here as he wiggles his board. Again, that drop knee turn into the whitewater. Staying with this one as he gets himself back up on the nose. The camera pans out. We see Dorian Torres behind him, up and riding of Costa Rica. We'll stay with Roland Lefebvre there as he makes his way through the inside. Beautiful scenes here. El Sunzal, Surf City, El Salvador. Dorian Torres, beautiful drop knee. There's Roland hanging 5 through the inside section. Both surfers will be waiting a score for these rides. Roland bringing it all the way through to the inside, again up on the nose, recognizing that there's more scoring potential for him on the inside of this wave. He's going to finish off in the Papusa section by kicking out. Oh, big start to this heat. My name is Bo Nixon, joined back in the booth by Megan Godinez. Auntie Megs, good start.
Good start. We're going to see, excuse me, going into the main round of men's round 3, we are going to see some stacked heats. They're going to start pushing each other deeper. That tide's starting to fill in now. So we're going to see some bigger walls and some great surfing from all the surfers.
We certainly are waiting for those scores to drop. Dorian Torres opting again to wear no leash out there today. I saw him running down for this heat. We saw him on one of the bigger days opting not to wear a leash as well. Really paid off for him. Gives him that freedom to walk the board without any stress of the leash getting tangled. Our Spaniard, John, up and riding, getting to the nose. Oh, tight 5. I love that style he has, throwing his arms up in the air. Nice carve back to the pocket. Cross steps 2 times up the board. Set himself up for another nose ride. Another great stylish 5 as he carves that board through that section there. That wave standing up for him on the inside again as he redirects the board back toward the white water, bouncing off the foam, deciding to kick out. Good start from John as well. The judges have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and it's so great to see John. He is his own shaper and his own glasser, so it's really cool to see him. He was here last year representing Spain, and the improvement he's gotten, those tight 5s, even those hang 10s, that he's getting really comfortable under his feet. I mean, the judges, I believe, are going to reward him for those.
Oh, I agree, Max, definitely. That was super tight 5s in the critical section.
Yeah, those boards are looking really good under his feet. I think last year he actually broke a board too. So I think also understanding, being here last year, knowing how powerful the waves can get in different tides, really brings it back to the shapers, that information for them to put into their surfboards.
Lucas up and riding on his second ride. Really tight 5 there. Trying to get up for the 10. He holds that nose ride right the way through until that wave closes out on him. Very similar to that first ride where he positioned himself deep. Dorian Torres now up and riding at the back. As the camera switched to that beautiful nose ride. You can just see that powerful down carve, that really great rail turn from Dorian. as he brings his board through the midsection of this wave. Great start from him on the outside there, really laying it all on the line, showing the judges his commitment, his control on his board.
Wow, to do that with no leash on, you really got to have a lot of confidence and commitment in your heats.
Oh, you certainly do. As we're going to throw it down to Belen on the glass. She's down there with the winner of the last heat from the Philippines, Mara Lopez.
Thank you, Bo. Mara, an 8.5. Can you tell us what is your favorite maneuver?
Hang 10.
How does it feel for you to hang 10?
I feel good when I'm hang 10 because I get a high score.
And the conditions today, tell me how you felt out there.
I feel great. The wave was not windy at all, and the wave is clean. Yeah.
And your surfboard, tell me about your surfboard. It feels good?
I use Luffy board.
Do you want to say anything back home? You said you wanted to send a message back home.
Nagpapasalamat po ako sa Sports Commission, sa UPSA Philippines, and sa team po, and sa family ko po. Shout out sa mga nagpupuyat para lang panoodin po kami Philippine team, and sa coach po namin na si Coach Bjorn and Coach Manuel. Thank you po.
Great surfing. Good luck. I look forward to watching you surf again. Back up to you, Megan and Bo.
Thank you very much, Belen. Mara Lopez, the future of women's longboarding, standing right there on screen. I feel like it's in very good hands, Megs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, already representing your country at that young of an age, and then to be doing hang 10s like that, even in this interview compared to her last one, she's looking way more confident. I know in the beginning, Daisy was actually translating for her and saying that she was shy. And now that she's progressing through the rounds, she's feeling that confidence, not just in the water, but also on land. And I love to see at such a young age how much she's carrying that. I mean, I'm going to say it. I think she's going to be world champ one day. I will say that.
I back you up on that, 100%.
14 years old, hanging 10 like that with that much confidence. I mean, for her to have that ability to go out there and to really compartmentalize is amazing at that young age. But here we see this replay from our surfer from Costa Rica, Dorian Torres. Beautiful hang 5, nice hang 10 in that critical section. Walking back, shuffling back, judges are going to see that. Nice, beautiful, slow cross up to the nose, another critical, beautiful hang 10. I love that. And there we go, that nice cross step into that sweeping cut back turn. Oh man, I think this no leash is really paying off for him. He looks so comfortable. And sometimes the surfers opt to not wear a leash because the leash can trip them up. As we see this replay of Lucas's last wave, his score still waiting to come in. Beautiful long hang 5 high line, looking really, really good under those Piccolo Clemente surfboards. Just hanging on to this rodeo on the inside. And surfers are going to want to do that. This inside is really starting to stand up with this high tide. He makes his way around this section. Nice, beautiful swooping carve. Looking for this face again. Waiting for that wall to stand back up. Just stalling at the very top. Finding that high line again. Quick hang 5. Swooping down carve. Just making his way into the pupusa section. That section is going to get heavier. Not as heavy as yesterday because the swell is dropping. And does a smart job of straightening out on that wave.
Still waiting for scores to drop on that last one of Lucas. We see Dorian Torres up and riding on his third wave, up on the nose again. Oh, it's straight to that 10. I love the style he has. He's holding that nose ride through that critical section as well. Has to deal with a little bit of white water. So getting around this section here does well to control his board speed. To try and get out in front of that, unfortunately, just closing out at him. You can see him having to hold the board and jump off as we see John Garmendia of Spain up on the nose, holding that 5, doing very well to keep his composure as he sets up for this rail carve back into the pocket, again up to the nose. Beautiful 5. I love that transition from the turn back up onto the nose. And again, just throwing lots of spray here as he walks his way up. I love just he's throwing the arms up, that style he has there. Carving that board back around to the pocket. Setting up here. Back up on the nose for another hang 5. He's going to carve back to the white water. Lots of work done already on this wave on that outside section. Is he going to be able to get another run of maneuvers on this through this inside? He does. He finds himself back up on the nose. Bit of tip time through this inside section. Carving back to the white water. You can see him looking, waiting, biding his time. Again, getting up on the nose for that 5, stretching out. And he's going to kick out on the end section there. Wow, I'm seeing some great things from John. And like you said, Megs, that improvement from last year, he's really going to take it to the top surfers in this event.
Yeah, right now he has a 4.27. I think that's well going to be up there. I think it's going to be actually closer to Dorian Torres' score with those giant swooping carves, and how you pointed out the transitions. Those are so important because that sets you up for the next maneuver, and that's going to create the fluidity in your surfing.
Last wave score of Lucas Garrido-Leca comes in at a 6.33, so alongside his 5.17, currently in the lead. However, we are waiting scores for Dorian Torres to drop for his previous 2 rides. So already sitting with the highest wave score of this heat so far, a 6.83. Dorian drops a 4.6 for his second ride, waiting on the score of the last wave to come through. That was the wave he got caught behind the white water on. So we'll see if it does improve upon his 4.6. Roland Lefebvre has a 5.57. He's up and riding now on his second wave. Beautiful hang 10. Perched up on the nose to start this wave off. Drop knee, cut back toward the white water again. 4 steps up to the nose, holding that 5 as he makes his way through this section. Beautiful style, staying on the nose. The judges will love to see the tip time that Roland has had already on the outside section. Bring that board back around. Kind of like a little 2-stage cutback for Roland. As he drops the knee, brings this one through to the inside section, keeping this board moving as well. Beautiful drop knee carving style for Roland. This wave starting to get a little steeper on the inside. He ups to go up into the lip. Has to do a small little air drop down as he continues flowing through this wave and just catches a rail there. Ends up coming down on his board. But he's back up on the nose for a hang 5 through this end section of the wave. On the nose for a long time, a bit away from the pocket. You can see him riding through, and he's going to finish off that wave cleanly. So great work on the outside, some good work on the inside. Dorian Torres of Costa Rica up and riding as he makes his way to the bottom of this wave, waiting, biding his time, setting up this wave. He's up on the nose again for that hang 5. Again, back up on the nose. So some already great work from Dorian. Drop knee style back toward the white water. I know all of Costa Rica are tuning in right now. I've had messages being sent to me. The surf cafes are playing the ISA World Longboard Championships, and everyone is cheering for their fellow teammate. Dorian Torres here, carving through the inside as he decides to kick out of that one. So a long ride from Dorian. Let's see if that's going to improve upon his 4.6. That last wave score came in as a 3.5 for him. Scores to lock in for all competitors out in the water. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this first heat of men's round 3.
Wow, great surfing. I mean, they're all putting the pressure on each other. Dorian's board, did you see that little spray that was coming up off of his tail?
So I've seen this the other day he was riding as well, and today. Talk to us, Megs. What is that
Yeah,
from?
I think that's actually a tactic. That could be some place to put his leash, but I've been hearing that actually that hole helps you create like a little bit of an air pocket. As you see this replay, you're going to see it if you see the water start to push up when he pushes back on his tail. But let's get through this nose ride. He just keeps staying this high line. And I love that Lucas paddled to the right of him, staying out of his way of at the line he was creating, and you can see that little like almost jet ski trail of water shooting up. I would love to go down there after and actually check that out, because I don't actually know if that's for his leash or if it's an actual tactic to scrub speed off or to create lift in some sort of way. But man, this board is looking so good under his feet as he comes down for this nice drop knee, really putting pressure onto that back foot. Just waiting for this wave to stand up. With this high tide, we're going to see a lot of these surfers start to really look at these beautiful turn, really start to get pitchy on this inside. It almost looks like he could have tucked into that little barrel. But again, smart, safer surfing. I mean, I would have probably ended up pulling in and getting eaten by the wave, but smart surfing, great bottom turn from him. And I love his transitions, just like how you pointed out, how he turns from the bottom all the way to the up to the high line and no wasted time. He's really utilizing the entire wave and all of the board. Very, very great surfing. And he kicked out actually wider than his competitors. So I think he actually has an up on the paddle back out.
I have a feeling it might be the leash plug in his fin box that creates that water coming off the tail. But we'll have to check it out, because if it is a tactic, that is
something I got to do into my surfboard shaping. I might have to start punching holes into the bottom of my board and having water spew out. See if I can hang 10 a little longer.
There you go. 3 minutes remaining in this heat. Updating you on scores. John Garmendia of Spain locks in a 7.63 for his second ride. That puts him up in the lead. Still waiting on wave scores for the other 3 competitors as well. I have a feeling that Roland locking in a second wave score is going to change the situation a little bit as we await Lucas's and also Dorian. And there we go. Roland Lefebvre's last wave, a 7.77. Up and riding, the Peruvian. Lucas perching on the nose, 10, holding the 5. Again, tight 5 on the nose. I love the way he wraps that board back to the whitewater, rebounds off the foam, stalling, looking to get back up on the nose. Couple of cross steps up, decides to do the switch foot. I love he's showcasing the judges that he has control, riding either way as he steps back up to the nose. Again, cross-stepping back to the tail of his board. We can get some work done on the tail. And he moves his way up to the nose again. Tight 5 through that critical section on the inside. He's found a wave that's going to stand up for him throughout this end section. Again, back up on the nose. Really cruisy, relaxed style. Trying to finish things off on the inside section. Unfortunately, he's going to go down. I do feel like that's going to be one of his top wave scores, as we see Surfer in white currently in second. John Garmendia up and riding onto the nose. 5, tight 5, holding that critical nose ride in that section, carving that board back down the wave face. You can see him utilizing that whole wave face top to bottom. Again, up on the nose, stands tall for a tight 5. Almost grabs that rail to bring the board back. Trying to set up some more work on the inside here. Trying to keep that board speed. You can see that small shuffle forward just to keep himself on this ride. Bringing this one all the way through. Surfer's being quite patient out there. John on his third ride as he makes his way back up to the nose. Holds it. Beautiful nose ride through that section there. Does well to hold on as he drops down into this foamy section. John bringing this one all the way through. He's had a really controlled, solid stance on his board throughout not just this ride, but all of his rides. He looks like he's got a lot of confidence out there today and not showing any signs of nerves.
Yeah, I mean, compared to last year, how he's surfing, that 1 year difference made, I mean, he's dropping great scores, 7.63 as we see Roland, our French surfer, up and riding. Nice 10 in that critical pocket. Oh, can he keep it? Can he hold it? And he does, stretching out for that hang 5. Wow, this is probably one of the longest nose rides we've seen thus far in the whole competition. Nice swooping cut back, decides to rebound, do a little roundhouse. Nice drop knee, fluid surfer right here. I love the way that he's gonna open up that chest. Gets a little wobbly with those chops coming in, but he recovers nicely. Just working his way in as the heat ends. So we got scores for all surfers, Bo.
I love the 5-10 combination on the outside section from Roland. This wave potentially adding to his scoreline. He's looking to replace a 5.57 as he brings his wave all the way through, looking to rebound off the whitewater. Decides to kick out, keep his board in one piece, and he's going to make his way in. Dorian Torres also awaiting a score from our surfer from Costa Rica. He's making his way in as we take a look at the replay of his last wave, Megs.
So this is the last wave of the heat. Dorian getting it just before the hooter horn. Beautiful stall for that hang 5. Oh, that's beautiful soul arch hang 10. Little shuffle back. Judges are going to pay attention to that. Nice swoop and cut back into the whitewash. just waiting for this wave to stand up. You can tell this wave is starting to die out towards the right side, so he's just going to keep cutting back into that whitewash. He feels good about it. He's got a 6.83 and a 4.60. I think with that Soul Arch Hang 10, it might replace, I think it will replace his 4.60. But again, we got scores waiting for all the surfers. Here we go with the rainbow dance on the screen, just having colors jump up and down.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because Lucas Garrido Leca of Peru, he had a really nice ride. Just a multitude of different maneuvers going from the nose back to the tail and to the nose to get on the inside. I love the passion Dorian has there on that final ride. His nose ride on that outside section was really nice, really controlled in the critical section. And of course, Roland's last wave as well was fantastic.
Wow, I don't want to be a judge right now. I really don't. Do you, Bo?
No, not at all. Not right now. I'm so happy we're here watching the best longboard surfers in the world surf.
I'm going to commentate.
As we see the previous wave there, Dorian Torres, not his last wave, but his wave previous to that, a 6.23. So that goes up into second place. Still waiting on wave scores from all the other competitors as well. So John also getting a great wave to finish things off. May improve upon his 4.27. Take a look at the replay of Roland. This hang 10.
All right, so this is the score. Oh my word! The way that he is perching on that 10, his weight stacked upon his hips. Tap 5, hang 10. In that critical section, he was levitating the whole time. The way that he controlled that was absolutely beautiful. And then I appreciate a very big, nice roundhouse. That's gotten that little edge of that radical progressive surfing goes and then switches it up and goes for a drop knee. To switch that up, I love to see the variety of that as he works his way into the inside. I think this was the wave before Dorian, so the horn has already blew, just making his way into the inside. But even if you hear that horn, you really still got to finish it. And just kicks out. Still waiting for scores. Oh man, stressful times. I mean, even Lucas's wave was absolutely beautiful. As we see, John Garmendia's last wave is 6.77, so that bumps him up to first. Still waiting on scores for red, blue, and green. So blue, he needs a 7.02. You think his last wave?
You have that combination of major maneuvers on that last ride. It's going to be very close. Dorian Torres' last ride, a 5.70. Not enough to put him into advancing position. Still a non-elimination round, though. Surfers in third and fourth relegated to that repercharge round. They'll get another chance. A little bit disappointed with his performance there, or the results, I think. His performance, I think he can be happy with.
Yeah.
He surfed very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it is the main round, so he does have that second chance into repercharge. So it's going to be important for him to, process what happened for sure, but take what he learned from this heat and to put it into the next one.
Exactly. So as it sits at the moment, John Garmendia of Spain dropped to 6.77, as you mentioned, Megs. Currently in first, but awaiting scores of both our surfers from France, Roland Lefebvre, and Lucas Garrido Leca of Peru in that blue jersey. Those two scores are going to be really critical. It could completely change the situation here. We're going to wait and see if John will be moving through to the next round. Team Spain anxiously waiting, looking at the screen, looking at the phones, waiting for those results. Lucas Garrido Leca drops a 7.5 for his last ride, moves up into second place. Roland Lefebvre now moves down into third, but his last ride, that long nose ride, combination of that hang 5, hang 10, will it be enough to secure a 6.06 is what he needs to move up into advancing position. John Garmendia of Spain, he's going to be moving through to the next round. Is it going to be Roland or Lucas?
Oof. Man, this is crunching times. I mean, that wave that he caught, he was really fluid. He had the more progressive approach to it, so I'm really interested to see what the judges think of that. I mean, he had and so did Lucas. So Lucas got rewarded for that nose rides and that switch stance, but also for that very progressive cut back into that big roundhouse. I mean, he really hit that. He really banked off of that whitewash. And Roland's wave, he did 2 of those on one wave. So I'm very interested to see where this comes in. you know, he needs a 6.06. I think it's actually going to be his best score, and it does. It's a 7.97, bumping John Garmendia to second, Lucas in third, and Dorian in fourth.
Roland Lefebvre of France. Team France looking very strong. Roland moving through. We'll have Edouard Del Perro coming up later on in this men's round 3 of the main event. The official results on screen at the moment. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be back with more action coming up from men's round 3. Don't go anywhere. Buenos dias, bienvenidos. Welcome back to live action here for day number 5 of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship in the water. Currently men's round 3 of the main event, heat number 2. Jefferson Silva representing Brazil in the red jersey. Antonio Dantas of Portugal in the blue. We have Rogelio Esquivel JR representing the Philippines in the blue. And Taiki Mori of Japan. He's going to be in that white jersey. You see up and riding. Antonio Dantas getting a quick start from competitors. You see no priority started this heat, so he's managed to pick a wave off on the inside. Antonio, a couple of nice nose rides, carving that board back toward the white water. Representing Portugal. Again, carving that board back. A really quick, tight, whipping turn back to the pocket. See Antonio setting up here on his backhand, having to just redirect his board through this section here as he looks to cross step his way up toward the nose again. Has to step back on the tail, waiting for this wave to set up. Almost comes unstuck there, but manages to get himself up on the nose for a quick tap of the 10 and bring it right through to this inside section. We see him coming back toward the left. You can see a bit more scoring potential there as he's got a little bit more on the inside as well. So another 10 thrown on that inside section. Lots of nose rides done from Antonio Dantas, and another person who locked in a super long nose ride. Roland Lefebvre from France is down on the glass with Bellin.
Conversation about your secrets. And tell me about your little secrets in your pocket you have.
No, just yesterday I told you that because I knew that today I heard you telling he didn't do 10 on his wave, so I was thinking maybe today I can do because the waves are good, pretty good. So I surf my classic longboard, the board I surf since 2 years ago. 2 years I surf this wave, this board. And the board before was for bigger waves, so I just surfed the board 10 days before the competition, so it was not really my board, but this one is actually my board.
Well, speaking of hanging 10 and nose ride, I think that was quite possibly the longest nose ride of the contest so far. Great surfing. Your footwork, your technique is so on point. What was your motivation this morning, like getting back into showing that up?
Yeah, no, my motivation was to pass this round actually, really. I was more stressing than the other one because I don't know, I really want to pass this one just to meet other people like Isalas, like Bettina, like Johnny the Ripper. I know after this round, maybe I'm gonna be in front of them, and it's my goal to be there and to try to compete in front of them because they are legends and they inspire me a lot. So I try to surf like them, but I don't surf like them. I just try to surf like them, and I want to compete in front of them, in front of everybody who surf great, because it's gonna improve my level, and it's my goal to just try to practice and think about my surfing and try to keep going to have a better surf.
Well, you did amazing today. Congratulations. Would you like to say something back home?
Yeah, ben alors, j'ai déjà remercié tout le monde 2 fois sur les interviews d'avant. Alors bon, je vais pas vous faire la blague du pingouin parce que tout le monde la connaît. Mais bon, voilà, je vous remercie toujours tout le monde de me suivre, de m'envoyer des messages et voilà, là aujourd'hui j'ai sorti ma planche d'habitude, donc voilà, ça a été un peu mieux sous les pieds. Demain, les vagues seront un peu plus petites, donc normalement ça va marcher encore mieux. Et voilà, comme je vous l'ai dit, j'espère que je vais rencontrer des personnes que je ne peux pas rencontrer d'habitude, on va dire, des Hawaïens, enfin, tout ça. Enfin, j'aimerais bien rencontrer Kai Salas en vrai, parce que c'est vraiment le boss. Et comment il surfe et j'aimerais surfer en face de lui. Ce serait... Merci tout le monde, toujours un petit mot pour le Cap-Vert, merci pour le Cap-Vert aussi, très accueillant. Et voilà, c'est tout ce que j'ai à dire.
A lot of passion behind your surfing today. Best of luck in the next round. I hope you have lots of fun. So back up to you.
Thank you very much, Berlin. Live action in the water. Lots of nose rides going down. Jefferson Silva switching between the hang 5, the hang 10 for the duration of the outside section on this wave. As you see him cutting his board back into the white water. Jefferson Silva, no stranger to competition, representing Team Brazil. He has a number of national titles back home. As we see him carving that board, having to lay back there, just unfortunately coming unstuck on his feet. Lots of action during that interview with Roland. Roland saying he has a lot of his inspiration surfing at this event. He's trying to keep up with them. With surfing like that, he'll go far in this event.
Yeah, he said that he wants to meet up with Kai Salas, Johnny the Ripper, even, his teammate Eduardo de Pero, and I love that he said he's like, I don't surf like them, but I am surfing my best and surfing how I'm surfing, and it's getting him so far. So kudos. And he said that he was using a board that he tried 10 days ago, and now that he's on his board, I mean, it showed. He looks way more comfortable, and that's what it is. It's El Sunzal has that variety of bigger surf, inside. He can get really throaty. So him switching to his normal board was a very good call.
It certainly was. We heard from Rachel Tilley earlier, who was riding her backup board on the bigger days because she wanted to keep her first choice longboard on ice for competition when the waves got good. As we see a replay here of Antonio Dantas' first ride, locks into the 6.33 megs.
Yeah, beautiful sweeping carve turn, stalling up on that top, nice transition, little out on that shoulder, but again, these waves aren't creating, the tide's coming in, so it's not creating this really long wall, so surfers really bouncing back into the whitewash. I love his hand placements. It's so cruise and so he doesn't look stressed. Like, he looks like he's really just surfing and wanting to perform on these waves, and he's doing very well, working on his way to the inside. Nice fork work. I love every time he steps to the board, he's already turning. I love the transition. Tap 10 for the inside here. He starts to redirect. I know he comes a little bit left, and he waits for this wall to stand up on the inside. Then he's going to look past this, and I think he gets one more 10 in this. Yep, there it is. Beautiful standing posture. I love that. And his hands just staying just by that side and finishing strong. This got him a 6.33, beautifully surfed. And then we have JR. As that interview was going, they were saying his longest nose ride of the competition. I think this might be a run for Roland's money. This beautiful hang 5, tap 10, tight 5, just transitioning his back foot back and forth just to keep that weight distributed onto the backside. Nice redirection here. Just working his way onto the inside. I love that he sets his stance really into the board. He's pushing his weight into the board for the board to work for him and not against him against these chops. It's really important that surfers really compress their legs. Beautiful tight 5 in that critical section. Another tight 5. Stretch 5. Is he going to go up for the tight 5? 10 even. Comes and walks back and kicks right on out. All the way down towards El Tunco, actually.
J.R. Esquivel of the Philippines locking in an excellent 8.50 for that ride. He's got himself out the back quickly, looking for a backup score out there in the water, so it will be J.R. Esquivel currently sitting in the lead. Jefferson Silva locks in a 7.33 for his previous ride as we see the first glimpse of Taiki Mori of Japan up and riding on the nose, holding that 5 as he drops down the face of this wave, cutting back toward the whitewater, having to deal with some bumps on the face of this wave as he drops down again, waiting for things to stand up. Goes a little tight turn in the pocket there. You can see he was thinking about walking the board, decides not to. He's going to step back on the fins, carve that board back around to the whitewater. There's a little rebound off the foam there. He's going to bring this one through, still having to redirect his board to the left, to the right. He's up on the nose, out on the shoulder of this one here. You can see things starting to stand up now, using that hand to stall his board, to stall himself back in the critical section, having to negotiate through those bumps as well. And jumps off on that inside section. One of the biggest waves we've surfed, having to deal with the bumps along that whole ride, Megs.
Yeah, he surfed that very, very well. You can tell his stance got a little wider because he saw those chops coming. And I think this is going to be a pretty good score for him. All the surfers getting really great scores across the board.
As we see a replay, Jefferson Silva here just going from 5 to 10 back to 5. Megs, talk us through the technique here.
I mean, even him, he's giving Roland a run for his money for that long hang 5, hang 10. I'm going to say this is the longest nose ride. Oh, absolutely. Longest nose ride I think we've seen so far.
3 10s.
3 10s? I mean, wow. The way that he's compressing for these turns right here. Nice rebound off the whitewash there. As the face starts to die out, he's looking for this inside section, working his way in. I mean, all the work was so done on the outside. And he slips up right here. Even falling right here, he still gets a 7.33 because of that longest hang 5-10. As we see Taiki Mori's probably the biggest wave so far we've seen in this heat. Nice set wave. We're going to see these as the tide comes in, that tide push bringing in more water, more waves for the surfers to start painting on the face here. He spreads that stance out, really trying to navigate those chops, rebound into the whitewash, looking for this wave to stand up again, redirects quickly to the left, just finding that high line, stretch 5, starting to levitate a bit, really, and then he sticks that hand into the water to scrub off some speed. Really smart surfing from him, completes the wave. Good surfing from him, and he gets him a 5.33. Do you think that little hand drags kind of hindered that score a little bit?
I don't think the hand drag hindered the score. I think the work he done on the outside section probably wasn't enough. There was a bit of downtime out there. We saw, obviously, J.I. Esquivel here up and riding. We saw him getting a lot of nose ride time on that outside section. I think that's where the scores are going to be really going high from, and you can see him again getting back up to the nose. 10, holds that 10 through this section, does very well to control his composure on his backhand here. Beautiful. I love the way he brings his back arm up as well, just to add that little bit of style to his nose rides. As we see J.R. Esquivel having to cut back on this wave, sticking with the white water as he brings it right the way through. You see J.R. wiggling that board, keeping it moving from rail to rail, keeping tempo with the wave as he's back up on the nose for another 10 on the inside. And again, back up on the nose for a quick 5. He takes 4 steps back, carves it back to the white water. J.I. Esquivel, the epitome of longboarding right here as a goofy foot on his backhand. Take notes, everyone at home.
If anyone from the Philippines is watching, I really think you guys need to make a statue of him hanging 10 in La Union. I'm just saying that, just throwing it out there as we see live action from our Brazilian surfer Jefferson Silva. Beautiful tight hang 5, hang 10. This is a hang 5, hang 10 competition for this heat right here. Nice drawn out turn back into the whitewash. He's going to make his way down, getting into this steeper section as we see that wave kind of running away from him, going out to sea. He's going to try and figure out how to get back into the inside as he's working his way, directing that board back and forth, right and left, really working his way. Instead of hopping, he's going to work that board, changing the direction of that nose as he finds his high line again. Nice stretch 5. Beautiful cross that back, nice and controlled now. Looking for this wall again as he works his way into the pupusa section. Nice carving turn, really compressing his feet and kicks out.
Jefferson Silva looking to back up a 7.33. He's done very well on that wave, like you said, Megs. The waves out here at El Sunzal really turning on for the best longboarders in the world here, showcasing the nose riding skill, but also the critical surfing of their turns, putting their boards on rail, carving maneuvers, of course, style, grace, flow, all part of the judging criteria. As we see surfer Kai Salas, the gold medalist from last year's competition, also the world champion on the WSL Tour, paddling out for the next heat. And Ricardo Esquivel, JR as he's affectionately known, he also took 4th place back in 2023 at this wave, so a copper medalist. JR looking to final again here as we take a replay of Jefferson Silva's last wave. Still yet to lock in the score, Megs.
Yeah, I mean, this beautiful tight 5, and then he taps 10. That's twice already that he's tapped 10 on this long, beautiful nose ride. Controlled step back, swooping carve cut back. The whitewash almost got the best of him, but he got his weight back up above his hips, so he controls that turn. Nice work onto the inside. And this is the part where a lot of surfers are kind of figuring out, do I just kick out or do I make it the way into the inside? A lot of surfers right now with this tide coming in is going to want that pickup. They're going to want to make that section. As you see, he was transitioning back right, back left, back right. Beautiful stretch 5. Very controlled drop knee, dragging that arm, really trying to get another wall to stand up for him, and he just kicks out. That was a really, really good wave. That's going to be a really good score for him, I think.
It certainly is, as we take a look at scores, dropping for the last of JR, an 8.70. Similar wave score to that 8.5 he dropped earlier. Excellent surfing from our Filipino rider out there in the water in the green jersey. 2 excellent scores, puts him in a very healthy position out in first place currently. Still waiting for the last score of Antonio Dantas to come through. And also Jefferson Silva, Taiki Mori sitting on the outside with priority. He's going to need a much larger wave score than what is on screen at the moment to put himself up into advancing position. First and second moving through to main event round number 4 as we are waiting for those scores to drop. Jefferson Silva of Brazil drops a 7.93, his highest wave score so far, so he's sitting comfortably in second position. Antonio Dantas now down into third. Taiki Mori in white in 4th position. Megs, talk us through excellent surfing from JR.
I mean, beautiful high line hang 5. The way that he just stays on the top because he knows he wants to get this perfect 10 stacked. All his weight is just on his toes. I mean, the way that he stands there, that's the statue. That's the photo of that's the statue right there, that hang 10. Beautiful carve back into the whitewash, working his way, really opting to use the inside for some more scoring advantage. I love the way he compresses. His arms are so relaxed. He really leads with his right shoulder. So he doesn't really have to look over. Beautiful hang 10 again. Nice 5 in the critical section. The way that he just lets his body, lets the surfboard really catch that rail. Nice tap 10 for the inside. And straightens out. I mean, well deserved. 7.93. That wave was absolutely beautiful.
As we see Jefferson Silva there, a little frustrated. I'll have to get an idea on why that exactly is.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. He got an 8.7 on that wave. I was looking at the wrong color. My apologies.
Yeah, JR, he's out in front. 2 excellent rides.
But I feel, I saw the frustration from Jefferson there with that 7.93. I mean, he did all the work on the outside. I wonder if it's because there was that downtime.
It's that critical nature of JR's nose rides. You can tell that he's perched on the board and you hardly see any of the board behind him.
Yeah.
You can tell it's really in that critical pocket. Whereas Jefferson Silva, I think you don't see that critical wave right next to his board.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And even the direction of where the board is. That Jefferson's board is a little facing towards more of the sand, rather than down towards the rock at El Tunco. So that already gives it that more difficulty, right? That board is having to really be stuck in the whitewash when JR gets that high line. I think Jefferson's was a little bit just so ever so slightly straightened out towards the beach. And I think judges are looking at that.
He picks up on that really well, Megs. Antonio Dantas of Portugal drops a 6.7 for his last ride. He's looking for an 8.56 to move up into advancing position. And Taiki Mori, just with a single wave score of 5.33, looking to drop a near perfect 9.93. But Megs, we're out of time for this heat. It's going to be J.I. Esquivel and Jefferson Silva moving on through to the next round of the men's main event. Antonio Dantas and Taiki Mori will be coming up in the repercharge rounds later on. Good sportsmanship in the water.
Showing that frustration, but also, you know, camaraderie, brotherhood. It's all about that passion though, right?
Certainly is. Competitors going to make their way in. We're going to get started with the next heat shortly. Kai Salas, the reigning gold medalist, coming up in that next heat. Do not go anywhere. We're going to leave you with beautiful scenes here from Rogelio Esquivel, JR.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
We return live action. Kai Salas up and riding. Last year's gold medalist representing Team Hawaii. Also gold medal last year for Team Hawaii. We see Kai fall there as we catch up with Rafael Cortez representing Chile, riding this one through to the inside. Finishing on the sand here with a nice little foam climb. Re-entry there on the sand. See spinning wheels next to each surfer, so every surfer getting a wave within the first 2 minutes of this heat. You're watching heat number 3, men's round 3 of the main event. Kai Salas sitting at the back. Jose Manuel Boza of Chile in the white jersey. Matias Maturano of Argentina in the blue jersey. And Rafael Cortez of Chile in the red jersey. That's who's in this heat currently. Sitting with priority Kai Salas, an uncharacteristic fall, Megs.
Yeah, I think he saw those hang 10s and hang 5s from the heat prior, so he got a little bit, you know, he really wanted to get those in, and he's fixing it here on this hang 5 on an outside wave, really trying to chase down this face of the oh, beautiful carving turn. And it looks like he's actually on a lighter board, if I'm not mistaken. It does look like it is a smaller board. Have to see it when I get down there. I love the way he just leans into those turns. Nice hang 5. Up into that lip line there. There it is, that critical tight 5. Tap maybe, I would say probably hang 9. Nice carving turn, kicks out, makes his way back out.
So Kai Salas is really well known for getting the heat started quickly on, you know, trying to get the first ride underway. But we saw him up on his you know, he was the fourth surfer to catch a wave here. As we see a replay of his first ride, you can see just that quick 5. Sorry, this is just that ride then here that he was up on, weaving that board through. So nose right on the outside section, carving back toward the white water. See Kai bringing this one through the inside here as he gets his way up to the nose for that 5. You can see him using his weight to just stall that board a bit as he gets that tight 5. Carving that board back around. Bit of a smaller wave as he brings it through to the inside and just decides to kick out. A 1.5 comes through for that first ride where he fell on. Take a look. The replay of Kai here. Up on the nose to begin with, Megs.
I mean, the way that he levitates in this and that high line, most of his board is behind that wave, the back of that wave. Watching this stand up, I mean, he's a tall guy. He's around 5'11", so that really doubled up for him. Nice, the way he sets this rail and then sets, all he does is moves his back foot. That's all he does, is really transition his back foot to throw that tail around, moves that back foot back closer to the front one, transitioning weight so perfectly. I mean, that's why he's got a gold medal and is a world champ. The way that he works his way into this inside, just leading with the shoulder, that's all he's doing, really using his knees to control that board through the choppy section. Finds this high line again, a little bit out on that shoulder, right? This wave is kind of running away from him, but then it picks up again right here. And he touches for that 10, leaning steezy, having that weight just stacked over his hips, shoulders, hips, toes, all in one straight perfect line. Shaking off that water from his hair. Very, very beautiful surfing, and he kicks out. I mean, he would want to do that, especially after that fall. And then we see this replay here from first wave of the heat from Matias Maturano from Argentina. Nice swooping turn, that beautiful hang 5. Out on the outside, steep wall now, just working his way down the face of the wave, swooping, carving, cut back. Looking for this wall to stand up again, finds this high line. Nice 5. That rocker really helping him stay on that nose. Nice stance. Quick 5, still stretch 5 there, but was in the pocket. I love that swooping carve, letting that board come all the way down to the flats and making his way around this kind of sticky situation with this whitewash, but he does so to get around it. Gets onto the inside, decides to hit the lip, and goes down. I mean, surfers are going to be really careful on how they want to transition that weight to hit the lip, because we saw quite a bit of boards broken yesterday doing that.
We certainly did. A 6.67 drops for Rafael Cortez from Chile. We see Jose Manuel Boza dropping a 6-point ride for his first wave. Still waiting on that last wave score of Matu that you saw on screen just then to drop. He had a combination of great maneuvers throughout the midsection of that wave. Finding a wave that offers some scoring potential through that inside is key, especially if you can get some work done on the outside as well. There it is, a 7.50. Currently the highest wave score in this heat. Drops for Matu. And he's sitting at the back currently with first priority. Second priority with Jose Manuel Boza of Chile. And still waiting for that last wave score of Kai Salas to come through. Judges deliberating. Going to be comparing it back to the rides of Matu, Rafael, and Jose on their previous rides, and think it's going to maybe nudge up into that good score.
Yeah. Kai with a 1.5 from that fall earlier, but I think this score is going to go up into the pretty mid-range, maybe even close to the getting towards that excellent range. But yeah, very, very not like him to fall on that, but I really think it's because he saw the previous heat of Jefferson Silva and JR's waves of hanging 10. I mean, when you watch your competitor do that, you want to be doing that. That's where your mind is at, to be hanging 10 perched. And he did so on his second wave. So he's shaking off that nerves, getting that confidence back as we see White up and riding.
Jose Boza up and riding straight to the nose. He was sitting in second priority, so opting to take this wave. Just hands behind the back, bit of style there. We should see him carving this board back around toward the white water, that more critical section as he takes 2 steps toward the nose. That beautiful cross step, cut back Back toward the white water, bringing this one through to the midsection of this wave. Again, up on the nose, a bit more critical section there for that nose ride. Again, carving that board back around toward the white water, sticking with this one as it moves through toward the inside. He's going to get another turn, cross-stepping up the board to keep speed with this wave. See him weaving that board through rail to rail again, up on the nose, 10. And he gets back in time to navigate the end section. So second wave score to drop in for Boza of Chile, as we see up and riding Rafael Cortez. Dropped in a 6.67 for his first ride, holding this 5. And again, shades of previous heats, these long nose rides. So that long 5 gets the 10, gets another small tight 5 there. And he's just holding this one right through to the shoulder, as we see that control from him to hang on to that long nose ride. Cutting this board back to the white water, turning into a bit of a nose riding contest out there, Megs. As we see Rafael back up on the nose, making his way through this wave, running out of wall in front of him. So he decides to kick out of this one. That's going to leave our surfers Matu and Kai at the back. We'll see. We do see Kai up on a wave now. And before we bring you that wave of Kai, we're going to throw it to the winner of the last heat down on the glass with Belen.
Thank you for that, Bo. We've got JR here. Amazing high scores dropped for you, an 8.7 and an 8.5. How do you feel right now dropping those scores in the conditions out there?
Yeah, I feel more comfortable and more relaxed now because I got excellent scores, and let's make it again on the next round. Hopefully get some good waves.
The tide's perfect. The wind's perfect. You were talking about the difference between a couple of days ago and now, allowing you to really showcase your style and what you bring to the beautiful flow that you have. How are your boards feeling right now?
My board feels really nice and perfect for this condition. Actually, I think this is the best condition so far from the event. It's good size wave, perfect, and the wall is like nice until the inside, and the tide is low, and it's making the wave makes more beautiful. And I'm thankful for the shaper of my board, Luffy. Thank you so much for making good surfboards. And
Congratulations again. Is there anything you'd like to say out to your family and friends back home?
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa amin, sa lahat ng mga nagpupuyat. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Sa Philippine Sports Commission and UPSA, maraming salamat sa pagpadala sa amin dito. And to my sponsors, Vans Philippines, Surftown La Union, Union Athletics, and Alima. And to my girlfriend, Reina, thank you for the support.
Congratulations. I hope you get some really good waves and have heaps of fun, and best of luck in the next round. Back up to you, Bo and Megs.
Thank you, Belen. JR putting on an absolute backhand nose riding masterclass in that last heat, as we catch up with Kai Salas finishing off his third ride. Looks like he's riding this one through to the beach. Megs, we've seen this in the previous few days of competition. Kai Salas catching 2 waves and then making his way into the beach. You think this is what he's doing again?
I'm not sure. I would like to think that he is going to paddle back out.
Especially with 7 minutes 45 seconds left on the clock. See the sand getting washed away from the bigger swells in the previous day. So having to come in over these rocks here. Kai Salas deciding to come in from his heat a little bit early, recognizing that it's going to be a long paddle back out to the outside section. Kai Salas, no stranger to competition surfing. He dropped a 7.0 for his second wave score. We're going to wait for that last wave of his to come through. Still got waves to come of all surfers in the heat to drop. We will update you on the situation as scores do start to come through, but we're going to see some colors changing on that scoreboard.
Yeah, I think so. He looked like he looked really confident on that last wave. I mean, he rode that. I mean, it was a set wave too. So, and he looked, also being in this main round, he's going to want to save energy. And he did the first heat too. He came in at 6 minutes. I think that was his goal, was to get not just 2 waves, but 2 solid waves. Because the first one he fell on, and then the third one he actually only got a 0.93. So I think his tactic is just to catch the 2 best waves that he can do. And
but as you progress through the main event rounds, you've got some really stiff competition. We've got Matu out there in blue from Argentina, a 7.5 on the board. Rafael Cortez, a 6.67. Kai Salas, he's not in any safe position right now.
no, he's not. That's why I'm actually really surprised he came in. So I'm not sure if I don't know, his board might have been not working for him. But yeah, as we see, Matu drops a 6.53. We're still waiting on that score from Kai, his last wave that he came in on. But Matu from Argentina with a 7.5 and a 6.53. Now, if I was Kai and I had a 7.5, if I was Matu and had that 7.5, I would have felt a little bit more comfortable. But still, I'm a surfer who surfs to the very end, and I could have 2 7s, but I want to get 2 8s. Also, this wave is like perfect, so I would take advantage of all the time that I have with 3 other people out. I'd stay on the inside if I had to. I'd start body surfing if I want, So
and it just allows these competitors now, 3 people out in the water now. If another set does come through, we've seen 4, 5 wave sets come through. They all could have another opportunity to increase their scoreline. Kai Salas not sitting safe at all. However, we do have to mention this is the main event, so it's not elimination. Surfers in 3rd and 4th will move into the repercharge rounds. However, you'll have to surf more than almost double the times in the repercharge rounds to get through to that medal final.
yeah, I mean, it's a lot of surfing. I went 2013. Kai was also on my team, and also Ned Snow and Honolulu Bloomfield. We went to Peru, and I lost in the main round, I think in round 2. And from round 3 repercharge all the way to the final, like, we have our own final for repercharge in order to make it into the main round final. The amount of surfing I did, I don't think I was eating enough to replace how many calories I was surfing off. So, I mean, again, saving energy, that could have been definitely his tactic. He has a 7.0. His backup score is at 1.5. He is going to better that 1.5. But like you said, it's 4 minutes left. A lot of things can happen. We see some lines coming out the back. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how the colors change in the lineup.
Definitely is the swell out there, 3 to 4 feet of pretty glassy conditions. Just a really light onshore breeze out there, not ruffling the wave of the face of the wave too much. So surfers having this open canvas to display their best surfing out here. We've heard from a lot of competitors, it is the best conditions that they've ever surfed for a contest. We are so stoked to be here. Surf City, El Salvador for the 2025 ISA World Longboard Championship. As we see some changes on the scoreboard, scores starting to come through. Rafael Cortez drops a 7.03 for his last wave score. On screen now, Kai Salas waiting for his last wave score to come through. Now needing a 6.71. He's going to sit and watch his competitors in the last 3 minutes of this heat, Megs. He's got a smile on his face, though. Shuckers all around.
Yeah, I mean, now he's going to be... He had to pull up that chair, and he's about to get a display of surfing from our surfers. We got 2 surfers, from Chile. We're still waiting on his score, but that Rafael's score bumps him up to 2nd. So Kai is currently in 3rd. Again, his score didn't drop. The judges are really deliberating. We got that bird's eye view, that drone view. I would love to see that full-on straight view. And now he drops it down into 4th, moving his chair. I mean, he came in early with 7 minutes left. Like, I would be moving chairs around too. I'd be a little panicky, I'm not gonna lie, but he needs a 6.71 to move up into that advancing place. Is that wave gonna do it? I think it will.
Yeah,
I mean, we need
I'd
to
love
make
to get
sure
another
that
view of that wave.
Yeah, me too. At this moment in time, him sitting down, chilling underneath an umbrella, I would be praying to the surf gods that no sets come in.
Well, I think the surf gods are listening as we see a replay of this last ride of Kai Salas up on the nose to kick things off. Megs, talk us through the rest of this ride.
Well, he got that hang 5 at the back, and here's this high line hang 10. I mean, that hang 10, the way that he levitated looks like there was no board under his feet as he was hanging 10. It is, I think, one of the biggest waves of the heat so far. He's just navigating. I mean, he looks so comfortable, and he feels really good on this wave. And then he hits the lip here, almost gets unstuck, but comes back down, and he feels good about it. I mean, he got an 8.4 for that wave. And he was in 4th, jumps back up into 1st. I mean, to have that much steez to come in at 7 minutes is incredible.
Kai Salas seems to be in rhythm with the ocean today. The ocean going flat for all 3 competitors out there. Kai Salas moves up into 1st. It is fantastic scenes here. Kai Salas, cool, calm, collected. He's a cool cucumber sitting down. That's what you expect, though, from that 3-time world champion, 2-time ISA gold medalist. He won the WSL Longboard championship last year. As we see competitors moving in, repositioning themselves. Now it is Rafael Cortez in that 3rd position, looking for a 7.01. 30 seconds left on the clock. He's taking a look at this, currently in that 1st priority. Jose Manuel Boza looking for an 8.03. Kai Salas watching on, praying that these waves don't stand up. We could get a ride here. It just depends if this wave is going to open up enough for our competitors. It doesn't look like it is going to. Kai Salas has the, I don't know, the voodoo with him. The mana. He has the mana.
The true mana, because the ocean went completely silent after that set. I get to do his post-heat interview, so I'm going to ask away what his thought process was.
I agree with that, Megs. I'm pretty sure that he's going to say, I had 2 good rides. I did my best, and
I felt good. It was hot, so I came in. I needed
I love
water.
Kai. He's amazing.
Oh my God, he's like a big brother.
We see a replay of the heat winner of the last heat, 2-time ISA gold medalist, Kai Salas. Of course, looking to back up Team Hawaii gold at this year's ISA World Longboard Championship. Do not go anywhere. We're going to come back, get an interview. Megan Godina is going to be on the glass with Kai Salas, winner of that last heat.
Welcome back to the action as we move into heat number 4, continuing round 3 of the men. 6 heats in this round. We've just seen Kai Salas take a commanding win in 2nd position. Mateus Maturano from Argentina, really fantastic talent. Great to see Mateus progressing to men's main round 4, but right now it's Johnny Van Hoyenstein, Julian Schweizer, Ben Skinner, and Ignacio Pinatero. 20-minute heats, top 2 waves counting. A really great exchange in that last heat, demonstrating the quality of the surf. All 4 surfers kicking off in style, but it was Kai Salas, our reigning defending gold medalist and defending team gold medal captain for Hawaii, who took a really nice win. Berlin, the energy has been great. You got a great posty interview with JR. He himself said that his best conditions he's ever competed in.
I was just down there talking to Kai, and I walked over to him. I'm like, how's you? Just coming in early. He's like, it's too hot. He's like, can we do this interview really, soon to get out? And he's just saying, probably hands down, this is the best waves he's had.
Yeah.
And probably one of the top, maybe 2, 3 ever.
Yeah, and he was smart coming in. He knew he'd got a massive score because he had a benchmark of his decent 7, and he backed it up with something, and he could just tell in his body that it was stronger than his first wave, and it was at 8.5.
Oh, it's not his first rodeo. You know you're surfing.
Yeah.
You know when you've got it in the bag. And
well, right now it's Johnny Van Hoyenstein, Julian Schweizer, Ben Skindog Skinner, Ignacio Pinatero. It is all regular footers for Hawaii, Uruguay, and England, and then the lone goofy footer for Uruguay. So 2 Uruguayans, 1 English surfer, 1 Hawaiian, and it looks like after a very active amount of sets in that last heat, this one is started without a set, which is tricky because then it gives the competitors that decision. Do they stand, wait, relax, trust that they know where to sit for a set, or do they try to get a quick start by moving around the lineup and perhaps coming a little bit inside?
I think right now everyone's probably just kind of quite enjoying having a little bit of a break just to get a rebreather, from the paddle. I was talking to Kai and asking him, he's like, it's really hot.
Yeah.
He's just like, and he's really happy that the surf's dropped down just a little bit.
Yep.
Because it's allowing him to, ride a longboard like he's really wanting to surf to. And at the paddle out, it's not so hard.
Allowing the longboarders to express themselves. So we now see the first wave coming through, hustle for positioning. It looks like Nacho is the front runner. He's up and riding on the backside, the lone goofy footer. Cross steps forward, rolls a touch of the 5, back in for a second 5. Nacho Pinatero for Uruguay. Big sweeping down carve turn, uses the drop knee as he grinds it high off the bottom to the top of the wave, and then gets a touch of the 5. And then he walks into a bouncy section, but keeps his composure as he cuts back once more, sets himself up again with another drop knee, stalls it, 2 quick steps and 4 all the way to the nose, and then walks again back to the tail and gets a glassy section right through the inside using his trademark drop knee setup in and out of a nice nose ride, touching that 5 and going back on to a silky rail turn as he sets himself for the very last section. There's the 5, there's the 10, there's the lift and the walk back all the way through as that tide just continues to rise up, and the conditions are absolutely perfect for day number 5. And with that, let's go down to the glass. Our defending gold medalist, Kai Salas, is with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, Sam. I'm down here with Mr. Steez himself, Kai Salas, surfing for Hawaii. We talked about boards earlier, that you had this board in your first heat, your 9.6 on your second heat, and then back to, is this a 9.4 Blue Moon that you're on?
This is a 9.8 I'm riding.
Oh, so you actually went bigger on that. And what was your, why did you change up?
So I came with 2 boards, 2 Blue Moon models. One's a 9.6 and a little more narrow, a little more tuned up for bigger waves. So that's the board I rode on the second day, on the bigger day. And then I rode this board on the first day, and then today that the waves are a little smaller. So this is the board I'm kind of planning to ride for the rest of the event, since the waves are supposed to be on the decline.
Well, it was beautiful surfing, and you came in with, I thought was 7 minutes, and then you said 8 minutes. Talk me through why you came in so early.
That second wave just felt good, and it's hot, and the paddles are really long, and not that I thought that I had the heat or anything. I just thought that I probably couldn't have bettered those 2 waves, and I'm just cruising. I'm here to have fun. I'm not taking this event super serious, and I'm just here to have fun, go do some good hang 10s in the next couple days, and just surf the way I want to surf. So if I don't feel like paddling back out, I'm going to come in.
I love the confidence you have. You're smiling, big smiles. Did you want to say anything back home?
Just hi to my family and everyone who supported the Hawaii surf team. Thank you very much. It allows us to do this fun stuff, and thank you.
Well, great surfing, Kai. We can't wait to see you in the next round. Good luck. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Looking strong, looking like the gold medalist he is, and a shout out to his family at home. And of course, the Hawaii team did lose Natalia Wonderlich in the event yesterday, so they are a surfer down, which will affect their team standings if they want to defend their gold medal. But he wouldn't have potentially made it out back in time because it takes 6 minutes to paddle out. So I just think that was wise surfing, and I think he knew it deep down that his backup score was better than his first wave, which was in the 7s, and he did the right thing.
Yeah, like I was saying, he's been doing this for so long.
Sure.
And you know when your surfing feels good.
Yep.
And I like I said, it was smart.
Yeah.
And he just wanted to get out of the sun.
So waiting for that first score to be tabulated for Nacho. It's proving to be a slow start for all of the surfers. 12 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. So after a very active previous heat, this has had a big lull early on, and it looks like Ben Skinner is lining up deep. Here's Skin Dog up and riding. He's got a fan base on the beach. His glasser, Jason Gray, is here with a big group, including Roger Knight and a lot of fellow Cornishmen representing Team England. Ben Skinner out of a first nose ride into a nice sweeping turn. Sets himself up for a long second hang 5. Clean footwork out of that second hang 5. Puts that board on rail for a cut back, and then just comes away from that foam and stays in the pocket with another drop knee setup. Here's a high line, locks in for a 5. Things get smooth, and that footwork always so precise from Skin Dog, and then just soul arch bottom turn, standing tall out of that into now some variety with a distinctive drop knee, and there's the 5, holds that 5, walks out, stays high, and then hooks that back, throwing spray out of the hook of the cutback, and I can hear Team England on the beach cheering. They've just arrived in force. The Cornish flags will be flying, as will the England flags, and Ben Skin Dog Skinner stomps one onto the sand and stares in to his team, and that would have felt good.
I swear, every single time I see him, all that comes to my mind,
That's
for England!
Well, that's all the crew from the Skin Dog factory. They've all come out from Cornwall. They just arrived last night. There's 11 of them, and they're all here to cheer on Skin Dog as Johnny van Hoyenstein is up and riding with a really nice overhead wall there off the bottom. Uses the rail grab turn and then hooks onto this section. Things get a little bit of chandelier-like on his shoulders there and cuts back, and he's going to still keep this wave working right through to the inside as he walks back into the tail. Great footwork there from Johnny. I love the smoothness and the flow and the way he's walking in and out of these rail turns. Now he needs to get something steep for a nose ride. There's the 5, there's the 10, a lot of lift in the 10. This is absolutely incredible, Berlin. Back to back, we have already seen Uruguay looking good, England looking amazing, and now Hawaii looking amazing as Johnny kicks out and Skin Dog is close.
Oh, I really, really love that surfing of Johnny, as we see blue up and riding right here.
Schweizer, 2 Uruguayans in this heat. We've already seen one of them get a wave as it comes in at a 6. Julian stays locked on a long hang 5. Walks out of that opening hang 5, stretches back up for another tighter 5, and then rushes himself back, widens his stance, and then goes low in the bottom turn. He's got a lot of foam to deal with, so I feel as if Johnny's wave was the biggest, Ben's wave had the biggest variety of maneuvers, but Julian's wave could well rival his teammate Nacho Pinatero as Julian works his way now through to the last sections. He's going to look again for a steep opportunity with a stall. Couple of more cross steps maybe to line up. He'll be thinking he needs to get a critical nose ride on this side to make it worthwhile to have ridden it all the way through, and he gets a couple of multiple 5s right there, walks out but just falls forward as his teammate Nacho gets his second score on the backside. There's the 5, there's a really nice touch of the 10, accelerates out of that nose ride and then just quick with his footwork. Nacho is so fast with his feet. You see it in all conditions, whether big or small. He's got some of the fastest footwork, a little bit like Kevin Scavano. They both running in and out of those nose rides, and he feels good about that one.
Yeah, he does have some really, really, really quick footwork. His first wave, you could say he just was not stopping, just here to here to here to here to here. So, and is that going to come higher than his 6?
Well, we only saw the end of that, but body language-wise, he looked happy. We're expecting 2 massive scores for Ben Skinner and Johnny van Hoyenstein, Johnny the Ripper. I think that those 2 waves are going to be really significant, maybe the highest 2 waves of the heat so far. Now we get to see this on the replay. What do you think?
Holding that 5. Again, just really just locked in on the nose, still holding it, driving, actually moving his feet a little bit closer to step back, getting back into this whitewater section again. Nice transition to the rail surfing. You know, just nice weaving. Looks for the nose ride again. Doesn't line up for him. Smart, just again, trying to stay in the pocket. Opting to fade to that left. Is it going to clean up? It does. He sees this section hopefully coming towards him. There he goes. Nice footwork up to a lovely 5, into a nice 10. Great pocket surfing right there. Again, nice 5. He's so fast on his feet. Up to a lovely 5. Really read this wave well. All the way to the inside. He seems very happy. See the little head nod there. That's his second ride.
Exactly, and that opening nose ride was really long and strong. The wave did get quite fat after that opening nose ride, and it was quite a lot of downtime. But then when he linked up to the middle, it really got good. As we can see now, the replay of Skin Dog. What do you think of this, Belin?
Super critical nose rides. Holding that power. Look at how he's powering through the whitewater. And that's a real big, you know, just to highlight the difference of nose riding a little bit further out in the pocket than to have your nose in there with that turn. Again, the transitions are so effortless but so powerful.
Real whip in that turn with that new swallowtail design that he's brought to the double scoop.
Yes, and again, back up to the nose. So yeah, that tail is really allowing, you know, those turns to come quite through with a lot looser.
Yep.
But you know, his nose rides are on point. So again, just reading this, then dropping the nose, blending in that lovely traditional side of, you know, the art of the longboard riding. Sees the section come towards him, up to a 5, tightens that 5 just a little bit closer, and then again sees this lovely cutback section. Ooh, look at the water coming off that rail. He is not a little man.
Yeah, I love the way
throw that thing around.
stood tall there as well out of that. So Belin, a 7.73 for this opening ride.
Oh, and look at this drop knee. Great. Well-deserved wave. You know, he did everything he possibly could have done on this wave. Again, finishing it off just here on this inside up to a 5. And then I think this is where he sees this big section come towards him for the floater. As no stranger to the love of a big floater.
Yeah.
Holding that 5.
And clean footwork throughout everything as well. To be celebrated.
Driving those arms in there to get that forward speed. Sees the section come towards him.
Boom.
A little bit of an air boost. How's the look back?
Renegade sound system that was. Amazing stuff from Skin Dog. A 7.73. Waiting now for scores for red, blue, and a second score for white. 5 minutes remaining. So it's almost certainly going to be a 2-wave heat for at least 3 of these surfers, because it may well be that Ignacio Pinatero is able to get that 3rd wave because he had that quicker start, but positioning is going to be so important. And as it stands, Ben Skinner is in 2nd priority. Johnny Van Hoyenstein for Hawaii is in 1st priority. Julian Schweizer is in 3rd priority. Now, on instinct, that wave of Johnny's, it seemed like it was a bigger wave. It could have more scoring potential, but what I saw from Skin Dog was a lot more ground covered throughout the ride, so it's going to be really interesting to see where that comes on the scale. But right now we got live action, a 2nd ride for our surfer in 1st priority from Hawaii, a nice 5 into a tight 5, and then widens and unleashes into a top turn down carve, and then just beautifully touches the face of the wave as he goes into the bottom turn, and now into a drop knee, just rebounding off the wave. And I can see somebody up and riding out back. It looks like green, Ben Skin Dog Skinner, who was in 2nd priority. He's now moving through this wave as well as Johnny comes through to the inside and sets himself up with a real nice, elegant, quick snap into a footwork all the way to the 5, and then walks with great traditional cross steps out of that radical rail turn on his Mark Lydell board, and he's just eyeing up the inside here, recognizing that this may be the last wave that he catches, because there's only going to be 3 minutes left, and he's got another 5 all the way through, straightens it, and that was really strong for Johnny. So he's going to have 2 waves to be tabulated, and if Ben hasn't fallen, he's probably still up and riding as we get to appreciate this that was happening just only a few yards behind. Into a 5, holds that 5, pulls up into a 10, gets some lift, runs out of that nose ride really strong, and then just staying planted in the middle of the board, and now widening the stance into a dynamic down carve, and then silky off the bottom, using the drop knee as he just pushes more water again in this really nice variety of cutbacks, with once again a drop knee on his swallowtail design, and that drop knee just a little bit more paprika to that, a little bit more juju spice. It was looking really good, and now starting to accelerate, got a good tempo through to the inside here, and this is masterclass surfing from all four of these competitors, Berlin.
Yeah, there is definitely some salsa in those turns, and I'm really admiring, you know, the criticalness of the nose rides and how he didn't break his board on that. But I'm really admire and love Johnny Van Huysen's surfing.
Yep.
I really love to watch him. His flow and style is so beautiful as we surfer. See Julian up and riding.
Super nice tight 5, bringing those toes now back into a 10. So nice double nose ride there. Kind of got the 5, got it tight, and then pulled back into a 10, and then goes low as he cuts back, and then stays low, coming off the bottom, crouching, waiting, anticipating, and then setting things up with the bottom turn, standing a little bit taller now, dropping back into the wave, bringing in some variety with the cutback as we move down into the last minute 30 with Nacho with a 6 and a 617, and Schweizer with a 693 for his first wave as he cross steps forward and finds a 5 on the inside, and then he's still trimming. There's still more scoring potential as he gets another nose ride, and the judges have got a lot of studying to do here, because there's going to be 2 really significant scores to come through for Johnny Van Hoyenstein. There's now a backup wave for Julian Schweizer, and this is the 3rd wave ridden with 1 minute 10 seconds remaining for Nacho Pinatero with a nice lock of the nose, and then look at that quick Kevin Skavana-esque footwork out of that radical nose ride. This wave now a bit peaky. He looks over his shoulder to see what else is there. He's just considering if it's worth staying with this wave, and he's opting to stay with it. And what amazing conditions. This is dreamy. It's a little bit of a Makaha kind of element to some of these walls as well, Berlin.
I just think the color, you know, the glassy that we've still had, that wind hasn't picked up yet either, is so awesome to have. And as a competitor, you know, like, you get so bummed when that wind picks up, and it doesn't allow you to really showcase your talent.
All the way through to the inside, Nacho.
That reminds me of Makaha, like in the top part, just the cobblestones. And I mean, obviously Makaha goes out a little bit further out, but just the beautiful, beautiful surfing from Ignacio.
What a heat this has been as Nacho lands on the sand in the last 10 seconds. All 4 of those surfers have put on an absolutely outstanding display of longboarding. There's Jason Gray. That is the man who does the laminating for Ben Skinner. And all of these people here with the Cornish and the English flag, they've just arrived. 11 fans of Skin Dog. A lot of them work for Skin Dog or are Skin Dog riders. We got Roger Knight, who's a multiple shortboard champion. We got the rest of Team England. That's really special scenes. This is going to help Ben bring the best out of himself. He's got the boys in the hood, and he's going to perform for them.
This looks like the English surfer version of Braveheart.
Johnny there with the Hawaiians. 2 big scores for Johnny. My instinct says that Johnny and Skin Dog are taking this heat. I think they have been the standouts. I think Schweizer and Pinatero have been brilliant, but I just think that Johnny and Skin Dog have just given a little bit more creativity, a little bit more vibrancy and variety, and I think they'll just have the edge of the exchange. I'm not sure who's going to be first and second, but I think it's going to be Hawaii and England.
I have a feeling, and I feel, so don't rip into me, that Julian's surfing might take over Ignacio's. His was a little, you know, just a little, not as fast, but a little bit more refined.
Sure.
A little bit more technical, like just for the nose riding and just the style.
Yep.
You know, where Ignacio is like, you know, he's on fire. But he's just moving really fast,
Sure.
you know, and so I think I think Julian might take over Nacho.
Yep.
And then, again, we're just gonna have to see for Johnny.
Yeah, I'm expecting Johnny and Skin Dog to be the top 2 surfers. I'm not sure which way round. My memory of Johnny's opening wave, that it was a really good sized wave.
He surfed amazing.
It could potentially be the highest scoring wave of the heat. I think Johnny also had a really nice backup. I think Skin Dog's backup was really strong as well. But I think Julian and Nacho, yes, they may also win or get second. But if they do move into the repercharge, the level at which they've surfed in just then demonstrates that they could claw themselves back to the grand final, because all 4 of those surfers were at world class. Nobody put a foot wrong. It was a little bit unfortunate that it was a slow start as far as sets went. Nacho got the first wave, but it was 8 minutes before any significant sets came through, as we get to see the replay of Johnny the Ripper, Belin.
Oh, that was a lovely nose ride. Nice turn. He's so smooth. And he really, you know, just the way he drives off the bottom as well, touches the water with his hands, and the drop knees, you know, nice little bit of banking off the white water. But, you know, he just stays in the right part of the wave. And the drop knees, you know, he's just so effortless.
The 6.93 for this first wave. So Johnny now chasing probably scoring, I think, the maybe mid-7s to secure maybe a second place spot if Ben gets a score similar to his opening wave. But it obviously will depend on Julian's last ride. I'm going to be honest, I actually thought Johnny's 6.93, I did think it was going to come out a little bit higher than that. You can see the spread, some judges giving it up to a 7.7, others as low as a 6.3. The average comes out at a 6.93. My instinct thought that could have come a little bit higher, but great surfing from Johnny as he gets congratulated by Piccolo Clemente. But we're still now waiting a second score, and we get to see the replay of the second score for Skin Dog. What do you think of this, Belin?
Holding that 5 up to a 10, you know, nice nose ride. Just chasing this, a little bit of foamy session next, and then
boom,
big cutback.
These carves.
These carves, yeah, the drop knees as well. I think he drops into this. Next drop knee is the butter one, right? One of these is just so beautiful and so. That's it right there.
Yeah, that was the one. That was the money turn. And we got a 7.17 now drop for Johnny. So he's now up in first. So we now know that Skin Dog needs a 4.44 to go to second. Nacho needs a 7.89 to go to first. And Julian needs a 5.24 to go to second. So we'll get those scores coming through pretty soon, because we're enjoying this replay as Skin Dog just tags that at the end with a good attacking approach. And I think if he got a 7.73 for his first ride, you're expecting this next wave to rival that, to be similar, maybe a bit just below, maybe a bit just above. But I think that he had all of the same qualities of performance that we saw on that opening ride, and that particular exciting drop knee turn that we got to appreciate then. That was a real standout.
I love watching the replays because, you know, we can go over what they're doing, especially after the heat has finished, and gives a little bit more insight. You know, all 4 of these guys I really admire the way they surf, and I appreciate them as men as well, and I draw influence on their surfing.
Yeah.
So this is interesting. So last wave of the second wave of Julian was a 3.17. I think that was maybe the in-between wave.
Sure. Yeah. There's a better one to come.
The better one is the one to come.
Yeah, and we were down there
last one
as these surfers came to collect their jerseys, as we get a 6.6 for Julian. So now we know that Ben needs at least a 5.8,
which I think he got.
For sure he's going to get that, but it depends on Nacho chasing now a 7.36. Nacho's last wave was Nacho's last wave wasn't the good one. It was the 6.17, so I don't think Nacho is going to be battling for the top 2. I think it's going to be Skin Dog either first or second. Yep. And we really did see the personalities of these surfers shining when they came to collect their jerseys. They all looked confident, present, and all 4 of them looked really comfortable in the moment, and you knew that they were going to surf well.
And, you know, they all surfed so beautifully, refined, lovely transitions. For me, I love watching good rail work to the setup for the nose rides. You know, style is hands down all 4 of them have, and thank you for showcasing such beautiful footwork.
So if Skin Dog gets something in the kind of 7 range, maybe like mid-7s, he's going to go up into first. There's probably going to be quite a roar from his fan base down there by the steps. And he gets a 6.9. He moves up into first. He wins. Johnny Van Hoyenstein takes second. Congratulations, Ben Skinner. Well done, Johnny the Ripper. Julian Schweizer and Ignacio Pinatero for Uruguay. They're going to be in the repercharge. We're going to have a short break. We'll be back real soon. We've got Scavana and Taka Inouye, Edouard Del Pero coming up next. Welcome back to heat number 5, continuation of round 3. It took a while to tabulate those final scores, but it was Ben Skinner who took the win and Johnny van Hoyenstein who took second. Right now, though, it's Taka Inui, silver medalist from last year in the final, and also a team silver medalist with Team Japan. He's surfing against Kevin Scavano, who has been a team gold medalist for Team USA in 2018. This guy, it's Edward Del Pero. He's got a copper and a bronze, and he's going for silver or gold this year. He'll be aiming for gold like his brother Antoine, who's won 2 golds in the longboard at the ISA World Longboard Championship. And he's straight into a buttery roundhouse cutback, grabbing that rail on his pro model, a collaboration between Alain Mimvel and Torque, as he gets really nice and torqued and low, as he gets back up high for a 5, and then holds that 5, stands tall, lifts that back arm in a trademark Del Pero style. On his 3-fin board, 2+1, a little bit of bite on those side fins, just accelerating him through the cutback, right down to the inside. And this is so characteristic of Edouard Bellin. He has got the best read of ocean conditions. He always gets a good wave at the start. And I don't know whether that's just a natural thing or whether he's just got this brilliant feel of timing and knowing where to sit, as Taka Inui answers back with a soul arch into a 5, into a 10. Bellin, this is pretty cool from Taka, all rubbery on the nose.
This is great. Beautiful surfing. Again, look, he's not going to leave that. He's just stuck on that nose. And, considering the fact he is quite hurt right now, this is pretty amazing. I think this might be kind of the safest place for him.
Yeah, stay on the nose, Taka.
Stay
Don't
there.
hurt your knee. But he's ripping. I mean, this now, let's just count the maneuvers from Taka. 1. Okay, that's 1 maneuver. See how many he's going to fit in. He always does a lot. 2. 3 for a bottom turn. 4 for a top turn, I'd say.
5.
You say that 5 for a setup,
just a
6 for
setup,
some cross steps, 7 for a nose ride, 8 for cross stepping back up for another nose ride. Is it going to be a 9th? Oh, we'll call that a maneuver. I give him 9 maneuvers on. That was the last third of the ride. And, if he's fitted in 9 maneuvers the last third, he's fitted in like 3 times that. With that, let's go down to 12 times European champion, 2 times silver medalist at the ISA. It's Mr. Skindog Skinner. He's on the glass with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, Sam. I'm down here with the legend of England, Mr. Ben Skinner. How are you feeling after that heat?
Exhausted, to be quite honest. It was so hot out there, but the waves are really fun. The wind picked up a little bit before my heat, which I kind of knew was going to happen. But I really enjoyed it. Once I got the waves that I wanted, and surfed them to the beach and did the job.
Well, great surfing. And I saw that you have your business partner here, also the laminator for your surfboards. How's the boards feeling under your feet?
I feel amazing. I mean, we made these 2 boards like 2 weeks before I came. A new design that I had in my head and wanted to make for this wave. So we did it, and I've got the full crew from home, all the boys, which is amazing. Like, they turned up yesterday. It's some of their birthdays, so they're here on a birthday trip, so it's so nice to have them here. I mean, what a pleasure.
I mean, amazing. They're halfway around the world, and so are you. How did you, coming into that heat, you actually jumped straight into the ice bath. Walk me through what was going on in your mind coming in.
Yeah, well, literally it was that hot. My head was like pounding and my legs felt like they were gone. It was just so hot today. I can't explain it. In the middle of the day, after like 3 full-on paddle outs. So I just wanted to go straight to the ice bath. Sat in the ice bath, had a 3-minute ice bath, and I still hadn't had the score and didn't know whether I'd won or not. And so, yeah, it's pretty intense, but exciting.
Well, great stuff. I'm so happy to see you through the next round. You did amazing in that heat, and can't wait to see you in the next round.
Thank you, Meg. Legend. And everyone at home, thanks for watching. Love you, kids. Well.
Back up to you guys in the booth.
Team Skindog in the house. That's incredible to have all of that support, and that will really help. Ben's biggest results in his career have come when he's had the support on the sand. That really helps him, and I've been witness to it when he's really gone all the way, and that's often been aided by that real sense of pride and support and community, and every single cheer that you hear when you land that tag onto the beach.
Oh, it makes such a difference when you have that support. I remember last year, New Zealand, there was just the surfers, and that was it. So, Australia and even England, like everyone kind of went down to support them, and and that's you drive off of that. You
Yeah.
really perform better, and you're in a better mindset.
And talking of New Zealand, we've got Jack Tyro coming up in heat number 6. So Kiwis, if you're tuning in, stay with us because Jack Tyro, your man, is going to be surfing real soon. But let's get back to the action here. A 6.83 for Edward Del Pero's opening ride. We're now waiting for a score for Taka Inui. We saw him all rubbery and loose and soul arching on the nose, and the judges absolutely liked that. A 9.33, incredible. I mean, we actually just on the last third of the wave, we just started counting maneuvers. We stopped analyzing what he was doing, but the fact that he fitted in 9 maneuvers in the last third says that he probably did about 28 maneuvers all ride, as we can now see. Douwe Roebroek up on the tip for Team Netherlands, clean out of that nose ride on his Luffy board, big overhead wall, and so much control and poise for the youngster, just age 17, riding with the maturity of a 28-year-old. It really is impressive to see Douwe's progress as he goes back to the tail. Has to bounce a little bit to connect with this section, but he's now in action once again with a beautiful swooping setup off the bottom. Just hooks it back elegantly and cleanly walks up to the nose, finds the 5, gets back for another 5 after a little cut back snake turn, and here's the shore break. What's he going to go for? Keeping it clean, keeping it straight, or going for the kick out? Goes for the safety kick out. I think was a smart idea because he's done the damage already on that ride.
Yeah, as well, I just noticed he's got taper on his foot.
Yeah.
So, so that's probably, went into effect as well. Not wanting to hurt themselves.
Edward Del Pero snaps it. Amazing 6 steps into that nose ride. Really risked all on that fade, but unfortunately just loses a little bit of rhythm, but he won't mind that happening on takeoff because he's now closer to get another shot, as we can now see Kevin Skavana lining up for his first ride representing Orange County on the tip. There's the 5. Can he get the 10? Holds that 5 with trademark Skavana strength and style and control on his Infinity surfboards as he just weaves and lines it up again. A little bit of foam, but he's going to find the chance to get back on the nose. If this thing starts to clean up through the inside, we might see some style, and we do, with a little switch stance, setting himself up, using the switch stance functionally, going back to his goofy foot stance, in and out of another nose ride. Super technical longboarding here from Kevin Skavana, holding on a really critical 5 into a 10, full risk. That was right underneath the pocket. But Lynn, talk about how difficult what he just done is to do. I mean, that was next level, the footwork and the degree of technicalness.
He's Captain America. That's why he can pull that off. That footwork was
insane.
Amazing. And just from the start of that wave, that nose ride, and just you don't even practically see his surfboard. That was just beautiful California nose riding right there. And every his footwork and his positioning of his board is just so fun to watch.
So many different approaches there. We got the rubberiness of Taka, but we got the footwork of Kevin. And talk us through the degree of difficulty on the midsection of this after a little bit of downtime.
Just watching again, he's just kind of stalling. He's looking for, for that lip to kind of show up, just a little bit of foam. So again, he's just trying to find that section where he knows he can open up and get that nose ride. Little switch stance, and then up the footwork. Here he goes. He sees the 5, holding that section. Again, just trying to find this this wall for himself. Sees the line he wants to pick, goes up this right here, holding, just driving and flying down the line. So much control right there. Just, you have so much speed, and then nose riding down the face right now and walking back. That is some serious skills, and you would only expect that from, an amazing waterman like Kevin.
Straight up to the tip on his 3rd ride. Edward fades in, snaps it for a soul arch, drops back down into the face of the wave on that nose ride, and then widens the stance and just unleashes a really beautiful down carve, and then comes off the bottom and cross steps literally as he was coming out of the bottom turn back up for a nose ride, uses the rail grab turn, and now as things get a little bit shouldery, he's just going to want to stay patient and eye up the chance for this to steepen up on the inside. And here it is, a nose ride wall. There's the 5, gets a bit tighter with the feet on the nose ride 5. And now as things get really glassy, he goes for one of the more radical roundhouse cutbacks with a big bit of projection off the foam. We see Rodrigo Schweier doing that as well. but he's a goofy footer and this guy's a regular footer, and he's now through to the very last section with a touch of the 5. He may well get a float. He looks really comfortable coming out of that float. You knew he was going to land it from the moment he attacked it. That's a really strong backup score for Edward. With a 6.83, he's going to get a super big score, and it's really going to now put the pressure on Dower and Kevin, because Taka's sitting with the 9.33 as his highest score.
Yeah, he's looking really comfortable on
Yeah.
that surfboard. It looks so loose, and he's able to throw it around, but yet he can still nose ride that thing like no one's business.
Yep, he's doing great. That was a really strong bit of surfing. And the difference in approach is so interesting between Kevin with all the super tight footwork, everything leading from in and out of the nose rides, very technical, to Edward more out in the open face, you know, really arcing and getting low, as we get to see the spread of scores for Taka's 9.33, that low 9 and that high 9.8 eliminated, and the 9 and 2.95s create that average of the 9.33. So Taka is going to be sitting out there knowing that last year he won silver, team silver for his team Japan, aiming to go for gold this year. He is sporting a knee injury. He did that sup surfing earlier in the trip about 2 weeks ago, and had a little bit of time off, but is back hard and surfing better than ever. And this is the 9.33. Why did this go so high?
Oh, because the 5s, look how long he is, and he's actually, like, you know, he's flying really tight. You know, it's like the wall is really, really steep, and the holding of this and the composure right there. See how he's flying through this? The white water is just right over his rail and his tail. And I think he just really pulled it all together. You know, he really he did the traditional, the nose rides, and then pulls out, you know, the more progressive turning. But he does it really smooth. And then he sees this inside again section, races it, and then connects this, goes up. He sees the line up to the 5, holds that 5, and then again another 5. And then the section coming. Oh, that smile. He's so proud. He's so happy for himself.
So this is a replay of Edwards. So he got a 6.83 for the first ride and a 7.60 for the second ride.
The turns. This is his second wave right here. This is the high scoring wave for him, the 7.60. And you can see he just put everything into this. Just big roundhouse cutbacks, nice drop knees as well. You know, and really blending in, you know, the really critical nose riding, and as well just the flow into this section right here.
Yep.
Nice nose ride. This banking, look at that. Nose coming up and over the white water and back down. And then again, you know, he's just done everything he possibly could on that wave. And then you see this inside section coming towards him.
And you just knew he was going to make this last float. Yes,
he's having
all set.
fun.
Yeah. But that roundhouse at the end there as well, I mean, that was incredible. As we can see live action, Kevin Skavana holding a nose ride through that section, keeps his balance, and he sets himself up again, and you know he's going to put it all on the line for the switch stance nose ride. A radical switch stance 10 comes out of that switch stance 10. Oh, my mind has just been blown, Billy, and that was absolutely next level. In and out of another multiple lifting 10. That is seriously A-grade longing there. All class in and out of those nose rides to go switch stance through that nose ride 10, switching into frontside regular foot as a goofy footer, and then control it and go back into another 10 on the backside. I hope the judges appreciate that. I hope that they recognize the degree of difficulty. Different from Edward's open face big roundhouse is backed up by 5s, but if you just really hone in on what was happening on these nose rides, they are near impossible to do. This was insane.
He's so in the pocket with, you know, just really good timing for his nose ride where it should be ridden, and then the switch, you know, the 5 to the 10, and then to come back out of it again and stay just really close to the curl, and then back up to a 5 to that 10.
Wow.
Just driving off of the nose as well. Really beautiful style. This is some lovely, beautiful Californian surfing right here.
I tell you who'll be impressed with this is Tommy Witt. He would absolutely be blown away at what he's just seen there from Kevin Skavana, because that was so skillful to go into that switch stance 10, come out of it, get the next 10 on in his goofy stance. So Kevin Skavana really demonstrating how world class he is, with big scores already being dropped for Eduard Del Pero, a 7-6 and a 6-8-3. Now Taka Inui sitting out there relaxed, calm, but he does need to get a backup wave because there's going to be some significant scores coming through for Kevin Skavana. And Douwe Robruck, I mean, he's been right up there with this high caliber field, kicking off with a 6.0. He's still in the mix for a top 2 place.
I'm really appreciating just seeing everyone's approach to the uniqueness of the surfing. You know, everyone has their own style, but just really ripping.
Oh, fully. I mean,
absolutely ripping.
The women's round 3 and the men's round 3 have been by far the best longboarding we've seen of the event. I mean, you just want to bottle that and just play it on repeat for the rest of your life. I mean, it really has been incredible, and a lot of people expressing that the quality of the waves is as good as it gets.
Every person that I've spoken to is just frothing, you know, absolutely just drooling at the opportunity to get out there and surf. And like you said, we spoke about this down on the beach, but you see the Kevin, the Eduardo, the Taka, the Benz, the Kais, they walk down, and there's just something unique about the presence of you know, coming into the round 3s.
Absolutely.
Of the men and the women as well. The confidence.
Yeah, well, Elise, I mean, she looked angry to get knocked down to second by Sophia Colhane, because Elise is going for an unprecedented 3rd gold medal for the ISA World Longboard Championship. As we can see that list of former ISA medalists present: Tilly, Lemoyne, Fernanda Reyes, Teoka, Clemente, Schweier, Skinner, Inui, Del Pero, Esquivel and Skavana. All of those people know how it is to get medals, and someone who knows how it is to get goals is Kai Salas. Honolulu Bloomfield, of course, having a baby with Clay back home in Hawaii, so she's not here representing Team Hawaii, but she will be right behind the team because they're defending team gold medalists.
Sending a massive aloha out to Honolulu.
Yep.
So we miss you here. I love the way she surfs.
Oh, she was amazing last year. You got to watch that. You had your role as team manager for Australia, and we can now feast on the landscape of beautiful El Salvador as we get to see those volcanoes in the background. And it's a perfect clear day for day 5 of competition at the Surf City ISA World Longboard Championship. The 3rd back-to-back time we've come here to crown our gold medalists and our team gold medalists at El Sunzal, and you could almost draw a straight line down that foam line, and you can now see the kind of A shape of that perfect finger of cobblestones with the 3 rivers that encase El Tunco and all of the opportunities of places to stay. You can go for the El Sunzal location, or you might prefer to stay closer to El Tunco, where you've got a lot of places to eat and a few good places to practice your dance moves as well, Bill. And I noticed that you had a few dance moves at some of the nights out we had last year, so I'm hoping that you and I can practice those later in the week when we have a closing ceremony.
I'm very much looking forward to the dance. So right now, this is a view that all of us coming home from Costa Rica event saw.
When you first saw the coast of El Salvador.
And we're flying back out, and we only had a quick layover to pick up some people.
Sure.
And we drove past this, and I think all of us were just glued and going, what is this? And this was a complete hidden gem.
Yep.
And we are just wanting to break out the windows and jump out of the plane. It's just, look at this, the rivers, the mountains, the green, the food, the fruit.
Taka Inui on his 2nd ride, adding to a 9.33. 25 seconds remaining. Only a 4.9 for Kevin Skavana's wave. I love the technicalness of his footwork. I would have given that a huge score because I just thought it was incredible. But there will be now a backup score for Taka Inui to add to that 9.33. So Kevin's score didn't push him up into 2nd. Douwe Robruck with 5 seconds remaining. He may well not get an opportunity to get a backup wave, even though he's sitting there in 1st priority. So if none of the surfers have caught a wave, the situation will likely remain unchanged, with Eduard Del Pero taking the win, Taka Inui going into 2nd position and staying in 2nd position, Kevin Skavana moving to the repercharge round, and Dower Roebuck also moving to the repercharge round. Neither of those surfers eliminated. They'll be strong in that round. They can be proud of how they've surfed, but Edward was really good and silky as always. But Taka's 9.33, big threat for gold. Watch out, fellow competitors, because that's a pretty big score.
Oh yeah, that was a solid score. I think that's the second highest score dropped so far in the event, maybe?
Yeah, we've
just
seen
a single wave.
Exactly. We've seen a higher 9 from Clinton Guest. Taka does well with his single fin, his Piccolo Clemente board. He puts on a good show. So 3.7 for his last wave. Solidifies his second. No more scores waiting to come through. So both Edward and Taka will advance to men's round 4.
But you know how excited Kevin and Dowie are going to be about surfing good waves again?
Yep,
so
absolutely.
Obviously, you know, you want to make it into the second or first to move that little bit next up. But the opportunity to go out and surf this is just amazing.
Yeah.
So you don't get conditions like this very often in an event. So I would be pumped to take third or fourth to be able to go surf again. Yeah, I'd be tired, but it'd be fun.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations, Edward and Taka. Coming up next, we have Jack Tyro, Crisanto Villanueva from the Philippines, Benoit Piccolo Clemente, himself a former gold medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship from Peru, and Rodrigo Schweier, winner of gold for Team Brazil in 2010 when he won his individual title. We'll have a break and we'll be right back.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back. This is the final heat of men's main round 3. As we can just see, the winner of heat number 5, Edward Del Pero, walking along the beach there. He's going to be the surfer who will get to do the post-heat interview. Taka Inui getting second. But right now, let's set the field of play. It's Jack Tyro, New Zealand, Crisanto King, Villanueva, Philippines, Benoit Piccolo Clemente, Peru, Rodrigo Schweier, Brazil. Both Piccolo and Rodrigo have been former gold medalists at the ISA World Longboard Championship. Piccolo won that in 2019 at Côte de Basque in Biarritz. Rodrigo Schweier won back in 2010. Jack Tyro, this second time representing New Zealand at the World Longboard Championship here in Sunzal, was a real standout last year. Crisanto Villanueva, known as King from La Union, Luzon in the Philippines. First time traveling out here with the longboard team, but there's no lack of talent in his local community, and testament to the strength of surfing. And Crisanto has been excellent, but he has been unlucky with interferences, so hopefully he'll keep things clean. He's straight to the tip, locks a 5, walks out of that opening nose ride, a keen shortboarder, used to skimboard a lot. It was JR who introduced him to longboarding and competed on one of JR's boards when he first started to do competitions in 2019 for the first time, and he rised the beard modeled by Seichi Mori. He's silky smooth and he's looking great locked back on the tip here with that flat trim rocker up in the nose, and he sets himself up for the inside, all cool, sporting the mullet cut there, getting the 5, holding that 5 with those toes really secured over the tip, and there's a nice drop knee cut back set up there, a little Sam Christensen-esque. Sam from South Africa, a really great surfer, has quite a similar style as Crisanto, goes all the way to the inside, Billin.
What a great person to introduce you to surfing and be a mentor for you. Not a bad kind of coach. Beautiful surfing. What a great opening wave from Cristiano from the Philippines. They are surfing so well.
Rodrigo Schweier drops a little small score, but it's going to be Crisanto's opening score, which will be the most significant. So 5 minutes down. No significant sets. This is a little bit like the start that Julian Schweizer had in the heat with Ben Skinner. Sorry, Nacho Pinatero had in the heat with Ben Skinner, Julian Schweizer. And let's go down to Eduard Del Piero. It's hot down there, but he surfed red hot and he took the win.
Thanks so much, Belen and Sam. I'm down here with Mr. French himself, Eduard Del Piero. How are you feeling, man?
Tired. No, I feel good. I'm stoked to take the win. Even though that wasn't easy, and Taka was in a really good position to close the heat pretty fast. But a win is a win, so I take it.
Absolutely, a win is a win, and you're surfing beautifully. Talk me through your training process. I mean, you're in France, you're in Europe. El Salvador is very different climate. How did you get your training regimen started?
Yeah, we do have a similar wave to El Sunzal home, or not as long as this one, but pretty good to train. And yeah, just try to put in 20 minutes like a 4 circle, like paddling waves and 4 waves, and yeah, I tried to train as hard as I could, and I'm still tired.
Seems like you got to train a little harder there, huh? But the 2+1s are looking super good under your feet. Are you planning to ride the 2+1s throughout the rest of the competition?
Yeah, I mean, if the waves stays like this and there is a bit of size, of course, like I feel good on it. I mean, I can surf it on the single feet, it doesn't change. Like the shape of the board, I'm going to stick to that shape anyway, so it's good.
All right, well, beautiful surfing. Did you want to say anything back home?
Une de plus, enfin une de moins du coup. Et ensuite, on continue. Bisous à tout le monde. Yo!
All right, can't wait to see you in the next round. Good luck. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Nice work, Edward. He will be referencing Lafitania and Gittery as his training territory. 2 good spots. Gittery more of a peaky kind of sunset-esque spot. Lafitania more of a kind of running point. And of course, different climate, but certainly, similarly good quality waves. But not as long as Sunzal, but looking calm and cool, and a bit like Kai Salas, both Edward and the Hawaiian. They know that there's a marathon ahead, and they know that these chilled posty interviews, they don't need to get overly emotional, overly excited, because their horizons are set on the finals.
Yes, and they are so trained to know what they need to do.
Yep.
And they come with a plan before they even leave from home.
Here he is, one of my favorites, Jack Tyro. I mean, just look at the way he set himself up for this wall. Clean into a 5, great footwork, locks the touch of the 10, holds that 5, just moving that back foot away, and now down to the tail as he does a really nice involvement surfing style low bottom turn, grabbing that outside rail and putting that board into a drop knee cut back, and then he just cross steps forward, points those knees to keep that board in trim, moving, fading deep, swings it back, cross steps again back up towards the nose, looking to wrap a 5. There's the 5, touches that 5, just walks out of that nose ride with an incredible amount of poise and classic references to so many periods. What I see from Tyro, not just the 60s period, but there's a lot of kind of like 70s Hackman-esque kind of knee work as well in that kind of 70s shortboard period in his stance. And I really love the fusion, the blend of classic and traditional, but also that involvement surfing on his Kyo board.
He has such beautiful technique. The way he rides the waves is so on his how do you, the words to try to put it to, finesse.
Yeah, finesse.
The
nice.
finesse is just so beautiful. And yes, the way he comes off the bottom and just, gets lovely lift and the rotation, the turning, the pivoting. It is really beautiful.
A bit like Tully White as well. Both surfers, the essence of finesse.
Very, very. I appreciate Tully surfing. I really love the way she surfs. So yes, definitely finesse.
Crisanto drops a 5. Tyro score to come through. Do you think it's going to go higher than Crisanto's wave or lower?
Is this Jack's wave?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's going to go a little bit lower.
Yeah, it comes in at a 4.73. I liked it. I think it was a smaller wave. I like what I saw, but Crisanto's wave just gets the edge.
Yeah, just a little bit bigger of a wave.
Yep. Piccolo Clemente still waiting to catch his first ride. Of course, Piccolo, if you watched in the Surf City El Salvador 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship here at Sunzal, in a very late round, pretty much close to the finals, Piccolo was on fire. It was the main round final, so not the grand final for medals, and he had a wipeout and the fin pinged back underwater past his head and it cut his head and he had to have stitches and he wasn't able to continue to compete, and he still nearly got through to the grand final on the 2 waves he had already had, but unfortunately the medical team said he wasn't able to go back in. So he's pretty hungry to kind of redeem himself, but he's got nothing to prove because he's already won those world titles. So has Rodrigo Schweier. Rodrigo, one of the more radical tail surfing longboarders, but a good nose rider as well. But once again, it's quite a slow start, 10 minutes, and some surfers have not ridden a wave yet.
I really like the way Piccolo surfs.
Yep.
He has a really beautiful style.
Yeah, and let's be honest, Berlin, he's a hot guy as well. He's one of the coolest dudes in town, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'm putting you on the spot there.
I appreciate God's gift.
Yeah, and we were comparing him to we were putting him in different sports cars.
Yeah, I'm gonna change the.
Oh, you changed?
I'm gonna change from the Lamborghini.
Okay, there we go. Live action. It's Rodrigo Schweier setting himself up to the tip. Holds that 5. Pulls in for a close 5. Nice and tight on the feet there out of that 5. And then here's that trademark roundhouse cutback. An incredible ability to just really wang that 9+ board around and rebound off the foam. You could see how he did a little kung fu kick to shake that leash off there as he sets himself back up for another nose ride, holding onto that nose ride and then going into a 10 and walking out of that 10 and then just shuffling back to the tail as he redirects on a smaller section now through to the inside, but cross-stepping for another high line, locks onto another 5 with that back arm up, and then cuts back, and there's still more scoring potential on the inside. And he's going to the tail. He's probably going to hit this vert. He does bounce that and rides out of that roller coaster, and the Brazilian team are cheering, and he's got his campaign underway.
Oh, look at them. They are screaming. That is passion right there.
Yeah.
That is so, and when you hear that screaming coming from you find energy you didn't even realize you had. It really does pump you. And you know what? I get pumped up if it's not even my team. I'm like, oh, I need to, this is exciting.
Yeah,
you know?
Brazilians. Are you a fan of soccer, football?
I love soccer,
because
football.
If you're a fan of football or soccer,
oh yeah,
Brazil are the best.
Oh.
You just, in history, Pelé.
Oh, that was a beautiful film, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, very inspired. A very, very inspiring human, you know, and to overcome, you know, so much and to get to where he got is a testament to an athlete.
Well, will Rodrigo Schweier become a surfing Pelé for longboarding out of Brazil? He has got a wave to be scored. He kicked off with just an insignificant 0.5, but down into the last 7 minutes, 50 seconds. A 4.73 for Jack Tyro, a 5 for Crisanto Villanueva for the Philippines, waiting for Piccolo Clemente's scores. So there has been a wave ridden by our 2019 gold medalist representing Juan Chaco, Peru, and there will be a pretty significant score for Rodrigo Schweier. Yes, there was a few scrappy moments in that ride, but there was critical nose rides, long 5s, a 10, and some really big radical rail turns, and the judges giving it a 6.17. So as it stands right now, it's Schweier in front, Crisanto in second, Tyro in third, and Piccolo out there in fourth. But there's enough time for one more set, but positioning will be key. Crisanto is actually going to be pretty pleased about having that first priority, Berlin.
Oh, you don't want to lose your priority with 7 minutes left, having a 5. You're going to, you want to pick off the best one that's going to come for you. because that clock is going to go real quick.
Yep. Rodrigo Schweier, 6.17. Crisanto Villanueva, a 5. Jack Tyro, a 4.73. Waiting for a score for Benoit Piccolo Clemente. So the 18-year-old Jack Tyro kicking things off with a really stylish bit of surfing. But we felt like that came up a bit lower than Crisanto's score of a 5 because it was a smaller wave. But he did a lot of beautiful traditional cross-stepping, but a lot of involvement surfing, you know, really putting his board on rail, demonstrating variety. And something that caught my attention was that kind of slightly knee-out approach that you see from David Nueva, that you see from Jeff Hackman in the 1970s when Nueva shifted into the short boards. And whether it's a studied situation or it's just inherent, for me, Jack Tyro looks like he's absorbed a lot of the greats in history, and he's, you know, I've never talked with him about this, but I get the sense that he's a real fan of surf history.
You know what's really great is to actually, a lot of the youth now, they are delving into understanding the boards from the past. You know, we're leaning on the shoulders of giants right now, and it's really important, we keep, you know, their stories alive and educate about where our longboarding comes from, and, you know, that nose ride. Híjole.
Upright hang 10 for Piccolo Clemente. In and out of a sweeping setup turn to the 5 to the 10. This is looking strong for Piccolo. All he has to do now is just sustain his composure and just line up for a little bit more through the inside with a nice open-shouldered, open-armed drop knee turn, and comes in behind the section, right on time to the tip, holds the 5, locks in that 5, walks out of that nose ride, and then comes away from that rebound, and things will get bouncy through the inside, but he's got another chance here to either hit the lip or kick out. He's going for the float. Can he keep his balance? Not much water left on the inside. I felt like he would have recognized that he may well have knocked his fin out if he stayed on that one, but he did a lot of beautiful surfing up to that point. So I think that's going to be by far the biggest score of the heat so far. 4 minutes 20 seconds remaining, and we just saw trademark Piccolo Clemente.
Yeah, I'm quite confident that's going to come in as the highest score. That was so beautiful to watch. Just really clean.
Yeah.
You know, just really clean and well positioned. Good technique.
Yeah, he went all hands down on the 10 as well. It got very statuesque and hood ornament-like as he just poised into the 5 to the 10 and stood very upright. That will be a nice like highlight moment, that hang 10. We've seen a lot of good nose rides today, and I think what the surfers are really appreciating is after the big days, these smaller conditions, but still with a little bit of size, are allowing everyone to really express themselves. They can really paint their picture on the canvas. They can really do what they want to do on a longboard. As we can see, Rodrigo Schweier holding a 5. This wave getting a bit glassy, but he's got some bounce to deal with. Drives off the bottom. Progressive roundhouse cut back there and sets himself up off the middle of the wave. Again, arcing back. So he's got a nose ride, a good driving bottom turn. And now as that tide starts to come higher, we're not seeing such a steep sections through the middle of the wave as we saw on the early heats in this round, but we're still seeing huge scoring potential for those last moments, even right through to the inside. A lot of surfers opting to get one more nose ride or one more hit as he walks out of the nose. He'll probably just need to straighten out here. Rodrigo Schweier is going to add to his 6.17, and you get the feeling it's going to be Peru and Brazil in 1 and 2 unless New Zealand and the Philippines can answer back.
I was a little bit wrong on that wave call for our surfer in green. I thought that was a little bit higher. So
oh, wow, it came out really low, didn't it? We didn't expect that. And you know what that could be down to is the pocket.
Yep.
It may well be that we were wowed by that hang 10. And when we saw the setup, but we were just studying the body posture, and it may well be that there was a real detailed analysis of the location of that hang 10, and the judges deemed it to be on the shoulder outside of the pocket, and they therefore didn't heavily reward it. So my instinct was that that was going to be a really big score, but it comes in not as the highest score of the heat so far.
But you know what is going to come in as a good score? Is this third wave of
Schweier.
white.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You can hear the support crew just going nuts on the beach right now. And you know, unless you grow up with the loudness and the support, you don't get super excited. This is intoxicating.
Straight to the tip. Jack Tyro, big risk
Jack.
though. He knew he needed to go big there, but that wave had a bounce in it, didn't it? So as soon as he ran up, you could see it was going to be very difficult to hold that nose ride. But 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. Could be another opportunity for Tyro. As it stands right now, 5.2 comes in for Rodrigo Schweier. So not as big as the 5.67. And like an unexpectedly small scale on some of these scores. Really interesting. But I think that they've kind of almost boxed themselves in with that 5.67. And actually, in reference, I feel as if Schweier's wave wasn't as strong as Piccolo's last wave, so I think that's fair relative, but we did expect Piccolo's to go bigger. But I bet you it's to do, if you get the chance to watch the replay, with the 10 being a little bit on the shoulder. As we can see now, Jack Tyro, he's going to get a second chance, opting again for some footwork, stalling high in the wave. It's a bit bouncy. Can he get control? There's the 5, locks in a really nice 5, super fast with the footwork. Drop knees. Stays very high, just needs to drop down into this wave a little bit more to really start to unleash its potential. Just climbs off the foam, and now, yes, the wave's getting smaller, but there's some options ahead. Potentially, it just looks like it's fading on him, and I don't feel as if it's going to allow him to get a significant score that he's really chasing. He needs a 4.45 to move up into second.
I really appreciate Jack's surfing, as we see Bonito.
Didn't quite get that, but it looks like with 3 seconds left, Crisanto is up and riding, chasing a 4.18, straight into a drop knee turn. Gets a high line and 4 steps to a soul arch 5, both arms up. Walks out into another drop knee turn, and then just comes out of that drop knee and cross steps. And then again, a little snappier drop knee turn, quick with his feet. Gets a little 5, chasing a 4.18. So this is really important for Team Philippines as he goes into another turn. And then it gets bouncy, but he's going to give this everything through the inside with a nice turn once again. Can he find one last section? There's not going to be much water left. There's a 5. Holds that 5, lifts those arms high, stays on that 5 for a while. And he's probably going to try a floater. He goes for a little untwizzle. But he's chasing an attainable score, 4.18. I think he could well get that on that wave. What do you think? We do need a new score for Jack Tyro as well.
It was great surfing. The nose ride on that inside. I know, everyone's really wanting to see some of the outside surfing, but I'm really enjoying, when they do make it to the inside and get those really beautiful nose rides. I think it was a well-surfed wave. At the end of the day, I'm not a judge, and I was off by that last wave, so I'm not going to say what I think.
But I think we were right with the reference between Schweier and Piccolo, and it came out. Benoit's wave came out a little bit lower than we thought. 10 may have been out in the pocket, but the question now is, what about this? Is it going to be a 4.18? You like the drop knee so far.
I really appreciate the drop knee, and I appreciate, I love when it's done correctly, and I really appreciate the transitions between his maneuvers and his footwork and his nose rides, and again, it's lovely to watch. It's the kind of longboarding that I really appreciate.
Well, we're going to wait for these results when we come right back. Stay with us. We're going to have a shift in the booth as Bo and Megan come in to call the action. It won't be long to find out if Crisanto got the score that he needed to move up into second.
Welcome back to day number 5 of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship. We are going to move into women's round of competition, the repercharge round. This will be round 3 coming up. We have Puerto Rico, Colombia and Canada represented. Another fantastic heat coming your way. We've still got a whole packed schedule afternoon of surfing, and the surf is looking super fun out there, Megs. My name's Bo Nixon, Megan Godinez here in the booth. You got to chat with a few of the athletes just before coming up for this. How is the vibe down there? How are they all preparing to head to the water?
I mean, the one thing that they all told me was it was hot. So we saw that we saw Ben Skinner come in and go straight into the ice bath, and they're just trying to preserve their energy. I mean, it's going to be, again, we're going to go back to that M word, the marathon for this contest, that, you know, they really need to reserve their energy and get prepared for the next heat. Of course, be in the moment, finish that heat off, but prepare and get some rest, get some water, stay hydrated for that next round.
Surf City El Salvador also creating a fantastic athletes area for athletes to prepare for their heats. We've got ice baths down there, we've got the bikes, we've got some physio as well, yoga happening, lots of shaded areas too, plenty of hydration, of course, thanks to Gatorade, the hydration partner here, keeping the athletes on top of their game. And we move through to the women's repercharge round, currently in the water, waiting to get things underway. Because, Megs, we are waiting on that last score from the final heat that was just in the water, men's round 3, main event, heat number 6. Still waiting on the last score from Crisanto King Villanueva of the Philippines, trying to move up into second place. We see Rodrigo's Fire booking his slot into the next round of the men's, and we'll bring you those updates as the scores drop.
Man, tense times down on the beach. I mean, we've got so many buzzer beaters, but we knew that was going to happen. We knew throughout the competition. The heats were starting to get stacked already at round 2, round 1 even. So we're going to have a lot of deliberating, a lot of the judges looking back at that replays, making sure that they get the scores right, really getting technical and looking at, you know, where all that work was done on the wave.
That last score dropped for Crisanto King of the Philippines. A 4.57, it puts him up into second place. It will be Rodrigo's Fire. You can see the celebrations there. And King Villanueva of the Philippines moving through to the next round of the men's main event. We're going to lose previous gold medalist in 2019, Benoit Piccolo Clemente. He's going to move into the repercharge round alongside Jack Tyro of New Zealand. And that means we can kickstart things in the water. Women's repercharge round 3, heat number 1. Representing Puerto Rico, Jasmine Dean will be in the red jersey. Margarita Conde of Colombia in the blue, and Liv Stokes in the green jersey. I mean, I mean, I could definitely tell this being a main event kind of heat, stacked heat already.
Oh, if this was any other contest, this would have been like a final, semi-final.
Margarita's nose rides yesterday was fantastic, especially in these conditions like this. Bumpy face. Of course, Jasmine winning her heat yesterday as well. Liv Stokes was on earlier today, getting relegated into this repercharge round. As we hear the buzzer, back to 15-minute heats for these women in the water in the repercharge round, as we see a start from Jasmine Dean of Puerto Rico there, dealing with the bumps really well as she gets herself up on the nose, holding that 5. You can see though, she's really out on the shoulder, so this wave not going to produce the goods throughout the inside for Jasmine. So she'll have that quick nose ride in and out, and she'll make her way back to the lineup.
Yeah, I think today with that tide coming in and it bringing in more waves, it's going to end up they're going to be sitting a little bit more wide, but they got to make themselves a little deeper.
Oh, they certainly do, as we're going to head down to hear from Rodrigo's Fire, the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thanks so much, team. Rodrigo, congratulations. We're going to have Kate translate Kate, great heat earlier, by the way. You were absolutely ripping. Now, Rodrigo, I want to take you back to 2010 when you won your first gold medal. Now, how has your mentality changed since winning in 2010 gold and going for your second gold today in 2025?
Ele te parabenizou pelo seu ouro em 2010 e ele quer saber como que está a sua mentalidade agora para buscar um próximo ouro.
A mentalidade já são 15 anos, então bastante tempo e já é meu terceiro ano em busca dessa medalha e eu acho que vai ser dessa vez. Está trabalhando para isso e vai dar tudo certo.
Yeah, he said he's 15 years since the first gold. And he's been working very hard and very focused to bring the next gold to Brazil.
Well, you look really good. Now, what will be your plans now getting ready for tomorrow?
Quais são os seus planos para se preparar para amanhã?
Eu não posso falar meu plano, né? Mas é trabalhar, fazer a estratégia que a gente tem feito todos os dias que vai dar certo.
He said that's his secret. He won't share it with us. But it's just strategy and focus and be ready for whatever is coming to him.
Well, that's the secret of Schweier's success. Now, Rodrigo, some messages for everyone tuning in at home in Brazil.
Pode falar agora o que você quiser pro Brasil.
Vamos lá, galera, vamos em busca desse ouro, continua a torcida aí e vamos pra cima. Bora, Brasil, vamos!
Thanks very much, Sam. Rodrigo Spire, as mentioned there, 2010 gold medalist here for the ISA World Longboard Championship. Long time between drinks, but he's on his way through to the next round, one step closer to matching up against other surfers in the final, vying for a gold medal, not just for themselves, but for their country, for their teammates as well. As we see a set rolling through here. One of the biggest waves of the day, we've got our high tide coming up at about 3:45 local time, so 3:45 p.m. So we've still got another, is that 2 hours? 3 hours. 3 hours.
3 hours.
So we're halfway along the tide here. Bigger variation in the tide as well today as we take a look at a replay here, Megs. This is Jasmine Dean up and riding on her second wave.
Yeah, she's learned from that first wave that the big ones aren't really offering her too much maneuvers as she gets into this smaller one on the outside, but it builds on the inside. She had that beautiful hang five out the back. Now she's pointing that board towards El Tunco, but just doesn't navigate that little chop. And it's so unfortunate because that was going on to be a really good score. She makes her way down. This is another view of that wave.
This is actually Margarita Conde of Colombia, up and riding on her first wave, styling up to the nose, but gets a little unstuck as well on that pretty same section there that Jasmine caught a rail. Liv Stokes from Canada, carving that board back to the pocket. Beautiful setup turn for her to get up to the nose. She hops back on the board, bringing this one through, dropping down the wave, keeping up tempo with it as she's back up on the nose again, holding that five. This is this replay. Talk us through the inside section here, Megs.
Oh, I love that redirect. She was kind of staying. Oh, wow, that pupusa section is getting very, very, very heavy with that tide coming in. We got 3 more hours until the tide comes in, and it already looks like that. I mean, the swell is dropping a little bit, but the high tide is bringing in that kind of that swingy wide push, more of that, like, I would say easterly bowl.
Yes.
Yeah, a little easterly bowl that's starting to form, and that's why, you know, Jasmine Dean taking on that first one, it was a big wave, but she was sitting way wide, and as she was going down the face, it just went straight into deep water and then redirected back towards Casa de Mar, and it just lost all its power. So I think the girls are going to have to realize the bigger ones right now might not be it. I was talking to Sophia Cohane earlier, and I was telling her, where was your landmark? She was like, it kept changing. I didn't know. And I was like, you need to find your landmark. You know, it's so important, especially if it's changing. You want to make sure you understand every type of tide, what the waves are doing. So really important that they figure out where to sit out there today.
Very important for that wave positioning to get the right waves. As we can update you on the situation, scores locked in now for all competitors. Liv Stokes getting the better of the opening exchange. A 6-point ride for her first wave. Jasmine Dean a 3.5. Also a small 1.23 for her first ride. Currently in second place. And Margarita Conde of Colombia with a 4-point ride for her first wave score. So there is not much difference in scores between that second and third. Also small scores needing just to move up into first position as well. See Liv Stokes, long-time competitor at many events, although she's still only 23 years of age, but we've seen her compete in WSL events as well. I'm going to get back to that as we see action in the water. Late takeoff from Margarita of Colombia, cross-stepping her way up to the nose. Beautiful transition up to the 5. Stands tall for the 10. Great start to this wave with an opening hang 10 on that outside section. Margarita realizing that in previous heats, the big scores coming from those nose rides, as she again looks to set up another nose ride on the inside here. A lot of that weight is forward to try and keep that board speed moving and board speed up. Although we have seen people lean forward to slow down that board on the nose, as we see Margarita bringing this one back to the left, and this is where that wave kind of splits. She decides she's going to kick out. A really safe move for her to get away from that closeout section at the end there, as we see Jasmine Dean of Puerto Rico taking off on a wide set. You can see up on the nose, little flatter this wave again, choosing a wave that has pushed out into the deeper water. I don't know if she's going to be able to get on top of this one. She's going to lose it off the back of this one as well, Megs. Looks like that swell building as that tide's coming in.
Yeah, it's that all that water that's coming in and pushing. It's got to go somewhere, so it's going to come toward shore. I expect the current to kind of pick up because, as you can see, there's also some waves on the right side of your screen. That's going to swoop in as a point break, and all that water is going to flush back out towards the ocean, creating that bigger channel and that current, that wave. The water needs to move somewhere. So from on the screen, the water is going to move as it comes in from your right to your left. It is an advantage, though. It does push them out. It does go, the actual current goes out, but it does go wide. So they need to be very cautious in how they paddle out, as we saw a lot of the surfers when they came in on the post-heat interview saying, man, we're really tired. It's hot. You know, the sun is blazing. This is probably the hottest day that we've had so far of competition. So surfers keep in mind to really kind of not play it safe, but stay hydrated, get some shade.
Yeah, Megs, that's great insight. I went out for a free surf yesterday after competition, and it was actually really amazing to see how much water's moving out the back in the lineup as well. You don't expect it because you see all this white water turbulence here pushing through the inside, but there is actually a current out there, and it pulls you off your landmarks out there. It's really hard to stay in position, especially if you just drop the ball for a few moments. You can easily drift across, as we see Jasmine Dean swinging here on the inside, recognizing that she needs to move in a little bit to get these waves that are going to wall up. We see her just not being able to get on top of this wave, so she's going to reposition herself in a better spot. Maybe those small ones on the inside going to be key to getting the bigger scores throughout this heat. We saw Liv Stokes drop that 6-point ride earlier. Liv, currently residing in California, representing the home nation of Canada. She was here last year, narrowly missed out on a finals berth. She took home that 5th place from the semi-finals. As we see a replay here of Margarita. Talk us through this one, Meg's late takeoff.
I mean, beautiful score. She got a 6.07, and it's for this maneuver right here, standing perfectly tall right there. She's so close to the whitewash, so the judges are going to see that. They are going to deem that in the critical section. I love the way that she had that perfect posture over her hang 10. And you want to see it because all the weight is it goes from feet to hips to shoulders, all stacked on each other. That's how you know you're going to get that levitating hang 10, and the judges rewarded her for that, 6.07. She's working her way into this inside. She decides to opt out, but she did all the work on the outside.
Yeah, those nose rides there, hanging 10, then getting another hang 5 down the line. Puts her score up there with that 6.07 alongside the 4-point ride. So she's in first currently. Liv Stokes now down into second. Just a single wave score from her 6-point ride. Jasmine Dean has had a few swings at some inside waves. Only connected with one score of substance, that 3.5. That was her second wave score. It looks like she's paddling now. You can hear the whistles from the beach there, letting you in on some insights. I think some whistles from her teammates telling her to either go or maybe to reposition herself.
Yeah, I would imagine them whistling and pointing to the right to get her to sit a little deeper. I know the sets are starting to come in, but she really needs to find that landmark, and that's the great thing about the ISA. You have the team effort. You have the team waving the flag. As you can tell, she's looking back at the beach, trying to see, all right, where's my reference points? My teammates are telling me to go right. I need to sit a little deeper. And she's listening. She's coming a little bit deeper in as we see the surfers both coming in. So I'm imagining there's a little shift in that swell direction. It's probably swinging really up towards that west and starting to come in.
As we just have under 3 minutes left in this repercharge heat. Remember, we are back to 15-minute heats for the repercharge. This is an elimination round. Surfer in third place. We will lose from the competition. First and second moving through to the next repercharge round. As we see a paddle here on the inside from Jasmine, redirecting her board to get this takeoff here. We see this wall standing up in front of her. She's cross-stepping up, gets that 5 to kick things off. Only looking for a 2.51. Liv Stokes at the back without a second wave yet. As we see Jasmine 4 steps to the nose, quick 10, walks back, redirects that board back toward the whitewater. As she drops down the wave here, bringing it through to the inside. Is it going to offer her more scoring potential before she gets into the Papusa section? Looks like she's going to be able to get back up to the nose, but unfortunately just slips off. So Jasmine going down there. I do believe that will be the 2.51 she needs to move up into second. Liv Stokes currently sitting at the back, holding down priority, but only a single wave score of a 6-point ride.
Yeah, she's smart surfing right now. She knows she's only got 15 minutes, so she got her campaign started early, and now she's waiting out the back to back up that 6-point ride, and we see live action here as she's on this set wave.
Liv Stokes up and riding for Team Canada, carving back here, looking to back up that first wave score. Again, another carve. She's going to look to get a bit more work done on the inside. Nothing really of consequence yet on this wave. Can she bring it through and be able to get to the nose? Remember, judges looking for competitors to utilize the full length of their board. As we see Liv now making her way up the board, trying to get to the nose, having to step back though. As she gets up on for a quick nose ride, straightens out here for the end section, does well to navigate that. So Liv Stokes of Canada going to be anxiously waiting on the beach for not only her score to come through, but also that of Jasmine Dean, which could catapult her up to first place or even in that advancing position for second. Currently in the lead on screen, Margarita Conde of Colombia, holding down a 6.07 and a 4-point ride. She's up and riding here with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Just caught that a little wide and thinking that she could turn into that whitewash, but that wave where she's sitting is where it's starting to get really deep, and it just decided to not let her progress on that wave.
So Jasmine Dean looking to secure a score for her. We know it's going to improve. Looks like this wave will count. It's within the time limit there. We've got 5 seconds left of this heat. So Jasmine finding one on that inside to try and back up a score. I do feel like it's not going to be enough to replace the 3.5. That previous wave of before last is going to come in as her best wave of the heat. And we are going to wait for the judges to take a look at the replays. It's going to be tense times for Liv Stokes and Jasmine Dean down on the beach. We saw Margarita Conde of Colombia drop that 6.07, the benchmark in this heat so far. Of course, Liv Stokes a 6-point ride as well. As we see Margarita make her way in through here. Beautiful scenes, Surf City, El Salvador. The sun is shining. The water's warm. The waves are still really fun out there. A replay of Liv Stokes' last wave.
Yeah, she caught this set on the outside. She was looking for this second backup score, and with only like, I think this was only about a minute left. She didn't get a lot of that nose ride out the back, but the wave didn't really allow it, so she knows she just needs to complete it. She's working her way onto this inside. Nice turn back into the whitewash. She's looking for that wall to stand back up, and here it is. It's getting there, waiting and waiting. She didn't want to rush it. She knows she needs to complete this wave. She knows she has one of the highest scores of the heat, and she just wanted to make sure she can seal the deal with a backup score.
She rides with control out of that wave. This was the last of Jasmine's scoring rides.
It was on the inside, though. I did realize she was very, very far on the inside. It was as the pupusa section gets her. She gets that quick 5. I think, you know, she only needed a 2.51. So as we see here, taking her time to the nose, a little bit out on that shoulder, redirecting that board into the whitewash, waiting for that wave to stand back up. Nice hang, tap 10 on the inside there. Working her way.
So this wave drops at a 4.57, improves her situation. Jasmine Dean up into second place. However, we are still waiting for the last wave score of Liv Stokes to come through. She only needs a 2.07 megs to move up in front.
Yeah, I think that wave is definitely going to bump her up into second. If not, I think it could actually bump her up, because right now she is, Margarita has a 6.07 and a 4.0. Liv has a 6.0 and waiting for that backup score. I would like to say that it was about a 4,
She needs a 4.08.
Yeah, and
I
I think it will be pretty up there. She didn't get a lot of work done on the outside, but she did complete it. She did have that beautiful nose right on the inside. She had linking maneuverable turns. So I think that's going to bump her up to first, making Margarita come down on the second.
I think it's just on the line. I feel like it's going to put Liv up into the advancing position no matter what.
Yeah.
We are going to see the situation change. This is the repercharge, so third place will unfortunately be eliminated. Tense times for Liv. She's checking the screen, watching it, waiting for their scores to update. The red spinning wheel.
Yeah, how lucky are we to have that now? I mean, we didn't even have announcers yelling our scores.
You had to come up, you had to check the sheets.
We had to check, yeah.
How did I go? Can I get the sheet?
That's right, and be like, oh.
You could never find the beach marshal.
That's right, and they would give us the sheets of what the judges gave us, and then trying to remember what I even did on the wave. I was like, yeah, sure. Yep, I got a 4. Yeah, I think so. But yeah, this is so great. I love the progression of where surfing's going and how much advanced has gotten, you know, being in the shortboards being the Olympics. I mean, amazing, amazing stuff. And Liv Stokes gets the score. We called it on the dot, just around that 4.0 range. She gets a 4.30, advancing her into first. Margarita drops down to second. Beautiful surfing from all surfers.
Great call, Megs. We're going to lose Jasmine Dean from competition, but don't go anywhere. We've got her teammate, Amy Haminsky from Puerto Rico, coming up in the next heat alongside Sive Gerard and Melanie Staunton of Australia. Hello and welcome back to day number 5 of competition here at El Sunzal Surf City, El Salvador for the 2025 ISA World Longboard Championship. We have the best longboard women surfers in the world currently out in the water. We're into the repercharge round number 3, heat 2. As we see a paddle there from our competitor from Australia, Melanie Staunton, the AFL player out of Geelong in Victoria. No stranger to open ocean swells down that way of Australia. Of course, reminiscent, these waves, a bit of Bells Beach. And then, of course, Sive Girard as well, loving to surf Makaha. Definitely getting some glimpses of Makaha with the backwash here.
Yeah, for sure. I know that she lives out on the west side, and I've seen her surf a lot at Lonnie's, which has a it's pretty relatable here. As we see the conditions of our current day, we have the swell, 4 to 6 feet, wind, just switching now. Now we're going to see that texture on the water. Now it's coming in onto shore at a south-southwest at 6 miles per hour. The temperature of the water, 85 degrees, and the temperature in the air, 87. It's so hot. It literally feels like it's 94 degrees. It's like 100% humidity, I feel like, right?
It really does. It really feels hot out there, especially when you're in the sun. The sun just adds another element to it. When you're in the shade, it's just that sticky, humid heat. But when you're in the sun, it's like so easy to get sunburned, especially for me, my fair skin. Lots of sunscreen to put on. We also have Amy Haminski in this heat from Puerto Rico. She's in the red jersey. We're still waiting to kickstart this heat with a wave score as yet. Beautiful scenes here. Surf City, El Salvador. See the volcanic background. Lots of things to do apart from surfing here in El Salvador. We see some sets approaching the lineup. 11 minutes, 20 seconds. These heats go very quickly, especially when you have that 15-minute time limit. So competitors looking to try and get a wave in those first few minutes of the heat. And that will put them in a good position to get a backup score as well. As we're going to throw it down to Sam Bleakley on the glass with the winner of the last heat, Liv Stokes.
Great, thanks so much, team. You just had elections in Canada, but you must be feeling so good about your heat result. A slow heat, but you started really strong.
I feel good about the result. I don't feel great about my performance. Obviously, there's always room for improvement. I got that 6th, then got caught in the shore pound, and then I was like, oh, I'm going to get another one. And then it never really came until like the last 30 seconds. And Kelly Slater once said, you want to get the 3 at the beginning of the heat and not need a 3 at the end of the heat. And I was living by that today, but I'm excited to make adjustments and keep moving into the repercharge rounds.
You're absolutely on fire. And what's so inspiring for people tuning in is that you're combining this with another career. You're currently teaching world history at elementary school.
Yeah, I want to shout out periods 2 and 6 at University High School. Love you guys. I want to shout out Ann Campbell, my mentor teacher, for letting me come down here. And yeah, they've just been the best. It's the most supportive community. There's a lot of teachers who are surfers, so I'm really excited to be representing on the global stage.
Does it inspire you to combine your professional surfing with your other career?
100%. I feel like teaching and surfing go hand in hand so much. I have learned so much from traveling around the world, especially in the discipline of history and social science that I'm in. Like, I'm able to bring back these experiences to my classroom. So I really feel like there are 2 careers that lend themselves very nicely to each other.
Well, you're on a roll. What's the aim for you in this competition and for Team Canada?
The aim for Team Canada and I, just to go as far as we can go. Last year I came 1 spot away from the medal rounds, and it does sting still a little bit. I'd love to take it 1 further this year, but right now I'm just trying to build rhythm, try to get more than maybe 2 waves in a heat.
Well, you're looking good. Lastly, there's got to be a message for your star students back home.
Always, thank you so much to my students at home, obviously my family, Kate, Claire, my dad, my mom who's here supporting me at Casa de Mar, and Team Canada who's here with me and also abroad watching back at home. Just shout out to all my supporters.
Congratulations, Liv. Good luck in the rest of the event. We'll get back to the action.
Thanks, Sam. Liv Stokes, stoked on her performance there. Melanie Staunton up and riding in this heat from Australia, carving back to the whitewater. A couple of steps forward. Keep that board moving as she redirects that board back down the face of the wave, bringing this one through the midsection of the wave, stepping on the tail, stalling a little bit, looking to see if this wave's going to stand up on the inside. You can see her start to move forward on the board, waiting for this wave to offer up some nose riding potential, but she has to continue stepping on the tail, moving that board along this wave. Starting to cross step up now as she's going to try and get a nose ride on this end section. Decides to step back and kick out before it closes out at the beach there. So Melanie Staunton not getting on the nose on that ride. That's going to be scored based on turns. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges go with that one, as we see up and riding Sive Gerard representing American Samoa. Up on the nose, some beautiful nose riding to start this wave. She has to kick the leash away from her back foot there. As she makes her way back up to the nose, out on the shoulder a little bit. She has to come back to her left to stay on this wave. See that backwash starting to come into play as competitors surf through. Sive on the nose again as she cuts back on this ride. And again, back, quick trip to the nose, just touching the 5. And again, she's wrapping those toes over, holding it through that end section there. Does very well to navigate that and decides to hop out. So a good start there from Sive Gerard. We saw Emmy Haminsky, the young 16-year-old out of Puerto Rico, dropping a 2.67. So she's sitting out the back in first priority. Good waves there, Megs, from Sive Gerard and also Melanie there to kick off the campaign as we take a look at Coco Bonilla representing Mexico, preparing for her next heat. She'll be up against Carla Sanchez of Peru and Hai-Hyun Song of Korea.
Yeah, good wave exchange by surfers in this current heat right now. I saw that the wide section actually getting a little harder to surf. That wind switched around. We're getting that south-southwest onshore wind. But surfers, I can't wait to see this replay, because the way that they navigated, instead of turning at the top where surfers were kicking their tail out, they waited to go down to the very bottom of the wave where their board had complete contact with the water, so that way they could engage a rail and stay sturdy instead of having that fin and that back end of their board kick out.
As we see scores drop for Mel Staunton from Australia, a 4.17. Now, Megs, interesting, she didn't get a nose ride on that wave, so that score came purely from turns.
Yeah, so again, 15-minute heats, they're really going to want to make every wave count. That wave didn't really allow her any nose rides, but, you know, with such little time, any wave that they're catching, they really need to make it count. We heard it in a lot of the post interviews in the repercharge round that they really have a strategy going into it, really get busy, get the heat started early, and chase those 2 good scores, right? So even if it's a wave that doesn't have that opportunity, they're going to want to make it count, whether it's really big carving turns that we saw Melanie do on that last wave, giving her 4.17. So she's going to be able to get back out there and find a backup score, or even better, that 4.17.
While Sive Gerard had a number of different nose ride sections on her wave, so we're expecting that score to be much higher than Mel's last wave. All surfers now sitting out there with 1 scoring ride. Like you said, Megs, you want to get those 2 scoring waves. Only 5 minutes left in this heat. Time goes very quick. You're only going to really get a chance to get 1 more scoring ride as this set approaches there from this, like you were saying, that south-southwest direction. Looking straight out to sea is pretty much south, and then to the right-hand side of screen is the westerly direction. That wind also coming from the same direction. Emmy Haminsky, Puerto Rico, sitting with first priority at the back. She's going to have choice of these waves. Now, Megs, usually the first wave of the set, you let that go, let it clean up the waves a little bit that's going to be following it. Emmy does that very well. She lets the first wave go. Although the second wave breaking a lot further out than where the ladies are sitting, so maybe a little bit out of position. No, it's going to be Emmy Haminsky here, taking off. Just gets caught by a few of those bumps on the outside, so I think we're going to see the priority switch. Mel Staunton now in first priority. Emmy back down into second priority. She's going to take a look at this ride here. You can see as we have this wide angle, there's not too much of a wall on this wave, so it's going to be interesting to see if Emmy does get to her feet. And she doesn't get into this one either, so Emmy Haminsky repositioning herself out there in the lineup, trying to find a smaller wave as we've got 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, it's interesting to see where their positioning is right now. As we look, I can look behind me and see where they're sitting. They're sitting very easterly. With this swell that's coming in and the tide that's coming in, I would want them to sit a little deeper. But yesterday they did have to surf in really hectic, crazy surf. as we see red up and riding.
Emi Haminsky of Puerto Rico. Unfortunately, just a little fall there, but stays on her board. She's able to sit back down as we see her cruising through along this wave, just waiting for things to stand up. She's going to get up to the nose for a 5. Holds that 5, but falls off the back of this wave. So Emi only looking for a small score, 1.51 currently, to move up into advancing position. She gets a 2-point ride for that last score. Bumps her up into second. Mel Staunton of Australia now. 2.5 minutes on the clock, needs a tiny score of 0.50 to change the situation. Sive Girard having a look around on the inside. A 6.67 drops for Sive. That combination of nose rides and beautiful turns, garnishing that score there as we see Mel Staunton up and riding of Australia. Only needs a small score. She's basically already got it now to move up into advancing position. Let's see if she can really improve upon and back up that 4.17. Bumpy conditions to deal with as she brings this wave through. A lot of power in her turn, stepping right on the tail of that board. As she brings this one through to the inside. Another wrapping maneuver back toward the white water. A couple of cross steps to make her way up the board. We see her whipping that board back to the pocket as well. Can she get another scoring maneuver on the inside of this wave? Things getting a little tricky. Cross-stepping up to the nose, gets the 5, steps back. Unfortunately, can't ride out of it, so that nose ride not counting. However, she got a lot of work done. I feel like it might even improve upon her 4.17 based on what the judges saw from her last round of turns. Emi Haminsky of Puerto Rico up and riding. So interesting to see if she got any work done on the outside section as we see Sive Girard representing American Samoa Megs up and riding.
Yeah, she's working her way into this inside, waiting for this double up to stand up for her, and it does. She just gets back just in time, and she is flying down that wave. She's looking for that rebuild there. Nice tap of the 5. She's going to work her way into this pupusa section. There's less than a minute left, so she's going to make this nose ride count. Beautiful. Tap 10, but just goes down and just goes flat as you see the wave just fully eject her forward into the pupusa section. There's less than a minute left. We got Sive with a 6.67. She's going to get a pretty good backup score. Now the times is going to be hard for Amelia Huminsky from Puerto Rico and Melanie Staunton. She, like you said, she got that 4.17 all off of turns. So this last wave, she had beautiful nose rides. It was a set wave as well. So I think this wave is going to go higher than that 4.17, getting her into that second place. But we do need to see that replay of Amelia Huminsky from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Emi's last wave, we just saw the end of it. She wasn't sitting at the back though. She was positioned a little further in. I wonder how much work she got done on that kind of mid-section of the wave. It would be really interesting to see a score dropping for her, because that could really change the situation, especially if she got some nose rides in. As we see competitors just making their way in. As we see the replay here, I believe this is the wave previous to Emi's ride. The 2-point ride. That's all right. This is the 2-point ride from Emi. You can see, I think she goes up to the nose again, but just misses and is not able to ride down the face of this wave. She ends up out on the shoulder of it. So, waiting for scores from all 3 competitors. Here's that last ride, Megs.
Oh, this was a little bit on the inside, but she does well to get up into that nose. Yeah, it was very much on the inside. This was kind of a wave just to come in. But again, making it an importance to catch any wave that you catch, you really need to surf it to its absolute fullest, even if it's on the inside.
So Mel Staunton currently in that 3rd place, but she is waiting for that second wave score to come through. We can update you. Emi Haminsky of Puerto Rico drops a 2.47 for her previous ride. Improves her situation just slightly. Mel Staunton now needing a 0.97 on that last ride to move up into advancing position. Megs, I'm going to say she definitely got it. So she'll be moving up just to see how far she moves up. Obviously, Sive Girard has another wave to drop for her last ride.
Yeah, that 4.17 based off of all those turns. Her Melanie's last wave, she had a very good variety of nose rides and swooping turns. She did one turn where she went all the way on the top and came all the way back down and almost looked like a very smooth traditional roundhouse, and then transitioned her way back into a hang five. I think that's going to be a really good score as we see Sive, her last score coming in at a 4.73. So sticking in there for the first place, now just waiting for Melanie's score.
Yeah, Melanie, I can safely say she's going to move up the rankings. Sive Gerard is going to be moving through to the next round of women's repercharge. That's round number 4. She surfed a lot already in this competition, put together some great scoring rides. She will look to see if she will be bumped from first place by Mel Staunton. As we're going to stick with the action here to call the official results of this heat. Judges still deliberating, Megs.
Yeah, taking their time, watching the replays, really making sure that they're looking at, you know, every part of the wave. They have all different angles as well, so they're looking at where they were positioned on the wave, how the length of the ride, all of it, especially the critical sections. We see the lovely, the camaraderie around the contestant area, and she does so by Melanie getting up into that second position with a 4.43.
So it'll be Sive Gerard taking the win in that previous heat. We're going to go to a short break to bring you some messages. We'll be back with Women's Repercharge 3, heat number 3. And we're going to bring a special guest into the booth as well.
Para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to our 2025 El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship, and we have someone special on the glass with Sam.
Much, Megs. Sive, congratulations. Well done. You did it. The conditions have changed, though. It's got a lot more windy. The tide's higher. How did you get ready for this heat, bearing in mind it's very different than it has been for most of the day?
Oh, I just watched the waves with my dad, and he just gave me some advice. And yeah, just listening to my dad helped a lot. Yeah.
He's always in your corner, your dad. What kind of advice did he give you before this heat?
He just told me to like have fun and just surf and don't put too much stress on myself. Like, the waves aren't the best, but there's still some good ones out there.
Well, you definitely look like you were having fun, but where does that inner drive, that motivation come from to have big results at the ISAs?
Oh, I just want to make my parents proud. Like, as long as they're happy, I'm happy. Yeah.
You've got a great American Samoan team. How much good vibes have you got with the rest of the team crew here in El Salvador?
Oh, it's awesome. I get to bring my younger cousin Micah, and Kahia came too, but it's been nice to spend time with my cousin and just embrace our culture together.
This may be your 5th trip to El Salvador, or maybe 6th. Have you got some favorite foods that you like to eat here?
Yeah, anything they have is my favorite. I'm not too picky, but yeah, I'm just enjoying the food and the culture.
You're looking great. Good luck in the next round. Some messages for your fan base tuning in?
Oh, thank you so much. And I just want to say hi to all of my sisters and my brother. Love you guys and hope to see you guys soon.
American Samoa on the roll. Let's get back to the action.
Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you, Sive, for putting on an excellent display of surfing. And I am joined in the booth by someone very, very special here.
Hello.
Miss Rachel Tilley. How are you doing?
Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be in here.
I know. I'm so happy to call the next heat with you. Are you excited?
Yeah, this is going to be so much fun. We've seen such beautiful conditions all day. And like Sive just said, it is getting a little bit trickier out there with the wind now turning onto it and the tide changing. But still, some excellent surfing happening. You know, Sive got a 6.67 and a 4.73 in that last heat. So, dominant surfing.
This is so wild to be on this side of surfing with you. Usually we're in a heat together. You have the blue jersey, or you have the red jersey, and then I have the blue jersey usually, because you have the higher seed usually. So it's so different being side by side in clothes and not in the water and having a surfboard under our feet. We have a microphone and some headphones on now. But it's so great to be on this side with you, speaking about, you know, surfing. And we have a long history of actually competing together.
Yeah, a super long, actually. So not to go into too much story time, but our first ISA together was 2013 down in Huanchaco, Peru. And we shared the finals together, which was really awesome. And then my second year on tour, on the WSL tour, I lost my very first heat to you.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I did.
Were we in China?
Yeah.
Actually, I do remember that.
Round 2.
I do remember that because I do remember actually the next year I got completely smoked, and then
the next year was the year I won then my world title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd like to say that I pushed you to get that world title. You know, that first round heat. I won against you, and it's okay. You know, we just.
I had to go back home and do some soul searching after that, and go, how can I?
At the prime age of 17. What were you, 17? Yeah. Oh my gosh.
It's so fun to be here now.
I know, and it's so wild that of how far surfing has got, and just not just a sport, but how far you've gotten, ma'am.
Thank you.
2 world titles. Come on now.
Thank you very much.
I love watching you surf. I know I'm a little older than you, but I always looked up to your surfing. So it's really, really great to see. As we call this heat right now, we have a surfer up and riding. I believe this is Coco Bonilla. She's surfing for the country of Mexico. Nice work on the inside here. Just finding her way onto this double up. As you said, that high tide's coming in, Rachel. So it is going to get that thicker section, right? So surfers, you were out there, right? So they're going to have to navigate all those chops too with the wind picking up.
Yeah, and the bumps are it's not just like a wind chatter light bump. It's a really lumpy type of bump, which just makes a difference in trying to find those nose ride sections, especially out the back. You know, but I know Coral, she can manage it, as she's shown just on that last wave. She really stood out to me 2 years ago at the ISA World Longboard Championships here at El Salvador, El Sunzal. And it is surprising, I think, to see her already in the repercharge rounds. But, you know, starting that off with a 3. I think the main thing about these repercharge heats being only 15 minutes, the entire game is about wave selection and timing. You know, you of course want to surf your waves well, you don't want to fall, but it's all about the strategy in timing. If you don't have your first wave, I'd say by 11 minutes remaining, that's really going to put you on the back foot, and you know, you may struggle to actually even just get that second wave. So we're seeing people get knocked out in the repercharge heats just because they couldn't get that second wave.
Yeah, 15 minutes on the clock. Right now, we're almost halfway through the heat. We have Coral Bonilla getting that 3-point ride. We have a ride for Carla Sanchez from Peru, a 3.33. And we have Hong Long Song waiting for her campaign to start with 7 minutes left in this heat. What's the strategy right now? If we're green, she hasn't caught in a wave, right? So what if you were in her position, what would you be doing?
Well, I would try and get on a wave as soon as possible. I mean, really with 7 minutes, like this is the time. Is this her paddling right here? She might be having perfect timing. Unfortunately doesn't get into that one, and you can see her teammates just checking back to that clock and seeing that there's 7 minutes remaining. It takes about 4 minutes to paddle back to the outside. And so she definitely has time, but she's putting that pressure on herself with this as she's scratching into this one.
You know what it is? I think she's actually riding a carbon board, and I think earlier would have been a good time for her to ride that, being that it was smoother. But now with that wind chatter that you were saying, that's not really just on a surface. It's this lumpy chatter that's created by the wind and the swell and the high tide. Here she is. She finally gets into this one. She's making her way into the inside section. She really wants to complete this wave with just 6 minutes on the clock. She's working her way into this pupusa section. We're hoping that this is going to stand up for her. And again, that deep spot from all that tide coming in is shifting that sand. So, you know, when you were surfing, you had that lower tide, so you guys could come all the way in.
Yeah.
But I did see some sections in your heat that you had to redirect left to kind of get over that lump.
There's that lump kind of always exists regardless of high tide or low tide, but obviously in the high tide plays a much greater part in the reading the wave and getting into the wave.
As we see Blue up and riding, Carla Sanchez for Peru, she has a 3.33. This is a beautiful wave, waiting for this wall to stand up. She gets that beautiful tap hang 5, working her way back down. I love the way she's, you know, goofy footers surfing. It's on this white point break is not the easiest, having to look over that shoulder. She's working her way into this pupusa section, gets that tap 5, but just gets a little toe heavy and gets kind of kicked off of that wave, huh? But a lot of work done on the outside for that wave.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that'll be the highest score that we see of this heat so far. Seeing that she only has that 3.33 with 5 minutes remaining, it's nice that she's gotten a second wave in the mix. You know, right now, looking from where they're sitting, they're kind of actually only sitting about halfway out, which is why it seems like they are taking off on these kind of wider shoulders, and it's getting more difficult for them to catch them because it's increasingly getting that higher tide. But I think she'll be able to make it back out to that takeoff section of where she just took off on that last wave, and we will see, you know, how she is able to then utilize the last 4 minutes.
As we see Red paddling for this wave, we have Coral Bonilla up and riding. She's got a 3.0, so she's going to want to back that score up, as she does well to redirect that board back into the foamy whitewash. She's going to want to really connect this through. She really wants to get a better score than that 3. This wave starting to kind of stand up for her a little bit. She's going to redirect left towards Casa de Mar. Just working her way in. She's got little less than 4 minutes, so she's going to have to make this wave count. As you said, that paddle out is about 4 minutes. So she's looking for that wall back up again. Quick hang 5, and just scaves out of the pupusa section. So I think that's going to be a good backup score for her.
Yeah, that will absolutely put that pressure onto green now to get a second wave into her heat total.
Yeah, and as we wait for the girls to paddle back out, walk me through this wave.
So I took off, got straight to the nose, and this board is feeling really good on the tail, which is nice. And, you know, I just saw this section standing back up. Finally, we had such beautiful conditions, and all I wanted to do was be able to stand up on the nose and be able to hold it. And with these waves having so much face and power, like during my turns, you can see my back foot slide from one side of my tail to the other side, so that I can really engage that rail, just because it is a single fin. So yeah, this is funny. I've never called my own wave before.
It's fun, isn't it?
It is funny. At this point, like, we were halfway through, and I was thinking, okay, I've done a lot of the work that I needed to out the back, and I just want to finish it out. Before my heat, I was thinking a lot.
Tell me, what did that hang 10 feel like? Were you flying like the seagulls behind you, or what did that feel?
It felt really bumpy. This is where on the inside it starts. You can just see all that chatter, and I really, really was trying to prioritize getting some hang 10s in. So I was really happy to be able to stick one there. And I think no, I don't get another one there. But whoop, and I almost went down. But really, I was trying to just surf as loose and free as possible. And fortunately, the waves were so clean this morning that I feel like that allowed me to do that.
And I called this heat, and one of the things that pointed out, I mean, amazing surfing. You didn't even get your hair wet. That's what's wild. You only got your hair wet coming in.
That's
to
the goal. That's the goal, right? We're trying to stay on top of the wave.
All right, as we see live action with a minute and a half left, we see our surfer from Korea on this beautiful wall on the outside. Nice hang five, a little bit out onto the shoulder, but that wave not allowing for that face to really build up. So she's going to want to do a lot of work on the inside. She's starting to step her way to the nose, navigating this choppy section, knowing that those previous waves kicked her off on this deep section, but she's working her way to the double up. She gets another hang five, quick tap, but does a lot of work on the outside. So I think that's going to be a really good score. I think it's going to replace her score now at a 2.23 and make the 2.23 her backup score. What do you think, Rach?
Yeah, I mean, with a minute remaining, that was her final attempt at trying to make it into the top two. Was it a 4.67? Thinking back to Carla's 4.83, you know, I really like the nose rides that our surfer from Korea was able to get on that one. I would have loved to see maybe one more turn in there. The board really put on rail, I think would have solidified that more. You know, it'll be close. It definitely was a better effort than her 2.23, and I know she will be feeling better having been able to put that out for the judges to score.
As we see live action here, Coco Bonilla really trying to back up her score. She's trying to replace that 3.0 with this inside wave with just 8 seconds left. Nice hang five through the inside as she works her way through the pupusa section. That little
nice.
Check turn cut, huh? You like that one?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's maybe what her waves were missing previously, was her really being able to put her board on rail. And so just her being able to demonstrate that on that end section there, really stylish, really in control. I think that will improve upon her 3.0, which obviously then increases the situation for our surfer in green. So I think we have seen our surfers solidify themselves potentially into that top two. But of course, I always leave that to the judges because
that's why
you never know.
Exactly. That's why I like to put the headset on and not have to put the pen to paper and get scores down as we see the lifeguards really helping out our surfers.
Yeah, these lifeguards are incredible. They are working so hard. I don't know how their ankles are not broken. They're literally just jumping off that wall onto all those rocks that we're seeing there, and they have been absolute superstars.
Also, if you didn't catch up with what Rachel did yesterday, you can look at it on her Instagram at Rachel Tilley. She decided to become a parkour champion here at El Sonzal, jumping out of like a 6-foot pebble wall. That, you know, like
there really was not much other option because I came in right there. And I saw the sets right behind, and I was like, I just have to get this board out of my hands because at that point it's more of like a hindrance than it is a help washing. And then I didn't have time to get myself onto there, so I jumped off over the whitewash and was able to then. The lifeguards were just such superstars helping me up.
Awesome job from Coco Bonilla there, just cooling off. And Rachel, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me. That was so much fun.
I
really
know. I
that.
feel like we should call more heats together.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Wink.
Wink. Wink. Well, thank you so much for joining us. It was an absolute pleasure going down memory lane with you.
Yeah.
And, I can't wait to share more stories. And the relationship, you know, between us and having to be able to surf together throughout the years is something that I always look forward to. So thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. It's been so nice listening to you guys on the broadcast. You guys have such great insight to everybody. So I'm really enjoying it. And I know everyone at home is enjoying it too. So hi to everyone at home as well.
Well, thank you so much.
Welcome back to the action. It looks like Coco Bonilla for Team Mexico moved up into first position with that 5.2 on that last exchange. So she will take the win, and we will shift into heat number 4 of this repercharge women's round 3 as we see Masha Tretch surfing against Ines Martins and Tilda Rasmussen. Germany, Portugal, Denmark. Hey, Berlin, it's an all-European affair out there.
Oh, it sure is, isn't it?
Super cool. The Germans, the Portuguese, the Danish, all mixing it up, all fighting for a spot in women's repercharge round 4 as we continue with those 15-minute heats. Really nice to listen to Rachel and Auntie Megs share that heat. We were standing just off camera, and that was a good moment and the great insight from Rachel. But coming up real soon, that's Minami. She's going to be surfing for Chinese Taipei, and whatever happens, she has done amazing to get this far.
Chinese Taipei has shown up and blown up. They've had, she has just blown her completely next level with surfing, and done her country representation so well. Yep, absolutely. So waiting for those first waves to be ridden. That wind really started to blow. That tide's still pushing in. It's high tide at 3:52 local time, but you can already see a lot of assistance now required from the lifeguards to help the surfers safely get out of the water. Yeah, Rachel touched onto that. You can see those rocks are gnarly, and they're really putting themselves on the line to help these competitors be safe. And so I just want to say muchas gracias para todo tu ayuda. Thank you very much for all of your help. Yeah, they've been a brilliant team. So we've got 30 minutes remaining, no takers so far. Ines Martins has had a really good run. Ines good off the tail from Faro in southern Portugal. Masha Tretch, she lives now in Biarritz. She's from Munich. She's a yoga teacher, has her own business. She started surfing age 12 on family holidays over to France. She's riding the Garmendia boards. And with that, let's go down to the glass with the winner of our last heat, Coco Bonilla.
Thank you very much, Sam, here with Coral. Congratulations, moving through to the next round. Tell me about the conditions out there. Looks like it's changing a little bit, getting a little bit bumpy, but still managing to find some good rides.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty fun. Of course, it was a little better earlier, and I got really excited, and it changed just like maybe a heat before mine. But I was like, okay, I managed to find a couple good ones. I should have waited for the sets, but it happened, so.
You managed to sneak up into first place with that last ride there. You linked a few good nose rides along with some few good turns. Did that one feel like your best wave?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was like 1 minute, like 2 minutes left, and I was like, no, 3. And I paddled out. I was like, I can make it. Shot. My dad says just shoot that way because sometimes I go too wide. I shot that way, and I managed to get one just right before, and I was like, okay, milk it. And I did a couple turns, a couple nose rides. I was like, send it, and it worked out, so I was pretty happy.
You surf really well. You should take that with you through to the next rounds. Any words for friends and family back home?
I'd love to say hi to my mom and my sister and my grandparents and Dr. Mark, because he's always helping, making sure we're fit, knowing a lot about our bodies, about our health. So thank you so much always for being there. Y toda la gente de Mexico, viva Mexico.
Thank you very much. Good luck in the upcoming rounds. Back to you in the booth.
Well done, Coco. And of course, Pablo Bonilla, a fantastic surfer himself. Her dad is here, and great advice. She paddled out not too wide, and by keeping that inside line, it meant she got the wave in time, and she surfed it really nicely. She's an incredible surfer. The last 2 years she's represented Mexico at this event, and I've always been impressed with her composure. But she's also a world-class shortboarder, and that helps a lot. Yeah, we were talking about her career in shortboarding and where that's taken her, and how much fun she is being here, though, representing Mexico as well on a longboard. Yep. Slow start, Berlin. What will be going through the minds of these 3 European women sitting out there in the tropics? That 15 minutes is going to go way too fast, and we need to get a wave on the board. If they had been watching the heat prior, they would have seen, we need to get moving very quickly. This is a really evenly balanced heat, actually. I think that for me, Masha's probably got the most experience as far as combining the footwork and the rail work. Ines has got the best contest pedigree. He's been competing for longer and representing her country further and wider. Tilda is probably the kind of most talented in this group in the sense of her potential. But the thing about Tilda right now is she's on a borrowed board. So she's already snapped both of her 2 boards First one free surfing, second one on the really big day 2 days ago after she was coming in from the heat. In the shore break, it snapped. So if she can find her feet on this borrowed board, we may well see the Tilda that has been impressing me in the free surfs for the 5 days leading up to the event. So, but it's a really even playing field, and I think Inish will be the kind of wise salt in this heat, where somebody who really knows about wave positioning and how to maximize the situation.
It is so difficult when you are really used to your equipment, and then having to jump on something new. You know, it's hard, because unless that you really connect with that board, it doesn't. You know, you get bummed if you're not able to perform the way you really want to. But that is a good insight for those that don't jump on different boards.
Yep.
To ride different boards and get used to the difference. The different kind of boards.
Yeah, I think it's really good when you're surfing with friends as well to switch up boards, especially if they've got
100%.
something really different to the board you're riding. And just go out of your comfort zones, find out what it feels like to ride something very different, and also to experiment with different fins, different fin lengths, different fin shapes and sizes. As we can see now, a little bit of movement. It's Masha Triech deepest, but it's not going to be the easiest wave to catch. As you can just see, Inish chilled on the left of your screen. Inish rides the Black Lagoon boards by Ferox Surfboards, and she just looked pretty relaxed there. You know, I think she could read that set wasn't worth hustling for. And now, despite the fact there's that deeper wave coming through, you can see Inish just paddling off to the side. I think she's recognizing that patience is going to pay off. That seems to be her plan. I imagine there's going to come a point where Tilda is going to get a little bit more kind of keen to get a wave under her belt, but right now it's Masha who's just got the perfect line for this set. She's got the inside spot, she's going to have right of way, and it looks like she's going to have a really good chance of catching this one as she turns, sits up, uses that sitting position to just swing, and here we go. The German is going to get an opportunity to get the first wave. She's up and riding. Masha Triech for Germany. But that foam just swallowed her, the bounce, the wind really affecting her. So I think she was probably expecting that to be a much easier takeoff. And now on this slightly insider wave, Tilda Rasmussen has a look, but she doesn't catch it. So slow start for all of the women.
I think Masha saw the way that wave was breaking in the whitewater line, you know, trying to kind of get a little bit more inside to try to jump into the previous whitewater, you know, line. And yeah, like you said, maybe just too much foam, and the other girls, you know, sitting a little bit wide. But you do need to sit in a little bit deeper, because that tide is quite high right now.
Yeah, and I think when the tide comes up and it's not too big, some of those deeper ones have the bowl in front of you. If you get one of those wider ones, it's just a mushy shoulder. So sitting deep is probably going to be an important recipe for all of the surfers, as Tilda strokes towards this way, but she's not able to catch it. So now it may well be that Inish could be in the best position to turn and take this first wave, because we've got a small score coming through for Masha Triech, just a 0.229, but Masha now finds herself on the inside of Tilda, and she's up and riding. Here it is, a big overhead wall, is bouncy. She stands up tall, and she just puts her John Garmandia board on rail. Nice composed cutback, considering she fell on that first wave. She's relaxed and poised on this wave. She'll really now want to set up to get behind a little steeper section and see if she can get some footwork or some nose riding. 2 steps forward, cross-stepping back to the tail, standing nice and tall, cross-stepping again forward, and then redirecting as she moves to the inside, and it will get pretty heavy on the inside here. So she just safely kicks out, and she's going to get a score on the board, as will Tilda Rasmussen up and riding. 4 steps to a nice 5, already one of the more dynamic bits of surfing we have seen. Back up for a second nose ride for Tilda. Already you start to see the confidence bubbling up on this new board that she's borrowing, looking really nice with the footwork. 2 good nose rides, backed up by another third touch of the 5, and then cross-stepping quickly out of that third nose ride, and now still going. She may well get one little sneaky touch of the nose on the inside. She does, and walks out just with the backwash, and she's going to get for sure the best of the exchange.
That was a great weight choice, patience, and yeah, good technique, good surfing. I think out of that exchange, that will be the better of the 2.
Normally rides Columbus surfboards. Got third in the European Longboard Championships in 2023, 3 times Danish champion, but a long history of surfing since age 8, but it's not been easy for Tilda to come back after breaking her 2 boards, but that was really nice. She looked very comfortable on that board, in and out of 3 decent nose rides, and a little touch of the 5 at the end as Inish Martin is having a look at this wave, and we do have a score for Inish. She got a 2.43, so a decent score is going to come in for Masha and a strong score for Tilda. I think Tilda will move up into first, potentially when this score comes through.
I think she's pretty excited because, you know, she is quite far out now and she can kind of just hang and wait with 4 minutes remaining. The other 2 girls, you know, are going to have those last 2 waves that they need to paddle back out, you know, and all that water moving right now. So she is in a really good situation to get a good backup.
Sure. Well, 3.33 for Masha Tretch. So she moves up into first temporarily, but Tilda Rasmussen only chasing a 2.44. So I'm expecting her to move up into first position, but first priority will be with Inish Martins if the women get out back in time. It looks like they are. On the inside, it's Tilda. She's going to probably get second priority over Masha. Masha's in red on the left of your screen, Tilda in green in the middle, and it's Inish Martins in blue furthest out with a 2.43 to her name, and a score still waiting to come through for Tilda Rasmussen from Klitmøller in Denmark.
You can see maybe a couple little bumps coming through as we see, you know, Ines. She looked like she almost was going to turn the board around, and then she decided to paddle out. She is deepest, and she does have priority. So she needs to take advantage of having that priority and being able to sit a little bit, you know, in the right spot and get that wave.
Big pioneer of female longboarding in Portugal. I will admit that the women's longboard community has been thriving in France and growing in Spain and the UK for the last 20 years, Denmark, Sweden, but Portugal has been really male dominated on the longboard side. So Inish has really battled hard to really fly the flag for the female Portuguese longboard scene, and she's been a superb pioneer, and I expect that there's some really good new talent starting to emerge. And what's interesting is both sister and brother Mara Robruck and Douwe Robruck, who represent the Netherlands, they actually live in Portugal. Okay. So I reckon Mara may well be amongst a new generation of Portuguese-based female longboarders who we can look forward to seeing in the next few years.
It takes a while to establish some female role models in the water, and some countries take a little bit longer than others, but once, you know, she gets that recognition and the support from either media or magazines and stuff like that, younger blood will see that.
Absolutely.
And they will get inspired by it, and they'll feel that they have a safe space.
Yep.
And that's what's really important with events like this is portraying, hey, that there is safe spaces for this next blood and generations in countries that the surfing is still quite new.
Yep, we just seen that little clean-up set there. So Inish is still in first priority. 1 minute 25 seconds remaining. In second priority in red, it's Masha, and Masha is having a look at this wave here. I think that's a pretty smart decision to go for something, because she does need a second score on the board to add to her 3.33. But now this is going to be a little bit of a tussle between Denmark and Portugal.
So Portugal still maintains that first priority with a minute left, digging into this.
Nice takeoff for Inish, of course, a multiple national longboard champion, also works as a medical doctor, and she's charging through this section here, climbing and dropping. She's got that stance secure on the tail, cross steps back into position to widen her stance for the turns, and just poised moving forward as she sets herself up with a really nice overhead wall. 2.43 for her opening ride. She comes really nice arcing off the bottom, off the top, 2 fantastic turns down to the inside with 20 seconds remaining. Is this going to be enough for Inish? Tilda drops a 5.0 for her first ride. Let's hope that Tilda's going to get an opportunity for another wave. She is. She's up and riding, representing Denmark. 4 steps to the 5. Holds that 5. She's got to stay with this wave. I'm so excited to see Tilda get the chance to showcase her surfing. Can she keep trimming here as things get a little bit steep? You know what? Yes, that wasn't the best wave, but I do think that nose ride was important. I think it may be enough for Tilda as this wave comes through for our surfer Masha Trech. She's maybe up just after the buzzer, so I'm not quite sure if this is going to count, but this was apparently good and it will count. It's going to be a third score, so with a 3.33, it's all going to come down to this last exchange between the three surfers. Inish had by far the biggest wave, great rail work. She didn't have a nose ride. She did have some footwork. Tilda had the best nose ride for sure, but she didn't connect through on the wave. We didn't see all of Masha's ride, but it looked composed. So I think it's going to be so close between all of them.
I think that last wave of Tilda will replace just that 1.5 that just dropped. I think green is going to take, it will be, you know, I didn't get if Masha got a nose ride on that last wave on her, so we'll have to see.
That's a skin dog double scoop that Tilda is using. So she's using Noah, her teammate's board.
Oh, nice.
So that'll be either a 9.4 or a 9.6 single fin custom PU double scoop skin dog surfboards. It worked well for her. She's got a 5. She's got a 1.5. There was obviously a small wave that came through in between all of that. And now this last wave for Tilda. I think the nose ride alone, I think it's at least, for me it's at least a 3 from the nose ride.
It was a really well positioned. It was lovely.
Yeah.
It was a really nice looking nose ride. And Inés's wave was, you know, quite solid. It was a long ride as well. And, you know, she was able to, you know, work, you know, the rails.
Here we go, 2-2-3 for Masha. So the surfer in third will be eliminated. So Inish is chasing a 3-1-4, and it was a big wave.
I think she's going to get that score.
I think the turns alone and the size and the scale and the speed.
Yep.
So we're expecting, we may be wrong, Inish to potentially move up into second, and we're also expecting a decent score for Tilda. She got a good nose ride, walked cleanly out of that nose ride. The wave then did die on her, but I think the nose ride alone is really going to be an important factor for her securing first place.
Yeah, and I'd love to champion Masha for her great surfing and representing, you know, Germany. To be here is an absolute honor. To be able to say that in future generations to come, oh, your mom or your grandma or something went and represented Germany in the ISA World Longboard Championships in El Salvador.
Yeah, she has a yoga business in Biarritz. She's studied a master's in French literature, and she's on her Garmin Dia surfboards for the German team. Masha Trech. It looks like Tilda Rasmussen is going to get the win. We're going to have a quick break, and we'll be right back to find out what score she got. Stay with us.
Congratulations.
Welcome back to Casa de Mar Rock as we come over the cashew trees of Casa de Mar and just see the center where they have the opening ceremony and the closing ceremony. And this is Surf City in front of El Sunzal as we feast our attention on Sujin Park for Korea against Minami from Chinese Taipei and Aiden Van Akkeren from Costa Rica. A young field out there in the surf between the Costa Rican and the Chinese Taipei surfer. And Sujin Park, potentially one of the more experienced competitors here, and had a really great performance yesterday in the repercharge round 2. This is heat number 5, just one more heat of this round to go. this morning, well, this afternoon, as we move in towards the high tide. Still 15 minutes, top 2 waves count, and Soojin Park has got a 2:17 for her opening wave.
I'm looking forward to seeing Aiden surf. I've been watching her on the sideline, and she's got a really unique style, really nice and polished. So I hope she gets opportunity to showcase that. She's got really nice waves right now, and as well our surfer in red from Taipei, just coming. They've all come in with such nice style.
Here we go, Soojin Park paddling for that wave, unable to catch it. So no waves for a second back up, but somebody who is flying the flag for the cold water Hawaii, fresh from Klitmuller, is the Danish surfer Tilda Rasmussen.
Tilda, congratulations moving through to the next round. Tell me, you're riding a borrowed board out there. You've unfortunately broken your 2 boards that you brought over with you. Whose board are you riding? But it looks really nice under your feet.
Thank you so much. So actually I'm riding my teammate Noah's board from Skindog, and yeah, it's a bit big, but it's a nice board, and I managed to make it even though it was a borrow board. Yeah.
You looks very comfortable underneath your feet. You have come here from Denmark, cold water. What's it like adjusting to the warmer waters here of El Salvador?
It feels crazy. I feel like I have 10 times more power in my body, because we move in a 6.5 mil wetsuit at home, and yeah, you just feel locked up in a penguin suit, but so it feels so sick to come here and just surf in a bikini and yeah, get a bit of sun in your face.
Yeah, it's definitely nice for a bit of sun. But tell me, are you taking anything from that heat with you onto the next round?
I think I'm just gonna take, because I try to relax more, and I think I'm definitely gonna stick to that and not think about it so much. Just relax, definitely.
That's a good game plan. Any words for friends and family back home watching?
Jeg vil bare sige tusind tak til mine sponsorer og min familie og alle venner bag mig. Og ja, jeg er bare taknemmelig for at være her, og tusind tak for, at jeg kan få den her oplevelse. Jeg er bare så glad. Ja.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you coming up again in the next round. Back to you.
Wow, what a great moment there. Congratulations, Team Denmark. Tilda coming away from adversity, coming away from breaking her primary board in the free surf and then breaking her backup board in a really challenging heat in huge surf where she was paddling in 2 days ago, and now borrowing Noah's Skindog double scoop and saying how important it is to stay relaxed, and it's really paying off. And I think she could still get a few more rounds, and that is great to see. And she's got a good nose ride skill, great footwork, and she's really putting on a good performance, and the Danish surf community tuning in will be so proud of her.
That is the mindset of an athlete.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? Like, to be able to have so much stuff kind of go against you, and again, a completely different landscape, different water temperatures and equipment. So to be able to completely recalibrate your brains and your mindset, borrow someone's board and go out and do well, that's kudos to her.
5 minutes gone, 10 minutes remaining. It's Soojin Park with the first wave. It was a 2:17. So Manami has not got a wave yet for Chinese Taipei. Chi-Mei Chen, also known as Manami, the 21-year-old regular footer. But having a look at this, it's our surfer from Chinese Taipei with a big drop. And she stands poised to control that board. Her father, Tomei, will be cheering and watching. We've got the team manager, Keenan Roxburgh, also on hand. Keenan himself, a highly qualified judge, often here working with the International Surfing Association. But right now it's Manami's turn to shine as she sets herself up with a couple of cross steps. And can she find a steep wall to get to the nose? Good control. No significant rail work or nose riding, but it will be a score and it will count as we have 9 minutes remaining, and Aiden up and riding 2 steps forward, looking really stylish on her 9.6 Ken White Goldilocks model. And again, as this tide starts to come in, less of a line to the face, so to get behind the peak is really key to find a steep enough section to touch the 5 or go into the 10.
I think that last heat was a really good display of where you need to sit with positioning. Right now, I feel that these ladies are just sitting too wide.
Yep.
And if they, sitting on the side next to that buoy, it's like really focusing on where it's breaking. It's a rock bottom, it's cobblestone bottom, and that goes back to the basics of waves only break where it's shallow.
Yeah.
So where's that? Where's the shallow part of it? That's going to be more on the inside of that when you have so much more water over the reef or the rocks.
Absolutely. Yep. And that allows the surface to just get behind that first section where it has a bit of a bowl, and that's why we saw Tilda get that 4 in her final wave, because she was deep. And that stood up for her, and she got the nose ride that made the difference.
And that's it right now. It doesn't have as much, it's a lot different than the lower tide. You can go behind the section, and you can still go through a parallel stance and drive through that whitewater section. It should open right back up to you, but know how to get speed through a whitewater section is so imperative on your longboard.
Absolutely.
You don't always have to be out on the face and on the green. You need to learn how to power through whitewater.
And we even saw Kevin Scavani use the switch stance to get through the whitewater earlier today.
Yeah, like if you look at someplace like Malibu and watching people like Carla and Jimmy Gamboa and Dane Peterson, you see that, they often, when they cut back, they go way back into the whitewater, and they do sometimes, go use those unique parallel stances or drive through, those sections to get the correct and technical part of the wave to nose ride.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sujin not getting a second wave yet, but we have got a score coming through for Manami. It's a 3.17, so it's the highest score so far. Aiden with a 1.9. So Manami's wave was bigger, it was longer. She didn't have any real dynamic rail work or nose work, but it was enough to make the difference as we get to see Sujin's 2.17.
Lovely wave from Sujin. Nice low center of gravity, trying to make it back into this inside section to get some speed. Unfortunately, just goes into deep water and fades out, as we see Surfer in red on a lovely wave. This was her first wave. Again, just not really getting off the tail there yet. She's looking for a section. I think she goes up, does another little cutback. Just staying nice in the power source, knowing if she goes too far, she's going to completely outrun this section. It's just going to go into deep water. So again, just nice little gentle tail turns here. Again, and then a couple footsteps forward, another foot, just a little bit of trim, which, that makes a major difference. And just if you don't take a couple steps.
So this is the other angle there. You can really see how big that wave was. It was well overhead when she dropped down into it.
It was as well. You can just see, how that whitewater is just really kind of staying a little bit more inside. But there's just so much water right now. She's done so well to navigate, not really having that open face to do a lot more than what she's able to showcase. And for the wave that she does have in front of her, she's done really well.
Yep. So we got not much time left. Here's the replay of the 1.90 for Aiden from Costa Rica.
Yeah, Aiden on a nice sized wave, but again, unfortunately, just sitting up in that high line where she just wasn't able to get a wall to play with.
5 minutes, 15 seconds. In first priority, it's Aiden. In second priority, it's Sujin. Manami will be working her way back out to the lineup to get that position of third priority. It looks like there's a little wave coming through that may be a taker. Is it going to attract Sujin? Is it going to attract Aiden? Aiden in first priority has right of way, but if she misses it, then she'll lose priority. She's paddling, she's got a 9.6, she's up and riding, smooth wall ahead. She'll want to get enough of a steep section to get behind to find a nose ride, but this is not going to be easy because the wave will be quite bouncy, it'll get a little bit peaky, but there's the footwork, silky smooth, traditional stylish longboarding as we have seen all event, and a really nice secure solid lock of a 5 and getting super tight with her feet on that nose ride, and that wave was ridden with grace and control, and she backs that up with a second nose ride, and she's going to feel great. It was out of nowhere. I didn't think that was going to stand up, and it did, and she read it so well. And once she locked on that 5, there was lift and there was hold. It was a really long hang 5.
Oh, she read that wave, saw that wave, hunted that wave. She saw it coming. She turned around and started paddling. You saw Sujin sitting inside of her, and yeah, she got nice speed into that wave as well, and so she could just take off and just look at this nice little cutback. Almost kind of loses it, but is able to regain her composure on that. And then again, just some nice rail surfing to set this line. Going to come up in a minute. And this is the nose ride that she'd been waiting for. And this is what I was talking about, her style. I really love, she's an always point girl in Costa Rica. She understands surfing a point break and speed as well. And beautiful style. She'd be so happy with this wave.
That's incredible. I mean, that's really going to be a hugely significant score. I really hope the judges recognize, relative to the conditions on offer, how essential and vital that the find of that wall was to do that nose ride.
Yeah, she that wave at first looked like a bit of a hamburger, and she turned it into filet mignon.
There we go. Late takeoff for Sujin. She's up. Cross steps forward. Is she going to find a nose ride here? It's speedy. Unfortunately, just dags that rail, so she's got a 2.17. She will get a backup score, but it's not going to be a significant score. So it will now mean that Aiden will most likely move into the lead when her score drops, with 2 minutes 41 seconds remaining. You can see Sujin going to the shoulder. And what do we see for Aiden there, Belin?
Her little filet mignon. Not a big filet mignon, but considering the conditions right now, that's a solid, good eaten score right there. 6.17, well deserved. She surfed it amazingly, and kudos to her, wave reading skill to allow her to get that wave. Let's look at this.
Big one for Manami, chasing just a low score of a 0.03. So had she kind of got to her feet, then she may well have just got that score from standing up. But she may well be the first surfer to get out back and maintain that first priority.
Problem is that was a chunky wave.
Yep.
And had she just, tried to get into it and not made that fall and got pushed in, she'd be leaving it out for the other ladies to get a better score. And look at Sujin at the moment. She's got a 1.03. Like, she would improve on that in a heartbeat. So,
Good point.
Smart.
And Aiden also needs to replace that 1.9. So Aiden now will be able to potentially be a bit more creative about her positioning of the lineup. She could well get an insider and replace that wave, or she could just go and take the risk and wait out back by the peak. But it looks as if there is a set coming, a one wave set. Is it going to perk up in the right spot for Manami to chase the low score that she needs? It's going to be a late takeoff. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be steep. She's going to have to really muscle in and deal with a big drop. She's up. She's going to have to widen her stance to cope with this draw. It's a big drop. She controls that really nicely and cross steps forward. Now she just needs to stay with the wave. So she's not going to stay with that ride, but she's going to get the score that she needs as a backup that will allow her to move up into at least second. But it's not a significant score, and the now is an opportunity for both Sujin and Aiden to get the scores that they need, as Manami drops a 1.27. So there she is in second, and now Sujin is chasing a 2.28, and Aiden is looking to replace that low score of a 1.9 to add to her really good 6.17. Looks like Manami's on the inside. Berlin, what do you think of this?
I don't think it's going to pop up for her, but what I do think is Sujin needing a 2.28, she can sneeze and get that, and the same thing with our surfer in red. A 4.91 is a attainable score. Look, you got a 6.17. So there are a couple waves. You just got to get it. But is it going to come in the next 5 seconds?
Wow.
I don't think so.
Congratulations for Manami. She stays in second place. The clock has ticked down. So Aiden for Costa Rica takes the win with a 6.17 backed up by a 1.90. And wow, what a great performance from Manami. I mean, commiserations for Sujin. She had the opportunities, but she will be eliminated. Congratulations, Aiden, for that stylish win and that brilliant nose ride. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to heat number 6, the final heat of women's repercharge round 3. Still 15 minutes as Alejandra Zaid for Guatemala surfs against El Salvadorian styler Cindy Portilla from Las Flores, Punta Mango down in the southeast of the country, and Layla Brady, the young 18-year-old from Santa Catalina, Panama. No waves ridden so far, and we really got to see a fantastic performance from Aiden in that last heat, getting that nose ride. And I think that will be inspiring for these women, recognizing that, yes, the tide is higher, but if you're lucky and you get that wall ahead of you, there's a really good nose ride wall to lock into.
Oh, yeah, this wave is definitely still delivering. It's just a matter of timing, positioning, and sometimes patience.
Yeah, and see how close they are as that first wave looked to excite them all, but nobody was able to catch anything. And now you can see Ale going deepest. Cindy as well is following, and we now just got a little bit of a revelation of how difficult it is to get in from the shore break. So let's hope Manami's okay. Tomei was grabbing her board, and there we have our surfer in green coming in as well. So fingers crossed that both of those women are safe. They're just passing the boards up into Club Salvadoreno. The lifeguards just helping everybody out there. Aiden looks like she came in cleanly, and that's Sujin just getting some help. She's solid. It was great to see Manami there with her dad helping, and I'm sure her dad is absolutely overjoyed with her result.
Oh, I'm just so in awe of these lifeguards because I can barely walk over those rocks barefooted when it's dry and low tide, and let alone to be walking over those rocks when they're wet and slippery and just getting tossed everywhere. Those are total ankle breakers. So you guys are my heroes right now.
Do you think Manami's okay?
I hope so.
Yep.
Those rocks are hectic on your feet when they hit you.
Sufiel Gil, he's getting ready. He's going to be coming up next there. The Argentinian, an incredibly talented longboarder, so good on the nose, so agile, really flamboyant surfer who's been performing really well all week. So somebody who could make a lot of momentum in the repercharge. We're moving into men's repercharge round 3 next, and then it'll be men's repercharge round 4 after that, as we can see a late takeoff for our surfer in blue. It's Cindy Portilla committing everything to that drop, but unable to make it, so she will get a very small score. It comes in 0.20, and already 4 minutes off the clock, so not much time left. Just emphasizing again the need for those quick starts.
Yeah, Cindy, she surfs this spot very often. Local girl, and probably she's surfed this wave in all different conditions. So I think and Ali's been surfing here as well.
Yeah.
So will it come down to local knowledge and where to sit, understanding how the wave works, a little bit more insight?
That's going to be really disappointing for Sujin Park, because she is eliminated, but she can be really proud of her result. But I think that will be hard for her to swallow, because she knew she was right in there, and she did fall on her last ride, and I felt like there was a potential 5 in that wave, as we can really see how high that tide is. Tide high locally at 3:52 this afternoon. You can just see how important it is now for the lifeguards to work with the competitors when they come in, to just help them grab their board if they need to, and often climb over the seawall into Club Salvadoreno. That is our contest venue, as we move into the area where the beach marshals hand out the vests. And you can now see the men coming out for repercharge round 3 straight into the water. Those people are absolutely buzzing to get out there and put on a show. And also timing key, because if you get a lull, you want to get out there super quick. You don't want to be jumping in with a big set pushing you back, as we see Henry Salinas, Jose Law, Sufiel Gil, and Oliver Janes.
Yeah, definitely smart wave tactic to get out. Patience is the key sometimes.
Layla Brady having a look. Ale Zaid up and riding with first priority. Grabs that rail. She's going to have to deal with a lot of foam, but very strong coming through that section. Cross-stepping forward, and now she can go into a down carve. Sets herself up with a bottom turn, couple more cross steps. Can she find a little nose ride on the inside? It's going to get really close to the shore break. There won't be much of an option for much more here. What's she going to do? Is she going to put it all on the line and go for the 5? She goes back to the tail. A backwash just bounces her, but she has got a score, and we haven't had anything big from the other women, so that could matter for Ale's confidence. And also the fact now she'll be paddling back out. If they do get a wide swinging set, there's a good chance she'll be in a good position to get it.
Yeah, so again, just to get a wave on the board right now, because as we saw in that last heat, a little bit wave starved there for a little bit of a time, and then if you got the right wave, is what's gonna get you through.
There's so many great places to eat in El Tunco. I really have noticed how much surf tourism is grown here in the last few years. I've met people from all over the world on this trip. A lot more Europeans. I mean, Americans are the biggest surf travel market, but El Salvador has the 3rd highest growth in tourism in the world at the moment. So that really says a lot, and the 1st in the Americas. And most visitors are from the US, but what I have noticed from coming here a number of times, this is my 7th, I believe, trip to El Salvador, is that there's a lot more Europeans starting to visit. So that's really exciting to see. And people not only just coming to learn to surf or surf at a high level in world-class waves, but also to enjoy the food, the restaurants, the culture, the community, and also to go on those inland adventures. We saw Megs' partner. She's gone to see a Santa Ana volcano yesterday. She said that was absolutely breathtaking. There's 5 UNESCO World Heritage sites in the country. You can go bird watching, hiking. You can do a lot of different things away from surfing, playing golf. Do you like to play golf, Billin?
I have played. I'm not much of a golfer. I didn't really have the opportunity to get into golf.
Papaya Gardens is coming up on the screen if we keep moving. It looks quiet, but come sunset, this Malecon just gets filled with life and energy and music, and the Pilsners are flowing and the vibes are high.
And hips are moving.
The hips
will be moving.
And Papaya Gardens, I want a big shout out to all the amazing team at Papaya Gardens who cook all the fantastic food for the staff here and the competitors at the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. And then you can also start to see the river mouth that flows out and sculpts the wave of La Bocana. So if you're a keen shortboarder, you can focus on that punchy left and right of La Bocana. If you're more of a longboarder or like to ride a slightly bigger board, or just like a really good open face point break, then Sun Zhao's your spot, as we see Layla Brady late takeoff, controls that takeoff, stands tall, elegant, cross steps forward. She's going to get a lock of the 5. There's a touch of the nose ride. Walks out of that nose ride, accelerates, and now putting that board on rail. Little sharp edge board you can just see speeding down this face. Setting herself up through to the inside. Can she find another touch of the 5? Locks onto that 5. Walks out of the nose ride, but then falls on the way back through the middle of the board as Cindy Portilla is up and riding on the backhand. She's going to put that board on rail. A nice sweeping turn. It's a very bouncy wave though, Berlin. Difficult for her to navigate, but she does find a roll of the 5 with strength and style and control. And she's walking back to the tail. I love the way she's got such clean footwork in and out of everything. A real great model of elegant longboarding, the way she always uses the cross steps to initiate the rail work and the nose rides.
When she put her foot over the nose, it was almost like her ankle went over the nose. It was so legit 5, like you could never question if that was a hang 5. That was a really beautiful display from our local girl, Cindy Portillo, here from El Salvador.
So Ale drops a 3.17, waiting now for a solid score for Cindy. I'm expecting it to be possibly the highest score of the heat. I think Layla's score is going to be decent as well. I think there was a little lack of control from Layla, a bit bouncy, some shuffling, but she did get one solid touch of the 5 and a backup touch of the 5. So I think that it's going to be put her right in the mix, and it's all going to come down to who can get that backup wave in the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think that Cindy, like what you said, I think Cindy's going to go into first.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good score.
That was a decent, like I said, back to that nose ride, that was legit.
Cindy's so cool. She's such a positive energy, warm force really inspiring, and somebody who brought some positive energy. That nose ride for Aiden was incredible, and it booked her a spot in the next round, and she's down on the glass with Bo.
That was an absolutely beautifully ridden wave, that highest wave score then in that heat. Talk me through that wave, because it didn't look like it was going to be much to start with, but it really walled up for you on the inside.
Yeah, at first I was like, let me just get through that bumpy section, and then I really just wanted to get a 10 during my heat. I was like, let me just go for it. Full send, there's nothing to lose. You have so much to gain, and I kind of just had to send it. It was very bumpy, though.
It looked bumpy out there as well. Tricky conditions. What's it like to catch 2 waves in 15 minutes?
Tiring. Gets everything out of you, but it kind of makes you a better surfer. If you can get 2 good waves in 15 minutes, you can do anything in 20.
That's true. Now, I saw you walking down with your board. Tell me about the wax pattern that you have on there. I love it. It's that kind of swirly pattern.
I will say I take credit from Wingnut. He's the one that had started doing it and kind of got me interested in it. I also have OCD, so that comes in play. But I'm also an artist, so it's a new medium. It's a wax and a whole canvas, so it's fun to do. I like it. It takes a couple hours, though.
Yeah, it looks very cool. Moving on through the next round, anything going to be taking through from today into the rounds tomorrow?
Yeah, kind of just going to keep going with this momentum, not going to stop, and get at it with everything tomorrow. Next day, whenever I'm surfing, I'm ready for it.
Any words for your supporters back home?
I'm just going to say thank you to everyone. Gracias a todos. I love you all. Te quiero mucho. Pura vida.
Thank you very much, Aiden. Great surfing. We'll look forward to seeing you coming up again. Back to you in the booth.
Pure class, pure style, and that nose ride, the lift and the commitment and the grace in and out of it, as we can catch up now on scores. A 5 for Cindy Portier. We thought it was going to be good. Puts her up there in first. 2 minutes 20 seconds remaining. So Layla Brady, a 4.33. I didn't think it would go as high as that, but it has gone pretty high. I felt like Cindy just had so much more control of the board, and I thought that might separate them out by maybe at least a whole point and a half. But Layla right there knocking on the door of Cindy. Now she needs a backup score, and Ale with a 3.17, she also needs a backup score. So it's completely open for all 3 of the women. Any one of them could take the win.
Oh, definitely. The difference between first and third is a 1.17. Like it's stand up and go straight, really, or do two little turns.
Now, the fact that there isn't clearly an obvious set on the horizon, is this an opportunity to take the risk and move to the inside just to get something? Or do you think there's still enough time to kind of sit and hold tight?
I would be looking for indicators.
Yeah, from your teammates.
From your teammates, what are they saying? What are they thinking? That's what your team is here for. Look at indicators from, up the beach as well. Like sometimes you got some spots that pop up or boils that pop up to maybe a set's coming in. If you don't know the spot, then you won't know those small local indicators as well. But I think only needing a 1.17 to go from third with a minute left, I would be waiting for a wave.
And this is so important as well, because, even right for the surfers that have been eliminated, they can still help their teammates win heats by those flag systems, those pointers, as we can now see moving into position. Is it going to be Cindy Portier? It's not. It's on the inside. Alejandra Zaid, rail grab takeoff, deals with the bounce in trim, cuts back, cross steps forward, finds the 5. Locks into a 5, gets a soul arch, walks cleanly and quickly out of that nose ride. Ridden this wave really well, and Nick gets the down carve there. So that is very important for Ale, and I think that she really gave herself a chance to get through this heat. If she hadn't made that nose ride, I would question if it was going to be a significant score, but the fact that there hasn't been a backup ride for Layla Brady, that already makes it look like Ale could easily get into first or second, but there's just 10 seconds remaining. Is there an opportunity for the other women to catch a wave, Berlin, do you think?
I think there's an opportunity for if Layla can get the wave that might be coming towards her.
There it is. The clock has ticked down, and there's no backup wave, as we can see, for Layla. So the team are just going in to help, but there is. Layla obviously got a wave. There we go. Because I was wondering why they were so positive and excited. 2 things. Now they're thinking, right, well, we got to wait for the score, but we've also got to help Layla safely get in from the water. So you can really see how little space there is. There's a big chunk of sand just to the left of your screen when you're looking at the contest area. So that would be to the left of Layla as she comes in. But she's done a brilliant job coming in there, and she's got her teammates helping her as we wait for the score to come through, and a 4.83 for Ali Zaid's last wave, and that puts her up into second, and Layla Brady drops a 3.77. So Cindy Portier didn't have a chance to replace her 0.2, and Cindy Portier will be eliminated for the competition despite her brilliant surfing. But huge congratulations to Layla Brady from Panama and Alejandra Zaid from Guatemala.
Yep, really good surfing. Congratulations, ladies.
Big moment for Cindy. I'm feeling really bad for Cindy because she just didn't have an opportunity to get that back up
and
wave.
She surfed so well. She really did. And, you know, and that's contest right there is like, it's like fishing, right? They don't call it catching.
Yep.
It's just about you got to make sure you get the fish or get the wave. And unfortunately, she just couldn't get that second wave.
Well, congratulations, though, Team Panama and Team Guatemala. Commiserations for Team El Salvador, but El Salvador is coming up again because we have local goofy footer Henry Salinas based here at Sunzal. He is going to be surfing against Jose Law from Ecuador, Sufiel Gil from Argentina, and Ollie Janes from New Zealand. As you see Alejandra safely getting in, she's extremely happy. We're going to have a little shift change. We've got Megan Godinez coming into the booth to call the action with Bo Nixon, and stay with us because we'll be right back.
Buenas tardes. Welcome back to live action in the water. Men's repercharge, round number 3, heat 1. Sufiel Gil up and riding on his backhand from Argentina. Sufiel cross-stepping his way up to the nose, hanging 5 on this section here. Unfortunately, just catches the nose, stalls his board, and he falls off the back of the wave there. Quick start from Sufiel. We see some scores coming in for our other competitors as well who caught waves during that commercial break. We see the local Henry Salinas in the red jersey on screen paddling back out. He dropped a 3.50 to kick things off here alongside Jose Law of Ecuador. Just a small score for him and up and down at 0.30. Henry will be sitting on the inside there. Different positioning compared to his other competitors. He'll be looking to back up that score. My name is Bo Nixon, joined in the booth by Megan Godinez. Megs, some great action from the women's. You got to call a heat with Rachel Tilley, world champion. That was fun.
That was a lot of fun. We have a lot of experiences together. I mean, we've been surfing against each other since, gosh, she was 15. And I was, I think, maybe 17. So we're looking at more than half of our lives. So it was really cool to be on this side of competition, calling a heat rather than putting on a jersey. It was really fun, and we have a lot of stories. So it's actually really, that was only a quarter.
Oh no,
of the stories. So, yeah.
As we take a look here, the drone shot of El Sunzal, Surf City, El Salvador. We're going to head down to the glass. Belen is there with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you, Bo. Layla winning the last heat, sneaking in the last seconds underneath both of your competitors. How did that feel?
I mean, it felt really good, amazing. I was super nervous about getting in the water and then getting out. It was super stressful, but I caught the win, so I'm very happy.
You snuck in 2 great waves that had nice shoulders on them. What was your insight to needing to do to get through that heat?
I I was just like, please, Layla, don't fall, please. And yeah, I didn't fall, so I'm happy.
And how's your board feeling?
Amazing. I like it.
What are you riding right now?
I'm riding from Boa Surfboards from Panama.
Anything you want to say back home?
Gracias a todos los que hicieron este evento posible, a la APS por traernos hasta aquí. Y un saludo a mi familia, mi mamá, mi papá, que seguro están súper nerviosos, pero feliz y agradecida.
Well, congratulations, great surfing, and look forward to seeing you in your next heat.
Bye.
All right, back up to Bo and Megan.
Thank you very much, Berlin. Great to hear from Layla there. Moving on through to the next round as we catch up with live action. Henry Salinas, the local boy, nose riding his way through the end section here. Kicks out before the closeout. A long ride from Henry there. That score is definitely going to help his situation as we wait for the judges to lock that in. And it looks like it comes in. Judges quick to lock that one in, a 3.67. So judges recognizing that it was slightly better than Henry's first wave. He's currently sitting in the lead, 9.5 minutes left on the clock. Sergio Gil locked in a small score, that 1.27 for the wave we saw him up on. Jose Law looking on the inside here, as we're yet to see a start from the Kiwi surfer, Ollie Janes. So he's waiting patiently out the back, waiting for a wave that he likes the look of, that's going to offer him up some scoring potential. Now, Megs, with this swell, with this high tide, I was chatting to a couple of the locals yesterday. I managed to sneak out for a session renting a board, but the people I was renting it off, they said that we don't usually go out surfing when it's like this size, and, you know, with the tide and everything as well. So, but they mentioned that Henry is always out there practicing.
Well, he's also a surf instructor, as we see his teammate Amato there cheering him on, getting that push for him to get back out there. He's a surf instructor, so he's always out there, so he knows all about this lineup, whether it's high tide, low tide, big swell, small swell. So he was smart. I think his tactic right now is to stay a little bit. In the beginning, we saw him sit on the inside and really following those words of Kelly Slater saying that you'd rather start with the 3 than rather having to chase the 3. And right now he's got a 3.5 and a 3.67. So I imagine that with those scores and 8 minutes left, he's really going to try and get better that score, even maybe double the scores that he has. He's going to try and look for that 6. So smart surfing from him. He's seeing that a lot of people have been going out there in the previous heats and kind of scoring on the smaller end just because of the quality of the wave right now. So he may think like, all right, I got 3.5. I can maybe try and shoot for that 5 or 6. But right now I got 2 solid scores. I can kind of sit out the back and kind of take my time and pick the right one.
I like that insight. Thanks, Megs. We see Sophia Gill lock in a 4-point ride. And stay tuned to the season of ISA events coming up this September, just down the road here at Surf City. La Bocana, El Sunzal is going to be hosting the ISA World Surfing Games in September. Going to be some big names represented there for the World Games as we see a paddle on the outside. That was from Jose Law. Like we said, Megs, time is ticking. Over halfway gone in this heat already. Remember, 15-minute heats for men's repercharge round. We are into round 3, heat number 1. 4 surfers out there making it really tricky with only 15 minutes, Megs. Only a few of those surfers are going to find the rhythm of the ocean.
Yeah, and it looks like Henry does. If I was the other surfers, I would really sit next to Henry, knowing that insight of him going out whenever there's some sort of bump in the ocean, you know, so he understands where to sit, how the waves are moving, almost even timing of the sets. He kind of knew, like, he wanted to get that heat started early, and it seems right now that the heats are, you know, there's sets in the first heat. The second heat kind of dies down. The next heat will be pumping. So he knows his heat is kind of a heat where it's going to be lully. So he wanted to get his campaign started. We see Sergio Gil. He did an amazing performance yesterday, getting that beautiful high score, and he just put it on an absolute clinic out there. And yeah, he's got a 4.0 right now. It's the highest score of the heat. So him as well will be sitting out the back waiting for that that second score with a little less than 6 minutes left.
Ollie Janes, you can see him moving back in a little bit closer to the inside section. Still yet to get a start. Time is ticking away. As you said, Meg, Sophia Gill with currently the highest wave score so far in this heat. Things getting a little bit slow out there. You saw the list of past champions, past medalists here at the ISA World Longboard Championship. And this year, Megs, it is the closest event the ISA have ever had to equal men and equal women numbers.
I mean, that's so awesome. Even free surfing nowadays, you see, actually last week I surfed, before I came here, I surfed in Waikiki with my partner and a bunch of our friends. And at one point, we were all girls out at Waikiki at Queens, mind you.
Nice.
That is very unheard of. Usually there's one uncle out there that's been, out there for 7 hours, just having a snack in his little pouch and eating it and just, making sure everyone's in check, but it was all girls. So it's really nice to see, and even in a competitive state, that there is equality, almost that right there with equality of having half women and half men.
Of course, the ISA, huge push towards that gender equality, and of course acting as the Olympic qualification pathway for surfing into the Olympics on the big stage. Unfortunately, we handed the news that longboarding would not be coming up for the 2028 LA Games. That was unfortunate, but as we hear more about that information, there were actually no new sports added to the list. Just some certain events in different disciplines. As we see Ollie Janes getting a start here. 4 minutes left on the clock. Carving back. He needs to ride this one through with control. Linking a few maneuvers together on the inside here to get his campaign started. We see him driving his longboard down the line of this wave. Trying to get forward on his board. He does well to stay pace with this wave as he makes his way through to the inside, up on the nose now, holding that 5. So getting some work done throughout this cleaner section here on the inside. See Ollie, things standing up on the inside, decides to kick out. He's going to have a bit of a paddle ahead of him to get out the back. Ollie really needs to get moving, get halfway out and get another score underneath his belt. As you see him just diving off there on that end section. Probably smart from competitors to kick out before then, Megs.
Yeah, absolutely. The way because there is also a wall stopping the water, so the water is just pushing back and the water is filling in there, so it almost feels like a treadmill. I saw you paddle out yesterday. You started where he started was well past, as you can see on your screen, very far on the right. And then within 2 minutes, you shifted all the way down to the left of the screen. And that happened within, I want to say 30 seconds. So that water is moving very, very fast. And for you to get stuck on there, you saw the beach, you saw the drone shot of all those big cobblestones. Those are very scary. They're not soft stones, by the way. They're stones. So they will get your ankles. So it'd be really smart for surfers to kick out early and get the paddle outside of the pupusa section.
Sophia Gill of Argentina up and riding, looking to back up his 4-point ride from earlier on in this heat. He's back up on the nose again, hanging 10, standing tall. I love the style he carries through his nose rides. As Sam was saying, one of the most flamboyant surfers in this competition. He brings that element of grace, style, flow to the wave. And I love the way he's using his hips there to direct his board along this wave. It's going to be a great backup score there for Sophia as he paddles back out, realizing there's only 1 minute 40 seconds left on the clock. As we turn our attention to the outside here, I just really want to quickly finish off that Olympic conversation. Of course, ISA are going to do a huge push toward Brisbane, toward the the Olympics in 2032. And Fernando Aguirre, I know that Robert Fasulio, the ISA Executive Director, is really behind that push. And hopefully a lot of momentum to bring longboarding to the ISA to the Olympic Games in the future. And so a big thanks to the ISA for their push. Don't think that there's not much work behind the scenes. They're working tirelessly behind the scenes to try and push the sport of surfing, all disciplines, to get into the Olympics.
Yeah, I mean, longboarding, Dukanamoku, he went as a swimmer and as so he has that Hawaiian push to even like around the world. That Duke Hanamoku, he was a longboarder actually and a beach boy, so he never really he had that discipline of pipel boards and body surfing, but he was always on giant 11-foot boards. So it only feels right that, you know, longboarding would be in the Olympics.
Agreed, 100% agreed. As we see Ollie, who is trying to get a wave. 20 seconds left on the clock. It looks like he's going to get another opportunity. Dropped to 3.8 for his first ride. Needing a small score, of course. Serfiel Gill is going to make that requirement much harder for him as we see him finishing off on the sand. Now, back to live action here. This is Ollie Janes of New Zealand, carving that board back around. He's going to be finishing this one off, stalling, looking to get to the nose. He's going to bring this one right the way through, maximizing the scoring potential of this wave. He's going to surf it to the sand if he has to. This is to move on through the competition. This is an elimination round. We will see surfers being eliminated from the event in that 3rd and 4th place. It doesn't look like Jose Law's going to get another opportunity. So Jose sitting in those bottom spots. Henry Salinas currently in the lead, but we are waiting scores from Serfiel Gill and Ollie Janes. And we are going to go to a short break to read out some messages, and we'll be back with the official results from men's repercharge round number 3, heat 1. Henry Salinas making his way in. Welcome to live action here for day number 5 of competition. Still waiting results from the previous heat. So the current heat out there in the water not started just yet. I'm going to bring you those updates. We can tell you that Serfiel Gill locked in a 6-point ride for his combination of nose rides and maneuvers turning through. We're still waiting on the last score though of Ollie Janes from New Zealand. He's still awaiting that score. 10th times on the beach. He needs a 3.37 to move up into that 2nd place. Bo Nixon here with Megan Godinez for the call. We're going to be moving through men's repercharge round 3. Meg, some great action out there already today. How are the conditions looking?
Yeah, it's the high tide is kind of having that swell kind of push back out. So we are going to see some heats, I believe, to have a lot of sets in one, maybe die down in the next one, a lot of sets. So it's going to be a lot of alternating. So surfers are really going to have to pay attention to what's happening in the water, the heat prior, because that's going to also give way and tell them, all right, so that heat prior to me had a bunch of sets. And especially with this swell dying down, you know, a lot of the times the next heat will kind of fizzle out. So maybe the tactic to stay on the inside, get started early, really making those scores count.
Yeah, definitely. Conditions changing a lot. We're coming up to the high tide at the moment, so competitors having to deal with the entry and exit points from the water here, which makes it a little bit tricky. You can see some competitors feeling maybe a little bit rattled from the paddle out as well if they do get caught in that shore break. So that also playing into account here as we turn our attention to the water. We heard the buzzer. Things have got underway for heat number 2 in the water right now as we see action from Nicolas Ayala of Colombia. He'll be up in the white jersey for this heat. And we can see him riding through, just falling off the back of this wave. As we see live action, David Schiaffino of Canada, originally from Peru, representing Canada here today, stretching out for the 5. We saw David put together fantastic 2 waves yesterday to make it through his heat as he brings this wave through to the inside, getting some more work done. Carving, bringing that board around. Looks like he's on a different board today as he stretches up for that 5. Again, carving maneuver. He's found himself a nice long wave to kick things off. Up on the nose again, riding through, does very well to control the step off the nose as he kicks out before that end section. David getting underway as we see Stephen Newton representing the USA up on the nose. Critical nose ride for Stephen there as he whips that board back to the pocket. Again up into the nose, really critical right next to the whitewater. Now he drops down the wave, lots of speed. He's able to wrap that board back around toward the whitewater. Weaving that board again from the top of the wave. Dropping down, stepping on the tail, looking to get to the nose one more time. He steps up there for the 5. Holds the 5 through this section, steps back. Time to get out of there, Stephen. Great start to this heat for him. And we see Mark up and riding. Dong Kyung Kim of Korea. Beautiful style this South Korean surfer has as he's back up on the nose, hanging 10, but just unfortunately hits a bit of a flatter section. And that board just nosediving on him there. All surfers getting a quick start in this heat, Megs.
Yeah, smart decision. I mean, they saw that at the end of that heat prior, there was a bunch of sets. And then the rest of the sets actually came in the beginning of the heat. So it was a smart decision for them to all take a wave out of that set count. And now they're going to be waiting. There's going to be maybe a little lull in this. So you're going to see a lot of surfers start to kind of sit in. They want to get that priority so they can choose and pick what wave they want when it does finally come in. But there's going to be a lot of defensive tactics on where they're sitting.
So we're going to go to the glass. Sophie Gill, the winner of the last heat, is down with Belen.
Thank you, Bo and Megan, here with Surfiel. We're talking about those rocks and talking about that coming in. How was your kamikaze come-in section there?
Yeah, well, that was really dangerous out there, but the final wave, that makes me happy. So, yeah, if I broke my board at the end, I didn't care.
Let's talk about that final wave, because you got that pretty much at the buzzer.
Yeah. The final wave was a 3-point, and the previous one was a 6-point. So I'm happy with that. I'm happy to make the heat. I think I'm coming out again, so just to rest a little bit, drink a little bit water, and coming in again.
On that note, we know you need to get back in to recover. So best of luck next heat. Anything you want to say back out?
Sí, bueno, gracias a todos. Como siempre, gracias a todos, al apoyo a mis sponsors, a mi familia, a mis amigos que están haciendo ahí el aguante. Un pasito más. Pude hacer ese 6 puntos. Estuve un rato esperándolo y al final se dio. No dejé de moverme y al final, bueno, la pude agarrar. Así que contento de hacer un hit más. Vamos ahora de nuevo en un ratito. Así que vamos a Argentina, carajo. ¡Yiu!
Good luck next heat. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Belen. Sophie Gill moving through alongside local boy Henry Salinas in that last heat as we catch up with live action here. Nicholas Ayala. Combination of nose rides, turns on the outside section. Megs, he didn't quite get the hang 5 he wanted to on the outside section. He was just a little bit behind. I think that wave just pushing a little bit wider off the point. Bit flatter face on it. Bit of a slopier face as we see men coming up. The 2 Irish boys going to be in the heat together. Sky Sakalax alongside Tom Breen there, just timing the paddle out. Ireland, their supporters back home. It's probably really late right now for them, but they're going to be up and watching to cheer on their countrymen. Coming up, Nicholas Ayala paddling back out from that long wave. Still waiting on that last wave score to drop for him. Dong Kyung Kim dropped 2 rides of a 2.0 each. To see the next heat, well-timed paddle out from our competitors. David Schiaffino in this heat dropped a 4-point ride, so that puts him currently in the lead. But of course, we're waiting on that last wave from Stephen Newton, Megs. That was a really well surfed ride.
Yeah, and that was on an outside set kind of. He was sitting fairly deep too, so that's why he had those really gutty sections, was because he was sitting more towards the point, and it allowed him that more of a face. You could tell at some point, and he's very well rewarded with a 7.5. The way that he was stalling to create almost his own face, and there was an actual hang 5, hang 10 in the whitewash because the face was dying out. So where he was sitting and creating that that kind of face with the whitewash, the judges saw it and rewarded it.
Stephen Newton there currently sitting in that first place, of course, still waiting on that last score of Nicolas Ayala of Colombia to come in from the judges. We see sitting at the back with first priority, it is Stephen Newton, so he has a choice if he'd like to catch this wave. All the other surfers have to give way to him. He decides to use his priority. Up and riding, Stephen Newton of the USA really whips that board back to the pocket, stalls it. Up to the nose for a 5, carving that board back around. Just bounces off the white water there, gets another nose ride in. You see he has to direct his board toward the beach to stay with this wave, as now he gets some down the line work done as he gets back up to the nose. Really tight 5, carving this board back around to the white water. Stephen Newton, lots of work being done on this wave. Gets to the nose, falls off the back at the end section there. Lots of great work already done on the outside. He's going to back up his 7.5. A score drops for Nicolas Ayala. He's currently in second position. A 4.23 and a 2.50. Now David Schiaffino down into third place, looking for a 2.74 to advance. And Dong Kyung Kim, or Mark as he is known, a 4.73 needed from Mark to advance through. Not much time left on the clock, 7 minutes 30 seconds. As we see Mark taking a look, this will be his third ride if he decides to go. He decides to pull back, and it might have been a smart move. That wave looking like there's not much nose riding opportunity, so I think Mark identifying that his strong point is on the nose, getting that tip time in. He's having a look at this one, which is interesting decision because that white water pushing him across to the side. He's not going to be able to get that one. So that means he's used his priority. David Schiaffino now sitting at the back with first priority as we see a really big set coming through. Nicolas Ayala paddling back out this wide section. Had the opportunity to get into that one, but pushed too wide. So he will not decide to take that one. Stephen Newton, a 6-point ride drops for Stephen, so he's out in front with a 13.5 heat total. We're still waiting for more waves to be ridden in this heat. Megs, what can you see out there at the moment that puts these competitors out of position?
Well, definitely that last set kind of made it look like it was victory at sea for a second. That there were so many side chops and so many little waves coming at each other. We try to see, even the surfers were trying to take off kind of in the whitewash just to get some power push into it. But it seems like it just, that high tide is really killing it and hitting these deep sections, and it's not allowing the waves to stand up. As we see White up and riding, Nicolas Ayala really utilizing that inside, knowing that there's only about 5 minutes left, working his way into the inside. He's really got to stay with this whitewash because that deep section is really getting the best of everyone, and he does very well. This wave is starting to pick up again. I can hear the cheers down on the beach from Team Colombia. Nice little layback, little pizzazzy layback as he just gets into the pupusa section. But smart surfing from him, knowing that there was only 5 minutes left.
Dong Kyung Kim of South Korea up on the nose and riding, hanging 5 through this section. He knows that's his strong suit, so he's looking for a wave that's going to offer him those nose rides, but he can't get down the wave, so he was redirecting his board back to the power source, but couldn't quite get over that bump. This middle section of the wave really testing surfers' awareness and their knowledge of the breaking waves. You've seen some surfers really drop down to the bottom of the wave, stay in that position so they can make it through the section, although we've seen some other surfers fall off the back.
Yeah, you can tell with that wave, he got a little bit too hungry for that hang 5. You know, he does need a score of a 4.73 to bump up into second, and he was on his way to do that. Had he walked back just a little sooner and cut down into the face of the wave, I think he would have been well onto that score.
David Schiaffino currently sitting in first priority out there, had a look at that wave, deciding not to go. It's not going to change the priority situation. He did make an effort to paddle for it, as we see him making an effort on this one here, as he's up and riding the goofy footer representing Canada up to the nose. Didn't quite get to the top there. Stretches out for the 5. You can see him having to redirect that board down the face of the wave to stay with this one. Now, we saw this yesterday from David Meggs, that he cleaned up his footwork as the heat progressed, and he managed to get some great scores. He's up on the nose, holding this 5 for a long, extended time. Clean footwork as well to the tail of this board as he cuts back. He stays with this one, finds more opportunity to get up on the nose. You see he has to really direct the board straight, but that's the Papusa section, so he decides to kick out.
Yeah, that long hang 5, he really knew he needed to lock in to that nose ride. I mean, that was a beautifully ridden wave. That wave actually was one of the cleanest waves we've seen so far in the heat. So it seems to be that the medium-sized ones are the ones that's working. It's the ones in between the sets. It's just that their positioning, they need to be a little bit deeper for those, because it is needing a little bit of a shallower section for it to actually stand up for them. But that was a good navigation by our surfer in blue.
So David only looking for a 3.27 to put himself up into that advancing position. Meggs, talk us through this. He didn't quite get up to the nose, managing to get the 5 here, but it was this next nose ride that's going to get the most of the scoring.
Yeah, see this crucial section where it gets a little bit thick out the back, but then he finds this double up, this long hang 5, and then the camera switches over to back to him again. Nice long hang 5. It was a little bit out on the shoulder, but again, there is not a lot of wave to work with right now because of this tide, and he jumps right off, and that was such a smart move, because that is where everyone has been breaking their board.
Although he kind of mistimed this section, the judge is not really going to be scoring this very highly, but the commitment to the length of nose ride he had on this second maneuver, you see him walking up to the nose, holding the 5, the wave standing up a little bit behind him. Yeah, he probably is a little bit out on the shoulder, but he wants to make sure he connects through to this section here, Meggs.
Actually, he kind of, that double up, from this angle, you can kind of see that wave fizzling up on the top in front of him. He might have been this might actually be his best score. So I think he was sitting in the right position for it. We see this replay from White, that quick hang 5 and that drop down the face, just working his way into this inside. He really needs to get past this thick wave section. As you can see, a lot of our surfers are going to be redirecting straight to the beach just to get back into this power source, because it does get that thick section, and then all of a sudden it ropes in, and it must be very shallow right here in this section for the surfers to connect through and finish off their waves right before the Papusa section. He's working his way, finding another face for him to get down, and beautifully ridden wave as he just kicks out right before it gets.
This is Stephen Newton, 7.5 Meggs, carving back to the whitewater.
Oh, man, and the way he stomps on that tail to get back into that high line. Again, he's creating his own face on the wave to get to those hang 5s. And he's just working it very high line, but he's coming back down. And that's why he's not really hitting this fat section, is because he's allowing himself to get back down onto the face, even almost into the flats, because that way he can get back up and drive the turns back up into the face. You see this hang 5 out here, and you see this turn. He finds that high line again, comes all the way back down. You see how he doesn't stay out into the shoulder. He turns back into the power source, weaving into this inside here. Nice carving turn. He's going to stall on that tail, walk up for that hang 5, holding it and holding it. Gets a little bumpy there, but does a beautiful kick out to finish off his wave.
So updating you on scores after those replays. We saw Nicholas Ayala up and riding. He only scored a 3.03 for that ride. I feel like that comes down to his footwork. He didn't quite get to the nose on a lot of those nose rides. He was a few inches back, not hanging the toes over there. We've come to the end of this heat as we see Stephen Newton the winner of the last heat, moving on through alongside David Schiaffino of Canada. He has done enough to put himself into second place, a 5.50 on his last ride. Means Nicholas Ayala and Donghyul Kim will be eliminated from competition. We'll be right back with more action, men's round 3 repercharge.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Tom Breen of Ireland up and riding for heat number 3, men's round 3 of the repercharge. Beautiful nose ride to kick things off as he carves that board back down the face away from that oncoming whitewater section. Has a bit of bump to deal with, does well to get another touch of the 5. And we see him riding down the face of this one to stay with this wave. You can see him just setting things up for this inside section. Starts to get a little glassy, a little smoother on the wave face. Walking his way up to the nose. You can see him approaching this end section here. He's going to decide to stick with it. You can see him eyeing off this inside for another nose ride. Gets the touch of the 5 and does well to control that through and kicks out really cleanly. Tom Breen getting a great start. Clinton Guest of Australia, who's dropped the highest heat total in this event so far, up and riding in the blue jersey. Beautiful carve after that nose ride on the outside section. Clinton Guest cross-stepping his way, finds the 5, stretches out for that. As we see him moving through, you can just tell that Clinton timing, pacing this wave so well as he does. Another carve there down the face of this wave. Throwing their hands up, bringing the board back to the whitewater. You can hear the cheers of the Australians as he brings this one through. It looks like he's going to get a couple more cross steps up to the nose, holding that nose ride. And he's going to kick out cleanly on that inside section. Great start there from Clinton. As we see the other young Irish surfer, Sky Sakalax, on his backhand, drop knee, bottom turn, up for that 5, cross steps back, wraps that board back to the whitewater again with that drop knee, bottom turn. I love the way he sets up for these nose rides and the way he walks up the board. You can see him, couple of cross steps, waiting for this wave to stand up. Again, looking down the line, the way he twists his chest, points the hips forward, stepping up to the nose. Critical nose ride there. He has to get this board moving through this section, hits a bump and goes over the handlebars.
Wow, great surfing from our surfers in red, blue, and green. You know, out of that whole exchange, I think Clinton's wave was the cleanest wave, and he really, really picked the right wave.
Team Ireland watching there. Both of their male surfers finding themselves in the repercharge rounds, both finding themselves in this same heat.
Yeah, and we're going to see that along the contest, you know, with a lot of top surfers going into the repercharge. We're going to start seeing a lot of surfers from the same country surfing against each other. And, you know, I kind of want to listen in on Team Ireland's plan on what's the deal, what's the plan, where we're going to go into it, you know, trying to surf circles around the other surfers. Are we doing this just kind of on our own, every man for himself kind of a thing? But yeah, it's really hard to surf against your teammate.
Federico Nesti, we see Zhang Qiguan as well, Chinese Taipei, coming up in the next heat. Just timing this paddle out. You can see the backwash there on the top of screen coming off that wall. We've also got Alexander of Germany on screen in the white jersey, about to paddle out for that next heat. And we'll also see Clinton Guest's fellow teammate Archie Bemrose in that heat as we go back to the current heat in the water live action. Moana of Tahiti up and riding, cross-stepping back on this board to get a smooth transition back to the white water. Drop knee turn. Again, cutting back, bouncing off the foam, waiting for things to stand up on the inside. Another beautiful wrapping cutback. So smooth, so stylish throughout these turns. Starts to walk the board there, looking for a bit of nose riding potential to match the turns he's been doing on this wave. Up on the nose, holding that 5. Does very well to navigate the inside section, kicks out. So Moana also getting a great score. Remember, this is the first time Tahiti's being represented at an ISA World Longboard Championship. And we see scenes of our surfers at the back. Currently, Tom Breen sitting with priority. Clinton Guest in second priority. And Sky Sakalax sitting a little bit further in. With that third priority, he's going to just hunt around the inside for a scoring ride. All surfers getting a quick start, Megs.
Yeah, and I imagine you saying, oh, as we touch back on that, oh, and just see Sky Sakalax after Ireland just go down on that wave. He did fall on the outside, so he will have a chance to get back out there and get another one.
Tom Breen backing out that first ride. Scores yet to drop. Holding that 5. Does so well. Unfortunately, hits that bump. He held that 5 for a long time. Just, I think, missed time that walk back there as we see Clinton Guest up and riding out the back, getting up on the nose now. A little bit back, has to stretch for it. Holds it through this section here. Does very well to control his board through that white water breaking next to him. One of the bigger waves we've seen, this wave pushing really wide onto that deeper water section. So he's going to have a lot of setup work to make it through to the inside here. You see him weaving the board back, starting to cross step, trying to get this board down the wave face. You see him really surfing to the left to stay with the white water, and now he gets a little bit of an opportunity to continue around. It's just going to be the work on the outside that's going to count.
Yeah, he did very well to do that. I mean, seeing his other competitors fall in front of him, it has that pressure of like, all right, I don't want to do what they did. I need to make sure I get this hang 5. He was a little bit back, but as the wave picked up, he kind of moved his foot forward for that cleaner hang 5. So I think that wave will be a great backup score for Clinton.
It certainly will. Waiting for scores to come through from all surfers. Nothing locked in yet from the judges. They're going to be taking a look at replays, making sure that they get the scale right for this heat. I mean, from this point, from any point in the competition, Megs, but especially from this point where he's starting to face those elimination rounds, every heat is going to be stacked. We've got surfers falling back from the main round into these repercharge heats, and that's what's going to make it difficult.
Yeah, so they're really going to have this strategy of going in because the winner and second place of this heat has to surf again. So they really have to time it. As we see Clinton on this beautiful stretch hang 5, but really in the pocket, actually behind the pocket, and nose rides through it. That's really, really difficult to do. He's just moving left and right, really trying to get into that double up. As you said, he's starting to hit that thicker water section. He redirects left towards Casa de Mar, looking for that double up. I love the way he just keeps moving, staying busy but not messy busy. There's a difference. He's very well composed, put together, beautiful wave ridden for him.
Yeah, great wave surf there from Clinton Guest. So we're waiting on a couple of wave scores to come in from Clinton, also from Tom Breen. Sky Sakalax had a quick up and down alongside his longer first ride. And of course, Moana, the Tahitian, looking for him to lock in that score as well. We'll bring you the updates as they do begin to drop. We have 6.5 minutes remaining in this heat. Time goes really quickly when you're out there, and even when you're sitting here watching too. Just seems to fly by. And there we go. First score, Clinton Guest locks in an excellent 8-point ride for his first wave. That's down to those nose rides on the outside section and those beautiful carving turns.
Yeah, the way that he can connect and link all those turns and those maneuvers, you can tell his downtime is him maneuvering. So it's not really him just standing there. He's really connecting and allowing that maneuver to happen for the next one to happen, and then the next one to happen, and then the next one to happen. That's what judges want to see, is that fluidity, that connection. And he got rewarded for it at 8.00. Great start for Clinton.
And that's what you'll see the judges do when, especially when there's lots of waves ridden at the start of the heat. They'll drop the highest score first to set the scale. And they'll have to refer back to the best wave of the heat to then get the scale for the rest of the ride. So we're seeing scores starting to trickle in now. That 8-point ride, the highest wave score we know is going to be. Clinton Guest locks that in. Tom Breen, a 6.33. So judges referring back to Clinton's ride, comparing rides. So obviously Tom got the first wave of the heat to kick things off, but Clinton got a wave behind him. The judges recognizing that that might be better. So they're making sure that they get the scale right and set the scale in this heat.
That is such a good point, Bull. That I just realized that too after you said that. That's a really good point, that they are trying to set the scale and the bar for the heat. And that is a very big scale to fill. 8.00, well into the excellent range. And I think that backup's going to be beautiful for his campaign.
And we still wait for some more scores to come through. We are going to head down to the glass. Bellen's there with the last heat winner, Stephen Newton.
Hi, thanks for that, Bo and Megs. Steven, you barely just got in right now. I know you're exhausted and you have another heat to surf, so let's keep it quick. How did it feel? I swear, the second you touched that water, it's like all of a sudden we had massive surf come in and you scored. You got a 7.5 and a 6. Walk us through that, please.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it feels comfortable. It's a lot like coalition contest at home. 15 minutes long. You got to be on the first wave of the set or the second wave, and then back it up really quick, almost on your way back out. The paddle out is about 7 minutes long, so you don't have time to waste. You got to move fast and really got to make the most of your opportunities.
How is your equipment feeling out there? Because clearly it's working well underneath your feet.
It's working great. The board I'm riding is a Bill Stewart 9.2 Ripster model, and it's really conducive to this type of surf. It's not too heavy, it's light, you can still turn it around, so I was more focusing on turns because nose rides are really hard to do today.
All right, well, look, best of luck in the next heat. I know you surf very soon, so go rehydrate, get better in your head and everything, and best of luck in your next waves. Woo. All right, back to you, Bo and Megs up in the booth.
Thank you very much, Belen. Stephen there saying he's really focusing on turns. He did some great critical nose rides through some sections out there as well, linking together those nose rides with some turns. As we see currently in the water, Tom Breen in first priority. He's up and riding, using his priority on this one. What do you see, Megs? Looks like this wave's going to disappear on him a little bit. Out in front, he has to just wait for this wave to set up.
Yeah, I think he needed to do that because there is less than 3 minutes left, so it was good that he needed that to better that 1.10. He is on his way to do so. He is completing this wave. That 1.10 was that hang 5 out the back and just going down, but he's working his way onto the inside here, waiting for this wave to stand back up again. He's starting to come a little, redirecting towards Casa de Mar, finding that face, and just kicks out. So I do believe it will make it harder for third and fourth to chase him right now. I believe it did go higher than his 1.10, but with 2 minutes left, is he going to paddle back out? Is he going to sit on the inside? Is he going to put pressure? I mean, we heard Stevie just say that paddle out is 7 minutes. So
yeah, that's
right. Tom is a shy 5 minutes short of this for this paddle out.
That's right. As we take a look at the 8-point ride of Clinton Guest from Australia, a set wave here, Megs, up to the nose to kick things off.
Just so cool, calm, collected. I mean, the way that he just is so focused, like it doesn't even look like he's riding the same wave, because his wave choice and the way he's handling these bumps and chops is absolutely amazing. I love the way that he just he turns with his shoulders. He's really opening up, letting those hips really open, closing them back up, finding that lip again. Beautiful hang 5 on the inside, and he feels good about it. Nice, beautiful kick out for his long paddle back out.
Still waiting for his second wave score to drop as well, so although you might see him in second place, there is still another score yet to drop from the judges. Tom Breen locks in a 4.4 on his last ride, and there it is. Clinton Guest locks in a 4.93. So Clinton now in first, Tom Breen from Ireland in second. Sky Sakalax, the Irish teammate, he's looking for a 5.44, but that is to overtake Tom Breen in that second spot. Clinton well out in front at the moment. If Sky was to try and take first position, he'd be looking for an excellent scoring ride. And Moana, not far off the pace either, 5.74, but Megs, 45 seconds left. The ocean looks like it's going pretty quiet.
Oh, man. You can see that they're kind of getting that anxious paddle back and forth. They're starting to paddle a little bit more in, swing a little bit more wide. You know, Sky has priority over Moana, so he would be kind of watching what Moana does to make sure and kind of keep him off a wave. I would imagine that Sky right now would really use his priority and keep Moana off a wave, because Moana only needs a 5.74.
A couple of small bumps approaching the lineup is going to be enough for Sky to get into this wave. 7 seconds left on the clock. Don't think it is going to be enough. Clinton Guest currently holding down that first position. As we hear the buzzer, it's going to be Clinton Guest of Australia and Tom Breen from Ireland moving on through to the next round of the men's repercharge. Possibly going to be on today, so this will be the third time that they will surf. Unfortunately, we're going to lose Sky Sakalas and Moana from Tahiti. We're going to go to a short break. We'll bring in Sam and Berlin for the call. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the action here as Federico Nesti is up and riding. 15-minute heats continue. It's heat number 4. Repercharge men's round 3, and the goofy footer representing Italy is looking strong with a nice solid start. Working this all the way through to the inside, locks the 5, holds the 5 for the Italian stallion, all style on the tip of the board, looking really quick and lively, and a cool kick out. He's going to flick that hair out the way, and he's going to grind it for that long paddle because it's hot, but he is absolutely fired up. Answering back, it's Archie Bemrose from Australia, from Kingscliff, says that Harrison Roach is one of his most inspirational longboarders, so he's trying to channel a little bit of Harry Roach essence here as he gets his toes on the tip of his big Tavish board, and things get bouncy behind him, but he looks really composed. Nice down carve turn, widening up his stance and then closing it again and opening it for the cutback rebounds off the foam. So a nice first exchange for both the Italian and the Australian. What do you think of this from Archie, Bellin?
It was a nice opening wave. He's still riding connecting this inside, but he's going to need to get on that nose. You know, you can just see that the judges are really appreciating the nose ride on those critical parts.
Right in time, just touches the 5, kicks out. So we will have a score to come through for our surfer in red and our surfer in green, and we also have a score to come through for our surfer in blue. Lucas Yuan was all kind of excited, high-fiving his Chinese Taipei teammates before he paddled out. So look forward to seeing what numbers drop, leaving the German surfer Alexander Heek out there waiting for his first ride. The time goes quick. We just heard from Stephen Newton. You did the post-heat interview with him. That it reminds him now of doing those coalition contests. Same in Australia as well, where you have those like short 15-minute heats. Sometimes those heats might have 5 or 6 people and you have to be busy, but this is Nesti on that first wave. What do you think, Bellin?
Nesti, lovely opening ride. He's really strong. He's a big man, so he can throw that board around. Now it's just about finessing and getting that inside wave. Won his last heat, so no stranger to podium. So wanting to see, you know, again, just to get off that tail and get up onto the nose. He's just looking for a nice section. But we have seen people that haven't had the opportunity to get a good nose ride get really good scores as he's hunting now. And he's looking for that 5, and he finds it right there. Again, nice and composed, beautiful style from the Italiano. Great surfing, really pulled in the tail surfing and the nose riding, and you can see he's well rewarded for that.
And this is Lucas. You could tell he wanted a quick start from his paddle aggression then, and he gets a quick start.
He was very pumped on the beach before get paddling out, was watching him get ready, and up, unfortunately, just catching a little bit of bump on that. As we see, this is Archie's opening. Lovely turn there on his McTavish. Nice little ankle, beautiful ankle maneuvers. You know, trying to get a nice little speed through that section, connect to the inside. You know, just getting that nice lean forward. Nice nose right there from our local boy from my hood. Again, nice little check turn. And then again, nice swooping cutbacks from Archie. His family be online right now watching, so shout out to the Bemrose family. Beautiful surfing again from Archie. You know, just still quite fresh to the longboard scene. Only been riding longboards for, you know, the past 4 years. So to be at this level representing Australia, you know, is an honor.
And his dad, Elliot, owns Core Industries. And big shout out as well to his uncle Matt Bemrose, who was Jack Robinson's coach for the 2024 Olympics, as we get to see some action outside of the surface repositioning themselves. 10 minutes 20 seconds remaining, and a 5.33 for Federico Nesti and a 4.5 for Archie Bemrose. Why do you think Nesti got the better of that exchange?
I think he just had maybe a little bit bigger wave. I think he got you know, maybe just a couple more completed bigger turns. Where we saw Archie get, you know, 2 nice nose rides, but I think the nose ride that Federico got at the end really kind of solidified it.
That is the best sculpted beard you will see in world longboarding.
Oh my
Right
goodness.
now. Look at that, masterwork. Amado Alvarado, he is going to enjoy these conditions. He's familiar. I wonder if this is also about an insight with regards to the timing of the sets. His coach may well have kind of noticed how long the lulls are, what the kind of strategy is. If you don't get a quick start, what your plan B may well be. And I think reflecting on that exchange between Nesti and Bemrose, I reckon Federico's lock of that 5 through the inside, it was just like the hold of a longer maneuver. It felt like Archie was looking really lively, everything was loose and electric, but it didn't allow one really significant maneuver. Federico Nesti just got the chance to hold that 5 through the inside, and I think that's why he just got slightly better on that exchange. And it could be very important because both of those surfers will probably carry those waves. For Lucas Yuen, a 2.5, he'll want to wash that off as quick as possible. But we did see Lucas claw back an incredible heat yesterday afternoon. Do you remember that one, Berlin, when Lucas in the last 6 minutes turned around a heat from no waves? It's the same
no waves to
that Rio Donaldson got knocked out of, Tom Breen got through.
Yes,
and he literally muscled in the dying 6 minutes, got 3 decent waves, and 2 of them got him through.
This is why I tell people, do not turn your back on anyone in a repercharge, because they can come after you. They like, you saw look at Clinton in that last, you know, and then they're dropping those scores like that.
Yeah.
So these are all secret weapons.
Yeah, you know who wouldn't tell me about his secret weapon? Rodrigo Schweier in a post-heat interview. I asked about his technique to prep. He didn't tell us. He says it's a secret, but look out because Archie Bemrose is up and riding. Nice opening 5. What
that
a
was lovely.
smooth technique there, just setting up that bottom turn. And had he just been able to walk out of that nose ride, it really would have gone towards a super big score. As we can see now, Lucas Yuen driving out of that nose ride and then coming off the bottom turn from the cut back. That setup from Archie was just absolutely outstanding. We really got excited about that. A nose ride dropped down in a really clean, low Harrison Roach-esque bottom turn, but unfortunately as he walked up to the nose, he just found one of those kind of big bouncy sections, and he did put a lot of risk into that nose ride. It didn't pay off, but what he did up to that moment could still garner a good score.
Yeah, definitely. It's, you know, that'll bump him into first, you know, just get the second score, you know, on the board. But massive shout out to Harrison if you are watching. A massive shout out to everyone back home. When I say home, I'm talking about Australia, because I live there. So I hope you're all tuning in and watching Archie surfing, and yeah, hopefully we can see some great surfs being ridden in the next 7 minutes.
Here we go. Team Germany, based in Sardinia. It's Alexander Heek. from Sorso and Emmetstan in Germany, moved over to Sardinia a number of years ago, rides his Skin Dog surfboards. Double scoop 9.4 dynamic, a father, a keen sailor. He learned to surf in Sorso, and that's a fantastic spot in Sardinia, and he's also a trained maritime archaeologist, and he's going to get a score on the board. As we can see, Nesty holding a 5, walks out into a cross-step turn, gets low. I love Nesty's style. I love the flamboyance, the fact that he's got a real aggressive approach if he needs it, but also a graceful one when it demands as well.
Oh, lovely surfing again from our Italian, that hair flick.
The Italian stallion.
The Italiano.
Looking
Yeah.
good, paddling out quick. Really intrigued to see what Archie gets for his last ride. Wow, comes in super low, a 1.9.
Well, he fell. Like
yeah,
he
but did you see what he did after
Oh yeah,
that moment?
I saw.
Oh my gosh, it was incredible.
Yeah.
We'll talk a bit more
was
about that
awesome.
real soon. But somebody who didn't fall, it was our surfer from Australia. Clinton Guest is down there on the sideline with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, Sam and Belen. I'm down here with Clinton. We'll make this really quick. You do have to surf again, but it looks like the ocean was really in your favor today. You got that 8-point right. Talk us through it.
Yeah, second wave of the set, something that we've been talking about. It just had that wall, and yeah, board's feeling really, really good out there, and the chop and the bump, something we've been working on. So yeah, really happy to get another excellent score. Feeling like I'm building, and the ocean's in my favor, which is awesome.
Yeah, and I referred your style to a little bit of Bonga Perkins in the cover of your heat. You feel? Are you channeling any ancestral kind of surfers in your favor?
Yeah, definitely growing up in Noosa, there was that high performance element. A guy I drew a lot of inspiration from was Josh Constable. Yeah, he was a big inspo growing up, and then mixing some traditional stuff with Matt Cudahy and Jason Blewett down the Goldie. Yeah, definitely inspired me.
Well, all legends down there. And did you want to say anything back home?
Yeah, definitely. Good morning, friends and family. Thanks so much for tuning in. All my work colleagues, I know you got it up on the big screen on our sites at McNabb. So yeah, good morning. Let's get it done. We're back out there very soon. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Great surfing, and we'll let you get ready for the next heat. Let's go. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff, Clint. He's looking great. He's looking confident. He's surfing brilliantly. We know he's world class. And big thanks for mentioning Constable. Josh Constable, if you're listening, we miss you.
Yeah.
And you'll be stoked to know that Clint is on a roll, and you'll be following Archie. You would have hoped he may well have got a bigger score for that 1.93 because, yes, he took a fall, but wow, what
It
he
was
did
lovely.
up to that.
It really was beautiful.
Insane. Late takeoff for Archie, up and riding. He's in second position, but he wants to replace this 193 big bouncy section, but he's nonchalant and cool and controlled, holding on, and then goes into a cutback. But that bounce was just like a rodeo ride, and he's fallen off, so he's got 3 minutes, 30 seconds to scramble out back and give himself another chance, because as it stands right now, it's Lucas Yuen moving up into first with a 6 and a 2.5. Federico Nesti will move up into first when he drops this next score, because he only needs a 1.1 to get second, and it was a pretty decent wave, so you'd imagine he's going to move up into first and push Archie down into third, and then Archie will be chasing something in the kind of 5 range to move back to first. 3 minutes up and riding right now. Lucas Yuen, 4 steps to the nose, soul arches and lifts that back arm, just widens his stance as he moves away from the tip, and then just shuffles himself forward, squatting low, standing tall, eyeing up the opportunity for a couple more cross steps there. Just a little rock and roll from the front third of the board. Back to the tail, sets a high line, now with clean, quick footwork, in and out of the touch of the nose. Then sweeps it and then just leads with that inside arm, and then goes back up to the tip. And he's now getting super active, delivering a lot of scoring through the inside. Back up for a 5, into a 10. Deals with the bounce and walks out of that 10.
Woohoo!
Is absolutely stoked because he knows that was a massive moment, and he put a lot of energy into that on his Ian Zamora Moontail. He looked great through that inside.
He looked amazing, and yeah, to see someone, do the little fist pump like that, they're feeling very, very confident. He surfed that wave so eloquently. Everything about that wave was perfectly timed, beautiful style as we see surfer in white and red both up. We've got our Italian Federico Nesti on his, I think this is 7.17 that we see.
Big score.
Big wave, beautiful style. Look at that, leaning into the nose, really driving, and then these turns are butter. Absolutely beautiful and then this was, and then again, another switch stance, cutback. And then again, just looking down the line, setting this up for another nose ride. This was his first wave.
Yeah, this is 717. What's going to be interesting is comparing this to Blue's last wave. What do you think of this? How do they compare? Could this go up into the 7s?
That nose ride was really beautiful as well. Nice and controlled. Just walking back. Let's see. Again, I think he connects this inside quite lovely, because I think that's where it kind of started for R. But, getting nice and low, driving into this inside section. Again, just trying to recompose himself, and then goes up for a quick 5. And this is where we see him start to really shine right here on this inside section.
Watch out for the 10. Talk about the setup for this 10 coming up.
All right, so 2 just quick 5s. He kind of, again, just pulls that back and then goes up there and just puts his hands straight to the side. Nice quick footwork to get back off of that, which is really hard to do. And he's feeling so comfortable and confident on that.
And he thrives on the stage. He's a performer. He likes it when he's being watched. He likes it when he's really performing at the highest level. That's going to be a big score. So it looks like Yuen and Nesti, Lucas and Federico will be sitting in first and second. May well be that Lucas moves up into first if he gets higher than a 6.51. If it falls under, he'll stay in second. And now the pressure's on Archie with only a second left. It's not going to be enough time for Archie Bemrose to get the score that he needed. And if you reflect back to that second wave, had he not fallen, that felt like he was on track for an excellent range score.
It was a beautiful wave. It was, the takeoff was amazing. That bottom turn coming off of it, and then, just unfortunately just getting bumped off of it. And had he had the opportunity to really showcase his style, any one of these guys, like I said, would have really, put some spotlight on the talent from Archie.
Yeah, Archie, amazing surfer. Congratulations for displaying your talent. You'll be back stronger next year. Lucas stays in second. It's Federico Nesti who takes the win. Stay with us, because we have got a great heat coming up next with the local legend Amado Alvarado from El Salvador. Welcome back as we continue to move through these repercharge heats. Round 3, it's Nicolas Garcia Andrade, Nicky Dora from Salinas in Asturias up to the tip, gets that 5, holds that 5 on his John Garmendia board, walks out of that nose ride, just widens his stance and sets up a solid hold. And now he's just dealing with some bounce, comes down low into the wave. He's eyeing over his shoulder to see if it's a last chance saloon to hit the 5. He's setting himself up, stalling, finding the 5. Now he's got to deal with a really gnarly. And that really is the Papusa section. The Papusa section is the high tide jive. It's not any other part of the wave at low tide. It's like when it gets really wild on the high tide and it packs a punch. And that really was something that could have delivered some damage. But luckily, he's safe. He's got out of that real nice quick and clean. He's going to paddle out for more, and that's going to be a good score. He was really committed on those nose rides. Great stall to get that last nose ride on the inside. As Junho Kim cross steps forward, gets a couple of scores on the board there, so he will look to paddle out for more, waiting for a score also for Amado Alvarado, leaving Jonathan Amir, our Israeli surfer, out there without having got a wave so far, and a 3.67 comes in for our Korean surfer riding his HIHP surfboard based in Yangyang on the East Coast, the 30-year-old. But I'm expecting something bigger for Nicholas, so that should be really a confidence booster for Team Spain, and we will now wait to see what Amado Alvarado gets. 12 minutes 38 seconds remaining. Jonathan turns. He's got a nice wall ahead here, shoulders out, but he quickly stalls and gets a touch of the 5 trademark. He's been stalling that board so nice on takeoffs and finding quick touches of the nose, but unfortunately just lost the tempo of that wave there. What do you think the line he should have chosen to stay with that would have been?
I think maybe just getting a little bit lower and going left.
Yep.
You know, just to get back into that white water would have maybe helped him a little bit.
So that will be frustrating for Jonathan, knowing that that was his first wave and he set up with a really nice opening nose ride, but just needed then to redirect back down as we see him paddling out for more, and get to appreciate now the replay of Amado Alvarado. What do you think of this?
Up to a 5. You know, needs to get back into the pocket of the wave. So first so he doesn't outrun it, and then that wave doesn't just fizzle out on him. And he knows this wave so well, so he knows what he needs to do as he gets back. Nice footwork, setting up this line. He's looking for the line, and it comes up. Nice 5, just holding arms to the side, feeling very comfortable and confident. Is he able to connect this inside? No, unfortunately. But how's this takeoff? You'd think is that Waimea right there.
Yeah, and the footwork, the way he stalled
Straight
it.
into the footwork.
I mean, that was pretty impressive, the way he walked to the nose whilst taking off.
Yeah, that's pretty. I see only a few people do that, and that was pretty awesome. You see Kira Molnar do that. She takes off and like pulls it straight to nose. Dan Ashmore does that as well. But, you know, able to, walk to the nose, get that forward momentum, and then connect back to the inside of this wave, and then really start, you know, working it to the inside, getting some nice bottom turns here. You can see the fin through the wave. They're just driving off the bottom.
This was the good nose ride.
As he sets it up, you can see him looking at it and then gets it. There he goes. Really comfortable. And then you go nice and relaxed. He's done what he needs to do on that wave and trying to just link back into this section. But unfortunately, just so much water in front of him. He just can't get over that lump.
So that comes in at a 3.67. Nicholas Garcia gets the best of the first exchange with a 5.83 as Jonathan adds to his 1.67. So he's still up and riding now, using that cross step turn. 4 steps up to a 5. Nice, tight, controlled nose ride. A second touch of the nose, quick with his feet. Bounces off the foam there and sets himself up for another touch of the nose. Really nice and busy there. And using the nose ride really effectively to drop down into the wave. There's still a little bit of scoring potential here. Is he going to be able to get anything else? Strong surfing from Jonathan. If he could have stayed with that first wave, I think he'd be really in the mix. Live action over to our surfer in green, Amado, with a 3.67 for his first wave. So coming off the back of that one significant nose ride, but not as strong as Nicholas's wave, and he holds on a long 5, touches the 10, leans back into that 5 and goes into a roundhouse. I think he overcooked that roundhouse. I just think he needed to complete things there. He didn't really need to go so hard to hit the foam.
I agree with you on that. But did you see the way his toes, it was almost like a dance maneuver. His toes were just wrapped over, really curling and gripping onto the nose of that. And I think he probably was just pretty excited to have gotten that nose ride like that. And he's just coming off of that going, yeah, look at that. I got a really good nose ride. And you do. Sometimes you just get so pumped, you just forget to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, well, I think that's just going to hold that score back a fair amount, but it still will be significant. It's going to be bigger than his 3.67, and we got a score to come through for Jonathan as well. Here we go. Let's go down to that post-heat interview, Federico Nesti.
Thanks so much, team. Federico, you caught 2 waves in that heat. I mean, to plan that out and strategically plan that out, what was going through your mind? Walk us through that.
15 minutes, it's a really short time, and it's a long wave like this. It's really hard and really tough. But yeah, the strategy is always the same. Have fun and do my best. Lucky I got 2 waves. I rode it until the end and I made it.
Yeah, it seems like a really smart strategy for you. I know you surf again today, so we'll make this quick. Is that the same strategy you're going into the next heat?
Yeah, the strategy is always the same. Have fun and smile and do my best.
That's right. The surfer with the biggest smile is having the most fun and the best surfer. So, did you want to say anything back home to your fans in Italy?
Forza Italia, grazie a tutti quelli che mi stanno seguendo. Vi mando tanto amore, sono contento che mi state supportando e avanti così, Forza Italia.
All right, thanks so much. We'll let you get rested up for your next heat. Back to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff. The Italian from Pisa looking good, still going strong, a former European longboard champion as well. So he books himself a spot in the repercharge round 4. He's going to be getting ready for that heat coming up pretty soon. 7 minutes remaining, and as it stands right now, Amado Alvarado has moved up into first with a 4.2 for his last ride, adding to his 3.67, and Jonathan Amir is in second with a 4.93 and a 1.67, but Nicolas Garcia Andrade is sitting there in third with just 1 scoring ride, and Nicolas is the first priority. So Nicky Dora, as he's known, is going to have a chance to swing for this wave here. As you can see him paddling in on his John Garmendia board. The goofy footer straight to the nose. Risky nose ride. Is it going to pay off? It looks like he's still riding. He had to kind of shuffle out of that nose ride because it was so bouncy. But he sets himself up again for another 5. A little tight on the footwork there. And then walks back cleanly and now puts that board on rail. So now things really start to come alive for the Spaniard with a 5.83. This is going to be a fantastic backup wave, and already those 2 nose rides backed up by all of this open wall rail work made me think that this could well be up into the 5 range. Belinda, what do you think?
I think that if he can get another, and he does, I was just going to say, if he can connect that inside nose ride before he gets to the short break, I think that that's going to give him kind of what he's needing.
And a really good kick out the way he just got that last 5. You can see how close he is to the sea wall there. That is really radical, committed surfing to go into the 5 all the way to the very last moment, and just in time he projected his board up over the lip, and I think that could be a really important score and easily push him up into first.
Did you? Yeah, I completely agree with you. Did you see that wave of Sophie coming in? He rode it literally almost up to the stairs and then kicked out, and I said that was pretty hectic for you to ride your wave all the way pretty much in there. He's like, but 5 more feet out, he's like, it's just so much harder and so much more dangerous to be able to come in. So, I'm better off trying to ride it up into the sand. And,
sure.
And then I was talking to Sujin, and she just had so much sand in her eyes and sand in her ears and sand everywhere. She unfortunately just got tumbled and rumbled on that shore break. So that Freddy Krueger section is what I'm going to stick back to. People need to be really careful coming in and navigating that.
Here's the replay. Is this going to go higher than a 5.83? It's a great ride.
All right, we'll see. Quick nose ride off the top. Repositions himself, sees the nose ride, goes up for nose ride, leans into that hip to get that forward momentum. Again, just driving off this rail-to-rail cutbacks and turning. Again, nice engaging of the rail, trying to get back into the white water. Really beautiful surfing from our surfer from España. Again, hunting, he knows he needs to get a nose ride to bump this score up more, as he does. Really nice, locked in with style, beautiful kick out. So only hunting a 0.77, and then again, this is his 5.83, driving off the bottom, well overhead.
Yeah. Great risk as well on that opening nose ride.
This nose ride out here was beautiful. I really liked seeing that. For what's out there right now, to be able to get to the nose is really hard work. And, that rail grab kind of for survival surf right there.
I'm not sure his last ride was as strong as this 5.83. What do you think?
No, he got way more nose rides here, a little bit more critical positioning, a little bit cleaner turns.
Snarly.
In this wave than I think his last one.
Yes.
But again, my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we can have our opinions and we can talk about them. We can explain how we feel about the degree of difficulty, compare them to other rides, and it does come out lower at 5.43, but he's way out there in first. Nicolas Garcia Andrade from Salinas Asturias in northern Spain is out there in first, looking to book himself a spot in Repercharge men's round 4. Amado Alvarado from La Libertad is in second with a 4.2 and a 3.67. Jonathan Amir is in third from Israel. He needs a 2.94 to move up into second. And Junho Kim from Yangyang, Korea on the east coast there is in fourth, needing a 4.21 to move up into second. Now, he has got a score to tabulate to come through, so this could be important for our Korean, and they've had a fantastic run in the event. It was sad to see Sujin Park eliminated. She was really upset about that because she knew she had a good chance of getting through that heat.
Yeah, she was surfing so well. She just needed to back up.
Yeah,
that's it. And you know, and unfortunately, and that just goes to show that, you know, even the best sometimes just can't get what they need.
Yeah, and it goes to show how passionate she is, how much this means to her, how hard she has been working to get here, and how motivated she was. And there's a real great success for Asian surfing at this event. The Philippines are doing well, Korea doing well, Chinese Taipei doing well,
on fire.
Japan doing well, Thailand represented. So it's been really exciting as a 3.3 comes in for Junho Kim, meaning he moves up into third, and we get to appreciate this now on the replay.
This board right here just looks like it has so much rocker, but allows, you know, that lift for him to get up to the nose, and he's surfing it really well. Again, just driving off the bottom. This is his, I believe, his 3.67. Nice nose ride. Again, going in for that rail grab, but I think he kind of just pulled it up a little bit too much and pulled himself right into that wave.
Yeah, so it's not enough to go up into second, but he has now got the chance of going for a 4.2 to move up into second. And first priority is sitting with Amado Alvarado. Is he going to lose priority there? It looks like Surfer in third priority is up and riding, chasing a 2.94.
Oh.
Nice nose ride.
That was beautiful.
Cuts back.
Oh, the detail and the way he really leaned over that nose ride with control was beautiful.
Sets himself up again, locks a 5. Cross step stall turn. Looks behind.
Looks back.
Heading
Smart.
to the inside. Another 5. Right down. Low. Eyeing up the shore break. Standing tall. Giving the judges something to consider. Chasing a 2.94. Jonathan with a 4.93. 30 seconds remaining. Up and riding right now. Looking to replace a 3.67. It's Amado Alvarado with a cross step turn. He's still going. He's got a wall ahead of him. He needs to go pretty dynamic. There's the 5. Beautiful lift of the heel on the 5. Widens his stance. Sweeps that turn. Just carves away from the foam. Gets nice and tight on this wall here. It's going to get foamy. He's right through to the inside, but you know he's going to give it every little bit of energy all the way through to the shallow. So a score to come through for Amado Alvarado, looking to back up his 4.21 and improve on his 3.67. Jonathan Amir chasing a 2.94. I mean, we could say that Jonathan's going to get that score for sure, but it's about if
what Amado did.
Yes, whether he improves on his situation.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to improve at the minimum that 3.67, which was going to, you know, definitely make it a little bit more for Red, but that was a really well-surfed wave by Red.
Yeah, and I think due respect to Nicolas Garcia Andrade on your screen in blue there, from Salinas, a great community of surfers in northern Spain, hosts the Salinas Surf Festival, a great longboard event annually. His dad, Fernando, will be tuning in. His brother Martin is a really talented young longboarder, actually. I don't think it'll be long until Martin's on the world stage. That's a great result for Nicolas. He's going to for sure get himself through this heat. It's now down to this last 2 scores between Jonathan Amir from Israel and Amado Alvarado. We're expecting Jonathan to get the score he currently needs, but it will be a higher requirement if Amado replaces his backup score of a 3.67. I think if Jonathan gets like something in the 5+ range, he may well just squeak through. If it's in the 4s and Amado replaces his backup 3.67 with something also in the high 4s, I think it may well just go in Amado's favour. What's your feeling?
I really liked Surfer in Red. Yeah, Jonathan's wave.
Yeah,
I think it was really well. It was beautiful, you know. And so okay, you got a 4.2.
We're going to go for a short break, and we're going to find out if Amado gets the 4.93 he needs. He doesn't. It's a 3.93. Amado eliminated along with John Hoon Kim. But congratulations, Spain and Israel making it through. We'll be right back.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to men's repercharge round 3, heat number 6, the final heat of this round. Surfers advancing will go to men's repercharge round 4. Surfers in 3rd and 4th will be eliminated, carrying team points. It's Anthony Flores from Costa Rica, Carlos Escobar from Guatemala, Francisco Freitas from Portugal, and our surfer from Panama, Augustin Cedeno, the regular footer, surfing in white. Sitting up on his board, it's Anthony Flores riding Ricky Carroll surfboards. You got a nice chance to commentate on his previous heat. He was looking really good and lively, and he's from Jaco, which is a fantastic beachside community there on the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. He started surfing age 8, inspired by Chappie Bunch, who became a mentor for him. But it's Ricky Carroll boards he's riding now, and he's up and riding on that opening section to the nose, that wide stance, attacking it back up for a 5, holds that 5, comes charging out. Look at that drop knee bottom turn. That is absolutely vicious. That is like a full-on Kevin Misk Costa Rican style bottom turn with the drop knee there. Really good. I mean, you could just see the acceleration. He like literally moved through the gears and just engaged the clutch, and he was flying.
He was on.
That was nice to watch.
Yeah, that was entertaining.
I still here we go, live a little replay action. Francisco Freitas, what do you think of this from Portugal?
Lovely nose ride, really beautiful style. Again, just trying to drive around this whitewater section, see if it's going to open up for him. Again, nice footwork back up to 5. Not racing to get to the nose, which is lovely to see, but just nice timing.
Wow.
Clearly, really, has a good connection with his surfboard. Understands the length of it, how many steps it takes to get to the nose. So, again, just driving off the bottom, back up to another commentator's curse.
Yeah, I really respect the commitment to that touch of the 5 in that foam. Just before that wave got really slippery, but up and riding right now. It's Carlos Escobar for Guatemala. Stretches a 5, holds onto that nose ride, walks out of that nose ride. You can just see a big bouncy wall ahead. He's going to kind of drive off the bottom. He comes to the top, stalls it there, but unable to ride out of that turn. So we will get a wave scored for Carlos. We got a 2.83 for Anthony Flores and a 6 for Francisco Freitas' first ride, and a 4.17 to our Panamanian Augustin Cedeno.
Nice. Well surfed, the surfer, Francisco Prietas.
Yeah.
Yeah, really well deserved that 6. It was beautiful.
Solid, sure. And
yeah.
like you said, someone who really knows every dimension of his board, super comfortable with how many steps needed, where to put it, when to react.
Yeah, it's just honing your skill on your equipment. You know, it's you know, you hear a couple of people, oh yeah, you know, I just got a new board before I came here, and I'm like, you did what?
Well, like a completely new design.
I'm just like, yeah, like Ben, right? Like, yeah, I just designed this new swallowtail double scoop, you know, like it's still, we're just going to go surf in the World Longboard Championship. But I swear, like, I can surf on a door and still surf good.
Well, let's go down to the glass because Nicolas Garcia Andrade from Salinas in North Spain is down there with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, Sam. I'm down here with Nico, our Spain surfer. How are you feeling? I know that the entry getting into the water and out of the water was tricky. Did that play into your mindset paddling out?
No, I stay so calm before the heat, but it's so tricky condition. But well, good. I did my 100% and good.
Well, your 100% on those Jon Garmendia boards are looking amazing. How does it feel to have your teammate and your shaper on your team representing Spain?
Yeah, I started with Jon some months ago. I so comfortable with his surfboards, and I super good to stay in the Garmendia team.
Well, amazing surfing from you. Did you want to say anything back home to Spain?
Yeah, hola a todos los que están, gracias por verme a todos los que están viéndolo ahí en España. Un saludo a mis amigos de La Coruña, a los de Asturias, a los de Cádiz, a todo el mundo. Os quiero mucho. Un beso. Y a mis padres.
Great surfing and good luck in the next heat. Back up to you guys in the booth.
I love this.
Great stuff. A shout out to Karuna and Lucia, all the crew back home, his dad. Bezos kisses, looking good. Good looking guy as well, old Nicky there. One for the ladies, Belen.
Yes, he is
I think he's got
handsome.
cool style. Him and Piccolo are quite well up there on the leaderboard at the moment, I reckon.
Oh, it's funny. I'm sure you can go ask some of the young girls their opinions and take a poll if you need to.
I've been taking a poll on boards. I was counting how many skin dogs are being ridden. And the next thing I want to do is find out how many boards have been snapped. That would be interesting because I think at least 20 up and riding right now. Carlos Escobar stretching a 5, a little wide on the shoulder there. Cuts back, goes low. This wave is going to stand up once more if he can drop down into it. He's keeping a high line though, and so he will drop a second score. He's got a 5.77 for his opening wave. So he's right there in the mix, as we can just see now. Augustine up and riding, adding to his 4.17. Smooth setup. Finds the 5, touches that 5, walks away from it. And you can just see him poised, dealing with that foam. He doesn't want to grab the rail if possible. The judges are always massive fans of the use of grabbing the rail. They like to see you just being able to use your leg strength to trim through the sections. But he drives in and out of that. Nice last nose ride with a lot of control. He kicks out cleanly, and that's going to be a really good backup score. So all to play for. Francisco Freitas has got the highest scoring wave of the heat, but not far behind him with Carlos and Augustine. And it's now Anthony Flores who really needs to get lucky, as we can see Francisco on his second wave, locked in a 5, holding that nice 5 on his Luffy. Back to the tail, cutting back, just redirects, sets himself up high. Just staying poised into a sweeping turn, just rebounds a little bit off the foam. 7 minutes remaining. He's got a 6 for his first wave, the highest score so far. And now he just eyes up over his shoulder this inside, might get a touch of the 5, holds that 5, pulls in a quick 10 and walks out of that 10 and then kicks out coolly. This is measured and precise and really good surfing from Francisco, representing Portugal for the first time at an ISA longboard event outside of the junior division.
Oh.
Yes, he competed for Portugal in the juniors to win the junior longboard championships for the European level, but this is his first time in the international team.
Oh, good on him. As we see Surfer in Red, he'd be so happy right now and doing so well.
I love
Look at that.
setup. It's just
This is marshmallow or mushroom board?
Well, no, no, he doesn't use magic mushroom boards anymore. These are the Ricky Cows.
Oh, the Ricky Cows you were talking about. Sorry about that.
Yeah, he used to ride magic mushroom
Yeah.
boards, but he's still a fun guy to be with. So we can keep that joke alive all week, Berlin. But that driving bottom turn through the gears was absolutely incredible. I mean, clutch in and just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and just accelerating. this guy's on fire, but he still needs a little bit more of an open wall ahead. I think his surfing is there, but the wave shape has not been as conducive to get the scores compared to the rides that we've seen from Carlos, Augustine, and Francisco.
Yes, I agree with that. That last wave of Carlos Escobar, be interesting to see what's dropped, because that 5.77 is when he went up to do that re-entry and just kind of came off. Oh,
I'm still absolutely blown away by the acceleration Anthony Flores gets off that driving drop. It is absolutely phenomenal.
He's solid. He knows how to throw his weight into those bottom turns.
And it really is nice to see how functional the bottom turn can be to accelerate.
Oh,
to come off the bottom and power and set yourself up into the top half of the wave.
It's crazy because there's different bottom turns that you can use to either wipe speed off, accelerate, or, you know, just use to set your line for where you wanted to go. You know, you can do like a half face, you know, turn and go to the straight bottom, like all the way on a big wave, and then come up, you know, if it's like a little bit slower wave.
Yep.
Or like he is just driving off the bottom because he's seeing a lip or something coming towards him and he needs to get up and get that speed.
I think Francisco Freitas is the front runner here. I think he's going to drop a really good second score, and then I think it's really going to be a battle for second place. 4 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Carlos Escobar sitting out there with first priority, but all the remaining competitors are going to be out there pretty soon. You can just see on the screen you've got red at the back, you've got green sitting out there first, and I think that this is going to be a battle for second place with Francisco looking really safe and solid.
Yeah, Carlos, priority sitting out there. He's going to want to get rid of that 2.77 to really just kind of, you know, make sure he's solid. You know, with Francisco having that 6 though, and the backup score, again, he's pretty good. But if we can get Agustin or Anthony in red, you know, I was just gonna say they all can attain that 3.81, and then that just changed right there.
Yeah, such a range of styles as well. I'm just looking back as well over winners of ISA World Longboard Championships on the men's side, Kai Salas, Del Peros, Piccolos. I'm just thinking of Portuguese surfers. Have there been Portuguese surfers who have won? I'm looking back over the names: Salazar, Jeff Moyser, Michel Demont, Wayne Dean. I don't think a Portuguese longboarder has won the ISA World Longboard Championship. I think our good friend Aaron Hughes on the ISA team can check up on that and give us a little bit of information. But I think Portugal are yet to win an individual gold at the ISA World Longboard Championship. Could it be Francisco's year? Could it be Antonio Dantas? Do you think they can go all the way? Could they mix it up with the big guns, the likes of the Salases and the Skin Dogs, and the likes of the Johnny Van Hoyensteins? Or is this going to be a new name on the trophy? Is JR going to take the win? There's so many favorites.
You know what? There's so many incredible surfers, but the people that I'm a little bit nervous for are the people that are the dark horses that are going to really kind of blow up, like show up and blow up when it does drop down a little bit more. And I think it's going to come into, if I'm right, which I'm not, it's okay, when the more technical longboarding stuff comes when it gets a lot smaller.
Yeah.
You know, so that's going to be really interesting to see, you know, those that excel really well in bigger surf, how they navigate, you know, just that smaller surf and the more refined technical side of longboarding.
You can be right, but just don't go left. Because I just don't think you're going to get the score.
I don't think you're going to,
Maybe at low tide, if you just needed a 1, you'd get it. But certainly not through most of the
don't go
time.
left.
2 minutes remaining. Francisco Freitas drops a 5.73. We thought it was going to be strong, Berlin, and it is, and it puts him in a really commanding lead. It now means that Carlos Escobar is in second, needs a 5.97. Now this is important. It's that battle now for second between Augustine and Anthony. Anthony needs a 5.72, but we're still waiting for a score to drop for Anthony, so he may well move up into second or third. Augustine chasing a 4.28. Anthony paddling 1 minute 32 seconds straight to the 5, walks out of the 5, accelerates off that bottom turn. It's a smaller wave though. He top turns, walks back to the tail, and then uses that wider stance and gets nice and low. He's setting things up. This could be important if he needs to score. but if he really needed a bigger wave, it's going to be hard to know if this is going to give the scoring potential. But he's snaking back and forth. He's got a really unique and lively start.
It's like skateboarding.
It's nice to watch, isn't it? Yeah, there's a little bit of Alan Sarlo on the backside to it, isn't there? There's, of course, Alan is a regular footer, but there's elements of Alan Sarlo with the power and the drive, and that's a really nice drone clip, as you can just see him taking that wave all the way through to the inside, and he's going to have to keep his wits about him as that tide's high, and he's going to get safely out of the water with 35 seconds remaining and a nice opportunity for Augustine.
This is an important wave for him.
This is key. He's locked on the nose. He's arching.
He needs a 4.28.
Sweeping cutback. There was a lot of poise and control. It was a really accentuated, pronounced, solid maneuver. We have noticed already that the judges have been rewarding some of those longer fives when you've got that hold. And I really like this. I think this could be super important. So
I think this is his best wave so far.
I completely agree. Bearing in mind he's already carrying a fairly decent 4.27. And Francisco, he's up and riding. He walks out of that nose ride, cross steps out of that 5, sets himself up, a little sweep back, holds the 5 on the tip, on his Luffy. And all of the surfers have got something strong at the end here. I think Francisco is going to win this heat, or certainly get second, but who's going to get it through with him is all up for grabs, because now we're waiting for scores. It's a 5-1-0 for Francisco. Doesn't go into his top 2. Waiting for a score for Anthony Flores. He gets a 4.77 for his 3rd ride. So now Anthony Flores is chasing a 3.78 and Augustine Cedeno is chasing a 4.28. I think Augustine is going to take
Augustine?
Yeah. We're going to get to a commercial break. And
nail
we're going to
nail
find
biter.
out after the break who it's going to be. Stay with us. We think that Francisco is going to take the win. He may not. It may change. You'll find out real soon. We'll be right back.
Buenas tardes. Well, action here for day number 5 of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. We are going to be moving through to the next round of men's repercharge. Round number 4, heat number 1. As we see surfers coming in from the previous heat still. We're going to update you on the results from that previous heat. As Sam and Belen called, it will be Francisco Freitas moving through from Portugal first. And Augustin Cedeno of Panama manages to lock in a 4.60. He puts himself into 2nd place. Anthony Flores on screen there of Costa Rica walking away with 4th position, and Carlos Escobar from Guatemala in 3rd. So they will be eliminated, as you can see. Francisco Freitas walking back from the exit of the water. Team Portugal stoked to have him moving through this event. We will be seeing Antonio Dantes coming up in the next heat, but to the water live action, that was Sofia Gil, I believe, of Argentina. It could have been David. This is actually Surfiel now up and riding. Get the board and the rash guard confused. It's been a big day of competition. Standing tall, hood ornament 10 from Sergio Gil of Argentina on the outside section. Critical nose ride. Fantastic start to this heat from Sergio. As he cuts back here, he's looking for more scoring potential on the inside, as it looks like he gets another section to stand up for the 5. Another 10, holding that for an extended amount of time. Beautiful bottom turn, carving that board back to the whitewater. Has to grab his rail to ride out of that one. Great nose riding skills from Sergio. This heat is stacked. He's joined by Lucas Garrido Leca of Portugal and Taiki Mori, who dropped down from the main round of the men, alongside David Schiaffino representing Canada. My name is Bo Nixon, joined in the booth by Megan Godinez to call the next couple of heats as we are in the last round of men's competition for today's action. We're going to be running, I believe, 4 heats of this round.
And we'll get right back to it in the morning. Long marathon of competitions. Oh man, how's that wave from our surfer from Argentina? I mean, the hood ornament hang 10s. I want to see where this score goes. I mean, he really, in his post-heat interview, he really said he needed to get started early, and he's doing exactly that. As we see red up and riding, our surfer from Peru, Luca. Nice tap hang 5, working his way back into the inside. Trying to look for that wall to stand up. Is he going to create it? And he does. He finds it. Nice hood ornament hang 10. These little peaks are creating these moments for our surfers to get those hang 10s. And the surfers want to see that. That's what's going to get them into that really good, high excellence score that's going to help them advance into the next round. Beautiful, tight hang 5 as he makes his way, redirects left, looking for that wall to stand up again. Another beautiful hang 5, tap 10. Is he going to hit it and come down? And he does. Wow, what a beautiful. That was the first time I've seen someone complete a giant hit like that.
Especially after this high tide, as we see Taiki Mori of Japan up and riding, tight 10 as he carves that board back to the bottom of this wave. Great start from our surfer from Japan. And this has really been his game plan for the last few heats, is to get the bigger waves of the heat, show the judges that he can put together some nose rides and big turns on the outside section. As this wave stands up again, he takes a trip to the nose, just has to step back there, but up again, riding. As we see that white water there on the back of his board, whips that board back around for a cut back into the foam, drop knee turn. Back toward the whitewater again, setting things up for the inside. He gets a bit bumpy, he decides to kick out. But what a finish from Lucas Garrido of Peru.
Yeah, the way that he committed, and that's about 10 yards away from that giant wall. So for him to commit, he really wants to get to that next round.
Certainly does, as we're going to go down on the glass with the winner of the last heat of that men's round repercharge.
Thanks so much, team. Federico, you're going to be in heat number 6 of the next round, so you're not going to be surfing this afternoon. We just have heats 1 through 4. A fantastic performance. I mean, I'm going to ask Inish to translate, but Inish, can you just ask Federico how he prepared mentally for that heat with this really high tide and very bouncy waves?
O Sam quer saber como é que te preparaste mentalmente para isto, já que a maré estava muito cheia e as ondas estão todas aos saltos.
Preparei mentalmente, era para ganhar, para ajudar o meu país e estava tudo na cabeça. As ondas estão clean, estão limpas, a água está quente, então está fácil.
So he just said that the main thing was to think that he was representing his country and that he had to make us proud. And so he just had to find 2 clean waves and do his surfing and win the heat.
And you look so comfortable on your Luffy boards. I'd like to ask him, does he shape the boards with Luffy? Does he have some input to the designs of the boards? Because he looks really good on them.
Tens muito bom aspecto a surfar nas tuas pranchas. O Sam queria saber se tu dás algum input ao Luffy quando ele shapeia as pranchas, são feitas especialmente para ti com o teu feedback.
São feitas para mim, para o bom próprio surf. Esta aqui foi feita para mar grande e estou-me a adaptar excelentemente a ela. Obrigado.
Yeah, that's it. He does some input about how he feels, and he had this special board made for this kind of wave and bigger wave, and he's just adapting brilliantly.
Well, you're on a roll. Some messages in Portuguese for your fans at home?
Obrigado a todos pelo apoio. Eu sei que já é tarde, mas obrigado por tudo. Esta foi dedicada à minha família e a todos que me apoiam, à minha namorada. Obrigado. Obrigado, Tonecas.
Well done, Federico. Back to the action.
Thank you very much, Sam. Francisco Freitas moving forward from Portugal there into the next round of the men. He's going to be coming up, I don't think later today. I think he's going to be surfing in the morning tomorrow as we kickstart things. We do have 6 heats of this last round, the men's repercharge for today. As we see Surfiel Gill up and riding. He locked in a 7.67 for his last ride. Those 2 nice hang 10s he did in the pocket of the wave, so judges really rewarding that. Looked like he was trying to back that up again, Megs.
Yeah, it just gets a little bit too deep. That high tide is really filling in. It's already here, so that water is just kind of sticking in that area, making it a little harder for the surfers to get into the wave. So it's going to be really important, that stroke into the wave, standing up, maybe not choosing the highest line right now, especially with the wind. But he's going to get right back out there. He is in second priority, right behind David Schifino. So he will have another chance as long as the waves don't go silent.
Yes, that is so true. We see the wind kicking up a little bit more from that westerly direction. More of that cross shore. Still the faces of these waves nice and clean. We do hope we're going to have some more sets rolling through, as you mentioned, Megs. 7 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, so almost half the heat gone right now. Remember, 15-minute heats for these repercharge rounds. Surfers have to be quick to get their 2 scores. Judges looking for the best 2 waves ridden from each surfer, counting toward their maximum heat total. We're still waiting on scores for our surfer from Peru, Lucas Garrido Leca, and also Taiki Mori of Japan. As we see competitors deciding not to go on that wave. I think it was a good decision. And so I just look over my shoulder, it peaked up, Megs, and just disappeared into that deep water.
Yeah, and Lucas scoring, that score has dropped. It's a 7.10. So it bumps him up into second, and now he's looking for his backup scores as you see White, David for Canada riding on this wave.
Yeah, he used his priority to take this one. Bit of a turn under the lip there. Just gets caught by that white water, but rides out with control. He's getting low. Ends up just going down there. He's riding his own shapes. West Coast shapes, WSC. He shapes those back in Canada. Always, putting different designs to test in the waters of Canada as we see a large set rolling through, Megs. Are competitors in the right position, do you think, to get this one?
I think they are. I think if they swing, maybe. But again, we talked about maybe the sets not being the best ones. So they might even opt out to not even take it. We see green paddling, Sofia Aguirre for Argentina. Nice walk up to the nose. Trying to find that high line. He's dealing with some turbulence, and he does very well to do so. Again, very hard to navigate this going backhand, surfing not in his natural state of motion, wanting to go left. But, see, those big ones, it's just not forming for our surfers.
No, but that's going to really help his situation, backing up a 7.67. Some beautiful, critical nose rides on that outside section. Lucas Garrido from Peru locks in a 7.1, as you mentioned, as he's up and riding again. We saw him paddling, stroking into this one. He's wanting to back up that score, holding this 5 through the outside section as he makes his way onto the foamy section of this one, kind of midway out. On this break, he's back up on the nose here, holding that 5, really controlling that board through this bumpy face as we see him grabbing rail to ride out of that bottom turn and back again, walking up the board, waiting for things to set up. He's up on the nose, holding the 5 through this section. He's going to continue through, just holding it as he brings the board back to the inside section. Oh, I thought he was going to attack it again there, Megs.
Me too. I thought he really that section was really throaty. That could have been, if he didn't land it, or even if he did land it, depending on where he landed, it would have shot him out into the flats. And those are kind of the board breakers. So smart decision by him to just backing off on that wave.
David Schiaffino up and riding, stretching out for that 5. Getting around this section. Beautiful little cross step redirection there from David as we see him bringing his board back into the white water. Bit of a bumpy face to deal with out in front. Cross-stepping up toward the nose. He manages to get the 5, but that was a super critical section there, Megs. Bit of air getting under his board.
Yeah, that was a lot of speed as that wave started to catch a lot of momentum and a lot of water with it, and it got really thick, and it just kind of shot him out into that turbulent section, so he just goes down on the inside.
2.87 drops for that last ride of David. Judges quick to lock in that score. However, they're still deliberating on Surfiel's last couple of waves alongside Lucas Garrido's second scoring ride. And of course, Taiki Mori did have a wave earlier on in this heat, so judges still deliberating on that score. Taiki deciding not to go, letting Surfiel to take this one again up and for the 10. Gets a little bucked off on the top of that wave. I think that's why Taiki decided not to go.
Yeah, smart move by Taiki. And we saw that wave that judges are still deliberating on for Luca, our Peruvian surfer. He went for the middle one. He went for the smaller one. It wasn't that big, giant set. As we check on Surfiel Gil here, when he went down, that nose kind of looked like it went at him. So I hope he's okay. I hope he can regroup. He's still in the lead. We're still looking for that second score for him. So, and he is the only other surfer out there besides Taiki Mori, so he will get second priority.
Yeah, priority really important as we come under 3 minutes in this heat. Taiki Mori stroking to get into this one. He does manage to paddle into it. He's up and riding, but has to kick out really quick because he doesn't see much scoring opportunity down the line. He kicked out. He's going to be in second priority now. Surfiel Gil holding down first priority. Scores still waiting to drop for most of our competitors. Currently in the lead just with that one wave though, Surfiel Gil. I think he's going to back up that first wave score very nicely after the nose rides he did on his previous ride to that last one where we saw him fall. And of course, our Peruvian, Lucas Garrido, going to back up a 7.1. So some big scores dropping in men's repercharge round number 4, heat 1. See 2 minutes left on the clock. Thank you very much for tuning in wherever you're watching around the world. Whether you're watching on ISAsurf.org or on the Facebook or through YouTube. We really do appreciate you. You are watching the world's best longboarders compete here at El Sunzal. Coming down to sunset here in the late afternoon. A long, big, amazing day of action we've had, Megs.
Yeah, a lot of, we saw the women's main round. We also saw the repercharge. So I think what's really cool about the repercharge round and having the main round in the same day, it almost brings the fire out in the the surfers who are surfing in the repercharge round, because they get to surf that extra 5 minutes, that 20 minutes. So you've seen the surfers kind of starting to put a lot on the line, trying to make it through these rounds, especially the repercharge. This is their last chance. This will be their last debut for the ISA here in El Salvador. But we're only in repercharge round 4. So there is a lot of more rounds. We've seen a lot of surfers surf 3 times today.
Yeah, 3 times. As we see some scores starting to trickle in alongside a paddle on the inside. It is going to be David up and riding on this one. He's currently in that 4th position. He's going to need to better his situation to be able to mix it into the advancing position. As we see him walking up the board on this one, stretches out for the 5, holds that hang 5. You can see him watching the nose of that board, making sure it's not going to pearl as he brings it back toward the white water, sticking with this one through to the inside section. He wraps another cut back, bouncing off the foam and bounces him off as he goes through. 8 seconds left on the clock. Surfiel Gil manages to use his priority at the back. Are there going to be any more waves surfed from our surfers? I do wonder if Taiki was able to get another wave there. Still waiting on scores though, especially for Lucas Garrido's last wave. Surfiel Gil has 3 waves to lock in for his last rides. I have a feeling that David's last wave was not enough to be able to change the situation for him. Scores trickling in. A 6.73 for Lucas's second wave. puts him up into the lead ahead of Sofiel Gil. Sofiel Gil drops a 4.6 for his third wave. Still waiting on that last wave to drop from him. And Taiki Mori did get another wave, but not enough. 2.67, we see this bumpy, bucking Bronco on the wave.
Man, the way that he really tried to push that board down, I mean, it's kind of an ankle breaker there as he just regains gets the belly ride out into this was the last 18 seconds. This was more of his wave coming in as he checks his ankle to make sure it's okay. That airdrop was a little sketchy. I mean, to have your foot compress against a heavy board like that, that's not going to give way. Can get really, really sticky as we see this replay of our Canadian surfer, David Schifano, walking his way up to the nose, trying to find that nose ride, really trying to find that face. He finds it. It's really stretched 5. It's a little bit on the shoulder. He does get a moment of that critical section, rides out of that, just working his way onto the inside, just goes down as his rail gets into the water.
So that last ride for David, he was looking for a huge near excellent score, locks in a 3.83, not enough for him to move through. So it is going to be Lucas Garrido Leca taking the win in that last heat alongside Sofiel Gil in second place. We're going to be losing Taiki Mori of Japan and David Schiaffino to that round. As we see some scenes here of Sofiel Gil making his way in from that heat, hoping he's alright. He looks like he's managing to walk okay. And we are going to be right back with more action coming up in the next heat. Antonio Dantas and Stephen Newton alongside the local boy Henry Salinas of El Salvador. Don't go anywhere, more action coming right up after this short commercial break. Hello and welcome back to live action here. We are into heat number 2 of men's repercharge round number 4. We see Stephen Newton carving his board back to the white water here. You saw in his post-heat interviews he was really working on his rail game, sticking to that strategy, and you can just see that carve off the top. Beautiful surfing from Stephen Newton of the USA here. He's also going to get a nose ride through this inside section as he gets another quick run to the tip there. We'll see if he's able to ride out cleanly. He does, with a bit of steez as well, Megs.
Yeah, good campaign for our surfer from the USA, really wanting to make it through all the way to the finals.
Dorian Torres of Costa Rica, also in this heat, still opting to ride without a leash out there today. Tricky conditions, but he's used to riding with no leash, or always rides with no leash. I was talking to him the other day, and he said that I'm going to stick to what I know, and that's riding with no leash.
I mean, to each their own, you know. I would be really scared to lose my board because that water, there's no break between the wall and the water. It just goes water straight to wall. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting. You're gonna, you know, when someone doesn't wear a leash in the heat, I would think they would do a little safe surfing. But in the last couple of heats that he's been surfing, he's doing carving giant turns, really hanging at the top. But this surfer here in red, Antonio Dantas from Portugal, nice start to his campaign. just finding that middle one. It's not about how big that wave is, because those big ones aren't allowing any of the surfers to really connect into the inside. So good choice by him as he's making his way into the inside, finding this double up, really navigating that deep section as we talked about. We did hit high tide, so the tide will start to suck out, making it a little easier for the surfers, I believe, to find those double ups. Getting into this pupusa section. I don't know. It's not really pupusa section. It's more of a Freddy Krueger style, I think Belen was saying. But he does a great ride. And here, this surfer, our surfer in green from the USA, Stevie Newton. Beautiful carving turn. And I love when he turns, he doesn't really have to go all the way to the bottom until he has to. Like that wave right there, like that beautiful carving turn. Yeah, it's really just from top to bottom, really utilizing the entire wave. And that's what judges want to see. Using all of your board, all of the wave, finding those critical sections to do those maneuvers in. Good ride from him as he makes his way into the inside. Another hang 5 and a beautiful kick out. He is feeling steezy and he really likes that score. We see Blue up and riding. Our surfer from Costa Rica, nice hang 5, tight hang 5 out the back, little on the shoulder, just working his way, almost taking out a bird, it looked like. Or a turtle?
I think it was a turtle, actually.
Oh, a turtle.
Yeah, it looked like a turtle.
Oh, I forgot. El Salvador does have turtles.
Yeah,
Right.
I think he was just dodging a turtle there as he brings his way through to the inside. You can see him up on the nose again through this inside section and almost losing it, having to kick out there. Dorian Torres does well to control his board. So like you said, Megs, a bit out on the shoulder, maybe a bit of safe surfing.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wearing a leash, but also that wave was really hard for him to navigate because on the left, that white water was really coming at him. So maybe if he stalled a little bit more in the beginning, it could also be his board. His board is a little flatter, so it's creating this really drifty speed down the line, but he does a really good job at getting a nice hang 5 out the back.
He certainly does. The score is starting to come through for our surfers. Our surfer in red, Antonio Dantes, a 5.83 locks in for him as we see the local Henry Salinas up and riding. Has he identified a wave that's going to offer him any scoring potential? No. But Stephen Newton drops in a 7.33 for his first wave. Well deserved. A mix of great nose rides and carving maneuvers. Dorian Torres looking to get up on this ride. He does. He's up and riding. Quick 5 to start things off as he cuts this board back toward the white water. Just see one of the stickers peeling off the bottom of his board there as he walks again up to the nose. Does very well to control this board. You can see just how foamy it is. Gets on the toes. Does well to hang on to his board as he continues through this section, waiting for things to stand up on the inside. He realizes that he's going to get some more scoring potential. So he gets up to the nose, touch the nose of the 5. Again, holding it. Close hang 5 there. Really nice 10 through the inside section. Little airdrop there. He's going to jump off, grab his board, hold onto it really tight. We see local Henry Salinas, super critical nose right on his backhand to kick things off out the back. He has to grab his rail. He gets a huge little boost there from the whitewater. Puts him up into the air. Unfortunately, he goes down.
Wow, that backwash really starting to pick up now that that tide's sucking out. So is that water, and that water needs to go somewhere, and it's heading straight for the surfers as we saw Henry Salinas get fully bucked bronco on that wave.
And we're going to go down on the glass there with the winner of that last heat, Lucas Garrido.
Thanks so much, Team Lucas. You made it through to tomorrow. That was a real battle. You and Sufiel surfing fantastically. Congratulations. What was your mental approach going into that heat?
Thank you, Sam. My mental approach was just having fun. My whole focus in this event was to show my surfing and to enjoy. I haven't been in the ISA for 6 years, so I really wanted to be here with my friends, surfing good waves, and I'm happy that I could show a little bit of my surfing in that heat.
Well, you've definitely been showing it. And how much have you earned from having this 6-year break from international competition? What have you learned now working inside the surf media to now come back and represent Peru and hopefully go for gold?
It was actually a two years break because I was doing the longboard tour with the WSL. But this has helped me a lot because I've been shortboarding, surfing better waves, searching for barrels, enjoying other parts of my life. So I think now I'm a little bit more mature in my surfing, knowing my life. But in my surfing, I'm more mature. I know how to read the waves, and I'm a little bit less stressed when I surf. I'm a little bit more relaxed. When I was young, I was too strict with myself and my discipline and everything. And I think that this is working better.
You're looking amazing. I'm sure you've got some great messages in Spanish for everyone tuning in at home in Peru.
Sí, bueno, saludar a toda la gente que me está viendo. Perdón por los nervios en la mañana, lo di todo. Estamos acá en verdad esforzándonos al máximo. Saludos a la gente de Surfing. Me quería poner la gorrita ahora, pero cruzar por las piedras iba a arriesgar un poquito mi vida. Así que los saludo a todos, gracias ahí por bancarme en Lima. Y saludos también a mi tío Pancho que me enseñó a correr. Así que nada, gracias por meterme este lindo deporte.
Great stuff, Lucas. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks very much, Sam. Lucas there getting the win, moving on through. Cool scenes down on the beach, Megs. Bit of football, soccer, however you like to call it, wherever you are from.
Fun little river soccer game going on as the tide comes in. Cool little town. You can see the town of El Tunco, that fun little restaurant.
La Bocana.
La Bocana. We got our beach announcer, actually, Ben Way. I'm pretty sure he'll be playing there. If not tomorrow, he'll be DJing. So check that out for sure if you're in the area.
Beautiful scenes here. Sunset on the Pacific coast here, El Salvador. You can see the beautiful scenes here. That sun setting in the background. Our athletes area to the right. Our water patrol team. This is with the media are in that wooden building there. You can see the cabanas there, all the athletes, the tower there, flags flying from all the 44 nations here represented at this year's ISA World Longboard Championship. As we take a move through where the judges are up on top there. We're up there somewhere, quick wave. As we see some athletes there down by Caillou next to Las Olas, and then moving to Casa de Mar. The beautiful scenes here. The opening ceremony held just to the left-hand side in the stadium there. Lazing by the pool. Great view of the action from that hotel right on the edge of the surf break.
That pool has gotten a lot of champions dunked in there. Every time someone wins their heat or wins the contest, whether it was the WSL contest or the ISAs, that's the pool, the championship pool right there. That pool, I've seen so many people get thrown in after winning a medal or a trophy.
That is so cool. We look forward to seeing those scenes later on this week. Crowning champions on Thursday, local time. As we turn our attention back to the water here. 3 minutes left in heat number 2. Stephen Newton backed up his 7.33 with a 4.67, so he's currently in the lead. Dorian Torres looking in a pair of 4-point rides, a 4.5, a 4.1 in second. Antonio Dantes just with a single wave score, a 5.83 out the water at the moment. And Henry Salinas, he had that 2.27, but really needs to get a good score on the board with 2.5 minutes left, looking for a 6.33 to move into advancing position. Only a small score needed from our Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, we see some sets rolling out from the back. We only got 2 minutes left, so surfers are going to get busy. It is going to be that wave is starting to get really thick. So as we see our surfer from Portugal, Antonio Dantes, working his way up to the nose. He was sitting a little deep, but he does very well to redirect this wave, taking his time. Nice footwork there, really transitioning his way. Beautiful hang 5 for a tighter hang 5. Swooping car back. This wave really starting to clean up for him. He's going to want to redirect back left just to get into this inside here. He has a look back to see if his competitors have caught any waves. Beautiful wave. He's riding left. You haven't seen a lot of nose rides going left so far in this competition. But he redirects back right towards El Tunco. Almost gets the nose under. He gets the nose completely underwater. Regains it, steps his back foot, and then taps for a 10. Wow, what a beautiful backup score. I'm going to say it's going to be better than his 5.83.
Oh, it's definitely going to enhance his situation currently in the water. in that third place as we see Henry Salinas, the local El Salvadorian surfer, up and riding, cross-stepping his way up to the nose. Gets another 2 steps to reach up for the 5. Great looking wave here. It's a bigger wave standing up for him. So he's managed to find something that's going to offer him more scoring potential as he steps up again, holding that 5 right through that section, stepping back, carving his longboard back toward the whitewater here, setting up again for what could be another nose ride. Out here a little bit away from the shoulder, so he's going to fall off the back of this wave. He was looking for a 6.33, although that situation is going to change. Stephen Newton up as well with 30 seconds left, touching the nose, driving that board back to the pocket. Great cut back there from Stephen as he rebounds off the foam. And again, stepping back, a powerful carve into the pocket. And he's going to stick with this one, just maneuvering his board back toward the left there to stay close to this whitewater. You see he wants to try and link it through to try and get something else on the inside, having to weave his board. His legs are burning. It's a long wave. A long wave. It could be up to an 800-meter ride on its day. As we see Dorian Torres as well, all 4 surfers getting a ride in the last few minutes of this heat. Beautiful drop knee cut back for Dorian as we see him working his board through this section, watching for something and waiting for it to stand up. He does get another nose ride on the inside of 10. He holds it. Extended critical nose ride there from Dorian as he carves his board back toward the whitewater. He needs to throw everything at this because Antonio's going to lock in a good score for his last ride. And he's going to try and finish this one off cleanly on the inside section. Beautiful carve there. Little bunny hop. Jumps down, gets his board. Wow. The control he has out there is amazing. Maybe a little bit disappointed, but I don't think he should be disappointed just yet. Scores waiting from all surfers to come in. As we see beautiful scenes here, sun setting in El Salvador.
Man,
light.
that sun hits different. I remember surfing here yesterday, and a local drone filmer got me surfing, and it was one of the best shots I've ever gotten in my life. And I wasn't doing anything fancy. I was just making sure I was surviving because the waves were kind of big. But the sunset in the backdrop was absolutely gorgeous. Look at that landscape right there. I mean, does it get better than this?
I don't think it does, Megs. This is just perfection. It's exactly what you want when you take a surf trip down to El Salvador. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with the results of that last heat. We're going to bring in Sam and Belen to call the final 2 heats of today's action. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, Longboard fans. Thanks for staying with us as we move into the 3rd heat of this 4th round of repercharge. And we have just seen Antonio Dantas take the win on that last ride. He beat Steve Newton to 2nd, and Dorian Torres will be eliminated along with Henry Salinas. But right now it's heat number 3, repercharge 4. Rafael Cortez, Nacho Pinatero, Clinton Guest from Australia, and Lucas Yuen from Chinese Taipei. I'm Sam Bleakley back in the booth for the final couple of heats with Belen Alvarez Kimball as that sun starts to set and you just get a beautiful golden hue to the beautiful landscape of El Salvador as this place really has brought to life this third back-to-back edition of the ISA World Longboard Championship here at Sunzal. It's been a pleasure to be here. We've seen some world-class longboarding today in waves that most competitors have said have been some of the best they've competed in. Yes, the last 2 hours it's got a little bit bouncy, but certainly from 6 a.m. through to about 2, it was absolutely perfect. It's been a joy to call it. Yes, it's been a long day. I have to apologize to Francisco Freitas. I was calling him Frederico for the entire post-heat interview.
Oh, he would have loved it.
Pretty embarrassing, and he did correct me at the end. I apologize, Francisco, but your teammate Antonio Dantas has just taken the win for Portugal, and here's the replay of Lucas Yuen with his first ride, comes in at a 5.5 minute.
What a great score for an opening ride. You know, that's really solid, considering the fact some people were barely getting a couple threes and stuff. So this is beautiful surfing. He's on a mission. He feels, you know, having surfed only about an hour ago.
Yep.
So he'd be still pretty on point up to this 5. Again, really nice locked in. You can just see the adjustment of when they do get that nice 5. Their body language starts to kind of ease off. As you can see, again, just nice, you know, weaving, looking for that line as he connects to that inside. And no one is touching the Freddy Krueger section right now. As we see, this is Rafael Cortez from Chile. Beautiful 5, still holding that nice, you know, pulled that foot right back to kind of try to slow down a little bit.
Wow.
And then merge right through a nice, you know, nice re-entry into that white water. Read that well, had the nose of that board right up over the white water, didn't pick it through.
Good variety.
Yeah, very, very good flair and variety. Some nice flavor, as we call that.
Yep.
Again, back up to the 5. Again, nice driving off of that 5. Got a little bit bumpy there, and he did so well to navigate the little crunchy section inside there. And then again, steezy back to the nose with this inside.
What
and
a wave.
Out.
That for sure, for me, in my eyes, is going to get the best of the exchange. That was incredible. I love the way he steered from the front part of the board to redirect, but then used the foam to really accelerate. I think that demonstrated near excellent range surfing, variety, creativity, in the pocket, critical. He gets a 7 for his opening score.
Well rewarded.
Yeah, waiting for scores to come through for White. Comes in at a 5.5. So Lucas Yuen has got a good start, but Rafael Cortez has got the better start. And now a 2.67 comes in for Ignacio Pinitero for Team Uruguay, known around the longboard world as Nacho, a fantastic personality, and also on the ISA Athletes Commission, along with 7 other athletes representing surfers at the executive level of sport-based decisions. So really now being a voice for longboarding globally, and I think that he can really thrive in that position alongside his competitive surfing, with Clinton Guest up and riding. Originally from Noosa, spent a lot of his time also down at Burley. Likes to ride Mitch Sermon boards, but this time on his Skin Dog double scoop. 5 times Australian longboard and logger champion, and looking really dynamic here once again.
He's looking very happy in this bigger surf. His board is surfing so well under his feet. He was riding different boards last year, again up to a 5. Really beautiful transitions between maneuvers, you know, just lovely arching cutback. Oh goodness.
That's amazing the way he just fitted in that last maneuver and just gave it some space and some essence, and then kicked out cleanly as Nacho answers back. And this is a really great exchange between all 4 surfers. Nacho in and out of a nice nose ride, back up for another. He's so quick and tight with his arcs. He comes out of those nose rides and hooks it back right into the pocket on his single fin. New Advance rider, of course. New Advance, the biggest surfboard factory in South America, based in Brazil. Out of a nose ride again, and this is really strong for Nacho. What do you think?
He's staying so incredibly busy. You know, he comes off his bot. Oh.
That was an awkward end to a very good ride, but I think a lot of the significant scoring would have already happened. So he's going to add to his 2.67, and I think we're going to get a really strong score for Clinton. Bearing in mind, Rafael has dropped to 7. I have a feeling that Clinton's wave could rival that or go higher. Someone who went really well in that last heat, getting the win on the last exchange. It's Antonio Dantas from São Pedro Estoril, Lisbon.
That's right. Thanks, Sam. You got the win on that last wave in your heat. Congratulations, moving through to the next round. How do you feel after the surfing you've done today?
I feel tired, but happy and glad that I made it through and that I did what I had to do. Yeah, it was good. Feel good. Tomorrow. Let's go.
Let's go. That's right, exactly. What was it like transitioning from the 20-minute heats from the main round back to a shorter heat of 15 minutes?
More stressful for sure. 20 minutes is already very little time here on this wave. 15, even more. But I feel good. I did what I had to do. Started early and finished late, but it's good. It was good. It was good.
And what's the plan for this evening? Are you just going to rest?
Yeah, rest, watch the replay of the heats, see what the scoring of the judges is, because it seems like I didn't understand it very well yet. But yeah, I'm ready for tomorrow, stoked, excited. I have some tricks under the sleeve, so I think I'm going to be good. Let's go.
Team Portugal looking really strong. Any final words that you'd like to say to friends and family back home?
Yeah, obrigado a todos pelo apoio. O hit do GG e do Rogério e do japonês não correu como eu queria, mas estamos fortes, estamos motivados e bora, ainda não acabou. Vamos embora. Eu quero agradecer ao Luffy pelas tábuas mágicas, quero agradecer à Janga, ao Johnny Surf Store, à Devoted pelo material. Estamos juntos, Surfing Club, Cascais, bora. Portugal, caralho.
Obrigado, Antonio. Back to you in the booth.
Well, starting early, finishing late, that sounds like a long day. He's been working hard and looking good and looking cool, and he's really, really pumped, and that's great to see. He's a world-class longboarder. I'd love to see him getting the results he deserves as we wait for this last score to come through for Clinton Guest, but Rafael Cortez on his second ride to back up a 7 as Clinton Guest drops a 7.27. We did think it would come out slightly higher, and it has, and now Rafael has a chance to add to that 7 with some nice snaking turns. Things getting a little bit glassy as we move into the evening. He's got to get a nice wall here ahead of him. There it is, stalls it, sets himself up with the 5. Touches that 5, not driving through that section on the nose, but walking away out of that nose ride to come around the foam and then climb high, climb low and cut back. And now he moves right through to the inside on his bright coloured surfboard here, looking lively, and then stalls it 2 steps, might find a touch of the 5, locks a bit longer on that nose ride, and then just repositions his feet and does a really nice cutback way onto the inside shallows there. Dangerous territory to be ending your ride, but up and riding right now is Clinton with a 10 and a lift, and walks out of that and drops down, and I love the patience. And that is an absolutely text mark down carve to low bottom turn, and the way he's just poised in the middle, not overworking any single ounce of energy, just doing exactly what he needs to do at the right moment, back on rail, and then setting up the stool to find the 5 and holding in for a long 5 and then running out of that nose ride and kicking out. Brilliant. That was absolutely perfect. Considering the shape of that wave, the lines he took were textbook.
He found lines that were meant to be ridden and did exactly what he needed to. Look at this color. This is what you see like paintings.
It's
you walk in,
beautiful.
Beautiful. The mist, the colors, the sunsets. This is when you go sit and have a nice glass of wine with someone special and just enjoy the beautiful colors right here. Look at this landscape. It is absolutely magic, and so much old history here as well.
Mayan history.
Yeah, beautiful.
Volcanic landscape. For me, that'd be a nice ice cold Pilsner, maybe 3 pupusas with some cold sore.
Oh yeah.
Just enjoying watching the view. I mean, that really is incredible. And this is the first day we've run this late, so we haven't had the opportunity to broadcast these sunset colors to the world, because we've normally finished by now, so you really get to appreciate how special this moment is as you move into that late afternoon night. This is a really lovely moment to go for your evening session. We get that sparkly light, all golden, when you look up towards El Zonte and you can see those sets coming down the coast. It really is absolutely breathtaking.
It is beautiful, and the lovely thing about these afternoons is the glass off.
Yep.
You get the West Coast afternoon glass offs for the most part. Look at this.
Thinking that Clinton If he's got a 7.27 for that last ride, I'm going to put my neck on the line. It may well get chopped off, but I think there's got to be excellent range. I just couldn't see anything more he could have done. And what I really appreciated then was just the pacing of everything, the way he never over-rushed or over-shuffled or over-cluttered. And he stayed confident wherever he stood on the board after each maneuver. He just kept that pace going. And there was a few moments where he stood tall, trimming in the middle of the board, and I really respected that. And then just at the right moment, back to the tail, engaging the rail, coming back up for the nose. It really was minimalist, but also filled with all of the right angles. I think it's going to be excellent range. I think the judges are going to be really excited by that ride.
I think they will appreciate the technical, the beauty, and the fluidity of those maneuvers. They have really been taking their time to deliver the scores because they are looking over everything.
This is the third time that Clinton has surfed today.
Yes.
So he's been a busy man.
He has been a very busy man and exhausted. It's not him being exhausted, but it is exhausting. You see the boys that have just come in from some of these previous heats, and they are just, their chests are coming in and out. They're tired. It's hot, and they're surfing so well. Look at this surfer, Enrique Rafael.
So he's looking to replace a 4.93. This wave a little bit peaky and bouncy. You could just see the surfers for the last heat in position out back. He's moving through to the inside. Nice 5. Rebounds off the foam. He's still got some scoring potential on the inside here with a cross step turn. And then this really starting to stand up in the shore break, but it's not going to give him a chance to get another nose ride. So may well not replace that 4.93 and improve his situation. And with 1 minute 15 seconds, it's unlikely he's going to have a chance to get all the way back out to the takeoff spot. He may be lucky and find a wave that he can shoulder hop on the way out, but now it's going to come down to how significant this score is for Clinton Guest. We're expecting it to put him in a really solid first place. Rafael will then probably go into second, and it'll mean that Nacho is chasing a score. Wow! Straight to the tip, and then leaning forward on that nose ride. That wouldn't have been a significant wave shape to continue on anyway. You can see how that wave really losing its scoring potential. And then also Lucas looking for that backup wave. So he's got a 5.5. He's sitting out there with first priority, being super patient. And there's fingers crossed, there's a possibility he's going to get one last chance. He won't know what score he'll need, but he'll certainly give it everything. And you could just see he's way deep there. So he certainly was too deep to catch this first wave of the set. It's quite a peaky set. It's breaking quite wide as Nacho goes for a 5. Drives out of that nose ride. Things get steep here. Comes off the bottom, off the top. He's got a 5.23, looking to replace a 2.6. What do you think of this, Berlin?
I was just going to say, he needs to replace that 2.6 because when Clinton's score drops, it's going to change his needs as well as, I wonder if the big man was up before that. Our surfer in green, again, still waiting for his second wave, but beautiful surfing.
Nice. Clinton locked in the nose there, and it comes in a 6.83. So that's interesting. We really like that. I thought that would be excellent range because of the lines, the really nice nose ride early on and the creativity of the lines. I felt like he covered a lot of ground and demonstrated a real use of all of the board and all of the wave, but it does put him in a strong first place, and it looks like Lucas is up and riding, but it may well have been just after the buzzer, as we can get to see the afternoon, evening light just golden silhouetting Lucas there, but it won't count that last score for Lucas Yuen, so he will be eliminated, as most likely will Nacho Pinatero, chasing a 6.71. He gets a 3.9 for his last wave. So Clinton Guest takes the win. Rafael Cortez in second. Clinton has been on fire as this landscape has really lit up, and he's going to be absolutely delighted, Berlin.
He'd be so happy for himself. He was pretty devastated last year when he missed out down to the wire of catching the wave that he needed to get in order to advance. So it was quite heart-wrenching for him last year, so I'm really happy for him. He's such a great surfer. He's a great human. and an awesome father, and does so much for the community. So good on you, Clint. Super happy, and congratulations, Rafael. Buen surfiendo.
Well done. We're going to have a short break. We got coming up next Julian Schweizer, Jose Manuel Bosa, Federico Nesti, and Tom Breen for the last heat of the day.
Nos vestimos para una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to the last heat of the day. It's heat number 4 of men's repercharge, round 4. Federico Nesti from Italy up to the tip, gets a quick tight 5, pulls those ankles real near, stretches them out, walks back to the tail, and he's got a busy quick start here as he just crouches low, looking to drive round back to the open face, surfing against Julian Schweizer, Jose Manuel Bosa, and Tom Breen. Federico Nesti, again, one of those surfers who's already surfed a couple of times today as he sets himself through this foam, staying nice and poised on the backside there, just eyeing up the lip over his shoulder. Cross steps forward, finds a 5, holds that 5, walks out, and then probably going to see him pop up and flick his hair away. There he is, Federico Nesti with the first score on the board. A 3.33 already for Julian Schweizer. Up and riding right now is the Irishman Tom Breen on his Skin Dog double scoop into a 5. Walks out of the nose ride, but bounced off of that one as Jose Manuel Bosa from Chile hits the 5, holds the 5, shuffles back, widens his stance, rail grab, little bounce off the wall, the foam, and now things going to get difficult to connect through to the inside, but all 4 surfers have got a pretty busy start. I think Federico maybe got the best of that exchange just from the clips that we saw.
Yeah, I feel the same. I didn't see Julian's first wave, so but yeah, I have to see, you know, what the out of those two we just were able to see.
Sure, 3.33 for Julian's first wave. Tom Breen a 3. Nice nose ride. Unfortunately takes a fall. Federico Nesti waiting for the score for Nesti. So there was a little wave previous to that, but I think that Nesti's going to get the best of the exchange. Jose Manuel Bosa waiting for that score to come through as well. 11 minutes remaining. All of these surfers have seen a lot of energy in action today. Tom Breen, a fantastic battle to stay in the event. Unfortunately losing his teammate Sky Sakalax earlier today. Sky has been a great performer, the 18-year-old coming in strong and demonstrating the rich talent pool of Irish surfing.
Yeah, they're such proud, happy-go-lucky people. You know, such great surfing for this event.
Yep.
And seeing the camaraderie between the English, the Irish, and it's really beautiful. You guys all cheer each other and champion each other on. It's really lovely.
So Jose Manuel Bosa gets a 4.77. Federico Nesti waiting to get a score. Could well move up into first. A little bit of an oily section there ahead, and look at that golden light heading up the coast. That is absolutely breathtaking. It takes your breath away. I mean, you can really see how dramatic and cliff-lined that coast gets towards El Zonte. And for hiking and walking, you can really see the potential to appreciate this area. I mean, if you're into mountain biking, there must be huge opportunities to develop mountain bike trails along that coastline, and some of the swimming in those coves during the the slow season for swell. We're moving down into the south swell season now, where this coast is pretty lively and not the safest to swim at some of these spots, but between October and March, you get really settled. You get very small, clear water as we continue day 5 of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship, knowing that between the 5th and 14th of September we have the ISA World Surfing Games to look forward to at La Bocana here down in El Salvador. So that is the peaky A-frame left and right, just the other side of the El Tunco Rock, as this drone clip really looks up towards the sunset, heading up the coast towards the area of El Zonte, where you have a high concentration of waves, and you can take that coast road all the way up there. It's only a half an hour drive from El Tunco, and somebody who's got a golden smile on their face, I am sure it is Clinton Guest. He just put on another masterclass and he's on the glass.
He put together, you were first in the water this morning, almost last out this afternoon. How's it feeling after a full day of action?
Yeah, surfing 3 times today. It's definitely a big effort, but that's why we put the work in. We know coming here you got to surf 3-4 times in a day. So yeah, just really happy with how today panned out. Yeah, really good.
I know you looked really good out there, looking really comfortable. You're riding a skin dog at the moment. Tell us how it feels out there in the waves.
Yeah, I got the skin dog after coming here last year, seeing that board really perform, made me want to get one, and yeah, I've had it for a year now, and it feels really good in the chop and bump. You can get the nose rides and really stable and slashy on the rail, so yeah, really happy with that board right now.
I know your family are watching at home. Any words for them?
Yeah, good morning. Love you all so much. Bonnie, Blossom, can't wait to get home to you, but Dad's got a bit more work to do. And one last thing, I just want to shout out to my OG coach, mentor, Mark McNamara, passed away 10 years ago. Thinking of you, doing it for you, brother. Let's go.
Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you very much, Clinton. We look forward to up in the rounds tomorrow.
Let's do it.
Back to you on the glass.
True gentleman. A big shout out to his wife Victoria as well, home with the kids, and always been inspired by surfing. But watch out, this is one of the new kids on the block. It's Tom Breen bringing the sheen for Team Island, putting in that drop knee turn. Beautiful power approach through those turns from Tom, setting himself up into the inside. Can he get the composure to get a nose ride? There's a 5, speeds through that nose ride, and look at the size of that pupusa section, exploding as we can see. Ruby Knox giving it the full Irish vibes. They are absolutely delighted about that.
Oh, mercy. And, you know, I'm pretty confident and comfortable to say that's going to be better than the 3. And only needing 1.78. But how's the vibes in that? I told you guys, between England and Ireland and Costa Rica, you put all 3 of you together, I think you'd knock this whole city down with that energy.
So 477, Jose Manuel Bosa gets the best of that first exchange. I thought Federico Nesti may well get the edge, but he didn't. Comes down at the 350. Tom Breen, he's got a 3, and he's now going to add to that 3. Now, we saw the back half of that ride, and it looked fast and lively. He ended in style. I mean, the commitment to that nose ride through the pupusa section was world class. So we're expecting something good for Tom. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. He's done well to get a second backup wave, so he must have really earned his opportunity there. So is there going to be a chance for another set for all of the surfers? We've got 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. It's the last heat of the day. Still have 2 heats to go in this repercharge round 4, but this will be all we'll do today because we'll be running out of light, and it's been a stellar effort from all of the team. I want to say a massive thank you on air to everybody who's contributed, from the lifeguards, from all of the catering, from all of the event security, from the ISA team, from the Surf City El Salvador team, from the Action Sports Production broadcast team, bringing you these incredible live images. It really has been a stellar effort. We went from very early this morning. It's been a long day, and we're still going and up and riding right now. It's Federico Nesti straight to a 5. Walks out of that 5. Breen drops a 6.67, so he's right back up to the top as Nesty is now chasing a 1.28 just to move up into second. He's going to get that on this wave. He's holding on for a long 5, walking back to the tail. And look at the silk and the rooster tail of spray that he threw on that cutback, and then again arcing it back all icy smooth and staying nice and poised, low, eyeing up over his shoulder. This is going to be a good one, Belén.
Oh, this was so beautifully surfed. He just anything and everything in that whole repertoire. Beautiful nose rides, nice rail to rail engaging maneuvers, not overcooking anything, not just doing what the wave was offering with such beautiful style.
Gemma Gillespie, Ruby Knox, Sky Sakalax and Gavin. That is Team Ireland represented there, and they have just heard that Tom Breen, their man, has dropped to 6.67, so he's in first. He's adding that to his 3. He's paddling out for more. He's really going to want to have the opportunity to improve on his backup 3, because any one of these surfers could get something in the excellent range in the last 3 minutes, 30 seconds. As Julian Schweizer turns, he's got a high line. He's got a 3-3 straight forward into a 5. Holds that 5. Takes that high line. Just about hangs in there. I thought he was going to lose it, but he didn't. He gets a second 5 on his Piccolo Clemente board, and then just widens his stance. Little shampoo and conditioner there. Washes that off. Goes low, and now he's going to wire up the inside, Belén. He's going to really look for a chance to pounce on the tip.
I've really enjoyed watching him surf. He's got really clean style, and when he nose rides, it's in the pocket. He doesn't rush his maneuvers, and he's been for me. I've really enjoyed getting a chance to know his surfing throughout this event.
Wow, so that's a good score coming through for Schweizer, but right now it's Jose Manuel Bosa up and riding with a 4.77 to his name, and this is really strong. A little bit stuck in some of those nose rides, backs it up with a nice turn, but unable to ride through to the inside. Julian Schweizer needs a 4.34 to move up into second. This is going to be a difficult one to catch, but he's got it. Tom Breen, really nice tight footwork all the way to a soul arch tight 5. He just needs to keep his composure through the bouncy part of this wave. We know that he's got the muscle. Now has he got the poise? There's the drop knee turn, and then just takes it out of the drop knee and goes into the down carve. So he's given himself the chance to replace that 3.0, and here's another drop knee turn, and then he just sets himself up coolly with a stall, holds that tip time there. Unfortunately, just nose dives at the end. He's frustrated and feeling a little bit negative about that, but I do think he may well replace his 3.0.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that's going to replace the 3.0. Is it going to go as high as like a 5 or a 6? I don't think so, but I definitely think it's going to replace. I think be probably in the upper 3s, maybe middle 4s.
Now, if you're in a paddle battle, I wouldn't recommend getting in one with Tom Breen, because he's got a surf life-saving pedigree, and he really is a quick paddler. So he's going to scramble out for a little bit more, I think, and hope that he could shoulder hop something in the last minute, 10 seconds. Will he improve on his backup 3? We're waiting now for a score for Julian Schweizer. Jose's score comes in at a 2.9, so it really doesn't help his situation that well. He's still sitting in second, but I think that Julian Schweizer could well move up into second when he drops his score, chasing a 4.35.
I think the only thing that might slightly hinder Tom's surfing score is on a couple of those turns. He did kind of catch a little bit, just a little bit. So, that's the only, obviously, and at the end falling, but we'll see how critical that becomes into that score.
Well, there's a good opportunity now with 30 seconds remaining for Nesty and Bosa to get a wave. Nesty's got a gorgeous wall ahead. He's going to have to scrap to get into this one. He's up. He's driving down this overhead section, and the foam just absolutely swallowed him whole then. So he's off. He's down. He's not going to get the 3.94 that he needs. And Bosa is going to take the risk and get this foamy wave. Is it even going to allow him to get out on the open face? He's up and riding. This will count. He nearly ran over Federico Nesti. As we can see Tom Breen on the inside. He's up and... Oh, that's Julian Schweizer on the inside, up and riding. Schweizer drops a 4.77. And as it stands right now, it looks as if Tom Breen will make it through to repercharge round 4. Because, but Jose Manuel Boza's out in the open face. So this is really interesting because now the judges have to consider... Oh my gosh, he pulled into the pupusa section. That was incredible.
That was pupusa with a lot of hot salsa on that. That was so dangerous.
So
actually, it's probably the safest place you could be is in the barrel in that shore.
Wow. Okay, now, thinking about this, he took off in the foam. There was a lot of downtime. Gemma Gillespie stoked, Sky Sakalax is stoked, Ruby Knox is stoked, Gavin is stoked. They think that he's done it, but are we waiting for a score for Jose? I'm not seeing any score waiting to come up for Jose. Maybe he stood up.
I think he probably stood up
after the hoot. So that means that Tom Breen has just got through an absolutely mind-blowing stat.
It said it. Wins by 3.10.
Julian Schweizer takes second. Jose Manuel Boza is eliminated. Federico Nesti, the Italian stallion, all style, has been a standout.
It has been so beautiful getting the opportunity to watch him surf. Such a gentleman when I've been doing sidelines. So, molto grazie, Federico, for being such a gentleman.
And you know what he'll now do
surfing.
is he'll have the opportunity now to support his teammate Ginger Kaimi. So Blue did have this wave, took that roll in off the white water, but did he ended up hanging in? Is he going to get out on the open face? What's going to happen next?
Goes down.
Is this where he pulls in?
This is where he pulls inside.
Okay, let's appreciate this because there's not many people who get to look fully inside the inner workings of the pupusa section. Here he goes.
Wow.
You should get pupusas for life from Al Tunco for that. That was brave and strong.
That was hectic.
Who would have thought? Due respect, Tom, I mean, it all came down to that 6.67. He really muscled in and got that incredible long nose ride on that last inside wall. Julian Schweizer stayed busy. I felt like Federico Nesti was going to get a bigger score in his first wave. I thought he was already sitting in a good spot, but he didn't. He got that 3.5, and there it is confirmed. Breen for Ireland first, Schweizer for Uruguay second, Manuel Boza for Chile third and eliminated, Nesti for Italy fourth and eliminated. Only 2 surfers for Italy here, but Ginger Kaimi is still in the women's, and she will be coming up tomorrow, and I know that Federico will be down there supporting her because she's a real talent. But this is a really special moment to see Tom Breen walking up. There's Sky Sakalax giving him the high five. He's got his 9-4 Ben Skin Dog double scoop single fin, and that's a really special moment for Irish surfing. You can see I'm shedding a little bit of tear here. You can see the joy there for Gemma Gillespie. Brilliant stuff. Wow. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw to highlights, enjoy this, and after that is going to be an interview with Breen, feast on some of the great waves that we've had today. Well, what a day it has been. Day 5 for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. And I know we've got a special surfer down there on the glass representing Tremor in Ireland. It's Tom Breen, and he's taken the win.
Oh, what a way to finish the day off, Tom. A win in that last heat. Tell us how you're feeling. You look pretty happy.
Oh man, it's a dream come true. Like I started real bad, not the way I wanted, and I finally just feel like I can show my surfing. Day by day my scores are getting better, my surfing feels better. Going off the free surfs, I am able to do it. I just need to put the head down and give it everything.
You just said it then, you definitely look like you are improving day in, day out. Are you feeling more comfortable out there when you're surfing here? I mean, I know you've been free surfing quite a bit, but you're looking more comfortable.
100%. I have to be at this stage. I've only surfed high tide heats, so it's my bread and butter now. Just keep throwing me out in the shit stuff, and I'm going to keep doing it. So
it's late back home, but I'm sure your family, friends are watching. Anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, just thanks to T-Bay boys, my mother and father. I know my grandparents were tuning in yesterday. I hope they're still awake, but they'll wake up with some good news tomorrow. And once again, like, I wouldn't be here without the support of everyone in Tremor and everyone at home. Like, the sun never sets on the T-Bay Empire, as my Uncle Wes says, so let's keep going all the way.
Oh, very nice surfing. We look forward to seeing you up again tomorrow. Congratulations, and back to you in the booth.
Massive congratulations, Team Breen, flying the flag for the Tremor community. They will be so proud, as will all of the Irish community tuning in. The Asians have done well today. The Europeans have done phenomenal. So have the South and Central and North Americans. It's been an international affair. Lots of fantastic surfing, capped off with that great win there by Tom Breen. It's been such a long day, Berlin, but so many competitors said for that first 6 hours of the day, best conditions they've ever competed in.
Absolutely, hands down, the best conditions I've ever seen in some longboard contests, and the competitors are so excited and had the best time today.
And I think those main rounds for the men and women, those main rounds 3, we just saw the bar raise. We started to see the feathers ruffled, you know, the pheasants coming out and displaying all their skills. And you started to see some of the people who may be going for gold.
Yeah, we saw, I love the way that you describe that, because there is such a presence with someone that has that confidence, and,
Sure.
and they've been here before, and they're no stranger to the competitive arena. And they had the perfect conditions. They had that nice tide, the nice winds, just beautiful walls to really showcase why the talent level here is so amazing.
It's been an amazing day. It's going to be even better tomorrow. The swell will continue. It's going to be day 6 for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championships. Tune in bright and early, 6:30 a.m. start. We'll be here. Hopefully you'll be watching. Thanks for being with us today. Enjoy the longboarding of the future, because we will be crowning gold medals in a couple of days, so we will really start to see the cream rising to the top here in El Sunzal.